9 Yang Sword Saint Chapter 916 to Chapter 961. Even with Yang Dingtian's roar, the Queen Devil Queen's subordinates didn't disperse. Instead, they continued to surround and attack Naga Shuang. They knew that if they didn't exhaust Naga's energy, they wouldn't be able to capture her. As for Yang Dingtian, as long as the Queen Devil Queen made a move, he would be captured in a matter of minutes. The Devil Queen and the others didn't make a move. The Demon King Wendian was controlling countless dark dragons, and the dark dragons were attacking Naga Shuang as cannon fodder. Once the encirclement weakened and Naga Shuang broke through, she would attack the Queen Devil Queen and the others. The balance would be broken in an instant. Thus, even though Yang Dingtian roared to save Naga Shuang, almost no one made a move to stop him. Yang Dingtian immediately flew toward Naga Shuang. The Mermaid Queen hesitated for a moment, then followed Yang Dingtian. The Demon King Wendian was immediately aghast. The Mermaid Queen was a Saint-tier powerhouse, and was on par with the Queen Devil Queen. If she joined the battle, then the balance they had worked so hard to maintain would be destroyed. Violets? Are you crazy? Have you forgotten the promise we made over 100 years ago? The Demon King Wendian said coldly. Violet said, but you were handsome and mighty back then. Now that you're like this, it's hard for me not to fall in love with you. The Demon King Wendian was so angry that he trembled. You saved Yang Dingtian just now. I'll treat it as a moment of folly and won't pursue the matter. If you still dare to help Yang Dingtian, then you'll be my enemy, the enemy of my empire of darkness. The Mermaid Queen sneered. So what? Since I've already started, I'll accept any consequences. The Demon King Wendian suddenly had a headache. This Mermaid Queen was a crazy woman. She didn't do things rationally. It's useless to reason with her. It's also useless to threaten her. She could do whatever she wanted. The Demon King Wendian immediately said, Wu Yu, I'll have to ask you to take action this time. Help me stop that muddle-headed woman Violets. The Demon King Wendian's words were very cunning. It sounded as if he had a very close relationship with the Mermaid Queen. And the tone in which he asked Wu Yu to take action was also particularly intimate. Wu Yu coldly replied, I'm sorry, Your Majesty Demon King. It's my first marriage, so I don't have much strength. The Demon King Wendian was shocked when he heard this. The Mermaid Queen was a crazy woman. She would do whatever she wanted. Therefore, although her helping Yang Dingtian was a blow to the Demon King Wendian, it wasn't too serious. But Wu Yu's attitude was very, very serious. Because Wu Yu was another saint-ranked expert. Of course, this didn't count. Wu Yu also represented part of the Little Western Paradise's position. More importantly, Wu Yu seemed to have incomparably deep feelings for the Demon King Wendian. She had helped the Demon King Wendian countless times. For the Demon King Wendian, she had even betrayed her own Little Western Paradise's position, harming the benefits of Little Western Paradise. The Demon King Wendian's foster son, Wu Yuming, was defeated by her and became his foster mother. Therefore, Wendian felt that his relationship with Wu Yu should be very, very close. It was even unbreakable, second only to the nihility Piao Ling. Moreover, a woman like Wu Yu didn't seem like the kind of person who would betray her feelings. Of course, he was marrying Wu Yu to Yang Dingtian. But before that, he had sincerely explained everything to her. It was to let Wu Yu become a mother and give birth to a child. Moreover, in the future, Yang Dingtian's body would be occupied by the Demon King Wendian. Most importantly, Wu Yu placed a lot of emphasis on spiritual communication and resonance. She didn't place much importance on the physical aspect. Therefore, when he heard Wu Yu's attitude, the Demon King Wendian's mind shook violently, entering a short circuit for a short time. Then, it was a sky-high anger and pain, as well as the feeling of being betrayed by a woman. How could this be? How could this be? How could Wu Yu betray me? How could she betray our deep feelings? The Demon King Wendian's heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. He really felt like his wife had betrayed him. Sigh, after the Demon King Wendian sat on the throne of darkness, his unique charm and sensitive emotions had gradually disappeared. It was as if he had become an ice-cold robot. Therefore, he could no longer grasp Wu Yu's thoughts. He didn't know that in Wu Yu's heart, he was like a broken male lead from a TV drama. Not only was his face disfigured, his temperament had also changed. He was no longer a person. Therefore, he could no longer bear Wu Yu's feelings. He had completely misjudged Wu Yu's feelings, and he had also completely overestimated them. Suddenly, the Demon King Wentian said coldly, "Wu Yu, do you know what you're doing?" "Of course I know, Your Excellency Demon King," Wu Yu said indifferently. Good, good, good," the Demon King Wentian said hoarsely. Every word was said through gritted teeth. After a long time, he said, "Friends from the Fox clan, I wonder if I can obtain your friendship." His meaning was very simple. He hoped that all the half-saints and above of the Fox clan would move out to intercept Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen. At this moment, the Demon King Wentian's tragedy of not having a body was completely revealed. He didn't have a body to begin with, and he had also lost the primordial evil spirit. Therefore, he didn't dare to leave the throne of darkness. Otherwise, his cultivation energy would dissipate like snow. This was because he could only condense his energy in the special energy field of the Skirich imperial capital. Moreover, a part of the Skirich imperial capital had been destroyed by the Naga Shuang. Once he left the throne, he would lose his energy supply and his cultivation would drop. At this moment, all the evil ways experts had gone to deal with the Naga Shuang. Therefore, he could only ask the half-saints of the Fox clan to deal with Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen. The Golden Awe clan's young master Yao Ming had long hated Yang Dingtian to the core. When he heard the Demon King Wentian's words, he immediately led the half-saints of the Fox clan to intercept Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen. Although the Mermaid Queen was extremely powerful, they had dozens of half-saints. Together with the Shura Vulture and Queen Xianxia, they were more or less enough. "I am willing to serve your majesty, the Demon King, and obtain your friendship," Yao Ming said loudly. The Demon King Wentian said, "Queen Xianxia of the Naga Empire, are you willing to receive my olive branch?" Although Queen Xianxia wasn't a half-saint, her cultivation was much stronger than Yang Dingtian's. At this moment, the Demon King Wentian invited her to fight and intercept Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen. Then, the Demon King Wentian said, "Shura Vulture, you are the powerful Shura Celestial Spirit Master. Control all the Legion of Doom and kill Yang Dingtian and the Violets." Queen Xianxia suddenly fell into an incomparable dilemma. She didn't want to deal with Yang Dingtian, but refusing to obey the Demon King's orders would have very serious consequences. Immediately after, she recalled that the door that Yang Dingtian had opened to her had already been closed. When they were in the bridal chamber, she didn't take the initiative to stand on his side. Yang Dingtian had already closed the door to her. In addition, he had the Naga Duguoxuang, so he would definitely choose to resurrect Queen Poisa. At that time, even if she could survive, she would definitely lose the Naga Empire. Therefore, it seemed like she still had a choice, but in fact, she had no choice. Suddenly, Queen Xianxia flew out and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Yang Dingtian's brows twitched. This Queen of the Sea Heart was still so good at scheming. She was still so rational and utilitarian. Finally, she was completely on the opposite side of him. Now that he had chosen a side, there was no way to salvage the situation, and the vulture, the joy that Yang Dingtian had brought to her soul and body was still incomparably deep and clear. She really didn't want to hurt Yang Dingtian at all. But compared to that, she was more afraid of losing everything. Losing her Shura body, losing her incomparably powerful energy, and losing her power in the Empire of Darkness. However, she definitely didn't want to hurt Yang Dingtian. Therefore, for a moment, she was completely at a loss. Then, she remembered what Yang Dingtian had said. He wouldn't ask for too much from her. He only asked that after she escaped, she still had the possibility of returning to Yang Dingtian's side in the future. So, she decided. Next, she was responsible for attacking the Mermaid Queen and wouldn't touch Yang Dingtian at all. This was a vulture that was greedy for vanity, yet naive and simple. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and flew to Queen Xianxia's side. Suddenly, two battlefields were formed in the Empire of Darkness. The Demon King Wentian controlled countless dark dragons to attack Naga Shuang. All the experts of the evil ways attacked Naga Shuang to capture her. On the other side, Queen Xianxia, Shura Vulture, and dozens of demi-sage foxes besieged Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen. On the other side, it was only a matter of time before Naga Shuang ran out of energy. On the other hand, Yang Dingtian's side was completely unpredictable. Dozens of demi-sage foxes, especially a shura, and a 1,000-year-old female snake that was close to the sage level. In this battle, Yang Dingtian's ability was very limited. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Dozens of demi-sage foxes, Queen Xianxia, and Shura Vulture flew towards Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen like meteors. They were completely outnumbered. At this moment, Wu Yu suddenly said, "Demi-foxes, as a race of the Little Western Paradise, why are you interfering with the affairs of humans? Once Yang Dingtian and his Naga Shuang escape, can you bear the consequences?" The experts of the Demi-Fox clan were stunned. The Demon King went enraged. "Wu Yu, not only are you not willing to help me, but you are also preventing your people from helping me. Are you trying to make me your enemy?" Wu Yu smiled and said, "If you open your mouth again, I might really do that." The Demon King Wentian was so angry that he did not make a sound. If they angered Wu Yu and she really helped Yang Dingtian, the consequences would be too severe. Dozens of demi-sage foxes were no match for 2 sage foxes no matter what. After hearing Wu Yu's words, the experts of the Fox clan were startled. Wu Yu was the former speaker's dream lover, plus she was the daughter of the former speaker, plus she was the only descendant of the Fox clan and the Silent clan. She was very famous and very influential. Disciples and allies of the Shadow Spear clan, if you make a move against Yang Dingtian, I believe that when we return to the Little Western Paradise, Demon's Wrath II will personally kill you. Wu Yu continued. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately, more than half of the demi-sage foxes chose to withdraw. Although Yao Ming hated Yang Dingtian to the bone, he still put benefits above everything. He turned around and asked, "Your Excellency Wu Yu, are you sure about this?" Wu Yu said, "I am very sure. If you act rashly, you will destroy the absolute position of the Golden Awe clan, and even tear apart the alliance between the Golden Awe clan and the Shadow Spear clan." The young master of the Golden Awe clan narrowed his eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. Although he was unwilling, he still led the other half of the Demi-Fox clan's experts away. Suddenly, only Queen Xianxia and Shura Vulture were facing Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen. The Queen of the Sea Heart's expression turned incredibly ugly. As for Shura Vulture, she lowered her head and did not dare to look at Yang Dingtian. However, if that was the case, the battle here would become meaningless. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen quickly rushed to a place tens of thousands of meters away from the Queen Devil Queen. "Violets, protect me," Yang Dingtian said loudly. "Why?" the Mermaid Queen asked. "Zi Luolan, I beg you to protect me," Yang Dingtian requested. "Okay, remember your promise. Give me 100,000 miles of sea," the Mermaid Queen said. "Got it," Yang Dingtian said loudly. Then, he began to release the Primal Chaos Demonic Flame, Million Demonic Flame, and Void Splitting Flame. Finally, he mixed in the swirling dark Xian flame. Only a little bit. His Xian Qi was condensed to the extreme. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 3 Primal Chaos Xian flames flew above the Queen Devil Queen and the others and then crashed into them. The Demon King, Dead Princess, and the others were complaining. Facing Yang Dingtian's Xian Flame Lightning, they could easily dodge it. However, the Naga Shuang's attack formation could not be messed up. Once it was messed up, the Naga Shuang might rush out. One had to know that from the beginning until now, this Golden Naga had already killed tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dark dragons and dark vile dragons. "Everyone, do not move. Take on Yang Dingtian's Xian Flame Lightning," the Queen Devil Queen ordered. "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. Boom. Like the explosion of a nuclear bomb, the terrifying Xian Flame Lightning tore through the dark void. Although Yang Dingtian's cultivation was only at level 15, the power of his Xian Flame Lightning exceeded level 20, or even higher. Wu Lingzi could not bear the fear of death. He did not have any evil spirits with him. Suddenly, he disobeyed the order and ran away as fast as he could before the Xian Flame Lightning exploded. Boom 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 boom. Suddenly, all the Evil Ways experts below the half-saint level were turned into ashes, leaving only the Xian Meridians, Sea of Qi, Heart, and Brain protected by the evil spirits. Even the attacks of the half-step saints stopped in an instant. Their bodies were instantly charred black. charge! Yang Dingtian said. Then, the Mermaid Queen grabbed Yang Dingtian and rushed toward the Naga Shuang's encirclement. As long as they reached the Naga, they would win. The Mermaid Queen was a Saint-class expert. Breaking through the encirclement of the evil ways was a piece of cake. However, the next encirclement was made up of countless dark colossal dragons and dark wyverns. There were tens of thousands of them, and their numbers were endless. If they rushed in, these dark dragons would definitely attack the Mermaid Queen and Yang Dingtian. Naga Shuang'er would be able to withstand this attack, but the Mermaid Queen and Yang Dingtian would not be able to withstand this attack. Once they rushed in, they would probably be blasted to death by the lightning and fire. The Mermaid Queen said, "Open an exit in another direction. Let the Naga break through the encirclement and rush out from here." Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, the Mermaid Queen flew up with Yang Dingtian. The flying speed of a Saint-class expert was unparalleled. It did not take long for them to reach the dome of the Empire of Darkness at an altitude of a few thousand miles. Above them was the boundless dark matter, the shield of the entire Empire of Darkness. They were less than 1,000 miles away from the Naga Shuang. Yang Dingtian took out the eye of the primeval Naga from his spatial ring and melted a huge hole in it. At this moment, the Mermaid Queen's eyes lit up. "If I snatch this treasure away from you now, do you have the strength to resist?" Yang Dingtian was stunned. In the next second, the Mermaid Queen snatched the eye of the primeval Naga and sneered at Yang Dingtian. "Yang Dingtian, you've been tricked. I've always been on the side of the Demon King Wendian. The reason I'm here to help you is to cheat you of this treasure, ha ha ha." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled and horrified. Then, the Demon King Wendian's voice rang out. "Ha ha ha ha, Violets, I didn't see wrong. You, the noble Mermaid Queen, did not betray our alliance." The Mermaid Queen immediately turned hostile. "Dream on. I'm just toying with you." After that, the Mermaid Queen returned the eye of the primeval Naga to Yang Dingtian. This crazy woman, at a time like this, still has the mood to joke like this. It would really scare people to death. Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. He forgot that she was a martial saint and slapped her hard on the butt. "Ah!" The Mermaid Queen cried out in shock. Then, with a red face, he said, "Hit me again and I'll forgive you." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Then, he didn't have time to accompany this crazy woman. He then turned to Naga Shuang and said, "Shuang-er, this way." Naga Shuang heard Yang Dingtian's roar. At this time, she did not know who Yang Dingtian was. Her eyes were completely bloodshot. However, when she saw the melted passage above Yang Dingtian's head, she knew that she could escape from here. Immediately, she continued to kill crazily and wanted to charge over. Therefore, the encirclement of the dark colossal dragon and the dark wyvern was in imminent danger. Naga, who saw hope of escape, was extremely lethal. Because Naga's combat power had skyrocketed, the encirclement of the energy wyverns was getting thinner and thinner. It also took time for the nearest dark castle to refine and melt into the dark colossal dragon again. Therefore, this cycle could not be kept up. Roar, seeing the hope of escaping, Naga's entire body suddenly burst out with boundless golden light. Wherever this golden light passed, all the dark colossal dragons and dark wyverns were turned into ashes. In an instant, the encirclement of the dark colossal dragons and dark wyverns was in imminent danger. Previously, Naga Shuang had dozens of Earth Slayers. Now, it was hundreds of Earth Slayers. Of course, at this time, Naga Shuang'er was completely overdrawing her remaining energy. Soon, her energy was about to be exhausted. However, the Demon King Wendian could not hold on any longer. Although dark colossal dragons and dark wyverns continued to charge out from the dark castle. However, they could not keep up with Naga Shuang's slaughtering speed. The encirclement was about to be broken. Once the encirclement was broken, it would be as difficult as ascending to the sky to catch this golden Naga. The Demon King Wendian immediately shouted, "Shura Vulture, immediately go forward and resurrect all the shattered dark colossal dragons on the spot." Shura Vulture hesitated for a moment and immediately flew up. After flying for thousands of miles, Shura Vulture floated beside Queen Devil Queen. "Let everyone see your irreplaceable role in the Empire of Darkness," Queen Devil Queen said. Then she glanced at Wolingzi, who had fled into the distance in a daze. At the critical moment of the battle, Lingzi chose to escape in order to avoid Yang Dingtian's mystic flame lightning. This was tantamount to betraying the demon king Wentian's will once again. Therefore, his heart was completely filled with fear and horror. Seeing Vulture's gaze, Lingzi immediately revealed a pleading look. Queen Devil Queen's meaning was very clear. If they wanted to save Lingzi, it would depend on Shura Vulture's performance. If you can help His Majesty the Demon King capture this Naga, then Lingzi's life can be saved. Otherwise, Queen Devil Queen said lightly. Vulture trembled slightly, then said in a low voice, yes. She closed her eyes slightly, and a pair of gorgeous wings suddenly grew out of Vulture's back. Boom! A raging flame suddenly burned fiercely from her body. The dark red flames instantly formed her new body. Then, she waved her gorgeous demon hands. In an instant, her entire body turned into a mysterious and powerful energy field. She seemed to be the weaving hands of a mysterious life. Huff 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 huff. Suddenly, the dark wyvern and dark owl dragon, which had been shattered by Naga Shuang, began to revive and reassemble under this pair of demon hands without needing to go through the refining and fusion arrays. An incomparably terrifying and mysterious scene appeared. The gigantic dark dragons had already been reduced to dust and ashes. At this moment, they condensed out of thin air and were reborn again, attacking Naga Shuang crazily again. This was the magic power of a celestial spiritualist. This was the strategic position that Shura Vulture could not replace at all. Within the territory of the Empire of Darkness, the effect of her magic power was not very prominent. Once the Doomsday War broke out, the Legion of Doom of the Empire of Darkness would leave the Empire of Darkness and enter the human countries. They would not be able to be replenished by the Dark Castle and the energy array. They would not be able to complete the refining and fusion. Therefore, once a war broke out in the human countries, there would be one less legion for every death. At this time, the celestial spiritualist Vulture would become the ruler of the entire battlefield. She could use her heaven-defying energy to revive all the dead Legion of Doom on the spot. She could turn the entire Legion of Doom into an undying and indestructible army. In this way, the Legion of Doom would be absolutely invincible. The appearance of Shura Vulture instantly reversed the entire battlefield. Naga Shuang was about to break through the encirclement. However, because of the appearance of Shura Vulture, the dark colossal dragon that had been reduced to ashes was revived on the spot. Therefore, the encirclement that was about to be broken instantly thickened and strengthened again. Moreover, the number of dark colossal dragons and dark wyverns attacking her was increasing. Just now, she had overdrawn her remaining energy to carry out the final massacre of the dark colossal dragons. She was about to break through the encirclement. However, because of the appearance of Shura Vulture, all her previous efforts were wasted. The energy in her body was decreasing. The encirclement was getting thicker and thicker, the hope of breaking through was getting slimmer and slimmer. Once her energy was exhausted, she would be captured. Once Naga Shuang was captured, the consequences would be unimaginable. Roar, roar, roar. Naga Shuang, whose golden light was getting dimmer and dimmer, suddenly let out a roar. This roar was filled with anger, despair, and sorrow. Countless dark colossal dragons and dark wyverns continued to launch suicidal attacks on her. With every attack, these dark colossal dragons were crushed into pieces. However, the light on Naga Shuang's body also dimmed. The moment when her energy was completely exhausted was coming. Roar, roar. Naga Shuang suddenly let out a sorrowful cry. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. He wanted to fly over to save Shuang. Are you crazy? Do you want to die? The Mermaid Queen quickly caught Yang Dingtian. Even if I want to die, I want to go, Yang Dingtian roared. I can't watch my wife be captured. Your wife? Open your eyes and look carefully. That is a demigod, that is Naga, that is the most powerful creature in history. The Mermaid Queen said loudly, if she can't do anything, you will only be courting death if you go. Let's take this opportunity to leave quickly. Otherwise, when they capture Naga, we won't be able to leave. No, that's impossible. Yang Dingtian shouted, even if I die, I won't abandon Shuang. I can't let Shuang fall into Wentian's hands. Very touching, but it's completely useless. The Mermaid Queen said, if we don't escape and fall into the hands of the Demon King, I won't be able to escape. Of course, I won't be able to die even if I want to. As for you, your body will be completely taken over by him. He will take everything from you, humiliate your wife, and trample on your human kingdom. When that time comes, you will suffer a fate worse than death. As the mermaid queen spoke, she carried Yang Dingtian and flew towards the hole formed by the dark matter. She was right. Right now, all the forces of the evil ways were used to capture Naga. Therefore, this was Yang Dingtian's last chance to escape. Once Naga was captured, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for Yang Dingtian to escape. Once Yang Dingtian was captured again, then it would be a hellish ending. His soul sword would be taken away and he would no longer be able to stop the demon king Wendian from taking over his body. Then everything would be taken away by Wendian, and he would never be able to make a comeback. At this moment, Naga Shuang was already drowned by countless black energy dragons. Only a series of wails could be heard. No, no, no. The mermaid queen hugged Yang Dingtian and fled with all her might. The situation was already completely irreversible, however, at this moment, Yang Dingtian's soul sword suddenly trembled. Roar. Then, Yang Dingtian's soul sword roared in his heart. This roar didn't come from the soul sword, Cho. Instead, it came from the soul energy of the Naga royalty. Roar. Roar. This roar sounded very similar to Naga Shuang's roar. It resonated with Naga Shuang's roar. Go, Yang Dingtian ordered in his mind. Suddenly, his soul sword, which was close to the emperor grade, flew toward Naga Shuang. When the demon king Wendian and devil queen saw Yang Dingtian's soul sword, they revealed a disdainful smile. That's right, Yang Dingtian was able to cultivate a soul sword at his age. It was extremely shocking. However, the cultivation of this soul sword was so weak that it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Yang Dingtian wanted to use this soul sword to save Naga. It was completely a fool's dream. With the strength of this soul sword, even second-grade evil spirits in evil ways could easily destroy it. If Yang Dingtian did this, not only would he not be able to save Naga, he would also lose a soul sword that was close to emperor grade for nothing. Therefore, almost all the experts ignored Yang Dingtian's soul sword. In the blink of an eye, this soul sword flew into the densely packed huge dark dragon's encirclement. In the blink of an eye, it could no longer be seen as it was completely submerged. The people of evil ways let out a burst of ridicule. As for Shura Vulture, she felt a burst of pain in her heart. Seeing Yang Dingtian so powerless, she no longer felt happy in her heart. Instead, she felt very sad. But to want her to help Yang Dingtian, she really didn't dare. However, at this moment. Roar. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's soul sword roared towards the sky. It was the roar of Naga royalty. Then, a shocking sword aura, a few hundred li long soul sword aura appeared in the sky. Swish. This shocking golden sword aura slashed down. When this shocking sword light slashed down, the entire empire of darkness resounded with the roar of the Naga royalty. At the same time, the entire world seemed to be torn apart by the shocking light. A light shadow of the Naga royalty that spanned tens of thousands of meters suddenly swept across the entire sky of the empire of darkness. Then, the thousands of dark dragons and dark vile dragons within sight were instantly turned into ashes. Such an astonishing sword soul, it was completely heaven-defying and powerful. An incomparably huge crack appeared in the encirclement formed by countless dark dragons and dark vile dragons. Then, this unbreakable encirclement was directly broken just like that. Whether it was the demon king Wendian using the energy array of the dark castle or Shura Vulture using the celestial spiritualist resurrection spell, it was too late. Because the opportunity had passed in an instant. Although Naga Shuang's eyes were red from the killing and she had almost completely lost her mind, her instinct to escape still existed. The moment the crack appeared in the encirclement. Whoosh, Naga Shuang suddenly shot out along the crack created by the heaven-defying sword soul and rushed out of the encirclement. The demon king Wendian turned pale with horror and exclaimed, "Quick, quick, stop her, stop her." The demon queen's dead concubine led all the first-grade evil spirits and second-grade evil spirits to rush forward and block Naga Shuang's path. Naga Shuang was severely injured and did not have much energy left. However, the amount of energy she had left was still extremely shocking. Her speed had completely turned into a stream of light, rushing in the direction of Yang Dingtian. The near-emperor-grade soul sword also followed and flew in the direction of Yang Dingtian. The speed of the two had reached the extreme, it was completely dozens of times the speed of sound. Queen Devil Queen led the experts of the evil ways, like dozens of meteors, rushed toward Naga Shuang. Boom! In the blink of an eye, they crashed into each other like comets crashing into Earth. Even the Devil Queen, a saint-level powerhouse, spat out blood. Countless cracks appeared on her body, and countless amounts of energy gushed out. As for the other half-saint-level experts, all of their bodies had been completely annihilated. Only the profound veins, energy sea, heart, and brain that were protected by the evil spirits remained. One saint, several half-saints, and many great grandmasters could not stop Naga Shuang for even a moment. At the same time, Wu Yu from the Netherworld Sea soared into the sky and flew towards Yang Dingtian. After the bodies of many evil ways experts were reduced to ashes, under the influence of the evil spirits, countless blood vessels, bones, and muscles grew out. After a short while, all of the evil ways experts had recovered. Even their energy armors were intact. Then, under the leadership of the Queen Devil Queen, all the experts of evil ways chased after them. After a moment of hesitation, Wu Yu from the Netherworld Sea also turned into a stream of light and flew towards Yang Dingtian. Soon, Naga Shuang arrived at Yang Dingtian's side after flying for thousands of miles. Without saying a word, Yang Dingtian raised the primeval Naga's eye and quickly melted the dark matter in front of him. He brought the Mermaid Queen and Naga Shuang into the tunnel of dark matter and left the Empire of Darkness. No. No. No, the Demon King Wentian let out an earth-shattering roar. All the castles in the Empire of Darkness were trembling. At this moment, he hated the fact that he did not have a body. If he had a body, he would not have given Yang Dingtian any chance, and he would not have been so helpless against the Mermaid Queen. If he had a body, today's events would not have happened. The Mermaid Queen would not have dared to betray him, and Wu Yu would not have dared to betray him. Yang Dingtian and Naga had no chance to escape. Ah! 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 The Demon King Wentian let out a series of earth-shattering roars. Whoosh 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 whoosh, Yang Dingtian brought the Mermaid Queen and Naga Shuang with him at a speed of thousands of miles per hour as they crazily shuttled through the dark matter. The cave of dark matter behind them quickly merged again. Soon, Yang Dingtian and Naga completely disappeared into the Empire of Darkness without a trace. However, the Queen Devil Queen still did not give up. She quickly caught up to Yang Dingtian, took out her magic wand, melted the dark matter, and chased after him crazily with dozens of experts of evil ways. Even at this point, she would not give up. However, after just entering the dark matter, Wu Yu, who was also a saint-level expert, followed closely behind and appeared beside the Queen Devil Queen. Wu Yu, no matter what you do, I hope you've thought it through, the Queen Devil Queen said coldly. Wu Yu smiled and said, I just want to go home. Is there a problem? The Queen Devil Queen looked at her coldly and did not say anything. At this moment, she could not fall out with Wu Yu. Because the other party was also a saint-level expert. More importantly, Wu Yu represented the will of the Little Western Paradise to a large extent. Just like that, Yang Dingtian continued to fly upwards, 1,000 miles, 2,000 miles, 3,000 miles, 4,000 miles. After flying through nearly 5,000 miles of dark matter, the scene before him suddenly changed. It was no longer dark matter in front of him, but nothingness. This nothingness was only a few hundred miles. Flying further up, there were hard stones and half-melted magma. At this moment, there was no need for Yang Dingtian to make a move. Naga Shuang flew to the front. She did not need to crash at all. Her flying speed was so fast that the shockwave produced instantly shattered the hard stones in front of her. Less than 15 minutes later, more than 1,000 miles of rock layer was directly penetrated. In front of him, there was a sudden bright light. Whoosh, 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 Naga Shuang rushed into the air. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen also rushed out of the rock layer. This was the demon's domain, that's right, the so-called Empire of Darkness was 7,000 to 8,000 miles below the demon's domain. Of course, it was also under the Yin-Yang mirror. Under the world of ice and snow, it even extended all the way to the Dongli grassland, spanning more than 100,000 miles. After entering the air of the demon's domain. This is the human country? The Mermaid Queen was extremely excited. Yang Dingtian was also shocked. Finally, they had returned to the human country. It had been a few months. First, it was the Mermaid Empire, then the Empire of Darkness. It had been a few months. Now, they had finally returned to the human country. Although this was the demon's domain and it was a desolate place where even the air was highly toxic and the sun could not be seen, Yang Dingtian still felt extremely close to it. Then, the Mermaid Queen curled her lips and said, "The human country is not so good. The air is so dirty." Yang Dingtian was about to explain that this was the demon's domain and the human country was not like this. After the golden Naga Shuang left the sky, she suddenly let out an extremely carefree cry. Then, she quickly flew towards the west. "Shuanger, wait for me!" Yang Dingtian shouted and then chased after her frantically. The Mermaid Queen suddenly stopped and said, "Yang Dingtian, go and chase after Naga, but you have to pretend that you are flying together with her. At the very least, you have to act like you are in love with her, as if Naga is always by your side." "I understand," Yang Dingtian said loudly. Then, he directly used the demon spirit mist cloak flash and quickly caught up with the Naga Shuang, trying to fly alongside her. Bang, 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 like a meteor, the dozens of experts led by the Devil Queen all broke out of the ground and flew into the sky. Then, they saw Yang Dingtian and Naga's figures flying away intimately together. Even at this time, the Devil Queen still did not give up, because Naga's energy was almost exhausted. This was the last chance to capture Naga. Chase after them and capture Naga and Yang Dingtian. With her order, dozens of figures quickly chased after Yang Dingtian and Naga. Whoosh! Then, a beautiful golden figure floated in the air. It was the Mermaid Queen Violets. The Mermaid Queen was a saint-level expert. The previous chapter said that she was a saint-level expert, but it was changed immediately. "Violets, don't make mistakes again," the Devil Queen said coldly. "Don't forget, behind us is Queen Medusa, and in front of us is just a newly transformed Naga." The Mermaid Queen Violets slowly condensed an energy longsword and said, "I've long disliked you. Today is a good time to have a showdown." The Devil Queen's eyes turned cold. It seemed that if she did not deal with the Mermaid Queen, it would be impossible to chase after Yang Dingtian and Naga Shuang. "Violets, since you want to die, don't blame me," the Devil Queen said coldly. Boom. Then, a huge pair of dark wings suddenly appeared. The Devil Queen had become the real Devil Queen. An incomparably powerful energy instantly shrouded heaven and earth. At the same time, Dongli, Mudan, Li Ming, and the remaining first-class and second-class evil spirits formed a large formation. "Kill this mermaid," ordered the Devil Queen, dead concubine. Killing the Mermaid Queen was also very important for the Empire of Darkness at this time. Because the Mermaid Queen had now become one of Yang Dingtian's people. Killing her was equivalent to cutting off Yang Dingtian's arm. After killing the mermaid, within 2 hours, there was still time to capture Yang Dingtian's family and force him and Naga to appear. In short, they must not let Naga recover her strength. Once Naga recovered her strength, in the vast human kingdom, it would be impossible for the evil ways to catch her. If it were not for the evil spirits, Naga Shuang would have killed these masters of evil ways countless times. "Do your best to kill the mermaid in half an hour," the Devil Queen said. "Yes." All the masters of evil ways shouted. Then, the entire formation rotated rapidly. Dozens of masters of evil ways formed a large circle. The Devil Queen became the center of this circle and firmly restrained the Mermaid Queen. "Attack!" the Devil Queen ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh, dozens of masters of evil ways shot out the sword light in their hands crazily, attacking the Mermaid Queen. The Devil Queen only needed to do one thing, and that was to use her energy to entangle the Mermaid Queen forever. The Mermaid Queen and the Devil Queen's cultivation were about the same. Therefore, the Devil Queen could not kill the mermaid, but so what? A few half-step saints and dozens of infinite great masters attacked the Mermaid Queen crazily. In half an hour, the Mermaid Queen would receive tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of sword attacks. Once her energy was weakened to 80%, the Devil Queen would attack with all her strength. At that time, the Mermaid Queen would definitely die. Therefore, the Devil Empress dead concubine had said that an hour was definitely enough to kill the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen used her own energy barrier and body to withstand the attacks of dozens of evil Dao experts before engaging in a great battle with the Demon Queen, dead concubine. Only half a quarter of an hour later, she had already entered the edge of danger. Therefore, she thought of a way to escape. Whoosh 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 whoosh, she kept flashing and changing in the sky, but it was useless. The formation of dozens of evil ways experts always followed her like a shadow. Most importantly, the Devil Queen, who was also a saint-level expert, always restrained her, so that she could not escape and could not attack the other evil ways experts and destroy the formation. The Mermaid Queen turned into a ray of light and jumped crazily at thousands of miles per hour. However, she could not escape from the evil ways' formation and the Devil Queen. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The formation formed by dozens of evil ways experts continued to attack crazily. The Mermaid Queen already felt an incomparable crisis and even the arrival of death. Greetings, Yang Tian. I've really lost my mind. I actually made an enemy of the evil ways and stood on your side. I'm going to die now. The Mermaid Queen cursed in her heart. At this moment, a golden light flew over from the east. A golden light flew over from the west. Yang Tian was from the west. He had turned back. Wu was from the netherworld sea to the east. Note, brothers, please give me a few monthly votes, thank you. Back to a moment ago. Shuang, Yang Tian chased after the Naga Shuang as he called out to her. However, Naga Shuang turned a deaf ear to his words. She flew faster and faster, faster and faster. As a result, if Yang Tian didn't use the demonic mist cloak's flash, he wouldn't be able to catch up to her. And behind them, the Mermaid Queen Violets was fighting the Queen Devil Queen and dozens of evil ways masters alone. Shuang. Yang Tian shouted, desperately using the demonic mist cloak's flash to chase after the Naga Shuang. Then, he couldn't help but touch Shuang's body. Ow! The Naga Shuang turned her head and opened her mouth at Yang Tian, about to bite him to death. Her eyes were still completely bloodshot, and she had no consciousness at all. She was still in a murderous state. Yang Tian was shocked. The current Shuang was unbelievably powerful. If she bit him, he would definitely die. Just as Shuang was about to bite Yang Tian, her huge body suddenly trembled. As if she had been electrocuted, her body turned from golden to blue. Then, a mouthful of blue-green blood spurted out from the corner of her mouth. This was a precautionary mechanism she had set up in the depths of her soul when she was sober. As long as she went crazy and wanted to bite Yang Tian, a mechanism deep in her body would be triggered, and she would severely harm herself to prevent her from hurting Yang Tian. Last time, she had bitten Yang Tian alive and scared herself. So, she set up this self-harm mechanism in the depths of her soul. Under this kind of self-harm, Naga Shuang almost fell directly. Yang Tian's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. He could only continue to follow, but he didn't dare to touch her at all. The Naga Shuang suddenly turned her head, her eyes bloodshot. She was warning Yang Tian not to follow her, or she wouldn't be polite. Quiet, let's be quiet. Yang Tian tried to comfort Shuang with a gentle voice. However, the Naga Shuang was getting more and more impatient. It was as if as long as there was a living thing around her, she would become extremely violent and filled with the desire to destroy. However, the precautionary mechanism deep in her soul prevented her from biting Yang Tian to death. Instantly, she flew into a rage. Ow! Then, she roared at Ding Tian. Immediately, Yang Tian's body flew tens of thousands of meters away like a piece of paper. Then, Shuang's names, and Shuang S's, Yang Tian's mouth was filled with fresh blood. He quickly endured the intense pain and used the Devil Spirit Mist Cloak Flash Art to chase after him again. Ao. Shuang suddenly let out a series of angry roars. In an instant, Yang Tian's body felt as if it had been hit by a giant hammer. Blood spurted out, and there was no more celestial chi left. Shuang's Naga Shuang took the opportunity to fly away like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she had become a small golden dot. Yang Tian was burning with anxiety, but he couldn't stop her. Behind them, the Mermaid Queen Violet had already fallen into a huge crisis. She was being besieged by dozens of experts. Looking at Naga Shuang's shrinking figure, Yang Dingtian couldn't chase after her. If he continued to chase after her, the berserk Naga would really hurt him. Before Shuang completely calmed down and transformed into her human form, it would be useless for Yang Dingtian to chase after her. She didn't know him at all. Moreover, he couldn't sit by and watch the mermaid queen get hurt. Although Shuang had flown away, she was still safe. As long as she wasn't in the Empire of Darkness, there was no one in the world who could hurt Shuang. She's mine. She's mine. Yang Dingtian thought to himself. He looked at Naga's back as she disappeared into the sun. Shuang, I don't know where you're going. But I'll definitely find you. Yang Dingtian thought to himself. Then, he suddenly turned around and flew towards the mermaid queen. Seeing Yang Dingtian return, the mermaid queen immediately asked, "What are you doing here?" Yang Dingtian replied, "To save you." The mermaid queen said disdainfully, "Can you save me?" Yang Dingtian held his emperor-grade soul sword in his hand. "I'll try my best. I'll break the balance." That's right. As long as he broke the balance of the evil ways, he could save the mermaid queen. But it was clear that Yang Dingtian's arrival had broken the balance. The devil queen ordered loudly, "Think of a way to capture Yang Dingtian." Yes. All the evil ways experts shouted in unison. At this time, the Lord of the Netherworld Sea, Wu Yu, flew over and said slowly, "Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, Queen Violets, I'd like to invite the two of you to the Netherworld Sea as guests." How about it? The Devil Queen said angrily, "Wu Yu, are you sure you want to become enemies with the Temple of Annihilation?" Wu Yu said, "I didn't say that. But I do want to invite Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen to be guests." Then, Wu Yu flew into the Evil Ways formation and floated next to the Mermaid Queen. Another Saint-level expert had entered, so, the battle stopped. If they fought again, the Evil Ways led by the Devil Queen wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. On the contrary, a few of her half-step Saint-level experts would suffer. Of course, these people couldn't be killed because of their evil energy, but they could be imprisoned, right? The Mermaid Queen asked Yang Dingtian, "Where's Naga?" Yang Dingtian said, "She landed somewhere and is recovering her energy." Yang Dingtian then said to Wu Yu, "Sect Master Wu Yu, I'll have to trouble you to guard this place with us for about 4 hours. How about it?" Naga had already run away. Yang Dingtian was obviously lying. What he wanted to say was that Naga was still by his side. After 4 hours, Naga would recover part of her energy. At that time, it would be a joke for the Devil Queen to bring people to capture Naga. These Evil Ways experts added together wouldn't be enough to tear apart a single Naga. The scenery here isn't bad. After flying for so long, we can take a break. Wu Yu said slowly. Then, she, Yang Dingtian, and the Mermaid Queen sat down cross-legged and floated in the air, blocking the path of the Queen Devil Queen and the others. With 2 Saint-level experts blocking their path, the Queen Devil Queen was at her wits' end. She could only float in place and couldn't continue chasing after Naga Shuang. The undead concubine looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, "Yang Dingtian, perhaps you think you have Naga. But don't forget who's behind us. Queen Medusa, is it? The ruler of Naga." Yang Dingtian said, "But, if I'm not wrong, she's also my mother-in-law." The Queen Devil Queen said, "We're all very clear about Queen Medusa's position. And even if you put on an act, I know that you've already lost control of Naga. Back in the Skirich imperial capital, she almost bit you to death. So, she shouldn't have landed somewhere to recover her energy, but has completely disappeared. She doesn't belong to you anymore." Yang Dingtian was shocked. The Queen Devil Queen had guessed correctly. "Ridiculous, ridiculous." Yang Dingtian laughed, "That's right, Shuang did almost bite me back in the Skirich imperial capital. That's because she went berserk and lost her mind. But as long as she completely digests the evil origin energy, she'll gradually wake up and take human form. At that time, she'll return to being that kind and lovely Duguoxuang, my little wife." The Queen Devil Queen's eyes twitched, "Is that so? Whether or not Naga is still by your side, we'll know once we try. Let the Legion of Doom enter the human kingdoms, and we'll be able to expose your lies." "Is that so?" Yang Dingtian said, then I welcome your Legion of Doom to death. We all know that the Dark Citadel is inseparable from the Empire of Darkness, so if the Legion of Doom enters the human kingdoms, they'll completely lose their energy cycle. Once they die, they'll be dead forever. The Queen Devil Queen took a deep breath. That's right, the truth is out, the truth is out. Then, neither side spoke again. For hours later, evil ways could no longer catch up to Naga Shuang. Yang Dingtian bowed to the Queen Devil Queen and said, Your Majesty Devil Queen, then we'll take our leave. The Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, Okay, please go back and prepare enough coffins and tombs. The letter of challenge of the World Extermination War will soon be sent to your Tiando League. Her words were very calm, but it was close to sounding the bell of the apocalypse. It was analyzed before, whether the so-called Temple of Annihilation's wedding was a success or a failure. Whether the evil ways obtained the greater space technique or not, the World Extermination War would definitely begin. Yang Dingtian was shocked, but his expression did not change at all. He bowed to the Devil Queen and said, Good, welcome to death. Farewell. The Queen Devil Queen said. I won't see you off. Yang Dingtian said. Whoosh 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 whoosh. After that, the Demon Queen, Undead Concubine, led dozens of evil Dao experts and flew towards Sky Devil City. Yang Dingtian noticed that although they could rush out of the Empire of Darkness, they could not enter the Empire of Darkness from the Demon Realm. It seemed that the only entrance was in Sky Demon City's Shang Palace. There was also the Gate of Darkness in the world of ice and snow. After the Queen Devil Queen left, Yang Dingtian said to Wu Yu, Are you going to continue watching from the sidelines, or are you going to participate? Wu Yu shrugged her shoulders and said, Who knows? Yang Dingtian said, Then before everything is decided, can I trouble you with something? Guard the entrance to the human kingdom, right? Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, We're already struggling to deal with the evil ways. If the saints and half-saints of Little Western Paradise come in, we won't be able to stop them. Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, You should know that the Great War is about to break out. The Legion of Doom is about to flood into the human kingdom, right? Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu said, The human kingdom, even with the help of the Mermaid Empire, won't be able to stop the Legion of Doom. So, do you know what you should do right now? Yang Dingtian said, Please advise me. Wu Yu said, The first choice is to find the Naga. This is the most important choice, and also the choice that will make us undefeatable. Yang Dingtian nodded. The scene in the Empire of Darkness was very clear. The Naga Shuang's slaughter of the Dark Wyverns and Dark Colossal Dragons was completely one-sided. In the Empire of Darkness, these Dark Colossal Dragons and Dark Wyverns could be resurrected. But in the human kingdom, they couldn't. They had to rely on the Shura Vulture's resurrection ability. So, if they wanted to stop the Legion of Doom, they had to find the Naga. Wu Yu continued, Of course, if we can't find the Naga, then we'll have to do it. The second choice is to find a way to form an alliance with Little Western Paradise. With enough saints and half-saints, we can definitely suppress the evil ways and make the Legion of Doom lose its commander. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, But forming an alliance with Little Western Paradise isn't as simple as finding the Naga, right? Wu Yu nodded and said, Yes, because the chairman of Little Western Paradise is Yongxi Wendian, a part of the Demon King. Wu Yu took a deep breath and said, But before that, let's prepare for war. Then, Wu Yu flew away. Yang Dingtian was stunned and said, Where are you going? Wu Yu said, As you command, I'm going to guard the gate of the human kingdom. Empire of Darkness, Skirich Imperial Capital. Devil Queen bowed and said, Sorry, Demon King, we failed. The Demon King Wentian's shadow leaned on the dark throne, sighed, and then nodded. The Demon King Wentian then said, Piao Ling, we only have half of the primordial evil spirit left. So, the first-class evil spirit we gave only has half of its will left. Devil Queen said, There is no doubt about the loyalty of Dongli and Li Ming. Even without the first-class evil spirit, they will still be loyal to His Majesty. The only exception is Mudan. The suppression of her will by the evil spirit will weaken. Her own will resist even more fiercely. Devil Queen then said, Naga Duguashwang got half of the primordial evil spirit, so will there be such a result? Under the influence of the primordial evil spirit, her position will be the same as ours, and she will start to become enemies with the god of chaos? The Demon King Wendian said, "You mean, will this Naga Duguashwang become the king of evil ways?" Devil Queen nodded. Demon King shook his head and said, "You should know very well that the will of a first-class evil spirit completely comes from our dark will. And the primordial evil spirit itself is an extremely greedy and evil energy. It has no will, and its only will is extreme greed, devouring everything. And this is absolutely the same as Naga. If the primordial evil spirit directly activates all the darkness and evil in your heart, then perhaps it will make Naga even darker and more evil. But it seems that it is completely impossible to make her obey our orders." Devil Queen said, "Then what should we do now?" The Demon King Wendian said, "Find my body in the human countries and completely revive me. Then, start the world extermination war." "As you command." Devil Queen bowed and said. The Demon King Wendian sighed, his voice incomparably distant. Queen Devil Queen hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Your Majesty, I can return this part of the evil spirit in my body to you." The Demon King Wendian shook his head and said, "Return? How do you want to return it? You have a normal body, and I am an energy life form. Once the evil spirit enters your body, it will never come out again. If it comes out, it will come out together with your heart, your Xian veins, your sea of qi, and your brain. It has already been deeply engraved in the deepest part of your life." Queen Devil Queen said, "In other words, if I want to break away from the evil spirit, I have to completely turn myself into an energy life form, right?" The Demon King Wendian glanced at Devil Queen, and then said, "Piao Ling, just this is not enough. The most important thing is that the will that has been completely fused with by the evil spirit is also willing to leave your body. So, are you willing to let the evil spirit leave your life?" Queen Devil Queen said, "If it is to return it to your Majesty Demon King, I am willing." "No, no, no." The Demon King Wendian said, "I believe that you are willing in your heart. But the will in the deepest part of your life is not willing. Because you and the evil spirit have already fused into one." Queen Devil Queen was silent for a moment and said, "But, without the evil spirit, even if I go and take the body that you have a contract with, you will resurrect in his body. That body will also not be able to bear your incomparably powerful energy, and your cultivation will be greatly reduced. Yes, not only will my cultivation be reduced, it will not even be 1/10 of what it is now." The Demon King Wendian sighed, "So, I need that Chaos Emperor armor even more. Under the transformation of the energy formation, it can wrap my energy and not scatter it. Is a high-level devil spirit enough?" Queen Devil Queen said, "There are only 83 devil spirits above the 15th rank. Because you previously had plans to possess Yongding Tian, the plan to hunt demon spirits was temporarily put on hold. However, we will send Dongli, Li Ming, Mu Dan, Wu Daozi, and other experts to the second dark realm to hunt the devil souls." The Demon King Wendian said, "All right. I have to hurry, I really can't wait to leave this darkness empire, I want to go to the human countries to take a look." Yongding Tian, this little fellow, was indeed impressive. He actually hit his trump card so deeply. He actually hit a Naga, who would have thought? The Devil Queen said, "I don't think we need to worry too much about this Naga for the time being, because she has already disappeared. Yongding Tian can't control her anymore." The Demon King Wendian said, "Then we have to hurry even more. Immediately send Dongli, Li Ming, Mu Dan, and the others to hunt enough devil souls. After my Primal Chaos Emperor armor is completed, we will immediately declare war on the human countries and launch an apocalyptic war. In short, we can't let Yongding Tian have enough time to find Naga. We must find that Naga before Yongding Tian does." Queen Devil Queen was silent for a moment, then said, "But that Naga is so powerful. Even if we find her, we can't do anything about it. We might even die at her hands." The Demon King Wendian said, "When the primordial evil spirit gradually seeps into her soul, she won't be controlled by us. However, at least she will become one of our kind, and even an ally. Because there are some things that Yongding Tian can't satisfy Naga, but we can. For example, endless life, endless energy." Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, "What should we do about Wu Yu and the Mermaid Queen Violets?" The Demon King Wendian said, "You can't kill the Mermaid Queen alone. After I completely revive, I can kill her. As for Wu Yu, you have to make a trip to Little Western Paradise and let Xianxia Wendian make a final attempt to redeem her. If she wants to completely stand on the opposite side of us, then I'm sorry. Queen Devil Queen bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Demon King Wendian said, "Good, then you can go now. Go to the human countries to find my contracted body and bring him back." "Do you know what to do?" Queen Devil Queen said, "This concubine knows." The Demon King Wendian said, "While you're at it, you can also bring those fox demons back to Little Western Paradise. They can more or less influence the strategy of the fox demons and cooperate with Xianxia." "Yes," Queen Devil Queen said. Then, she suddenly spread open her huge black wings and flew towards the void outside. She went to the human countries to steal the Demon King Wendian's contracted body. Leaving the Dark Empire with her were Princely Ming, Dongli, Mu Dan, Wu Daozi, and other half-saints, as well as many unbounded grandmasters and grade 2 evil spirits. These experts of evil ways were going to the second dark domain to hunt enough evil spirits to create the Chaos Emperor armor for the Demon King Wendian. There were also several hundred fox demons who took the opportunity to leave the Empire of Darkness and return to Little Western Paradise. In the end, Shura Vulture was summoned to the Celestial Palace in the Skirich Imperial capital. Her expression was full of uneasiness. Her father, Willingzi, was still imprisoned in the energy prison, receiving the lightning punishment to punish him for his cowardice in the previous battle. "Vulture, in the previous battle, you showed mercy to Yang Dingtian," the Demon King Wendian said. Slowly, Shura Vulture said with a trembling voice, "Your Majesty, Yang Dingtian was very weak at that time, and I was worried that he would be very useful to you, so I didn't hurt him." The Demon King Wendian said, "You love him very much, don't you?" Shura Vulture said, "You asked me to marry him. That night, he indeed left a very deep impression on you." The Demon King Wendian said, "But I know that this kind of love in your heart will become very dull with the passage of time, right? What you love the most is still the power that belongs to you, right?" Shura Vulture nodded and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Demon King Wendian said, "Very good. Then you should know who gave you everything you have. Your incomparably powerful cultivation, your unparalleled celestial spirit master summoning technique. Your unparalleled beauty and figure, everything you have was given by me, and I can take it back at any time." Shura Vulture was shocked, then immediately said, "Your Majesty, I have always obeyed your orders." The Demon King Wendian smiled and said, "Of course I know. Soon, I will declare war on the human countries, and the Legion of Doom will surge out. At that time you will become the supreme commander of this legion. Princely Ming, Princess Mudan, and young Master Dongli will all become your subordinates, as well as Willingzi and Wu Daozi. And after destroying the Council of Light Legion, the entire northern Zhongzhou, Greater Zhongzhou, and Zhongjing will all be conferred to you." Suddenly, Vulture felt that her breathing was not smooth. Zhongjing, the most prosperous city in the world, northern Zhongzhou, Greater Zhongzhou, was the essence of this world. If she became the master of this land, she would be the supreme empress. Suddenly, she felt that her delicate body began to heat up and tremble. The Demon King Wendian said, "Moreover, as I said before, you will marry the new Demon King, so you will become the first demon concubine. I will be completely resurrected soon and have a human body. At that time, you will become my true first demon concubine. Are you willing?" Vulture felt a chill in her heart, and a wave of disgust surged in her heart. She loved power and authority, but, for men, she really only wanted Yang Dingtian. However, she did not dare to reveal this thought, and only bowed ambiguously. "Vulture thanks Your Majesty." "And your father?" The Demon King Wendian said, "Originally, he was bound to die, but after all, he is your father, so you can release him at any time. After all, you are also half the mistress of the entire Empire of Darkness." Shura Vulture gritted her teeth and said, "Such a useless man, let him be imprisoned for a few more days, let him be tortured for a few more days." Suddenly, the Demon King Wendian was stunned at first, then he smiled. This Shura Vulture was indeed harsh and ungrateful. If she treated her own father like this, what about others? For a woman like her, only power and influence were eternal. Of course, he did not know that. For a woman like Shura Vulture, there was another problem, and that was that she pursued her own happiness and satisfaction. Although she looked incomparably respectful and flattering, she had been standing while talking to him, and had never knelt down. Wu Yu left, and only Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen were left. I will accompany you to the Mermaid Empire, Yang Dingtian said. No, it is not easy for me to come out and see the scenery of the human world. I will play for at least half a month before going back, the Mermaid Queen Violet said. Yang Dingtian, but, during this time, the Empire of Darkness may attack your Mermaid Empire, aren't you worried? I am worried, the Mermaid Queen said, but, I want to play outside for a while more. Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. He understood that the Mermaid Queen did not even cherish her own life, let alone the lives of the Mermaid Empire. Okay, Yang Dingtian, I will bring you back to my home to see my wife and children. Then, we will look for Naga Shuang. Okay, the Mermaid Queen said. Then, Yang Dingtian brought the Mermaid Queen and flew quickly towards Cloud Sky City. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian landed in the valley of Cloud Heaven City while feeling extremely pleasantly surprised. As for Mistress, Yan Yan, and the others, they left the prayer room. They could finally put their hands on their hearts at ease. They had lost count of how many times this had happened. Every time Yang Dingtian left home, Yan Yan and the rest would start praying. Their hearts would be tightly squeezed together, afraid that he would not come back. And every time Yang Dingtian came back, it was like a festival. This time, although the experience was very dangerous, it was still okay for Yan Yan. Yang Dingtian had only left home for a few months. They did not know that this was the most dangerous time for Yang Dingtian. At this time, the Devil Queen, Prince Li Ming, and the rest also began to separate. Dong Li, Li Ming, Mu Dan, and the rest would go to the Dark Realm to hunt demon souls. As for the Devil Queen's undead concubine, she was going to steal the contracted body of Devil King Wen Tian. In the night, she flew towards the west. Yang Dingtian immediately rushed out of the castle as if he was facing a great enemy. Then, he saw the Queen Devil Queen with her huge wings open. She covered the two moons and came from the east. Wherever she passed, the ground was covered by a black shadow. Yang Dingtian's mind locked onto the Emperor Grade Soul Sword and stared at the Queen Devil Queen in the air. However, he didn't know why she came this time. And the Mermaid Queen Violets also flew to Yang Dingtian's side and stared coldly at the Queen Devil Queen in the air. Behind her, a huge jade coffin attracted Yang Dingtian's attention. Soon enough, the Devil Empress' dead concubine flew over the Cloud Heaven City and looked down at Yang Dingtian and the entire Cloud Heaven City. She smiled contemptuously and didn't stop or say anything. She continued to head west. Her black shadow kept flying towards the west and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Just as Yang Dingtian heaved a sigh of relief, whooshing sounds could be heard as hundreds of light figures flew over from the sky. Each figure was like a meteor. They were the experts of the Demon Fox clan led by Yao Ming. They were returning to Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian said to Dongfang Minmi, Master, continue to discuss the evacuation. Decide on all the work and distribute it. As for how many troops to invest in this war zone and how to distribute the defense areas, your commander will discuss it first and then hand over the results to me. Yes, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, although there's definitely not enough time, let the warlock team study what kind of crystal can deal the greatest damage to half-body and half-energy creatures. In my memory, some demon beasts are half-body and half-energy creatures. Yes, Dongfang Minmi said. Then, Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen flew into the air and began to summon Yaoli and Bolu. The four of them followed behind the Devil Queen and flew to the Forbidden Continent's sea region. At this moment, Yan Yan flew over on the Demon Vulture King Izao. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Yan Yan would never look for him at a critical moment, let alone affect his official business. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked softly. Yan Yan came to Yang Dingtian's side and said softly, Husband, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel my heart palpitating. Yang Dingtian gently rubbed her chest and said, Don't worry, a great devil flew over our heads just now. Did you wake Yanner up? Yan Yan shook her head and said, No, she slept with Mother today. Not only me, Mother also felt her heart palpitate and woke up. Yang Dingtian gently hugged her slowed body and stroked her back. Baby, what do you want me to do? Yan Yan said, Mother had a nightmare and said that she was very worried about Father. Why don't you take me to see father? Shimin Wuyao was completely frozen tens of thousands of meters below Cloud Sky City. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had set up a very, very powerful energy formation in the place where he was frozen. Alright, I'll accompany you to take a look. Yang Dingtian said. Yan Yan looked at the mermaid queen, Yao Li, and Bolu who were about to set off. She immediately said embarrassedly, "Husband, did I delay your important matters?" Yang Dingtian said, "You are my most important matter." Then, he turned to the mermaid queen and said, "Wait a moment, I'll be there in a while." Then, Yang Dingtian brought Yan Yan into the depths of Cloud Sky City's underground cave. "Baby, what did mother-in-law say?" Yang Dingtian asked. Yan Yan said, "Mother suddenly had a nightmare. She said that father kept saying to save him, save him." Yang Dingtian's mind suddenly recalled the jade coffin behind the Queen Devil Queen and his heart suddenly palpitated. Soon, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan arrived at the cave tens of thousands of meters underground. After opening the stone door that was dozens of feet thick, Yang Dingtian and Yan Yan entered Shimin Wuya's room. This place was filled with powerful energy-killing arrays. It had used over 1 million gene of all kinds of crystals and countless demon cores to create them. It could be said that even a half-step saint expert would not be able to withstand the damage of the energy array. Even a saint expert would not be able to enter silently. It would cause a huge commotion. After entering, Yang Dingtian had to use complicated methods to break the energy-killing arrays. At this moment, Yan Yan turned her body and did not look at the process of Yang Dingtian breaking the energy array. "Silly girl." Yang Dingtian could not help but pat her lightly. Yan Yan was very, very careful in this aspect. Ever since Yang Dingtian became the Lord of Cloud Sky City, she had never interfered in any official matters. The only identity she had was Yang Dingtian's wife. She was not the wife of the Lord of Cloud Sky City, nor was she the wife of the Honorable Speaker or the wife of the Tiando League's leader. After a full 15 minutes, Yang Dingtian used hundreds of steps and finally completely removed the energy-killing arrays. Then, he slowly opened a huge crystal door. Instantly, the extremely cold unfreezing water inside was revealed. Inside, there were more than tens of thousands of gene of unfreezing water. In the center of the unfreezing water was a piece of 10,000-year-old cold jade. Shimin Wuya's body was sealed in this 10,000-year-old cold jade. At this moment, the cold jade was still vivid and lifelike through the unfreezing water. Shimin Wuya still looked as majestic and heroic as ever. Furthermore, his soul sword was still in his hand. "Look, Daddy is here," Yang Dingtian said gently. Yan Yan clutched her chest and heaved a sigh of relief. Then, she said, "It's my fault for making you go through so much trouble." "Silly girl." Yang Dingtian said gently and kissed her little mouth. "Alright, hurry up and restore everything, then go and do your things." Yan Yan said gently. "I've already delayed you for a long time." Yang Dingtian hugged her tightly, placed his hand on her fleshy waist, and gently pinched it. "How could that be? Moreover, I want to eat you right here, right now. Just now, I swallowed everything in one go and didn't eat carefully. You're going to die. Daddy is beside you." Yan Yan's face instantly turned red and she could not help but hit him. Then, Yang Dingtian spent another 15 minutes to restore the energy array's mechanisms one by one. After completely sealing the entire room, he brought Yan Yan back to the ground. Then, Yang Dingtian, Mermaid Queen, Yao Li, and Bolu flew towards the Forbidden Continent's sea area. At this time, the sky was just about to brighten. Yang Dingtian's children were still sleeping soundly. Queen Devil Queen and the Demon Fox experts did not fly fast. Although they were delayed for more than half an hour, Yang Dingtian still caught up with them. At noon the next day, everyone arrived at the Forbidden Continent's sea area, and the Netherworld seas where you had long been waiting here. She looked at Queen Devil Queen and hundreds of Demon Fox experts and slowly said, "The Demon Fox race can enter, but others can't. Since when did this skull hall become your private property?" The Infernal Queen, Dead Princess, asked calmly. "Well, you said, my Netherworld Sea is in charge of the door to the human kingdom. Evil ways have long acknowledged this." Queen Devil Queen sneered and said, "That was then and this is now." Well, you did not waste time and directly pulled out her sword and said, "Although I most likely won't participate in the battle between Evil Ways and Yang Dingtian. But I promised to guard the door to the human kingdom, so I still have to do it." Then, Yang Dingtian and Mermaid Queen Violets also flew up and formed a triangular formation with Wu Yu, 2 saints, 1 half-saint. Wu Yu said to the demon foxes, "What are you still waiting for? Do you also want to draw your sword and fight?" Yao Ming looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time. In his heart, he wished he could tear Yang Dingtian into pieces. However, the Naga behind Yang Dingtian had really shocked him. And after calming down, he still had lingering fears about the strength of the Empire of Darkness. Perhaps, the best way for the demon fox race to not interfere in this battle between good and evil in the human kingdom was not to interfere. "Let's go." The Jinla clan Xiao Ming ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh. He led hundreds of demon fox experts into the head hall and returned to the little western paradise. From the beginning to the end, he did not look at Yao Li, even though she was his sister. Suddenly, in the sky above the Forbidden Continent, only Yang Dingtian, Mermaid Queen, Yao Li, Bolu, Wu Yu, and Queen Devil Queen were left. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's side had 2 saint class, 1 half-saint, and 2 half-saints that were close to being half-saints. Suddenly, he could not help but look at the Mermaid Queen with a questioning gaze. "Yang Dingtian, I'm surrounded. This is a rare opportunity. If you want to capture me and take my wand, then the Legion of Doom will be forever sealed in the Empire of Darkness, right?" The Queen Devil Queen said. Yang Dingtian nodded without hesitation. "Alright, let's try," the Queen Devil Queen said with a smile. The Mermaid Queen shook her head, and Wu Yu also lowered his gaze. The 2 saints expressed that they could not do it. Because the Queen Devil Queen had the primordial evil spirit in her body, they could not kill her. Since they could not kill her, they could not capture her. "Alright, since you don't want me to go to the little western paradise, then I won't go." The Queen Devil Queen smiled and said, "Yang Dingtian, are you going to fight or not? If not, I'm leaving." "Please," Yang Dingtian said. The Queen Devil Queen smiled charmingly, then continued to carry the jade coffin and flew towards the east. Yang Dingtian bowed to Wu Yu and said, "Sect Master Wu Yu, thank you." Wu Yu smiled and said, "You are the male lead of this story, so perform well. Don't make me fall in love with someone else." Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "I'll try my best." Wu Yu continued, "Don't do meaningless things. Seize this point and find Naga. Everything will be a victory. If you can't find Naga, no matter how hard you work, it will be useless. The human countries will be destroyed. You can't stop it." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "I know, Sect Master Wu Yu." "Then go." Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian said to Yao Li and Bolu, "I'll have to trouble the 2 of you to follow Sect Master Wu Yu and guard the gate of the human countries. If there is anything important, report back to the Council of Light." "Alright," Yao Li said. "Yes." Bolu bowed. Then, Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen continued to follow the Queen Devil Queen's trail and flew east. As long as the Queen Devil Queen appears in the human countries, he must keep an eye on her. In particular, he had to prevent her from doing anything to Cloud Sky City. After Yang Dingtian flew away, Yao Li could not hold it in any longer and looked at Wu Yu with a puzzled gaze. Regarding Wu Yu, regardless of whether it was Yao Li or Bo Lu, they had long heard of his great name, the only mixed-blood descendant of the Silent Clan. The daughter of the Wu Yu was very famous in Little Western Paradise. Her status was also very high. She was the dream lover of countless people. Practically all of the 9 great tribes' clan chiefs wanted to marry Wu Yu, including Yao Li's father and Jia's father. Therefore, Yao Li's gaze when looking at Wu Yu was somewhat idolizing. Wu Yu's position should be the powerful and upgraded version of Jia. It was really strange. Why would she stand on Yang Dingtian's side? Wu Yu smiled and said, "You're very curious why I'm helping Yang Dingtian, right?" Yao Li nodded. Wu Yu said, "He slept with me, so I'm standing on his side." Yao Li suddenly exclaimed in disbelief. "Really?" Yao Li asked. Really? Wu Yu nodded very seriously. Immediately, Yao Li gasped in amazement, shocked like a celestial being. Then, she finally could not help but say, His Excellency Yang Dingtian's leadership temperament is indeed convincing, but in terms of pure manly charm, he's just alright. He can't compare to Yao Qi, right? Wu Yu asked with a smile. Although Yao Li was embarrassed, she still nodded and admitted it. Wu Yu said, Yao Li, men are different from men. Women are still women, and they are different. Yao Li nodded as if she understood. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen had been monitoring the Queen Devil Queen, preventing her from doing anything that would harm the human countries and monitoring her every move, especially when she flew over the sky above Cloud Heaven City. Yang Dingtian's heart was in his throat as he was afraid that she would do something. Because the jade coffin behind her was really too scary, however, the Queen Devil Queen still did not do anything. When she flew over Cloud Sky City, she still let out a slightly mocking smile. Then, she continued to fly towards the west. Finally, she flew to the sky above Sky Demon City, then went into the Demon City's merchant palace and went underground, returning to the Empire of Darkness. It was as if she came out of the Empire of Darkness to send the demonic fox experts back to Little Western Paradise. Although Yang Dingtian's heart was still filled with doubts, he still left Sky Demon City and returned to Cloud Sky City. After returning to Cloud Sky City, what Yang Dingtian did was to sign countless documents. All of these documents were about the large-scale evacuation of the people to the south and the clearing of the battlefield. Also, more than 10 million troops were to gather, change the defense, and enter the battlefield in advance. Also, the entire human countries entered a second level of combat readiness. These orders of the highest level, once Yang Dingtian signed them, would immediately take effect. Suddenly, the largest war machine in history, the political machine, all began to operate. The entire world would completely change color. After signing countless documents, Yang Dingtian could not stay any longer. Next, he had to do two things. The first was to find Naga Shuang. The second was to bring out the tens of millions of sea race troops of the Mermaid Empire and enter the human country's sea region to set up defenses. These two things were very important, but they could not be done at the same time. At this moment, Queen Poisa suddenly said, Little Tian, I want to revive and then go find Shuang. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Queen Poisa actually took the initiative to say that she wanted to revive. Queen Poisa is relatively lazy, so she is not very anxious about resurrection, but now she actually took the initiative to mention it. In the Empire of Darkness, after Shuang devoured the evil spirit and completely transformed, I felt as if I had changed a lot. Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian was stunned and asked with concern, Is it a good change or a bad change? Queen Poisa said, I don't know. Before Shuang became a Naga, but she didn't completely transform. Every day, my cultivation is declining, and every day I become weaker and weaker. It was as if she had been devouring my energy, so even though we were thousands of miles apart, I could still feel her every day. What about now? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Poisa said, Now, this energy connection seems to be broken. Broken? Yang Dingtian, you can't feel Shuang's existence? Queen Poisa nodded and said with a little sadness, Of course, in fact, many Naga are like this. As long as it is a sea snake or a mermaid, the Naga born from the seed of a human will one day completely cut off all relations with their mother. Because they are the high and mighty Naga, they can't have anything to do with the mermaid clan and the sea snake clan. Even if we are their mother, we can't. Yang Dingtian was not surprised by this. After the Naga Empire dominated the whole world, they wiped out almost all the advanced marine civilizations, leaving only the Sea Snake clan and the Mermaid clan. Because this was their mother's clan. But at the last moment, they still did not show mercy and wiped out the Mermaid clan and the Sea Snake clan. Yang Dingtian, Xianxia, you want to resurrect to find Shuang, right? Du Guoxuang nodded and said, Yes. You've already reached the most dangerous point. I can't hide in your mind and enjoy my leisure any longer. Moreover, although Shuang is Naga, she is also my daughter. I want to find her. I don't want to have irreversible consequences. Yang Dingtian thought for a while, then said, Okay, since you have decided, then let's revive. But Xianxia, after you revive, do you plan to go to the Naga Empire? Once Hai Xian finds you, she will definitely kill you. Moreover, the Naga Empire has completely changed. Queen Poisa said, I don't think so. Finding Xianxia is the most important thing for us right now. Since the decision had been made, there was no time to lose. Yang Dingtian immediately packed everything and flew towards the Li Water Villa with the Mermaid Queen Violets. When they arrived at the Li Water Villa, Yang Dingtian discovered a very, very serious problem. He couldn't go into the water. He couldn't go to the bottom of the lake and pull Poisa's body up, because Naga Xianxia is no longer by his side. When Yang Dingtian sank Queen Poisa's body to the bottom of the lake and placed it beside the 10,000-year-old phantom spirit demon mother, he never thought that one day Naga Xianxia would leave his side. Yang Dingtian can only dive to the bottom of the lake when he is beside Naga. The ice energy of the phantom spirit demon mother is too terrifying. Even if he is a half-sage expert, he can't reach the bottom. Because in the end, even the Xian meridians, Qi, and even divine sense will be completely frozen. No matter how much heat Yang Dingtian releases, it is useless. It will all be swallowed by the phantom spirit demon mother. This is really troublesome. At that time, he was worried that Queen Xianxia would come and steal it, so he placed it in the safest place. That's right, even if Xianxia knows where it is, she can't take it away. But now, Yang Dingtian can't fish it out. Yang Dingtian still clenches his teeth and gives it a try. This phantom spirit demon mother is still so timid. The moment Yang Dingtian enters the water, he immediately freezes completely. The entire huge lake instantly turns into a block of ice. When the mermaid queen on the shore sees this, she can't help but click her tongue in wonder. Yang Dingtian releases the Xian flame and dives down continuously. Tens of meters, hundreds of meters, thousands of meters. Compared to the last time, it is a lot more awesome. But it ends here. Just as he dives halfway to the bottom of the lake, Yang Dingtian already feels that he has lost control of his body. The heat of the Xian flame that he releases is also instantly swallowed up cleanly. It is useless. Immediately after, his entire nerves and consciousness start to become numb. It is simply impossible to dive any deeper. If he dives any deeper, he will basically never wake up again. Of course, don't blame humans for being too useless. The phantom spirit demon mother has been swallowing for tens of thousands of years, or even tens of thousands of years. Moreover, she is absolutely single-minded. She is only responsible for swallowing the ice energy. Such a small and beautiful jellyfish directly nourishes hundreds of miles of land. As a result, the barren land becomes an oasis. Yang Dingtian hurriedly rushes up and out of the ice surface. Just as he leaves the ice surface, the entire lake melts instantly, turning into a slightly rippling, clear lake water. The mermaid queen says in surprise, "What is under the lake? Is it very magical?" A phantom spirit demon mother. Yang Dingtian's gaze falls on the mermaid queen's beautiful and enchanting body and face. Eh? If a half-saint can't dive to the bottom of the lake, then can a saint? Immediately, Yang Dingtian says, the temperature of the lake is too shocking. I can only dive halfway. Your cultivation is much higher than mine. Can you help me to get something from the bottom of the lake? No. The mermaid queen is very straightforward and directly rejects. Yang Dingtian is stunned and says, why not? The mermaid queen says, first, you and I are only allies. I am not your subordinate. Second, you have a good life, but I am not your wife, so there is no need for me to obey your orders. Yang Dingtian says, but as friends, we should help each other. The mermaid queen says, you have 9 Yang Xian meridians and a heaven and earth Xian flame. So although your cultivation is much lower than mine, your resistance to the cold is not much lower than mine. The phantom spirit demon mother is tens of thousands of years old. Not only is the temperature terrible, but also the fatal ice energy. This has nothing to do with temperature. I am a woman and cannot be exposed to the cold. Yang Dingtian is shocked again. The mermaid queen clutches her stomach and says, although I have never thought of having a child, what if I want to? A woman's palace will be affected after being exposed to the cold. Alright. Yang Dingtian is convinced. He can't help but glance at the mermaid queen, imagining her pregnant appearance. What, you really want me to have a child? The mermaid queen says. Yang Dingtian immediately averts his gaze, resolutely not replying. Then, he starts to rack his brain, thinking of how to fish up Queen Poise's body. But, there is nothing he can do. Even a saint is not willing to sneak near the phantom spirit demon mother. It seems that only the Naga is not afraid of the phantom spirit demon mother's ice energy. Yang Dingtian is trapped in a cocoon of his own making. Suddenly, the mermaid queen says, "What do you want to fish from the bottom of the lake?" Yang Dingtian, "A body, a Naga queen's body." The mermaid queen says, "Yang Dingtian, I don't think you are this stupid usually. Why are you suddenly so stupid today? You are afraid of the phantom spirit demon mother's ice energy, but is your soul sword afraid?" Yang Dingtian is surprised and says, "It should not be afraid." The mermaid queen says, "Under the lowest temperature, will your soul sword crack?" Yang Dingtian replied, "That will definitely not happen." The mermaid queen says, "Then what are you waiting for? Directly control the soul sword to enter the water and fish her out." Yang Dingtian slaps his head, realizing that he is really stupid. Why didn't he think of the soul sword? Then, he directly uses his consciousness to control the soul sword. Swoosh. The soul sword close to the Emperor grade suddenly shot out from the space ring, directly drilling into the lake. The phantom spirit demon mother feels the intruder and immediately spits out countless ice energy again. In an instant, the entire lake is completely frozen. The soul sword close to the Emperor grade continuously activates the ice and continuously dives underground. At first, it is very easy, but then it slows down slightly. It is not because the soul sword is afraid of low temperature. In fact, even the lowest temperature is unable to harm the soul sword. It is because, the lower the temperature, the harder the ice. The soul sword can only use pure physical methods to dig through the ice and drill to the bottom of the lake, so its speed is slightly slower, but it is still very easy. Yang Dingtian, if I didn't guess wrongly, in the Empire of Darkness, this soul sword of yours once slashed out an incomparably shocking amount of energy, and even let out a huge roar of the Naga royalty. In that instant, the attack was even more powerful than the Naga Dugu Shuang, right? The mermaid queen says. Yang Dingtian nodded and says, "I once came into contact with the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty. There was once a powerful spiritual energy that surged out from the demon nucleus, and now it is in my soul sword. But it is very strange, when I injected the Xian vein essence into the soul sword, it did not have any reaction. Instead, my sword Soul Acho has always been in charge of the soul sword. Until in the Empire of Darkness, when I heard the cries of the Naga Dugu Shuang, it seemed to have resonated with the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty, and it directly released a heaven-defying attack." The mermaid queen says, "Then now, can you still feel its existence?" "I can't feel it at all." Yang Dingtian says, "It is as if it does not exist at all. And that kind of heaven-defying attack has never appeared a second time." The mermaid queen sighed and says, "Sigh, what a pity. If you can summon such a powerful sword soul frequently, then there is no need for Naga Dugu to be alone. Then there's no need for Naga Dugu Ashwang. Just the sword soul is enough to destroy the world-destroying army." Yang Dingtian sighs and says, "Who said it isn't? But I think that the remaining energy of a demon nucleus of the Naga royalty should be very limited, and it should not be able to attack so many times." The mermaid queen says, "Right, where is the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty?" Yang Dingtian says, "In the Netherworld Sea, with Sect Master Wu Yu. Go and ask her for it." The mermaid queen says, "Anyway, you have already done it. Even if you are not husband and wife, you are still lovers." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart is moved. Yang Dingtian had indeed thought about asking Wu Yu for the Naga royalty demon core. It was very obvious that the energy of the Naga royalty demon core was far beyond the energy of the Millennium L. However, there was also a problem. Once the Naga royalty demon core was embedded in the soul sword, would Yang Dingtian still be able to control the soul sword? This was because in the Empire of Darkness, the fatal blow of the Naga royalty sword spirit was indeed not controlled by him. It was completely summoned by the Naga Shuang's sorrowful cry. Moreover, Yang Dingtian was very curious about one thing. In the Empire of Darkness, the energy of the Naga royalty sword spirit's fatal blow could be said to have far exceeded the limit of the Millennium L's demon core. Although it was only a single blow, it had directly killed thousands of dark dragons and dark demonic dragons, it could be said that the energy of this soul sword was hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times greater than the maximum energy of Yang Dingtian's soul sword. Therefore, this energy definitely did not come from the Millennium L's demon core, but from the Naga royalty spiritual power itself. However, this Naga royalty spiritual power had once stayed in Yang Dingtian's mind. According to the principle of energy, a large enough energy must be placed in a large enough container. At that time, Yang Dingtian was so weak. How could such a powerful energy of the Naga royalty be stored in his body? Therefore, Yang Dingtian still could not understand the fatal blow of the Naga royalty sword spirit. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian voiced his doubts. The spiritual power of the Naga royalty once stayed in my body for a short period of time. This doesn't make sense. How could such a large amount of energy be stored in my body? Yang Dingtian asked. The mermaid queen glanced at Yang Dingtian and suddenly revealed a disdainful smile. Then, she said, when the amount of energy reaches a certain level, it can't be described with common sense. Let me ask you, which part of your body does the spiritual power of the Naga royalty reside in? Of course it's the brain, Yang Dingtian said. The mermaid queen said, then do you know how big your brain is? How many things can it hold? This problem of hers was unsolvable even on Earth. There were more than 100 billion known neurons in the human brain. According to the known brain region, it could hold at least 10 to the power of 9,000. This was already hundreds of millions of times the size of the largest computer in the world. Thus, Yang Dingtian said, the human brain is an absolute unknown. If its capacity can be estimated, it should be larger than the entire chaos world. The mermaid queen was stunned. You're not stupid. Yang Dingtian, of course, in fact, we have another understanding of big and small. For example, a drop of water should be small enough. When it hit a human body, the energy was almost negligible. However, it was made up of countless atoms. Once these atoms collide and fuse, the energy generated from a drop of water is enough to destroy a house. The mermaid queen looked at him deeply and said, You really aren't stupid. Did you know? Back then, Wendian used this kind of knowledge that I was completely unaware of to attract me. Instantly, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but frown. Jealous? The mermaid queen smiled. Don't tell me you think that after we slept together, I would become your woman? Ignoring her, Yang Dingtian continued, I understand what you mean. My brain is very, very big. Thus, the Naga royalty's spiritual energy is more than enough to fill my brain. However, it has an extremely powerful energy conversion method. It can convert spiritual energy and information energy into a type of offensive energy. Just like in our world, we can use the most ordinary water to extract certain atoms and transform them into the most powerful weapons in the history of our world. Since water can be converted into destructive energy, then Naga can also convert information energy into offensive energy, right? The mermaid queen looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time before saying, You really aren't stupid. Yang Dingtian said, Now I somewhat understand how the Naga became as powerful as a demigod. Because after they cultivate to a certain level, their understanding of energy is completely different from ours. Their usage of energy is also completely different. The mermaid queen looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time before sighing. No, you still overestimate the Naga. In the Naga Empire, the research on spiritual energy is still a minority. Its progress is too slow. The mainstream of the Naga Empire is still directly devouring all energy. The Naga royalty in your soul sword might be a minority in the Naga Empire. Yang Dingtian thought for a long time before confirming the mermaid queen's words. Regarding this point, he had a deeper feeling. Because in New Naga, all the Naga empires were working hard to break through their spiritual energy. And until now, they had been working hard for tens of thousands of years. Then, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly trembled. He realized that the Naga royalty in his soul sword released a fatal blow that was completely epoch-making. Did this mean that he had solved the problem that New Naga had not solved for 10,000 years? If that was the case, then it would be too great. This meant that the demigod race, the Naga Empire, had achieved a breakthrough in energy. This kind of breakthrough could even directly change the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian said, Is there no example of spiritual energy breakthrough in the Naga Empire before? The Mermaid Queen said, "There is, the Medusa Empress is. She can directly petrify all life with her gaze. This is an incomparably powerful spiritual energy transformed into actual offensive energy. Of course, the Naga Empire has not figured out why she can do this. Medusa's petrification ability seems to be an innate talent." Yang Dingtian said, "Medusa's spiritual energy attack and the Naga royalty's spiritual energy transformation into offensive energy are absolutely different. The Medusa Empress's gaze attack only causes a qualitative change in the creatures themselves, turning them into stone. But this is not a direct energy attack, but the Naga royalty in my soul sword is completely spiritual information energy that directly transforms into offensive energy." The Mermaid Queen was silent for a moment, then said, "Yes, you are right. So, everything that happened that day was greater than we imagined, more epic-making, and even changed the entire world. This means that Naga has officially walked the path of spiritual energy, which means that they may enter a new civilization." Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a slight sense of suffocation. This feeling was as if he had just touched the divine realm, and this realm was even more profound than the divine realm. Or perhaps, this was a part of the divine realm itself, and was its highest level. This was a very mysterious feeling. Such an important matter, Yang Dingtian actually only thought it through today. If the Mermaid Queen did not ask Yang Dingtian to ask Wu Yu for the Naga royalty demon core, he would not have thought of this matter. In this way, the identity of the Naga royalty in the soul sword became very, very unusual. It could be seen that he had already started researching spiritual energy before the Great Nirvana. Obviously, he should also be dead. But he left behind a demon core, and then injected his spiritual energy into the demon core in an attempt to continue his research on spiritual energy. Then, 10,000 years after the Great Nirvana, his research seemed to have produced results. Then, who could this Naga royalty be? Yang Dingtian discovered that the demon core of the Naga royalty and the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty were far more important and mysterious than he had imagined. So much so that Yang Dingtian faintly felt. Could this Naga royalty be the real key to saving the world in the future, if he could truly control this energy? Then Yang Dingtian had the confidence to fight against the god of primal chaos. That's right, fight against the god of primal chaos. Wentian's method would not work because he was still playing the game under the framework of the god of primal chaos. This was like China using USD to fight an economic war with America. It was impossible to win. Because USD was made by America, if one wanted to fight against the god of primal chaos, or even defeat him, one had to jump out of the framework of the god of primal chaos and jump out of the rules of the game. Only by standing on the same level as him, could one defeat him. Just when Yang Dingtian was incomparably shocked, the soul sword had already drilled into the bottom of the lake. Then, it easily lifted the energy jade coffin containing Queen Poisa's body and quickly rose up. A few minutes later. Bang! The ice on the surface of the lake suddenly shattered. The soul sword lifted the energy jade coffin and directly flew out of the lake. After sensing that the intruder had left, the phantom spirit Demona swallowed all the ice energy back. Thus, the entire lake instantly melted and turned into a lake as clear as a mirror. Yang Dingtian flew over, carried the energy jade coffin and slowly placed it on the ground. Opening the energy jade coffin, Queen Poisa was revealed. She was still vivid and lifelike, still so beautiful that it was suffocating. In fact, her body looked even healthier than when she was faking her death. In fact, her entire body was rippling with a kind of energy aura. Yang Dingtian realized that Poisa had become even more beautiful. Originally, her beauty was only on the same level as Xianxia. Now, it seemed like she had overshadowed Xianxia and was faintly on the same level as the Mermaid Queen. That's right, Queen Poisa was right. She had indeed undergone some changes. After the Naga Shuang had completely transformed, she had also undergone some changes. Indeed, she's extremely beautiful. The Mermaid Queen sneered. I didn't expect that there would be a woman in this world who could compare to me, Nihility Piao Ling and Queen Devil Queen. Then, the Mermaid Queen asked, Yang Dingtian, who is she? Yang Dingtian said, she is the mother of the Nagaduga Shuang. When the Mermaid Queen heard this, her body trembled and she immediately put away all the disrespect in her heart. First of all, the mermaid race and the sea serpent race were originally equal. Secondly, the mermaid race and the sea serpent race that were prepared to give birth to Naga had a higher status. And the mermaid race and the sea serpent race that had given birth to Naga had a higher status. In the underwater civilization, they were second only to Naga. Therefore, in terms of the strict hierarchy of the underwater civilization, Queen Poisa's status had already surpassed the mermaid Queen Violet's. You want to resurrect her? The mermaid queen said. If it's to control Naga, it's useless. Because according to the laws of the Naga Empire, Naga must never have anything to do with their mermaid mother or sea serpent mother. They must never even see them. Once the mermaid mother or sea serpent mother takes the initiative to meet their Naga children, they will be executed. Yang Dingtian said, "No, we are not in the Naga Empire. I'm resurrecting her only because she wants to be resurrected." Then, Yang Dingtian said, "Violets, help me protect her. I'm going to resurrect her." Okay. The mermaid queen said seriously, and then disappeared into thin air. Instantly, everything within 100 miles was enveloped by her energy. It could be said that not even a fly could fly in now. No one in this world could interfere with Yang Dingtian's resurrection of Poisa. Resurrecting Queen Poisa was much easier than resurrecting Dongfang Minmi, because she had her own body, and she was not really dead. It was just that the energy in her body had completely solidified. Even her sea of qi was still intact, it was just that it had stopped rotating. Of course, there were still risks. Because Queen Poisa's soul could not leave Yang Dingtian's brain on its own. It had to be guided out by Yang Dingtian using the soul assimilation art. That's right, unless one became the owner of this brain, it was impossible to leave after entering it. Just like what Yang Dingtian said, a human's brain was bigger than the entire chaotic world, it was even like the universe. And a soul that was lodging for the night was in this world. To use the power of one's soul to leave this world was like a human using his jumping ability to jump out of the earth. It was completely impossible. He had to use external forces. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged and slowly entered meditation. Then, he used his consciousness to search for Queen Poisa's soul in his own brain. This was very simple because Queen Poisa's soul was complete and would take the initiative to communicate with Yang Dingtian. Almost instantly, Yang Dingtian arrived at the top of a viper tower. Outside the door of Queen Poisa's bedroom was the place where Yang Dingtian and Queen Poisa had met. He pushed open the door. Inside was a gorgeous room with a soft and gorgeous bed. The peerlessly beautiful Queen Poisa was lying lazily on top of it. She smiled and looked at Yang Dingtian charmingly. Her devil-like body was like the rise and fall of a mountain, releasing a magic charm. In Yang Dingtian's mind, she had always lived here. This was the place where she had faked her death. Yang Dingtian was speechless, then said, "Let's go, I'll take you out." Queen Poisa said, "There's no rush. Let's get intimate first before we go out." Then, her beautiful eyes revealed an incomparably seductive light. Even though Queen Poisa's seductive posture made Yang Dingtian a little restless, Yang Dingtian still said helplessly, "All right, stop fooling around. Time is of the essence." Queen Poisa changed her posture and lifted her chin. "All right then, I'll stay still and let you do whatever you want." Then, she used her elbows to support herself on the bed. Her beautiful upper body was slightly propped up, making the curves of her body even more soul-stirring. She put on a seductive look, ready to be plucked by anyone. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "Xianxia, completely relax your defenses and let yourself fall into a deep sleep." Queen Poisa said, then slowly closed her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she fell into a deep sleep. Yang Dingtian summoned the million-spirit demon flame, which was made up of billions of vengeful spirits. This pale and beautiful flame lit up in Yang Dingtian's palm. Yang Dingtian blew gently, and the flame turned into countless vengeful spirits and flew towards Queen Poisa. In an instant, the venomous queen's body was completely enveloped by the million-spirit demonic fire. The venomous queen appeared even more beautiful and alluring in the light of the fire. Yang Dingtian started to use the soul-assimilating art, and he started to chant a mysterious spell. Suddenly, the bedroom was filled with ghostly wails and howls, and the shadows were distorted. It was like hell. Yang Dingtian started to absorb Queen Poisa's soul from his brain. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Suddenly, Queen Poisa's body turned into rays of light and was sucked into Yang Dingtian's palm. Queen Poisa's body on the bed became fainter and fainter, until only a thin layer of shadow was left, swoosh swoosh. In the end, even the thin layer of shadow disappeared and was completely absorbed into Yang Dingtian's palm. Queen Poise's soul was enveloped by the million-spirit demon flame and turned into a small flame, burning in Yang Dingtian's palm. This process was supposed to be extremely painful. The person's soul would be sucked away and separated from their brain. The person whose soul was sucked away would scream in pain and be distorted. However, because Queen Poise's soul was completely enveloped by the million-spirit demon flame, she was not hurt during the entire process. Queen Poise's body could still be seen in the center of the flame, and she was still sleeping soundly inside. This whole process required absolute trust, of course. The venomous queen needed to lower her guard, or she would definitely fail, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Without a doubt, Queen Poise had absolute trust in Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian revived his master, he did the same thing. At that time, he asked Wu Lingzi for help but was rejected. He had no choice but to risk his life and take an unprecedented risk. He used the million-spirit demon flame to envelop the soul and used the soul assimilation art to extract the soul. In the huge meditation world, he searched for his master's broken soul. And so on and so forth. At that time, every segment was a narrow escape. However, Yang Dingtian's huge risk was a success. He revived his master and touched the door of the divine realm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was not smart most of the time. However, at the crucial moment, he was decisive, bold, and wise, but this time, resurrecting Poison Sha would be a piece of cake. There was no risk. After extracting Queen Poise's soul, the next step was to cross over from the spiritual world to the real world. Yang Dingtian woke him up. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and woke up. He opened his right hand. Sure enough, a flame gently lit up in his palm. Queen Poise was still sleeping soundly in the center of the flame. From the spiritual world to the real world, energy transmission. This direction was actually similar to the Naga's exploration of the spiritual realm. Then, Yang Dingtian took out an energy jade box. Inside it was a soul condensed image. It was a kind of soul energy without an owner. Any broken soul, even if it only had a little bit of consciousness, as long as it entered the soul condensed image, it would instantly recover all its vitality. The demon spirit had killed countless lives in its life. Before killing a life, it would use the demon spirit eye to instantly lock onto the soul of the creature and then explode it. Then, it would tear and devour the creature alive. Amidst the endless slaughter, these exploding souls, these souls that had been completely lost, had been completely destroyed. Little by little, they overflowed. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of soul fragments gathered together to form the soul condensed image. Therefore, the soul condensed image had incomparably powerful soul energy. Of course, Queen Poise's soul didn't need the soul condensed image because her soul didn't suffer any damage. Moreover, her soul was very powerful. However, Yang Dingtian felt that at least the soul condensed image wouldn't cause any harm. Whoosh! With lightning speed, Yang Dingtian directly injected Queen Poise's soul into the soul condensed image. At the same time, Yang Dingtian quickly stripped Queen Poise's soul of the million-spirit demon fire's vengeful spirit. Throughout the entire process, there was not the slightest error. In an instant, Queen Poise's soul entered the soul condensed image and completely occupied this ownerless spiritual energy. In an instant, Yang Dingtian could clearly feel that the light and shadow in the surrounding space suddenly distorted. It was as if the entire space suddenly shook. Although there were no intruders, the Lake of Lee Water Villa still instantly froze into ice. Then, the soul condensed image in front of him suddenly grew. In an instant, it turned into Queen Poise's figure. Although she was still in a deep sleep, she had already revealed an incomparably powerful energy aura. In fact, her entire figure was emitting a bright and resplendent light. That kind of beauty made it impossible for people to look directly at her. At this moment, she should be a light and shadow, but she looked like a body that was emitting light. Queen Poise had obtained the soul condensed image and it had such a terrifying effect. The effect was much more astonishing than his master, Dongfang Minmi. Immediately, Yang Dingtian used countless vengeful spirits to wrap Poise's soul's body, preventing her soul energy from leaking out. The following process was even simpler. He directly guided the soul into Queen Poise's body, Yang Dingtian gently woke up the sleeping Poisa's soul and said, Xianxia, you can do the last step yourself. Return to your body. Queen Poisa opened her eyes and looked at everything around her in disbelief. She felt her incomparably powerful spiritual energy and first mischievously flew a few laps around Yang Dingtian. She even shuttled through Yang Dingtian's heart. Finally, she looked at her body in the energy jade coffin and said to Yang Dingtian in a tender voice, see you later. Whoosh! Then, she suddenly drilled into her body and disappeared into the air. Queen Poisa's body in the energy jade coffin first trembled violently, then remained motionless. After a long while, she slowly opened her eyes. She immediately wanted to speak and sit up, but she found that she couldn't speak or do anything. Don't worry, don't worry. Yang Dingtian said, your soul first needs to occupy your brain, then through the nerves, obtain control of your entire body. This will take a little time. Sure enough, in just a moment, Queen Poisa obtained control of her entire body. She sat up from the energy jade coffin and stretched. Then, the first thing she said after resurrecting shocked Yang Dingtian. Why is my body still wearing clothes? She said somewhat vexedly. Yang Dingtian was speechless. You don't like to wear clothes that much. The venomous queen said, I was still thinking of presenting myself to you after I resurrected. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Help me up. Poisa stretched out her jade-like hand and said in a tender voice. Yang Dingtian held her arm and felt that her entire body was soft. Not only did she seem to have no strength, but she also seemed to have no bones. What, you don't have any strength at all? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, I still have a lot of strength. Queen Poisa said, however, I just want you to help me up. Yang Dingtian, feel your sea of vital energy and see what your cultivation is. Queen Poisa closed her beautiful eyes and used her divine sense to feel her mystic meridians and sea of vital energy. When she opened her eyes again, Queen Poisa revealed a look of complete disbelief. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian asked. Queen Poisa said, My cultivation has not only completely recovered, but it has also become stronger? Really? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Of course. Queen Poisa flicked her sleeve lightly. Suddenly, a house 1,000 meters away was instantly reduced to ashes and dust. Yang Dingtian was shocked. This seemed to be stronger than his cultivation. If the 15th level is a semi-sage and the 20th level is a saint, then what level are you now? Yang Dingtian asked. The 17th level, about to break through to the 18th level. Queen Poisa said directly. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, then what level were you before? The 16th level. Queen Poisa said, but after Xianxia became a Naga, I continued to weaken and became a 9-star 9th level Grandmaster. Yang Dingtian was completely puzzled. How could her cultivation not only recover after sleeping for a few years, but also increase? How could there be such a good thing? After Queen Poisa was pleasantly surprised, she was not very surprised and said, actually, this is very normal. Whether it is a Naga born from a mermaid or a sea snake, they have nothing to do with their mother. After they have completely transformed, they will return all their energy to their birth mother and pay interest, indicating that they have nothing to do with you from now on. So that's how it is. After Dugu Xianxia devoured the energy of the original evil spirit, she completely completed her transformation, so she returned all the energy to Poisa and gave a lot more. Therefore, not only did Poisa's cultivation recover, but she also broke through to the high 17th level. However, this was a good thing after all. Queen Poisa had broken through to the high 17th level, so Queen Xianxia could not kill her at all. It was equivalent to another semi-sage expert in Yang Dingtian's lineup. The figure of the mermaid Queen Violets flashed in front of the two. She looked at Queen Poisa for a long time, then bowed sideways and said, Mermaid Queen Violets greets Queen Poisa. It was rare to see her so polite. It could be seen that the hierarchy of the underwater civilization was very strict. The Sea Snake clan or the Mermaid clan that gave birth to Naga had a higher status. It was the first time Queen Poisa saw violets. She immediately showed a surprised look and said, Your mermaid empire still exists? The Mermaid Queen said, Many thanks to Queen Medusa for showing mercy, so the mermaid empire still exists. Queen Poisa was stunned, then showed a trace of joy. Although the mermaid clan and the sea snake clan did not like each other, it was still a happy thing to see the other civilization survive. The mermaid queen said, Queen Poisa, are you planning to look for the Naga Shuang? Queen Poisa nodded and said, yes. The mermaid queen said, but she has nothing to do with you now. There is no energy reaction between the two of you. It should be very difficult for you to find her. Queen Poisa said, I know, although I have nothing to do with Dugu Shuang. But I am looking for her for Yangding Tian, for the human countries. The mermaid queen nodded and said, I understand. I pay my respects to you. Then, the mermaid queen said to Yangding Tian, it is possible that we can't find Naga, so we have to make plans. You have to be thick-skinned. We will go to Wuyu and ask for the Naga royalty's demon core. Yes, they had to make plans. If the Naga Shuang could not be found, then the Naga royalty sword spirit was the only way to defeat the world extermination army. Yangding Tian was a little embarrassed to take the initiative to ask for things from others. However, at this juncture of life and death, Yangding Tian had no choice but to be thick-skinned. Therefore, Yangding Tian had to make another trip to the Taboo Continent Sea area to ask Wu Jiao for the demon core of the Naga royalty. Originally, Queen Poisa should have gone to find Naga Shuang as soon as possible. However, she had just been resurrected and wanted to spend more time with Yangding Tian, so she followed him. Little Tian, will you kill Xianxia? Queen Poisa asked on the way to the Taboo Continent. Yangding Tian was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said, I don't know. Queen Poisa said, Little Tian, I told you before to go directly to Shuang and not go to the Naga Empire. However, you mentioned before that after Queen Xianxia ascended to the throne, she carried out a large-scale purge in the Naga Empire. My previous confidants are all gone, but they are not dead. Their situation is very tragic. In a while, I want to go to the Naga Empire and rescue them. Viper Z's situation was fine at first, and she was still by Queen Xianxia's side. However, when Yangding Tian went to the Naga Empire to rescue the Holy Valley Resistance Army, she was nowhere to be seen. A few years ago, when Yangding Tian was imprisoned by Queen Xianxia, it was Viper Z who came to rescue him. He did not know if Xianxia had seen through her and was implicated. In short, whether it was Viper Mo or Viper Z, Yangding Tian did not see them in the Naga Empire last time. Previously, Yangding Tian could not rescue Xianxia because he was not a match for her. Now, he had a saint and two half-saint powerhouses by his side. He could indeed rescue them. Alright, after we part ways with Sect Master Wu Yu, I'll accompany you. Yangding Tian said. No need. I can go alone. With my current cultivation, even if I can't defeat Xianxia, I'm not afraid of her, said Queen Poisa. Yangding Tian, I'm still worried about you going alone. A few hours later, Yangding Tian arrived at the Forbidden Land Sea region and saw Wu Yu, Yao Li, and Bo Lu. Seeing Yangding Tian return, Wu Yu asked with some surprise, is something the matter? Yangding Tian found it difficult to speak. Wu Yu was willing to help you, so you should be grateful. But now, you're pushing your luck. You're actually asking for the most precious demon core, the Naga royalty. That's too much. In particular, would this decrease Sect Master Wu Yu's favorability towards him, even though he and Wu Yu had the most intimate relationship? However, she didn't necessarily have deep feelings for him. Wu Yu had already made it clear that most of the time, she was just a bystander. Her feelings towards him were completely equivalent to a bystander's feelings towards the male lead of a TV series. Therefore, Yangding Tian couldn't help but begin to think about how to phrase it. The mermaid queen couldn't stand it anymore and said bluntly, you have a demon core of the Naga royalty. If Yangding Tian wants it, can you give it to him? F***ck, that's too direct, too rude. After Wu Yu heard this, her expression didn't show much anger. Instead, she asked, in the Empire of Darkness, the fatal blow released by your soul sword has something to do with the demon core of the Naga royalty, right? Yangding Tian said honestly, yes, in fact, when this demon core was in my hands, there was a very powerful and arrogant spiritual energy that poured into my brain and then into my soul sword. After Wu Yu heard this, she asked, are you sure it's spiritual energy? Yangding Tian nodded, yes, it's definitely spiritual energy. It's like soul energy. Wu Yu's expression suddenly changed. It was obvious that she understood the significance of this. Then, she asked, can you control the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty? Yang Dingtian shook his head, not at all. In fact, it's extremely arrogant and almost never communicates with me. Last time in the Empire of Darkness, it was because it heard the sorrowful cry of the Naga Shuang that it launched the fatal blow to save the Naga Shuang. It has nothing to do with me. Wu Yu said, you don't have any way to communicate with it? Yang Dingtian shook his head, not at all. Wu Yu said, then you have to understand one thing. In the Empire of Darkness, the strength of the Naga royalty's sword soul might not have much to do with the demon core. The key is that its spiritual energy can directly evolve into offensive energy. This is completely epoch-making. It can even change the entire civilization of the Chaos World, or even reverse the destruction of the Chaos World. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that's right. I only just understood this problem. In fact, I've been to New Naga before, the so-called ruins of the Naga Empire. Research in the spiritual domain there is the mission of the entire New Naga. Yang Dingtian had never mentioned this matter to Wu Yu. Immediately, her beautiful eyes brightened up as she said, New Naga Empire? Naga wasn't completely destroyed? Her words were full of shock and excitement. Today, there were only 2 Naga in the world. One was the Naga Shuang, and the other was the Medusa. Of course. There was one more now. It was the soul of the Naga royalty who had made a breakthrough in the spiritual domain. However, that was only 2.5. Hearing that there was still New Naga, Wu Yu was of course shocked. Yang Dingtian said, no, the ancient demigod Naga has been completely destroyed. My teacher, Shiwu Piayan, was looking for a way to save the world before the ancient nirvana. He came to the Naga Empire and stayed there for more than 10 years. He analyzed the reason for the destruction of the world. It was because of the Naga's absolute greed for energy, which broke the energy balance of the world and led to the nirvana. Facing the imminent destruction, all the Naga chose to self-destruct. They used their own energy to build a confinement space of more than 10,000 miles. It was completely isolated from the Chaos World. This confinement space was New Naga. Then, they transformed their descendants and gave birth to the next generation of Naga. The next generation of Naga? Wu Yu was puzzled. Yes, the next generation of Naga is no longer the Naga in the strict sense. Yang Dingtian said, the real demigod Naga only has one generation, which is the Sea Serpent clan. The Mermaid clan's propagators borrowed humans to give birth to the demigod Naga. The descendants of Naga and Naga are no longer the real Naga. After the real demigod Naga completely transformed, there are only 2 forms. The original form is the appearance of a fallen black dragon. After the transformation, it is a completely human appearance. The descendants of Naga begin to revert to their ancestors. They are not like dragons, but more like the Sea Serpent clan or the Mermaid clan. Wu Yu said, the next generation of Naga you saw in New Naga are very similar to the Mermaid clan and the Sea Serpent clan, right? Yes. Yang Dingtian said, they are far from being as powerful as the demigod Naga, but they also have an almost infinite lifespan. They are much more powerful than the Sea Serpent clan and the Mermaid clan, and certainly more powerful than humans. Wu Yu said, go on. Yang Dingtian said, the ancient Naga Empire hoped to avoid the path of the Great Nirvana. So they created a confinement space and locked the next generation of Naga inside, forcing them to break through in the spiritual domain. Finally, they could break through the shackles, leave the confinement space, and create a new spiritual energy civilization. But 10,000 years have passed, and New Naga's research in the spiritual domain has never made a huge breakthrough. Wu Yu said, but the Naga royalty in your sword spirit has made a breakthrough in the spiritual domain, right? Yang Dingtian said, yes, at least it has broken through to a very high level. So, I want to know who it is? Because it may represent the future direction of the chaotic world civilization. Wu Yu was silent for a moment and began to digest the meaning of the conversation with Yang Dingtian. She even felt her blood boil a little. As a bystander, what could be more shocking than changing the entire world, changing the entire civilization? Yang Dingtian, you are indeed the child of destiny, the male lead. Wu Yu suddenly said, I originally thought that Wendian would be the main lead, but in the end, his appearance was completely to pave the way for you. I have had this Naga royalty's demon core for a very long time. In fact, it doesn't belong to the Netherworld Sea. It was a gift from my father to my mother. Wu Yu's father was from the Silent Clan. The Silent Clan was an extremely intelligent clan that was lured into existence by the fallen Silver Dragon. But because they were too pessimistic and antisocial, lacking in desire, they were unable to become a half-god clan and were abandoned by the fallen Silver Dragon. Who would have thought that this Naga royalty's demon core actually had such an origin? Wu Yu continued, my mother gave this Naga royalty's demon core to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association for the sorcerers and wise ones to conduct research on it. In the end, after many years of research, there were no results. In the end, I was chosen to be the one to borrow the seed from the humans. In a fit of anger, I took away this Naga royalty's demon core. The Mermaid Queen couldn't help but ask, where is this demon core now? Are you willing to give it to Yang Dingtian? Of course I am willing to give it to him. Wu Yu said, because I am not greedy for it at all. I only want it to be of use. Then hurry up and take it out. The Mermaid Queen said. Wu Yu's eyes twitched slightly, it is no longer in my hands. What? Yang Dingtian immediately exclaimed. Wu Yu said, not long ago, the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association requested me to return this demon core to them. At that time I was no longer angry, so I returned it to the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian's heart went cold. In fact, the worst outcome was falling into the hands of Eternal Shi Wendian, the evil ways. Now that Yao Ming and the others had entered the Little Western Paradise, they must have spread the news about what happened in the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, Eternal Shi Wendian must have known that Wu Yu had changed his position. He must have known about the fatal blow of the Naga royalty sword spirit in the Empire of Darkness. Therefore, Eternal Shi Wendian's first reaction was to obtain this Naga royalty's demon core. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, this demon core, will it fall into the hands of Eternal Shi Wendian? Chairman, do you have the authority to directly ask for something from the High Priest Association? Wu Yu shook his head, Chairman does not have this authority. The High Priest Association's status is very high. In fact, this is an organization that does not care about worldly affairs and focuses on research. Its status in the Little Western Paradise is very high. Yang Dingtian, then is it possible for us to get this demon core from the High Priest Association? Wu Yu shook his head, my mother gave it to the High Priest Association, so I have no right to take it back. Of course, it is even more impossible to take it back by force. The High Priest Association studies the spiritual domain, the secret domain, and the martial domain. They are full of experts. Yang Dingtian, then what if the Speechless Clan goes to ask for it? Wu Yu's eyes narrowed, and then he said, actually, the founder of the High Priest Association was a Speechless Clan thousands of years ago. In this association, the Speechless Clan status is very high. Moreover, the original owner of this demon core was originally a Speechless Clan member. So if the Speechless Clan goes to ask for it, the possibility of getting it is very high. Yang Dingtian immediately began to hesitate whether he should go to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association and ask for this Naga royalty's demon core. One must know that he was not a real Speechless Clan member. Moreover, Yongxi Wendian could expose his identity at any time. Is the High Priest Association far from Yingdu? Yang Dingtian asked. Very far, Wu Yu said. Okay, then I will take the risk and go to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association, Yang Dingtian said. Wu Qiong said, Eternally Wendian is extremely scheming. The moment he found out the truth, he immediately changed his mind. When he found out that you would go to the High Priest Association and ask for the Naga royalty's demon core. Therefore, it is very likely that he will set a trap for you and capture you in one fell swoop. You should know that the Temple of Annihilation is determined to get you. Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu's worries were definitely there. Yongxi Wendian's scheming was even deeper than that of the Demon King Wendian in the Skyspan Imperial capital. Wu Yu said, however, if he wants to set a trap, it can't be in the High Priest Association. Because he can't offend the High Priest Association. You can conceal yourself, so it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the association. More importantly, if you can get the High Priest Association's approval, then you won't have to fear Yongxi Wentian's trap. They might even send experts to escort you back to the human countries. Therefore, this is a risk. Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian and said, the key is whether you can get the High Priest Association's approval as a member of the Speechless Clan. That's right, this was a risk. If he won, then he would get the Naga royalty's demon core. If he lost, then he might fall into Yongxi Wentian's hands. The key was whether this risk was worth it or not. Of course, if you want to go to the Little Western Paradise, I can accompany you. Wu Yu said, you will be in the dark, and I will be in the light. Wu Yu's eyes flashed with excitement. She was clearly eager for adventure. To be honest, Yang Dingtian was very hesitant at first, because even if he got the Naga royalty's demon core, it might not change anything. Because whether it was Wu Yu's guess or his own guess, the fatal blow of the Naga royalty's sword spirit probably came from the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty, and not the energy of the soul sword. So, what would be the use of exchanging the soul sword for the Naga royalty's demon core? Of course, first of all, it would definitely be useful, because the energy contained in the Naga royalty's demon core was thousands of times more than that of the Millennium L. But even if there was a Naga royalty's demon core, it was hard to say whether it could connect with the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty. At this time, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty was in the soul sword, but it had no intention of communicating with Yang Dingtian. It was completely arrogant to the extreme, and it didn't care to interact with Yang Dingtian at all. And in the future battle, would it help Yang Dingtian fight the enemy? It was basically a no. After all, last time in the Empire of Darkness, it was because of the Naga Shuang's sorrowful cry that it took action. But, if he got the Naga royalty's demon core, at least his soul sword would have incomparably powerful and abundant energy before he got the sea spirit crystal. Maybe the last fatal blow of the Naga royalty had exhausted all its spiritual energy, so it could be replenished with the demon core. The Naga Shuang had disappeared, and its whereabouts were unknown. But the Naga royalty's demon core clearly knew that it was in the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association. Looking at Wu Yu's eager eyes, Yang Dingtian knew that if he didn't go because he was afraid of a trap, it would undoubtedly reduce his score in Wu Yu's heart. Little Tian, don't go, Queen Poisa couldn't help but say, the Little Western Paradise is too dangerous for you now. The mermaid's gaze was indifferent, but she still hoped that Yang Dingtian would go because she was very interested in the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty. From this, it could be seen that whether it was the mermaid queen or Wu Yu, their feelings for Yang Dingtian were very weak. She paid more attention to the matter than to Yang Dingtian. Only Queen Poisa was worried about the danger and did not want Yang Dingtian to go. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, I still want to go. Wu Qiong said, if you want to go, you must think of a way to convince the High Priest Association. If you don't have anything to show for it, then you might as well not go. It would be a waste if you go. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I should be able to do that. Wu Chao said, good. You've been invisible since you entered Little Western Paradise. From the looks of it, it was as if I was the only one heading to the High Priest Association. This way, you'll have a good cover. Yongxi Wentian might stop me from taking the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty, but he can't do anything to me. Then, Wu Yu said to the mermaid queen, Queen Violets, before that, I'll need you to guard the gate of the human kingdom. The mermaid queen was a little dispirited because she could not take the risk, but she still agreed to guard the gate of the human kingdom. Then, Yang Dingtian directly flew towards the depths of the Forbidden Continent Sea. If he went any further, he would enter the illusion of the Forbidden Continent and the Great Hall of Skulls. At this time, inside the Great Hall of Skulls, Yongxi Wentian closed his eyes and sat cross-legged in the center. There were a total of 4 martial saints around him. Sir Chairman, are you sure Yang Dingtian will come? A saint asked. Yongxi Wentian nodded and said, perhaps. If the demon nucleus of the Naga royalty is related to Yang Dingtian, then he will come. If not, then he won't come. If he comes, he will come with Wu Yu. The two of them, one in the light and one in the dark, will try to confuse me. Lady Wu Yu? The saint asked, if she comes, what should we do? Yongxi Wentian said, capture her and cripple her cultivation. That saint trembled violently and said, but, she's your, Yongxi Wentian said, yes, but she has already betrayed us. Moreover, she doesn't care about her cultivation. Crippling her cultivation will only prevent her from making further mistakes. The saint-level expert said, very well, as you wish. Yongxi Wendian said, are you confident in capturing Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu? The saint said, we are 100% confident. After entering the illusion of the Forbidden Continent, there will be a period of confusion, even if it's very short. But it's more than enough to capture the two of them. You've worked hard. Yongxi Wendian closed his eyes and showed a trace of pain. Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu continued to fly towards the Forbidden Continent sea region. After about 10,000 meters, they would enter the illusion of the Forbidden Continent. Once they entered the illusion, they would have already entered the Skull Hall. Whoosh! The two sped up and were about to rush into the Skull Hall. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. At the same time, Wu Yu's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and quickly retreated. Soon, the two retreated a few hundred miles. After completely retreating, the two looked at each other and inhaled a breath of cold air, fear lingering in their hearts. Because the two thought of the same question at almost the same time. If Yongxi Wendian guessed that Yang Dingtian was coming to the Little Western Paradise to ask for the Naga Royalty Demon Core, why would he set up an ambush at the High Priest Association? That was not his territory. There was only one best place to set up an ambush, and that was the Skull Hall. When everyone entered the Skull Hall, the first thing they entered was the illusion of the Forbidden Continent. Although they could quickly rush into the dark void, fly backward, and leave the illusion. But in the short illusion, the whole person was in a state of confusion, and there was no way to guard against it. As long as Yongxi Wendian set up an ambush here, he could easily capture them. Therefore, if Yongxi Wendian wanted to set up a trap, it must be in the Skull Hall. Then, Yang Dingtian rushing in just now was walking right into the trap. Give up on the Naga Royalty Demon Core for now. Wu Yu sighed and slowly said, take the initiative to establish a connection with the Naga Royalty spiritual power in the Soul Sword, and communicate with it further. Yang Dingtian did not directly answer her. Instead, he thought for a while and then said, Sect Leader Wu Yu, where is the High Priest Association? Mount Buzhou. Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian was stunned. This was the same name as the giant mountain in China's ancient legends. Where is it? Yang Dingtian asked. It's floating. Wu Yu said, this giant mountain is floating in the void, completely independent of the Little Western Paradise. It's always moving, so it should be in the far east of the Little Western Paradise right now. Yang Dingtian remembered that when he was in the Silver Palace, he had read many books, including the records of Mount Buzhou. The Little Western Paradise was a piece of scattered land and mountains, floating on the sea, imprisoned by a special force field, not moving at all. Only Mount Buzhou was in the void, and it was always moving, revolving around the Little Western Paradise. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's brain moved. He quickly took out the parchment and paper from his spatial ring. In a very simple way, he drew a map of the Little Western Paradise. The Little Western Paradise was a very regular circle, and the void where Mount Buzhou was located was a square in the book. Yang Dingtian pointed at Mount Buzhou and said, this square shape of Mount Buzhou is always moving, and it's revolving around the Little Western Paradise, right? The whole process of movement is very regular, right? Wu Yu nodded, that's right, it's exactly 1 year, 1 circle. It sounded like the moon was revolving around the earth, and the earth was revolving around the sun. His eyes floated in the air and he closed his eyes, sinking into meditation and contemplation. Wu Yu stood on the side, waiting for him to think. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and said, I have a very, very strange idea. Wu Yu said, go ahead. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, it's not that Mount Buzhou is revolving around the Little Western Paradise, but that the whole Little Western Paradise is revolving by itself, while Mount Buzhou is not moving at all. Therefore, it gives you the impression that Mount Buzhou is revolving around the Little Western Paradise. Wu Yu's beautiful eyes trembled, but, from the Hall of Skulls to the Little Western Paradise, it's always in the same position. If the Little Western Paradise is revolving, then the position will change. Yang Dingtian said, no, the gate of Little Western Paradise in the Hall of Skulls is an energy gate, not a physical gate. This gate is just a symbolic gate, but it's equivalent to a spatial passage. Therefore, it will always be fixed in a certain position. Wu Yu said, if it's according to your guess, what does it mean? Yang Dingtian said, it means that Mount Buzhou doesn't belong to the Little Western Paradise. The whole Little Western Paradise is under the vast sea. Mount Buzhou, on the other hand, is completely empty. There is no snow in the Little Western Paradise, but Mount Buzhou is covered in snow all year round. Wu Yu said, and then? Yang Dingtian said, if Mount Buzhou doesn't belong to the Little Western Paradise, but it can enter the Little Western Paradise. That proves that Mount Buzhou is the only passage between the Little Western Paradise and the other planes. The gate of Little Western Paradise in the Hall of Skulls is a spatial gate, not a real physical passage. That proves that it's possible to pass through Mount Buzhou and enter the Little Western Paradise from another place. In other words, I can directly enter Mount Buzhou without going through the Hall of Skulls. Wu Yu suddenly felt her breathing quicken. She liked this the most, and she was infatuated with this kind of collision of wisdom. Especially when someone opened the door of knowledge that she never knew existed. Wu Yu gasped for breath. If your guess is correct, then where can I enter Mount Buzhou and enter the High Priest Association? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes, and immediately formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. The torn space was a product of the great nirvana of the last era. It hadn't become the Dark Realm, but it was more miserable than the torn continent in the Little Western Paradise. Moreover, the torn space was three-dimensional. It was connected to the Dark Realm, the Dongli Grassland, and the Yin-Yang Mirror. Then, it was very likely to be connected to the Little Western Paradise. Yang Dingtian could even make a bolder guess. The so-called Mount Buzhou was just an escape from the torn space. It didn't belong to the Little Western Paradise, nor was it a torn space, but a combination of the two. Mount Buzhou wasn't as lucky as the Little Western Paradise, but it wasn't as miserable as the torn space. Yes, if Yang Dingtian's guess was correct. Mount Buzhou was the only passage between the torn space and the Little Western Paradise, and it was the product of the two spaces. If Yang Dingtian's guess was correct, Mount Buzhou should be connected to the torn space. Yang Dingtian even began to do a lot of calculations, guesses, and compositions in his mind. In the end, he concluded that if the torn space was also a sphere with a diameter of tens of thousands of miles, then, the entrance to Mount Buzhou should be at the extreme of the southwest corner of the torn space. Of course, it could also be the extreme of the northwest corner. Because, regarding the location of the Little Western Paradise, Yang Dingtian couldn't completely confirm whether it was higher or lower. Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again and spoke to Wu Yu. Sect Patriarch Wu Yu, I am going to tear open the spatial zone. If my bold conjecture is true, then I will be able to find the entrance to Mount Buzhou High Priest Association. Wu Yu said, if you succeed, do you know what it means? Yang Dingtian, it means that I found the second entrance to the Little Western Paradise. Wu Yu nodded, you should know how great the significance of this is. No, it's far more than that, Yang Dingtian said, I've even grasped a direct method to destroy the Little Western Paradise. Wu Yu's complexion changed. Yang Dingtian had opened another door that she didn't know about. Immediately, her eyes lit up. At this moment, Yang Dingtian deeply felt that Wu Yu's indifference and calmness actually hit a crazy soul. After hearing Yang Dingtian talk about destroying the Little Western Paradise, she felt shock and curiosity. She wasn't worried about the fate of the Little Western Paradise. After all, she also belonged to the Little Western Paradise. Tell me. Wu Yu felt that her voice was trembling. Yang Dingtian, after the Little Western Paradise was torn apart by the Great Cataclysm, its energy is in a very abnormal range. It's constantly rotating. Perhaps it's a kind of self-adjustment to prevent the continent from further tearing. But in short, its balance can't be separated from the support of the torn space, and Mount Buzhou is the only passage between the two spaces. It's the key to Little Western Paradise's energy balance. Once Mount Buzhou is destroyed, the entire Little Western Paradise's energy balance will be completely destroyed, and the Little Western Paradise will be destroyed in a very short time. That's crazy. Wu Yu felt that her whole body was trembling. Then, she directly pounced on Yang Dingtian and kissed him fiercely on the lips. After a long time, she let go of Yang Dingtian. Take me there and prove it. If your point of view is correct, then your wisdom has convinced me. Maybe I won't be a bystander anymore and will completely stand on your side. Yang Dingtian was shocked. Wu Yu's curiosity and exploration of the unknown was even crazy. Her standpoint didn't come from justice or evil, but from the exploration of the unknown. Let's go, I'll prove it to you, Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, Yang Dingtian transmitted a message to Poisa and the Mermaid Queen. Then, he and Wuyu directly flew in the direction of the torn space. Just as Yang Dingtian and Wuyu were about to head to the Dongli Grassland's endless sea and enter the spatial tear, suddenly, Yang Dingtian remembered that Wuyu couldn't. Watch this because she couldn't enter the spatial tear. The spatial tear created by Yang Dingtian couldn't pass through creatures with higher cultivation than him. Its energy level was limited. And Wuyu's cultivation was much higher than Yang Dingtian's. Thus, Yang Dingtian told her about this matter. Wuyu's beautiful face was filled with disappointment and dejection. To her, this was a moment of miracle, but she couldn't personally witness it. It was truly regretful. Immediately, she had an intense impulse to reduce her cultivation to the same level as Yang Dingtian. Unfortunately, she couldn't do it. Otherwise, she would really do it just to see this miraculous scene. Ai. Wuyu sighed, since that's the case, I don't need to follow you. I'll continue to guard the human kingdom's gate. Then, she said, why don't you record the whole process with an image jade and bring it back for me to see? I'm sorry. Yang Dingtian said. Why didn't your cultivation surpass mine? Wuyu said regretfully. I want to. Yang Dingtian said. Thus, Yang Dingtian and Wuyu returned to the human kingdom's gate. The Mermaid Queen teased, why aren't you going? Yang Dingtian explained. At this time, Queen Poisa said, since the human kingdom's gate is still guarded by Sect Master Wuyu, and little Tian has to pass through the Naga Empire, then I'll go with him. Yang Dingtian didn't feel at ease leaving Queen Poisa alone in the Naga Empire. He immediately looked at the Mermaid Queen. The Mermaid Queen said, alright, I owe you. I'll accompany her, okay? Then, the Mermaid Queen looked at Poisa and asked, can we kill people in the Naga Empire? Yes, as long as they are enemies, we can kill them all. Queen Poisa said, of course, the most important thing is to save them. These words immediately caused Yang Dingtian to be in a daze. Queen Poisa was usually too innocent and kind. In front of Yang Dingtian, she was a charming little girl. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was instinctively worried about her going to the Naga Empire. However, he had forgotten. The troubles of the Naga Empire did not start with Queen Xianxia, but with Queen Poisa. When Poisa established the Snakeman Empire, the powerful defensive line was built on the bones of the half-human race. She acted gentle and charming in front of him, but don't forget that she was also the queen of the Naga Empire who killed people like flies. Therefore, Wuyu, Yaoli, and Bolu remained in the Taboo Continent's sea region to guard the entrance to the human kingdom, preventing the fox demons from entering the Little Western Paradise. As for Yang Dingtian, Poisa, and the Queen of the Mermaid Empire, they headed to the Dongli Grassland, the Naga Empire. In less than a day, the three of them flew to the sky above the Naga Empire. The terrifying defensive line of the Naga Empire was more or less completed. The entire Naga Empire was surrounded by a huge city wall that was a few hundred meters tall. On this defensive line, there were more than 10 million half-human race soldiers stationed. This should be the largest defensive line in history. At least, Yang Dingtian's human kingdom did not have such a shocking defensive line. In the hearts of Queen Poisa and Queen Xianxia, this defensive line should be indestructible. In particular, Queen Xianxia hoped that this defensive line would become the basis for her to conquer the world. However, in front of the Empire of Darkness's Legion of Doom, this defensive line was like a child's toy castle. The Legion of Doom's Dark Dragon and Dark Dragon could easily break through and destroy it. In front of the Empire of Darkness, even the human kingdoms could not withstand a single blow. The so-called Armageddon War was not important, let alone a mere Naga Empire. The Demon King Wentian only had one goal, which was to conquer all the planes and defeat the God of Chaos. They flew to the sky above the Naga Empire's capital and saw this incomparably huge pyramid. Yang Dingtian said, Xianxia, I'll go with you and help you save Viper Mo, Viper Z, and the others. Queen Poisa shook her head and said, no need. My cultivation alone is enough, not to mention that I have a sage by my side. Yang Dingtian said, I'll go with you. It's more reassuring. Queen Poisa looked at Yang Dingtian for a while, then bit her lip and said in a low voice, Little Tian, I don't want you to go. Yang Dingtian was taken aback and said, Why? Queen Poisa hesitated for a long time and said, I don't want you to see my vicious side. So that's why, this is really, then, okay. Yang Dingtian said, then be careful. I'm going to the endless sea east of the Holy Valley. Queen Poisa nodded vigorously, then floated in place and waited for Yang Dingtian to leave. Yang Dingtian immediately flew to the east and soon disappeared from Queen Poisa's sight. The venomous queen and the mermaid queen glanced at each other. They could see the cruel flames in each other's eyes. What's the point of pretending in front of her like this? The mermaid queen said, you are a vicious person. Why do you have to act like a charming little woman? Queen Poisa said, I didn't pretend well? I've always been like this. With that, she whistled and flew down to the pyramid in the imperial capital, turning into a stream of light. Then, the mermaid queen also flew down. Obviously, the imperial capital of the Serpentine Empire might be facing a disaster. Yang Dingtian continued to fly to the east, flying. A few hours later, he arrived at the easternmost holy valley of the Dongli grassland. Originally, there were hundreds of thousands of half-human rebels living in the Holy Valley. But now, the Holy Valley was already in ruins. All the houses, farmlands, and forests were destroyed by the Serpentine Empire. Even the entire valley was dug 3 feet deep. Sighing slightly, Yang Dingtian continued to fly forward and entered the endless sea. This endless sea was still so illusory and beautiful. It looked completely boundless, more than 10,000 miles and 100,000 miles. But who knew that the real sea was less than half a mile, and the rest was just constantly overlapping. Yang Dingtian flew a few hundred meters away and then dived into the sea for a few hundred meters. The depth of the sea was also fake. It was completely endless overlapping. In fact, Yang Dingtian was already at the absolute edge of this world. In the water, Yang Dingtian used the dark mystic flame to create a dark vortex and a black hole to isolate a space. Then, in the isolated space, he used the mystic flame's special frequency, special energy attribute, and energy level to hit it with extreme speed. Suddenly, the isolated space was torn apart, and a beautiful spatial door was born inside. Yang Dingtian jumped into the spatial door. He felt a slight chill and entered the familiar torn space again. Yang Dingtian realized that the scene he entered was different from a few months ago. The huge rock that Yang Dingtian stepped on when he entered was gone. This further proved Yang Dingtian's point. The torn space was also constantly rotating. It was still so desolate inside. The entire tens of thousands of miles of torn space was filled with floating huge rocks that were always moving. Other than the huge rocks, there was nothing else. It was tens of thousands of miles wide and up and down. This was a completely three-dimensional space. In Yang Dingtian's mind, he was once again making meticulous calculations. Then, he flew to the south first. Yang Dingtian's entry point was actually the end of the torn space in the west, where it was connected to the Dongli grassland. But the torn space was in the shape of a sphere, so it was difficult to describe the direction. Yang Dingtian kept flying to the south, and then calculated the distance between the Little Western Paradise and the Dongli grassland. Of course, in fact, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether this was significant or not. Although the entrance to the Little Western Paradise was in the Great Hall of Skulls in the Taboo Continent Sea area, it didn't mean that the Little Western Paradise was there. Of course, strictly speaking, the location of the Great Hall of Skulls could also be the location of the Little Western Paradise. After all, the entrance to this plane was in the Great Hall of Skulls. The linear distance between the Dongli grassland and the Great Hall of Skulls should be about 38,000 miles. Yang Dingtian whistled as he flew and passed by countless floating boulders along the way. After a few hours, Yang Dingtian flew 38,000 miles and arrived at the location calculated in his mind. This was indeed the edge of the torn space. Yang Dingtian continued to fly forward, but there were no longer any floating boulders. There was only a void. However, this place looked completely ordinary, and didn't look like the connection between two planes. Yang Dingtian tried to create a space door and then passed through it. However, he was still in the torn space. This proved that this place didn't connect to another plane. Could it be that I was wrong? Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and thought for a long time. Soon, he understood that his guess might not be wrong. The reason why the connection wasn't here was because his reference point was the Great Hall of Skulls. The door to Little Western Paradise in the Great Hall of Skulls was the entrance to the Little Western Paradise world. However, this didn't mean that Mount Bujo would be here. That's right, in the Little Western Paradise's continuous rotation, Mount Bujo might be on the same vertical line as the door to Little Western Paradise, but they weren't on the same horizontal line. One was higher, and the other was lower. Moreover, if Yang Dingtian's guess was correct, and Mount Bujo connected the torn space to Little Western Paradise, then the energy fluctuations there would be very intense. Of course, Yang Dingtian's guess was correct. The place where the torn space connected to the Empire of Darkness, the energy fluctuations there were also extremely intense. Immediately, Yang Dingtian released countless million spirit demonic fire wraiths. Then, he flew continuously in the thousands of miles around the end of this place. He flew to the left for thousands of miles, then to the right for thousands of miles, then to the west, and then to the east. He kept flying and searching. After flying for more than 20 hours, he had already flown tens of thousands of miles. However, the countless wraiths didn't move at all. Yang Dingtian started to doubt himself. Could his guess be wrong? No, Yang Dingtian felt that his theory wasn't wrong. Especially since the theory of the constant rotation of the torn space had been confirmed. However, Yang Dingtian's doubts didn't last for long, because, a few hundred miles ahead, he saw a ball of distorted light. He immediately flew towards this ball of distorted light at full speed. Soon, he arrived at the ball of light. That's right, Yang Dingtian's theory was correct. Because, this ball of distorted light suddenly shot out an incomparably huge energy channel, directly rushing out of the torn space, connecting to a certain place outside. This distorted light was actually the starting point of the energy channel. Yang Dingtian roughly estimated that this energy channel was about a cylindrical shape with a diameter of more than 400 miles. This energy channel was connected to the Little Western Paradise. Therefore, according to theory, one could directly follow this energy channel and enter the Little Western Paradise, entering Mount Bujo. However, Yang Dingtian would definitely not do that, and no one would do that. The energy of this channel was incomparably huge. Any life that entered would probably be instantly crushed. Yang Dingtian chose the edge closest to the energy channel and then released a space door here. Suddenly, he jumped. Whoosh! Suddenly, his body had a mysterious reaction. His eyes lit up, around him was a void, and in the distance, there was an incomparably huge snow mountain. Yang Dingtian succeeded. Mount Bujo was there, and the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise was there. After leaving the torn space, the huge energy channel that shot out from it disappeared. All that could be seen was a complete void, a void that neither the sky nor the ground could be seen. This place was still very far from Little Western Paradise, at least a few thousand miles away. The void was filled with light and shadows, so he couldn't see the shadow of Little Western Paradise at all. All he could see was this huge mountain in front of him. Yang Dingtian couldn't even describe how big it was. The mountain spanned nearly 1,000 miles. The height was far from tens of thousands of meters. It was even higher. It felt like it pierced into Cloud Heaven City and pierced through the sky. Looking up, he couldn't see the top. This was a desolate mountain. There wasn't a single green leaf or red flower. Below, there were desolate black boulders, at least a few thousand meters. Further up, the snow got thicker and thicker. Towards the end, it was completely covered by snow. Therefore, this was also an incomparably huge snow mountain. Desolate, lonely, arrogant, but full of beauty. Yang Dingtian entered stealth mode and flew towards the huge mountain in front of him. After about 1,000 miles, Yang Dingtian arrived at the foot of the huge mountain. At this moment, there was nothing else in his field of vision. There was only this huge mountain in front of him. Of course, it was easy for Yang Dingtian to fly up. However, he thought that the High Priest Association would definitely have a weird habit of wanting to be respected by others. Therefore, if he flew up, they would definitely ignore him. He had to climb up himself. Therefore, Yang Dingtian gave up on flying and even gave up on using celestial qi. He obediently used his hands and feet to climb up. This huge mountain didn't have a path. The steepness couldn't be described with words. Yang Dingtian didn't use celestial qi or fly, so it was more difficult for him to climb. After a full 4 hours, he finally reached the exposed area of the huge boulder below. As he went up, the snow started to thicken. Yang Dingtian continued climbing. The higher he went, the thicker the snow and the stronger the wind. In the end, the snow had even exceeded the height of a human. It was even more difficult to climb up. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian really wanted to give up. It was too difficult to directly use profound qi to fly. However, Yang Dingtian gritted his teeth and persevered. After a full day and night, Yang Dingtian had climbed 20,000 meters above sea level, which was more than 2 Mount Komalangmas. However, they were not even halfway up the mountain. Another day and night passed. Yang Dingtian climbed another tens of thousands of meters, but he still didn't reach the top. Yang Dingtian had never been so tired before. In the end, the depth of the snow was more than 10 meters. It was completely buried. Even a battle with a half-saint expert was not as tiring as this. A dignified half-saint expert actually felt like he was about to collapse. They climbed for another 2 days and 2 nights. Finally, when Yang Dingtian was almost numb from all the climbing, he suddenly raised his head. There was nothing in front of him. He had already reached the peak. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a sense of heroism. He didn't need to fly or use profound qi. He really conquered this tens of thousands of meters tall mountain with just his body. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of him. Less than 1,000 miles ahead was the little Western Paradise. It was really, really beautiful. It was like a painting. This place was only 1,000 miles away from the Little Western Paradise. From this height, he could see more than 1,000 miles of Little Western Paradise. Although he couldn't see any houses, he could vaguely see the city, the river, and the mountains. And Yang Dingtian's guess was right. The entire Little Western Paradise was slowly rotating. Of course, those who didn't understand would also think that Mount Buzhou was rotating. Yang Dingtian was intoxicated by the scenery of this infinitely dangerous peak for a while. Then, he was puzzled. Where was the High Priest Association? There wasn't one at the top of the mountain, but who told you that you could find the High Priest Association by climbing to the top of the mountain? Yang Dingtian's way of thinking was truly too childish. Thus, Yang Dingtian started to recall the records in the books. But for some reason, there wasn't any book that recorded the location of the High Priest Association. This was cheating. Could it be that he had to search the entire mountain? The span of this mountain was close to 1,000 miles. The circumference was at least a few thousand miles. If he still relied on his legs to search, then it would take at least a few months. But where did he have the ability to do that? Maybe in a few days, the Temple of Annihilation would send a letter of challenge and the World Extermination War would begin, but he had used his legs to climb up with much difficulty. He couldn't possibly break the rules and start flying all over the mountain to search. Where in the world was this damned High Priest Association? This was just the beginning. Then, Yang Dingtian discovered another very, very bad thing. He didn't seem to have transformed. He didn't turn into the silent tribe. He was still in Yang Dingtian's appearance. As long as he entered the special energy environment of the Little Western Paradise, he would directly transform into the silent tribe. But Yang Dingtian didn't transform here. Yang Dingtian couldn't do that. Previously in the Mermaid Empire, he only needed to carve a few imprints to disguise himself as the Demon Eel tribe. The silent tribe's appearance was very strange. Yang Dingtian really couldn't disguise himself as them. And Yang Dingtian felt that since the High Priest Association was so powerful, they should know that he had entered Buzhou Mountain. They might have already seen him. So, if he transformed again, it would be equivalent to deceiving them. So, should he use his true appearance? After deciding to use his true appearance, Yang Dingtian had to decide how to find the High Priest Association. It was impossible to rely on his own 2 legs to find them. It was also impossible to fly all over the mountain. So, the only way was to shout, "Guests are here. Invite the High Priest Association to come and meet them." But this mountain spanned 1,000 miles. Although Yang Dingtian was a half-step sage, it was still difficult for his voice to travel 1,000 miles. Of course, there was another way. He could use the mystic fire lightning to create a huge lightning bolt that was a few hundred miles long. This dazzling light was like a nuclear explosion. No matter where the High Priest Association was, it would be difficult not to see it. But if the High Priest Association could see it, the Little Western Paradise could also see it. Yang Dingtian didn't want the Little Western Paradise to know that he had come to the High Priest Association. In the end, Yang Dingtian thought of a way. He didn't make a sound, but it was enough to let everyone in the mountain know. He pulled out a soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade and stabbed it deep into the mountain. Then, an incomparably powerful energy burst out, creating a huge vibration. Yang Dingtian carefully controlled the energy frequency and rhythm of the soul sword. This was very dangerous. As expected, the resonance had already begun. The countless accumulated snow began to tremble in an orderly manner. Yang Dingtian increased the energy. Instantly, countless accumulated snow began to dance and tremble. Yang Dingtian had to be very careful. He couldn't cause a huge avalanche at once. This would anger the High Priest Association. Under Yang Dingtian's control, the accumulated snow on Mount Buzhou began to tremble violently. Countless accumulated snow fluttered as if it had begun to dance violently. The entire Mount Buzhou let out a low, loud sound. The so-called low sound meant that it was very soft and not intense. The so-called loud sound meant that it could spread throughout the entire Mount Buzhou. This was Yang Dingtian's greeting gift, how to control the resonance of the accumulated snow to cause the entire Mount Buzhou to tremble loudly without causing an avalanche. This was very, very smart and very difficult. Even a sage couldn't make the entire Mount Buzhou tremble and make a sound. Yang Dingtian used this method to prove that he was qualified to meet the High Priest Association. At this time, the entire Mount Buzhou's snow dance had reached its climax. Countless accumulated snow had shot dozens of meters into the sky and then carefully fell down layer by layer. The entire scene was so shocking that it couldn't be described with words. However, the people from the High Priest Association still didn't appear. Yang Dingtian stopped the trembling of the soul sword. Because if it continued, it would cause an earth-shattering avalanche. The people from the High Priest Association didn't appear, but there was a reaction. A gust of cold wind blew. In Yang Dingtian's ears, there was a dense whistling sound. Swoosh! The sea breeze blew fiercely through the accumulated snow, instantly leaving dense marks on the ground. When Yang Dingtian saw these dense marks, he immediately felt incomparably familiar and also incomparably intimate and excited. Because this was the most primitive code of the martial arts civilization. It was also the so-called threshold of the divine realm. However, at this time, the High Priest Association was using this code to express their meaning and not to write some kind of mystic skill or martial technique. Yang Dingtian's interpretation of the martial arts civilization's primitive code had already reached a certain level. The code in front of him was still very, very simple. Where did you come from? Although it was simple, there were only a few people in this world who could answer it. Because there were only a few people who could recognize the martial arts civilization's primitive code. Of course, if they couldn't recognize the martial arts civilization's primitive code, they wouldn't be qualified to meet the people from the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and used the vibration frequency to write the primitive code and said, "From the opposite side of the Little Western Paradise." When this answer came out, the entire mountain suddenly trembled. Without a doubt, this answer was incomparably shocking and even horrifying, because in history, only through the Little Western Paradise could enter Mount Buzhou. And the Little Western Paradise's entrance to Mount Buzhou was sealed and guarded by the High Priest. Without permission, no one could enter. Now, someone actually said that they came from the other side of the Little Western Paradise. This brought an unprecedented shock to the High Priest Association. Therefore, what followed was a long silence. After a long time, the ice and snow on the ground gradually condensed into a figure. It faced Yang Dingtian and said, "Guest, please follow me." Then, these ice and snow figures began to move forward. Yang Dingtian immediately chased after it. The figure made of ice and snow walked very quickly, and Yang Dingtian followed closely behind. He kept walking down, down, and down. He walked for tens of thousands of meters. He arrived at the center of the mountain. In a completely inconspicuous place, a gust of wind blew past. Suddenly, the thick snow was blown away, and a few hundred meters of snow was lifted, revealing a dark stone door. "You can push the door open and enter," the figure made of ice and snow said. Then, the figure dissipated and turned back into ice and snow. Yang Dingtian looked at the stone door in front of him. He had passed through many doors. There was the black hole door of the third dark realm, the space door of the skull hall, and the dark door of the mermaid empire. In short, each of these doors was more mysterious than the last. There was another door in front of him. This sect belonged to Little Western Paradise's most powerful and transcendent power, therefore, this door should be very mysterious as well. Then, how should he enter? Should he use his celestial chi or some intelligence? After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian still could not come up with a plan. He could not help but go forward to feel it and push it slightly. Then, the door opened. This was a very, very ordinary stone door. There was nothing mysterious about it. It was just a little heavy, about a few 100,000 kilograms. After pushing the door open, Yang Dingtian walked in. It was very dark inside. Yang Dingtian wanted to use his celestial fire to light up the place, but he was afraid that it would be rude, so he walked in the dark. Inside, there was a dark stone cavern. Yang Dingtian kept going deeper and deeper, and deeper, and deeper. He went for tens of thousands of meters. Finally, the cave passage ended, and he arrived at a relatively large hall. Inside, there was only a very, very weak flame that brought some light to the entire cavern hall. The entire hall was about a few hundred square meters, and there were simple stone stools on top of it. Then, there was nothing else. Moreover, there was not a single person inside. Yang Dingtian bowed and said, "Greetings to all the sages." Not long after, the sound of footsteps was finally heard. Then, a figure holding a candle walked out. Under the dim candlelight, he could vaguely make out the silhouette of this person's body. It was the figure condensed from ice and snow just now. "Why are you here? Do you want to look up information, visit a high priest, or do you have some other purpose?" the figure asked. At this moment, she opened her mouth to speak. Only then did Yang Dingtian notice that this was a woman. However, perhaps because she had been lonely for too long, she had forgotten her gender, so her voice sounded a little gender-neutral. Moreover, her entire body was covered in a loose gray robe made of coarse cloth, making it hard to see the curves of her body. Looking at the scene in front of him, Yang Dingtian said in disbelief, "This is the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise?" The woman nodded. "Yes." After that, she stopped talking and waited quietly for Yang Dingtian to tell her the purpose of his visit. Yang Dingtian was indeed shocked. The High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise, in terms of status, was perhaps even higher than the Silver Palace Council. Logically speaking, no matter if it was a jade palace or a paradise on earth, it should be here. But in reality, it was very poor, with only a few stone cushions. This was probably the most simple place Yang Dingtian had ever seen. Suddenly, he could not help but feel a sense of respect in his heart. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian decided to tell the truth. "I need a demon core of Naga royalty. I heard that it is in the High Priest Association of Little Western Paradise." After saying that, Yang Dingtian could not help but regret that he was a little rash. If the other party was in cahoots with the Little Western Paradise Council, then Yang Dingtian would not even know how he died. However, Yang Dingtian was a very emotional person. He was instinctively willing to believe in others, and also willing to believe in beautiful things. After Yang Dingtian spoke, he could not help but hold his breath, waiting for the other party's response. "Yes, but there is a demon core of Naga royalty in our hands." The other party did not keep him in suspense and directly admitted. Then, she said, "But, I'm sorry, we can't lend this thing out." Just like that, the High Priest Association directly rejected him. All of a sudden, Yang Dingtian was at a loss. He did not know how to continue. When facing such a poor and destitute High Priest Association, it was impossible for Yang Dingtian to threaten them. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, "Elder, this demon core of Naga royalty is very, very important to me and the entire human country. May I ask if your association can be magnanimous?" The woman said, "Mr. Human, in fact, our association does not receive guests at all. We have completely sealed off the passage from Little Western Paradise to Buzhou Mountain. But you actually came from the opposite side, so this is fate. So, if you have any questions that you want to ask, or if you want to borrow any books, we are willing to help. Even if you want to visit a master, as long as he is not meditating, you can also do so. But if you want to take away something, please forgive us for not being able to do so. Yang Dingtian, I know, this demon core is very precious. My request is indeed very rude. The woman said, Mr. Human, in fact, this has nothing to do with how precious it is. Our association has decided that we will not interfere or participate in anything in the outside world. And the things that flow out from here will definitely have an impact on the outside world. So, we have set the rule that nothing is allowed to enter the outside world. Yang Dingtian said bitterly, is there no other way? The woman was silent for a moment and said, unless everyone in the High Priest Association participates in a vote. If more than 80% of the people agree, we can change this rule. But our last vote was a few hundred years ago. Moreover, most of our members are meditating. You are also a wise man. Being disturbed in your meditation is a very, very serious matter. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. If the other party's attitude was arrogant and strict, Yang Dingtian would have been somewhat demanding. Now that the other party was so indifferent and had such a kind attitude, Yang Dingtian really did not know what to do. So, the whole place suddenly became quiet. Yang Dingtian did not know how to continue his request, and the other party did not seem to have any intention of speaking. Was he going to come here for nothing? Was he still going to look for the Naga Shuang? Yang Dingtian finally said with difficulty, Elder, if I say that this demon core is related to the life and death of the human countries, can I move all of you? The woman was silent for a long time and said, Mister, I really want to say that I want to feel pity. But in fact, we don't eat, drink, and don't speak. We spend all our time meditating. So, whether it is pity or hate, it is a luxury for us. I am very, very sorry. Yang Dingtian, if the whole Little Western Paradise is involved in this great destruction. The current president of the Little Western Paradise's parliament has already been possessed by the Dark Lord of Evil Ways in the human countries. Can I move all of you? The woman was silent for a long time and then said, Mister, in fact, we have interfered in some things in the past, but the result was worse. Maybe what we want to do is more important and meaningful than interfering in the outside world. So, I am very, very sorry. Yang Dingtian's words had reached the limit. It was related to the life and death of the Little Western Paradise, but the other party's heart was still as calm as an ancient well. Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. Using martial arts? What a joke. This was the place. With the most saint-level experts in the world, it could be said that if it was an ownerless object, and he had to fight for it by force, Yang Dingtian would not be polite. And if it was in the hands of the enemy, Yang Dingtian would not be polite either. But now, it was an ownerless object. And the owner of this object was a group of very pure, simple, and noble people. If the other party was not willing to lend it to him, then what else could Yang Dingtian do, whether it was by force or by plotting? It was very disgraceful, and even if he got the demon core of the Naga royalty, it might not change the situation. He still could not form any connection with the soul of the Naga royalty. It was just a slight possibility. Then, maybe the only way was to find the Naga Shuang. Yang Dingtian felt bitter in his heart, but he still bowed deeply and said, Thank you for your hospitality, Elder. The woman nodded and said, I am very sorry for not letting you have your way. Do you have a way to go back? Do you need me to send you back to the human countries through the Little Western Paradise? Thank you, Elder. I have a way to go back. Yang Dingtian bowed and then turned to leave. Yang Dingtian came to this world. Among the most precious qualities, perseverance and willpower were one of them. It had always been his creed to not give up. No matter what he did, he would persevere until the end, but that was when he was in the right. But when he was in the wrong, it was difficult to persevere until the end. Just like in the real world, you could work hard to get through difficulties, or you could borrow money to get through difficulties. But once the borrowing was rejected, it would be difficult to persist until the end. You had to borrow money, just like that. Yang Dingtian bade farewell to the woman and then walked out. And throughout the whole process, the other party did not even ask him how he tore through space. This kind of carefree attitude was really extreme. Meanwhile, that woman stood on the spot and sent Yang Dingtian off with her gaze. Just like that, a little depressed, Yang Dingtian left the High Priest Association. Once again, he came to the huge stone door at the entrance. He pushed it open slightly and was about to walk out. A cold wind blew in from outside, causing Yang Dingtian to instantly remember that there was something he had not done yet. So, he quickly walked back. When he entered the cave hall again, the woman was about to leave with a candle in her hand. Seeing Yang Dingtian return, she was not angry and only asked, "Mister, is there anything else? I was in a daze just now and forgot to ask a question." Yang Dingtian said, "A friend asked me to ask, is Nara really dead?" When these words came out, the body of the woman who had been as calm as an ancient well suddenly trembled. Naru. Wu Yu's mother, the former female speaker of the Little Western Paradise, the #1 beauty of the Little Western Paradise, she successfully seduced a silent tribe and gave birth to a mixed-blood descendant of the silent tribe and the fox tribe, which was Wu Yu. Because the silent tribe broke their precepts and felt that they had fallen, they committed suicide. Not long after, the female speaker also died, leaving Wu Yu alone. When Nara died, Wu Yu was still young. But she had always been suspicious of her mother's death. Because the fox tribe's life was very long, and her mother did not seem like someone who would commit suicide. Moreover, the offspring of the silent tribe would not cause the death of the fox tribe, right? So, Wu Yu had always been suspicious at this point, but before this, she had always been stubborn and did not ask. A few years ago, when the High Priest Association's people went to Silver City to ask for the Naga royalty demon core, Wu Yu saw the people from the High Priest Association and did not ask. But now, Wu Yu had become a complete woman, and her mentality had changed a little. So when Yang Dingtian left the Taboo Continent Sea region, she asked Yang Dingtian to help her ask if he entered the High Priest Association. After a long time, the woman spoke, and her voice was a little different. She asked, Who asked you to ask?" Yang Dingtian, a friend of mine, Little Western Paradise's Wu Yu, the current master of the Sea of Hades. Suddenly, the woman's breathing became a little hurried, and she fell into silence again. After a long time, she said, "Wu Yu, how is she now?" Yang Dingtian immediately understood when he heard this. The woman in front of him was Little Western Paradise's legendary #1 beauty, Wu Yu's mother. She did not die, and she had entered the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian could even figure out the cause and effect in an instant. First, she must have really fallen in love with that silent tribe. Otherwise, she, as the dignified speaker, would not have done such a thing. But after that silent tribe member committed suicide, she must have been in incomparable pain, and she must have felt that she had committed a heinous crime by seducing a noble silent tribe member. And this silent tribe member was previously a member of the High Priest Association, and his life's ideals were almost completely dedicated to wisdom. Now, he was dead. That dedication had been cut off, so she felt the need to inherit her lover's career, and also to make up for her sins. So, when her daughter Wu Yu grew up a little, she chose to fake her death, and then entered the High Priest Association to live a destitute life without any desires. However, the woman in front of him was covered by a grey coarse robe. Not only was her face hidden, but the curves of her body were also completely covered. It was impossible to tell that this was Little Western Paradise's #1 beauty. Yang Dingtian immediately bowed deeply and said, "Yang Dingtian greets Senior Naru. High Priest Association's Naru greets Mr. Yang Dingtian." The woman lifted the cloak on her head. Her peerlessly beautiful face and smooth jade-like head were revealed. She had cut off all her hair. When Yang Dingtian saw Naru, the former #1 beauty of Little Western Paradise, he felt like he was looking at a painting. It was just that he felt a sense of unreality. Of course, it wasn't that she was unreal. In fact, Yang Dingtian had seen all the top beauties in this world. Tantai and Naga Shuang should be the top beauties in this world. Naru in front of him, in terms of pure beauty, was indeed more beautiful than Jia. She should be on the same level as Wu Yu, Queen Devil Queen. However, because she had cultivated for so long, her whole face really gave people a very unreal feeling. Even this kind of beauty already had a hazy and dreamy feeling. Of course, this kind of hazy and dreamy also made this kind of beauty incomparably attractive, but it was completely impossible to profane. Although all her hair had been cut off, it made her face look even more holy. "Why didn't Wu Yu come with you?" Naru asked. Yang Dingtian, we were worried that Little Western Paradise would set a trap for us in the Skull Hall, so we didn't pass through Little Western Paradise. Instead, we tore space to enter Mount Buzhou. But because of special reasons, only I can pass through the torn space to enter Mount Buzhou. Nara thought for a while and then asked, space technique, right? If Yang Dingtian was a complete stranger, she definitely wouldn't ask like this. But since Yang Dingtian was her daughter's friend, and they seemed to be close, she spoke a little more casually. Yang Dingtian nodded. Nara's eyes showed surprise. You actually obtained the space technique. In the records, only the ancient Mr. Shiwu Piaoyan had studied the greater space technique. In fact, when I heard that you came through the torn space, although we didn't have any desires, the surprise and shock in my heart can't be described with words. Yang Dingtian, my greater space technique also came from Mr. Shiwu Piaoyan. He was my teacher. Nara's eyes lit up. Mr. Nihility is your teacher? That's right, Yang Dingtian said. In fact, all of my cultivation was taught by his remnant consciousness. The only martial skill I've ever practiced was the only scroll he wrote after spending hundreds of years of his life. Nara said, you may not know this, but one of the spiritual teachers of our High Priest Association is the ancient Mr. Shiwu Piaoyan. When he was wandering in the ancient Little Western Paradise, he left behind many works, which are still the direction of our research. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Then, may I ask if my identity will help me borrow the Naga royalty demon nuclei? Nara's beautiful face immediately revealed an awkward expression. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, with your identity, we will treat you as one of us. From now on, the doors of the High Priest Association will always be open for you. Furthermore, if you have any theoretical problems, you can always ask us for help. But you also know that we are a group of people who have no desires. Although your identity will make us feel close to you, it can't make us change the rules. Yang Dingtian, Senior Naru, now I want to borrow the Naga royalty demon nuclei. What is the most important part? Naru said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, the demon nuclei of the Naga royalty demon nuclei may be incomparably precious in your world. But in the High Priest Association, it is only a research object that is very precious. The reason why we don't give it to you is definitely not because we can't bear to part with it, but because of the rules that have been set. Yang Dingtian, then, is there no other way? Naru said, I have already said that if you want us to change our mind, all the members must vote. More than 80% of the members agree, then we can make this decision. However, this matter is not of utmost importance to us. It is completely impossible to interrupt the members' meditation because of this matter. Then, Naru said, Wuyu's father was once an important member of the High Priest Association. But because I tempted him, he felt that he had committed a big mistake. In the end, he committed suicide to make up for his sins. Then, I went to the High Priest Association and asked the High Priest Association to execute me, or let me enter the association and inherit his will. This was the same as what Yang Dingtian had imagined. Naru said, however, such an important matter did not have the qualifications to awaken the meditating high priest for a vote. I waited for dozens of years. Only then did I get the majority of the members' approval to enter the High Priest Association during the awakening meeting of the High Priest Association. Hearing this, Yang Dingtian understood the seriousness of the matter. Everyone was different from each other. To you, it might be a big matter, but to others, it was insignificant. And to some people, meditation was like sleeping, a complete waste of time. But to the members of the High Priest Association, it was a big matter, more important than their lives. Wuyu's father was the most important member of the High Priest Association. In the end, he died and was unable to awaken the meditating high priest. Then, Yang Dingtian coming to borrow the Naga royalty's demon nucleus was completely insignificant, and it was even more impossible to awaken the meditating high priests. Naru said, if you are willing to wait, about 39 years later, all of the high priests would awaken from their meditation and then have a regular exchange meeting. I think with your status, you can definitely participate in this meeting. 39 years? If Yang Dingtian did not find the Naga Shuang, the human countries would have been destroyed countless times in 39 years. Yang Dingtian said, in other words, awakening all the meditating high priests is actually more important than borrowing the Naga royalty's demon nucleus, right? Yes. Nara said. Yang Dingtian said, then, is there any exception that can awaken the meditating high priests in advance? Nara said, an astonishing discovery, an epic-making discovery, can directly break through the current research bottleneck of the High Priest Association. Also, there must be a very objective result to prove your discovery. Yang Dingtian said, the Great Space Technique, does it count? Nara was silent for a moment, then said, although the Great Space Technique is not the main topic of our research, it is still ranked second. There is no doubt that its weight is completely sufficient. But if you want to awaken all the high priests, it means that you will have to completely disclose the Great Space Technique. You will definitely not be willing, and I also do not recommend that you do so. Because the current world cannot bear the consequences of the Great Space Technique being made public. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, indeed, if you want me to hand over the Great Space Technique, I would rather the human countries lose the war. Because once the Great Space Technique is made public, it means the complete destruction of the chaotic world. At this moment, Yang Dingtian completely understood the nature of the High Priest Association. Although the martial arts level here was very, very high, their status was very low. This was a completely academic organization, and the only thing that could be brought out here was research results. Research results that were of sufficient weight. In the words of Earth, these research results could even surpass the level of a Nobel Prize. For example, Newton's 3 laws, or Einstein's theory of relativity. If Yang Dingtian could bring out shocking results of this level, it would undoubtedly be enough to awaken all the meditating high priests and interrupt their research. But could Yang Dingtian bring it out? The Great Space Technique was undoubtedly one, but he definitely could not bring it out. What could Yang Dingtian bring out for the rest? First, the introduction to the Dark Realm. Second, the introduction to the Dark Realm, or the Death Continent, the introduction to the Dark World, and so on and so forth. These theories were all obtained by Yang Dingtian from the Hall of Skulls. As for the Hall of Skulls and the Forbidden Continent's illusory realm, the people of the High Priest Association were 10,000 times more knowledgeable than Yang Dingtian. In that case, what other things did Yang Dingtian possess that the Priest Association didn't know about? After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian said, I found new Naga in a confined space. Before the ancient Great Nirvana, under the persuasion of Mr. Shiwu Piayan, the ancient Naga sacrificed all the Naga people to construct new Naga, changed their genes, and gave birth to a new generation of Naga. These Naga generations are weaker than the previous generation, and are on the verge of collapse. They are completely confined in an isolated space, and their research in the spiritual domain has completely reached a bottleneck. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Nara revealed a stunned expression, but she still shook her head regretfully and said, this is just a discovery, not an academic achievement. Yang Dingtian nodded. That's right, this was not an academic achievement. Then, Yang Dingtian said, then, does the relationship between the dark matter and the primeval Nagas count? You should know that the dark matter is constantly devouring the existing vitality of the continent, but the primeval Nagas can melt the dark matter. Nara revealed a shocked expression again, and then she shook her head regretfully and said, this is also a very great and important discovery, but it's still not enough. Although the dark matter is also a research direction of the High Priest Association, it can only be ranked after the top 5. Yang Dingtian was really at his wit's end. Facing the most intelligent group of people in the world, everything he knew was really not enough. For example, he could be said to be completely ahead of everyone in the exploration of the realm of gods. But in front of the High Priest Association, perhaps it was still not enough. Nara said, I can tell you a few research directions of our High Priest Association. You can use this to see if there are any results that are enough to move the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian, please go ahead. Nara said, our first research direction is the spiritual domain. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment. Although he knew that there was a Naga royalty that made a breakthrough in this area, it was not his own result, so he could not take it out. Nara said, our second research direction is the Greater Space Technique. Regarding the Greater Space Technique, Yang Dingtian was the only person in the world who had results. Unfortunately, this thing was too important, more important than his life, and he could not let anyone know. Nara continued, our third research direction is the origin of the Little Western Paradise's civilization and the need to continue it. Yang Dingtian was startled. this research topic sounded very vague and vague. Suddenly, he could not help but ask, about the third research direction, is there anything more specific? Naru said, the most important one is whether the fox demon race can give birth to a demigod descendant. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be startled. Could this be the main point of your research? It's actually in the top 3? Naru was stunned. Is this strange? This is related to our entire race. Whether it's the fox demon race or the speechless race, they all have the silver dragon bloodline. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. But has the fox demon race already given birth to a demigod descendant? Don't you know? Naru was shocked. What? Already given birth? When? Yang Dingtian was even more astonished as he said, it was born a few years ago. This is not a secret among the higher-ups of Little Western Paradise. Also, I remember that the High Priest Association went to Indu a few years ago to ask for the Naga royalty demon core from Wuyu. There's such a thing? Naru said. No one told us. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was completely sure that Little Western Paradise was isolated from the High Priest Association. Obviously, whether it was the Little Western Paradise Council or the 9 Great Tribes, they did not want the High Priest Association to know about this secret, because if the High Priest Association knew about it, they might lose control. In that case, it was very likely that they would lose control of the entire incident, and even lose control of the demigod's descendant. This High Priest Association was truly isolated from the rest of the world. After being shocked for a long time, Naru asked, then, which woman gave birth to the demigod descendant? Yang Dingtian, the Shadow Spear races Yarao and Jia? Naru said, it's actually those sisters? Is there something special about their bloodline? Immediately, Yang Dingtian spoke in an extremely awkward and strange tone, the silver dragon bloodline in their bodies isn't anything special. What's special is the child's father. He is the one who allowed the enchanting sisters to give birth to a demigod descendant. Naru was surprised. Who is that man? Yang Dingtian was very embarrassed. His face was a little red. He said in a low voice, It's me. You? Naru said in disbelief. It's actually you? Yang Dingtian nodded. Yes, it's me. Naru stared at Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Then, she stepped forward and sniffed his body. She immediately felt a strong silver dragon bloodline aura. There was also a slightly throbbing aura. Then, she turned around and walked into a deep passage. Yang Dingtian immediately said, Senior, you, Naru said, I'm going to wake up the high priests who are in meditation. According to the rules of the High Priest Association, if there's a breakthrough in the first 3 research topics, everyone can stop meditating and immediately enter the exchange meeting. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This also works. His body easily accomplished what he had not been able to do with his intellect after so much hard work. Using this method to conquer the High Priest Association, Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to rejoice or laugh bitterly. For hours later, all the members of the High Priest Association stopped meditating and gathered in the cave hall. Yang Dingtian counted and found that there were a total of 39 people. This High Priest Association had been established for thousands of years. Apart from Wuyu's father, no other members had passed away. Until now, there were only 39 people left. It could be seen how difficult it was to enter. Moreover, it was different from what Yang Dingtian had imagined. He had thought that these high priests would be old and frail. But in fact, the majority of them didn't seem to be older than Yang Dingtian. Of course, there were also old and frail. However, most of them were wrapped in a dark gray robe. Not only was it impossible to tell their age, but it was also impossible to tell their gender. After their meditation was interrupted, these high priests didn't show much anger. Instead, their eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Since their meditation was interrupted, it meant that there was a huge breakthrough in at least one of the 3 major problems. Everyone sat on the stone chairs in the cave hall. They didn't even react to Yang Dingtian's presence in the hall. Some of them even nodded in greeting. After everyone was seated, one of the high priests removed his hood and revealed his face. This was the first time Yang Dingtian had seen a true member of the silent race. Their appearance was similar to when he was in the Little Western Paradise, but they seemed to be deeper and thinner. It was impossible to tell the silent tribe high priest's age from his face, but the depth of his gaze seemed to be longer than the entire Little Western Paradise. This person should be one of the leaders of the Great Priest Association. His gaze swept across everyone. When he passed by Yang Dingtian's face, he appeared to be slightly puzzled. It was as though he was puzzled that he had never seen this person before. However, he suspected that he had been meditating for too long and had forgotten. Who is this brother? When did you join the association? I don't have any impression of you, the silent tribe member said. He wasn't asking a rhetorical question, nor was he mocking him. He was talking seriously. Yang Dingtian immediately stood up and said, "Greetings, elder. My name is Yang Dingtian." The silent tribe member thought for a while, as if he really couldn't remember anything. He nodded and said, "Greetings, Yang Dingtian. No matter when you joined the association or whether I've ever welcomed you, I'll welcome you again." "Welcome, welcome." Immediately, all the high priests nodded perfunctorily. Yang Dingtian was speechless. These people used all their brains in meditation. They really didn't know anything about the ways of the world. They didn't have the slightest suspicion towards Yang Dingtian sitting here. He was about to explain when the silent tribe leader said, "Which comrade woke us up?" "Oh, is it Madame Naru? Congratulations, you've made a breakthrough in the 3 major problems." "May I ask, on which question did you make a breakthrough?" "Naru, the 3rd question." The silent tribe said, "The origin and future of the Little Western Paradise's civilization? Although it's not as exciting as the spiritual domain and the greater space spell, it involves the entire Little Western Paradise's civilization. It's not bad. May I ask which aspect of the problem you solved?" "Naru, the birth of a demigod's descendant." As soon as this was said, all the high priests present trembled. This should be a question that had troubled the entire Little Western Paradise for thousands of years. It could be said that this question had appeared since the birth of the Little Western Paradise's civilization. This was because the races of the Little Western Paradise, whether it was the Fox Demon race or the Silent Tribe, were all created by the fallen Silver Dragon to create a new demigod race. If the Silent Tribe and the Fox Demon race couldn't produce a demigod's descendant, it meant that these 2 races had completely failed. It meant that these 2 races would end up like the other experimental races, swept away into the trash heap of history. Therefore, this matter wasn't very big in Yang Dingtian's eyes, but in the eyes of the Little Western Paradise's races, it was bigger than the sky. It even concerned the survival of the entire race and the meaning of their existence. In fact, when the 3 questions were arranged, they wanted to put this first. However, later on, someone pointed out that this was too narrow-minded and didn't look at the big picture. It was too limited to their own interests. Therefore, the spiritual domain and the greater space spell, these 2 grand macro problems, were placed in the first 2, and the problem that concerned the survival of their own race was placed in the 3rd, showing that the High Priest Association was selfless and far-reaching. At this moment, when they heard that they had a breakthrough in this most important question, they were naturally overjoyed. The leader of the Silent Tribe immediately said excitedly, "Your Excellency Naru, please tell us about your breakthrough." Naru said, "It's not my breakthrough. In fact, a few years ago, the Fox Demon race of the Little Western Paradise had successfully inoculated humans and produced a demigod's descendant. However, the Little Western Paradise's parliament deliberately hid this fact from us, even though we almost cut off all contact with the Little Western Paradise in recent years. However, a few years ago, we still sent people to Silver City, but regarding this matter, the Little Western Paradise's parliament never mentioned it." As soon as this was said, the high priest's expressions changed. "What's up with their chairman? What are the 9 tribes trying to do?" Suddenly, an older Fox Demon high priest said angrily, "Oh right, who is their chairman now?" "It should be a young Fox Demon called Xianxia," another high priest said. Yang Dingtian was really speechless. How much was this high priest association isolated from the outside world? Now, they didn't even know who was the chairman of the Little Western Paradise, and they didn't even know that Xianxia was dead. Then, the leader of the Silent Tribe said, "Your Excellency Naru, may I ask what's going on? How did the Little Western Paradise produce a demigod's descendant?" Naru pointed at Yang Dingtian and said, "The ones who produced the demigod's descendant were Yao Rao and Jia, 2 young Fox Demon women from the Shadow Spear tribe." Of course, the reason why they produced the demigod's descendant had nothing to do with them. The real important thing is a human man called Yang Tian. His bloodline can combine with the fox demon race and produce a demigod's descendant. Then, where is this human man called Yang Tian? The leader of the silent tribe asked. Yang Tian's jaw dropped. He was clearly here, and he had introduced himself just now. His name was Yang Tian. Were these people even listening to what he was saying? Nero pointed at him and said, "This is Yang Tian from the human countries." Swoosh swoosh swoosh. Suddenly, everyone looked at him. The leader of the silent tribe said, "Oh, so you're not a member of the association. You're the Great Cedar." Cedar, could this name be any worse? Suddenly, Yang Tian felt that everyone's eyes were burning as if they were hungry wolves that saw meat. This made him worried that he would be captured and dissected immediately. The silent tribe high priest said excitedly, "Mr. Yang Tian, are you the only human in the human countries? Because as far as we know, demon fox females have been inoculated in the human countries for thousands of years. We can't find a human that can make demon fox females go into estrus." Yang Tian nodded and said, "I think I am the only one. Because I am the only one who can make demon fox race and snakeman race go into estrus and give birth to demigod descendants." Suddenly, all the high priest's breathing became rough. Another demon fox tribe high priest asked, "Mr. Yang Tian, what do you think is the reason why you can make demon fox race give birth to demigod descendants?" Yang Tian thought for a moment and said, "I don't know. I used to think it was because of the darkness profound flame. But later on, Temple of Annihilation's Dongli also possessed the darkness profound flame. However, he was still unable to make Snakeman Empire's Queen High Xian go into estrus. Therefore, it is obvious that the darkness profound flame is not the reason. Therefore, I began to suspect that it might be related to my 9 yang profound veins." "You have 9 yang profound veins?" The silent tribe high priest's eyes lit up. Yang Tian nodded. 9 yang profound veins that only appears once in 1,000 years. Although this reason is not strict, it has a certain degree of persuasiveness. The silent tribe high priest said. Suddenly, one of the demon fox tribe high priest said, "Mr. Yang Tian, may I ask if you can demonstrate your ability in this aspect on the spot? So that we can have a deeper understanding and confirm this matter." Yang Tian is completely speechless. How can he perform this kind of thing? However, the eyes of the high priests present are actually deep in agreement. They are looking at Yang Tian with eyes filled with longing. This is a group of academic freaks," the silent tribe high priest asked. "Among us here, who is a woman? No matter if it is demon fox tribe or silent tribe, anyone is fine." Immediately, 3 hands were raised. One of them is Neru's hand. These 3 hands, when raised from such a coarse cloth robe, appeared especially abrupt. These robes were simple and crude, but the hands that stretched out were as slender as snow jade, graceful and moving. Yang Tian also noticed that Neru's hand is not the most beautiful one. There is another hand, it is as if it is completely carved out of white jade. It is slender and exquisite to the point that even the fingernails are like jade and are relatively sharp. Generally speaking, jade hands are just a description of a woman's hand. However, the pair of hands in front of him is really jade hands. Yang Tian has never seen such beautiful jade hands. The silent tribe high priest said, "Then, those who are willing to be the test subjects, please continue to raise your hands." One hand was lowered. Of course, it is Neru's hand. Although she has no desires now, she has already vowed to be loyal to her late husband. The one on the left, if I remember correctly, you should be Lady Demon Fox. The silent tribe high priest said, "May I ask if you are willing to be a volunteer?" "Yes, Mr." An extremely soft female voice sounded. "It is the owner of that jade hand." Then, she lifted her hood and revealed her face. Yang Tian's pupils suddenly shrank. This is the first time Yang Tian has seen a woman who looks so much like a fox. Yes, it is a fox, not a fox spirit. As long as it is a woman who looks charming and can seduce people, she can be called a fox spirit. The face of this woman in front of him is like a fox's face. Her long and narrow eyes are not big, but one can remember it with a glance. It even has the power to hook one's soul. Her slender nose is not very high, and for a woman, it is a little long. However, it is exquisite to the extreme. Her delicate lips seem to be transparent, but it does not give people the feeling that there is no blood. Her face is actually a little long and a little sharp. Her whole face is really like a fox's. Therefore, in terms of beauty, she can't be compared to Naru. However, this face is completely unforgettable. In fact, Yang Dingtian only took a glance at her, and then his entire mind was filled with this face. He even pushed out Naru's unparalleled beautiful face. This woman from the Demon Fox clan really has a very, very special charm. Demon Fox is the name of a race, but the name of this woman in front of him is Demon Fox. After Yang Dingtian saw it, he is very sure that she can be called this name. Then, this Demon Fox walked in front of Yang Dingtian. The silent tribe leader said, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, you can do anything to this lady Demon Fox in front of you to show your unique ability. Please." The Demon Fox looked at Yang Dingtian. Note, I went back to my hometown to do something. I only slept for an hour last night. Today, I rushed all the way and still have to write at night. It is really, really tiring me out. Then, I saw that it is actually double the monthly votes. You guys should also throw in a few. Yang Dingtian said, the first stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship is called the pig-slaying swordsmanship. It's the #1 swordsmanship in the world. In fact, the name of the pig-slaying swordsmanship came from the first stage. Fire Dance nodded and said, what about the second stage? Yang Dingtian said, the second stage is called the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Sword. In fact, the second stage is already slightly out of the category of martial skills, but it's still within the understanding of the current martial arts civilization. After explaining the second stage, Yang Dingtian continued, the third stage is called the Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique. It can completely transform any attribute of Xianxia energy into pure Xianxia energy. This is already somewhat beyond the scope of the current martial arts. The fourth stage is called the Yin-Yang Heaven and Earth Art. It's already started to reverse the Yin and Yang attributes and create the primal chaos attribute. Then what about the fifth stage? Fire Dance asked. Yang Dingtian said, the fifth stage is called the Greater Space Art. When these words came out, Fire Dance's face trembled slightly. In fact, the expressions of the people from the High Priest Association changed. One had to know that this was the second most difficult problem of the High Priest Association. It was even a problem of the entire world. Once this problem was solved, it would bring about a subversive change in the world. Of course, it was very likely to be a bad subversion. After hearing Yang Dingtian explain the first 5 stages of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, all the high priests present fell silent and looked at Yang Dingtian with disbelief. There really was someone in this world who could practice the pig-slaying swordsmanship. When Yang Dingtian finished speaking, everyone knew that it was true. In fact, the true content of the pig-slaying swordsmanship could only be known after entering the world of the scroll. None of the people in the High Priest Association had entered the world of the scroll, so they didn't know the specific content of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. However, when they studied Shiwu Piayan's other works, they could roughly figure out the research direction of the pig-slaying swordsmanship. So after hearing Yang Dingtian's words, they immediately confirmed that he was telling the truth. He really had learned the 5th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and was the true successor of Shiwu Piayan. Fire Dance turned to look at the wordless high priest. Both sides exchanged glances. Then, the leader of the silent priests stepped forward and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, I formally invite you to join the Little Western Paradise High Priest Association. Are you willing? Instantly, many high priests looked at Yang Dingtian with fervent gazes. The silent tribe high priest said, We've always been arrogant, thinking that we're at the forefront of the entire chaos world in terms of thinking, wisdom, and martial arts. But in fact, we are just picking up the wisdom of our predecessors, especially Shiwu Piayan. The works he left behind have always been the direction of our research. But that was it. We were never able to penetrate deeply into his wisdom. Therefore, we are very eager for Mr. Yang Dingtian to join us. Yang Dingtian remained silent for a moment before replying, Of course, I am honored to receive your invitation. I would like to ask if the High Priest Association is going to draw a clear line with the outside world and not have any entanglements with the outside world. The silent tribe high priest said, That's natural. Only in this way can we go deeper and further in the cultivation of wisdom. If we're tied down by the outside world, we won't be able to go far in the cultivation of wisdom. This is a very serious matter. Yang Dingtian said, then I'm very sorry. I really have too many things that I haven't done. The Silent Tribe High Priest said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, in fact, no matter how big the business outside is, it's still nothing. The cultivation of wisdom is the eternal value. Yang Dingtian said, I agree, but this junior is already deeply involved and can't extricate himself. The Silent Tribe High Priest sighed, then we need to talk in private. Yang Dingtian immediately recalled the story of Xianxia. At that time, Xianxia was also very ambitious. He wanted the fox demon race to become the new overlord of the world, an existence as powerful as the demigod Naga race. Later on, the Silent Tribe High Priest conversed with him for a day and night, and it seemed to have completely changed his mind. The Silent Tribe High Priest's method was very simple. They pulled Xianxia into an illusion and satisfied all his desires. In the illusion, they made him the number one person in the world, a god. However, he was the only person in the world, and he couldn't even die. The Silent Tribe High Priest came in front of Yang Dingtian, and said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, what is your dream? What kind of powerful person do you want to be? As expected, this was a very familiar feeling. Yang Dingtian said, My dream is to save this world, so that I can no longer be tied down by this world and live freely with my family. The Silent Tribe High Priest was stunned, and then he asked, Then, what kind of powerful person do you want to be? Yang Dingtian said, Enough for me to protect this world. When I accomplish this goal, it doesn't matter whether I have martial arts or not. The Silent Tribe High Priest was stunned again, and then he sighed, Don't you want to conquer someone? Defeat someone? Yang Dingtian said, In fact, I have conquered many people, but it was when my cultivation was far inferior to theirs. I have also defeated many people when my cultivation was also inferior to theirs. Although this sentence is very empty, I still want to say that justice is my weapon. The Silent Tribe High Priest was silent for a moment, and then he said, Your Excellency, I can't extradite you because in your heart, your career and dream are as great as ours. Yang Dingtian bowed and paid his respects. At this time, a fox demon high priest said, Actually, it's good that he doesn't join the High Priest Association. I think it's more important for him to be in charge of nurturing the descendants of the demigod. Yang Dingtian frowned and said, Masters, don't you hate Naga's behavior? Are you willing to let the fox demon race walk the same path as Naga? The Silent Tribe High Priest said, Of course not, we don't agree with the Little Western Paradise's so-called great cause. Yang Dingtian said, Then why do you still want the descendants of the demigod? The Silent Tribe High Priest said, We have to understand the problem first before we can solve it. We are trying to find the future of Little Western Paradise in the descendants of the demigod. If you have enough wisdom, you will realize that the fox demon race is an abnormal race. If this continues, the destruction of this civilization is only a matter of time. Yang Dingtian said, I think the descendants of the demigod will not solve the problem, but will worsen it. The Silent Tribe High Priest nodded and said, You are right. If the demigod descendants of the fox demon race walk the same path as Naga, it will mean destruction. Yang Dingtian said, Then why do you still need the descendants of the demigod? The Silent Tribe High Priest said, Our High Priest Association's research in certain fields has reached a dead end. We can't stop the apocalypse, so we hope that the wisdom of the demigod descendants can help us break through the bottleneck of our research. Whether it's the Silent Tribe or the fox demon race, I think our brain is limited. The demigod race will surpass us in terms of wisdom and understanding of energy. Then, the Silent Tribe High Priest said, Of course, humans can't do it. Of course, humans have wisdom, but the limitations of their lifespans make it impossible for humans to make breakthroughs in this field. Yang Dingtian immediately fell into silence and agreed with what they said. There was a ready-made example of the Naga royalty that had completely broken through the bottleneck of the spiritual realm. Sir Yang Dingtian, I respect you for taking it upon yourself to save the world, and we share the same goal. The leader of the silent race said, But our salvation might not be as limited as yours. We don't want to defeat anyone. Whether it's the evil Tao or anyone else, we don't care. What we want to save is the entire world itself, the life of the primal chaos world. Do you understand? He definitely won't understand. A high priest next to him said, although he practiced the pig-slaying swordsmanship, his understanding of this world is still too shallow. However, Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I completely understand this point, and I completely agree with this point. If we don't stop it, even if there is no war, the entire chaotic world will be destroyed. Because the third dark realm is not far from death, and the second dark realm is also on the verge of collapse. The torn space will soon evolve into the first dark realm, and without the balance of the torn space, the energy environment of the Little Western Paradise will completely collapse, and it will evolve into the second torn space. And this is not the greatest danger. The greatest danger is that the current human countries, which is the only living continent, are gradually being invaded by dark matter. As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. This was definitely the top secret of this world. The entire High Priest Association had studied it for a long time before coming to this conclusion. Now, Yang Dingtian said it so easily and clearly. After a long time, the Silent Tribe High Priest said, Sir Yang Dingtian, you were not sent here by Madame Nehru. You came here on your own? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, that is indeed the case. Nehru said, Sir Yang Dingtian came through the torn space in order to avoid the pursuit of the Little Western Paradise. As soon as this was said, everyone present was completely shocked. It was clear what this meant. This meant that Yang Dingtian had grasped the greater space technique. This was a supreme realm that was second only to the law of spiritual energy. In front of them, such a young Yang Dingtian had actually broken through. The Silent Tribe High Priest said seriously, Sir Yang Dingtian, why have you come to the High Priest Association? Yang Dingtian bowed and said, I need a Naga royalty demon core. It is in the High Priest Association, so I am here to ask the association to lend me the Naga royalty demon core. The Speechless Clan's priest leader said directly, the Naga clan's demon core? Oh, there is such a thing. If you want to borrow it, of course, there is no problem. You can take it any time. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was in disbelief. This happiness came too suddenly. Of course, as long as you join the High Priest Association, you can use everything in the association for research. The Silent Tribe High Priest said. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was surprised. Then, he said bitterly, you should know that I can't do that. I haven't finished my business outside, so it is impossible for me to join the High Priest Association. Suddenly, Fire Dance said, then there is another way. You can leave behind a demigod descendant for us. You can have a child with me or with Demon Fox. This way, our association can give you the Naga royalty demon core. As soon as this was said, the Silent Tribe High Priest frowned slightly. Although Fire Dance's suggestion was very sudden, he did not deny it. Instead, he added, of course, this decision has to be passed through a show of hands. If 80% of the people agree, it can be passed. Fire Dance said, don't worry, they will definitely raise their hands. Fire Dance's words were full of shrewdness and determination. Yang Dingtian didn't have the slightest doubt about this. When he came, he really did not expect things to turn out this way. It had developed to the point of selling his body in exchange for the Naga royalty demon core. Moreover, this transaction did not seem like Yang Dingtian had lost out. Instead, it seemed like he had gained a huge advantage. There was no need to mention Fire Dance. She was a dazzling beauty. As for the Demon Fox, she was filled with an incomparably unique charm. Therefore, this was a wonderful thing. Not only did he get the Naga royalty demon core, but he also enjoyed a great beauty. Yang Dingtian's heart was beating like thunder. He even knew that Fire Dance was deliberately helping him. In fact, her proposal surprised the entire Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association, although it was somewhat reasonable. This time, Yang Dingtian thought for a full 15 minutes because this decision was too important to him. One was for the Doomsday Battle, and the other was for his bloodline. In the end, Yang Dingtian shook his head. Seeing him shake his head, Fire Dance, Fox Demon, Nehru, and everyone else present were shocked. Why did he reject such a wonderful offer? Fire Dance even said with a hint of mockery, Sir Yang Dingtian, is this the way of a gentleman? Or is it because you don't want to let your wife down? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I'm far from being that noble. To be able to have a good time with Lady Demonic Fox is like a dream to me. Moreover, it's for the Naga royalty demon core. I won't refuse at all. But... Please speak, Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian said, obviously, after Lady Demonic Fox and I give birth to a demigod descendant, we will definitely stay in the High Priest Association for you to raise, right? Fire Dance said, of course. Yang Dingtian said, although I'm often not by your side, I still want my child to grow up by my side. Fire Dance said, do you think it's better for him to be by your side than in the High Priest Association? Yang Dingtian said, of course. For a child, no place in the world can compare to being by his parents' side. Fire Dance said, if you and Demonic Fox mate, then Demonic Fox will be the child's mother. Are you worried about the child following his mother? Yang Dingtian said, you are a group of noble and selfless people, but as the child's parents, you have to be selfish. Therefore, I think Lady Demonic Fox can't be a good mother. Also, fundamentally speaking, I don't want my child to be a test subject. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Yang Dingtian's attitude showed that he was not going to cooperate in the breeding of demigods. He couldn't even conceive a demigod's descendant with the demonic fox, much less borrow it from someone else. Yang Dingtian, one of the fox priests said, you're willing to have demigod descendants with women from the Little Western Paradise, and 2 of them at that. Why are you making all sorts of excuses when it comes to the High Priest Society? Do you think we're too easy to talk to? Yang Dingtian, that's right, I have 2 children with Yarao and Jia. But they are both my wives now, and there is no doubt that these 2 children will grow up at my knee. At this moment, the leader of the silent tribe spoke, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you said that your lifelong career is to save the world. Searching for the demon core of the Naga royalty is also to save the world, right? Yang Dingtian, yes, Your Excellency. I'm asking for the demon core of the Naga royalty for the upcoming war of the human kingdom. Another high priest of the fox tribe, isn't that ironic? You're willing to sacrifice anything to save the world, but the current conditions don't even count as a sacrifice. Why don't you agree? Is your great cause of saving the world so limited and fake? Yang Dingtian, if I can't even protect my family and loved ones, then how can I save the world? If I have to sacrifice my children to save the world, then I'm sorry, I can't do it. I'm far from that noble and selfless. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell into silence. Even though they had already forgotten and couldn't understand the feelings they had for their family, Yang Dingtian's words still touched them. After a long time, someone said, Mr. Yang Dingtian, perhaps you've closed the door to negotiation. Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly became a little bitter, and he said, then, may I ask, what else can I offer in exchange? Fire Dance said, you're not willing to agree to the 2 things we want. In fact, there's another thing we want more, but because we know you won't agree, we didn't even mention it. The other thing was, of course, the greater space technique. Yang Dingtian naturally couldn't give it to them. The High Priest Association didn't mention it, which made Yang Dingtian very respectful and grateful. Yang Dingtian, elders, what if I say that the demon core of the Naga royalty is related to a breakthrough in the spiritual realm? As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. The speechless high priest said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, are you saying that the demon core of the Naga royalty will be used for research in the spiritual realm? Obviously, that won't change our mind, because we're not optimistic about your research at all. In fact, we're not optimistic about the research of any force other than us. This sentence was very arrogant. Yang Dingtian, in fact, there's already a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. No, impossible. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. Then, the speechless high priest said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you might not know what this breakthrough in the spiritual realm means. It will completely subvert the civilization of the entire world, and completely prevent the destruction of the chaotic world. Yang Dingtian, the breakthrough I'm talking about is the transformation of the information energy in the spiritual realm into an offensive energy that can destroy the world. As soon as this was said, the whole place was dead silent. Yes, there were many aspects to a breakthrough in the spiritual realm. However, the qualitative change of the spiritual energy was undoubtedly the most important one. This is really impossible. The speechless high priest said. Yang Dingtian, once, in the Netherworld Sea, I briefly came into contact with the demon core of the Naga royalty. Before you took it back, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty in the demon core had entered my brain and temporarily stayed there. At that time, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty didn't interact with me at all. Later on, it entered my soul sword. Not long ago, I obtained an extremely powerful Xian vein essence and implanted it into my soul sword. Furthermore, I temporarily used the demon core of the Millennium L as the Sea of Qi of the soul sword. Thus, I cultivated a temporary sword soul. If it was any other time, hearing Yang Dingtian's long narration, all the high priests would be impatient. Because to the high priests, if they couldn't get to the point in 3 sentences, they would be angry and lose all their patience. Yang Dingtian continued, not long ago, I was imprisoned by the Temple of Annihilation of the Evil Ways. The demon king Wentian wanted to possess my body. At the crucial moment, a Nagadugu Shuang rushed out from my spatial ring and destroyed Wentian's attempt to possess my body. It devoured the primordial evil spirit in his body and completed its transformation. After that, it killed countless darkness dragons and darkness wyverns in an attempt to escape from the empire of darkness that was enveloped by the darkness domain. However, the entire empire of darkness was surrounded by dark matter and it was impossible for her to escape. The empire of darkness sent out tens of thousands of darkness dragons and darkness wyverns to launch a suicidal attack on her in order to capture her. Seeing that the Nagadugu Shuang was unable to escape and its energy was about to be exhausted, it let out a sorrowful cry. The spiritual energy of the Naga royalty in my soul sword instantly resonated and controlled the soul sword to fly to the Nagadugu Shuang's side. It directly slashed out a shocking sword soul and destroyed the tens of thousands of darkness dragons, saving the Nagadugu Shuang. After hearing Yang Dingtian's narration, everyone fell into silence. Everyone present was an intelligent person and there was no need for Yang Dingtian to explain anything. Everyone immediately realized that regardless of whether it was Yang Dingtian's brain or his Sea of Qi, it was very difficult for them to contain such a powerful energy. There was only one explanation. The Naga royalty used spiritual energy to transform it into offensive energy. That's right, the Naga royalty had been researching for tens of thousands of years and finally made a breakthrough in the spiritual domain, completing a qualitative change in spiritual energy. Yang Dingtian continued, currently, I still have no connection with the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty. Hence, I want the demon core of the Naga royalty. I want to see if I can provide it with energy and awaken the connection with it. Instantly, everyone fell into silence. Yang Dingtian had given them a huge problem. That's right, this was indeed a breakthrough in the spiritual domain and a huge one at that. Hence, the High Priest Association's Naga royalty demon core could be given or not. The High Priest Association's agreement was written very clearly. The association could not allow anything to enter the outside world unless it could be exchanged for something that was extremely important and involved the 3 major problems. Otherwise, this thing could provide substantial help to other forces in the research of the 3 major problems. Hence, Yang Dingtian happened to be at this vague stage. Letting Yang Dingtian obtain the demon core of the Naga royalty would indeed help in his breakthrough in the spiritual domain. However, there was no doubt that Yang Dingtian wanted the demon core of the Naga royalty not for the research of the spiritual domain but to win the doomsday battle. The leader of the speechless race was silent for a long time before saying, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, we may need to vote. Yang Dingtian said, Thank you, Master. Do you need me to leave? The leader of the speechless race said, No need. Fire Dance looked at everyone present. Some met her gaze, while others avoided it. In fact, this was equivalent to expressing their stance. However, most of the people avoided her gaze. Therefore, if a vote was held, Yang Dingtian would not be able to obtain the demon core of the Naga royalty. Just as the vote was about to begin, Fire Dance suddenly said, Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, please follow me. After saying that, she walked directly into a stone room. Yang Dingtian followed. After walking for about a few hundred meters, Yang Dingtian entered a stone room. This should be Fire Dance's room. It was completely different from the other simple stone rooms. This was comfortable, pink, and even a little extravagant. Fire Dance did not seem to completely reject worldly pleasures. Your Excellency Yang Dingtian, you should know that if a vote is held, it will definitely not pass, Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, and I'm very grateful for Miss Fire Dance's care for me. I like you very much, Fire Dance said, but you can't be too biased, understand? Yang Dingtian bowed and said, yes. Fire Dance said, therefore, you need to make a certain sacrifice in exchange for the demon core of the Naga royalty. After saying that, she took off her coarse robe, revealing a peerlessly attractive body. The entire room was suddenly enveloped by a delicate fragrance. After a short period of contact, in Yang Dingtian's mind, this Fire Dance already possessed extraordinary charm. She was definitely a woman that men liked. Not only did her beauty and body make men crazy, but her character also made men like her from the bottom of their hearts. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt that his throat was blocked. His heart was beating like thunder as he hurriedly gasped for breath and said, Miss Fire Dance, you are incomparably attractive to me. But I'm very sorry, if I agree, it would be irresponsible of me. Fire Dance turned around and smiled at Yang Dingtian. Do you think I'm forcing you to have sex with me and give birth to a demigod descendant? Didn't you already refuse? Do you think I'll force myself on you? Could it be, could it not be? Yang Dingtian said in his heart. Fire Dance took out a gorgeous robe from the box and put it on. What are you thinking? I just want to change into a great arbiter's robe. Sure enough, this robe was black and red, full of majesty. When Fire Dance wore it, her beauty was like a burning flame. Fire Dance said, if you want to get a vote, you need to make a certain sacrifice. You need to sign a contract. After you save the world, you need to send your soul sword to the High Priest Association for us to study in the spiritual domain. Do you agree? Yang Dingtian was stunned, and his face immediately turned red. He said with incomparable gratitude, yes, of course I agree. He knew that with Fire Dance's persistence and help, he had obtained the demon core of the Naga royalty. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the Nine Sun Sword Saint and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type dread, and tell me secretly. Seeing Yang Dingtian's straightforward reply, Fire Dance couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then, she said, you should know that this contract is very serious. If you don't fulfill it when the time comes, the consequences will be very serious. Moreover, we will study it for a very long time. You might not be able to get back your soul sword for the rest of your life. Yang Dingtian, I've said it before. After I complete everything, I don't care even if my cultivation completely disappears. Because I've completed everything I want to do. Apart from defeating enemies, I don't need to rely on martial arts or cultivation for the rest of the matters. Fire Dance looked at Yang Dingtian for a while before saying, I like your attitude towards martial arts very much. Therefore, I won't waste my time on martial arts. In any case, I won't leave the High Priest Association for the rest of my life. Martial arts cultivation is useless here. Fire Dance put on the robes of the High Priest Association. She held a piece of energy-soft jade paper and a crystal pen in her hand as she walked back to the hall. After returning to the hall, she spread the soft jade paper on the stone she was sitting on and squatted there to write the contract. Seeing such a great beauty wearing such a gorgeous robe and squatting there to write something, Yang Dingtian immediately felt that this place was a scam. There wasn't even a decent table. Very quickly, Fire Dance finished writing the contract. Then, she handed the crystal pen to Yang Dingtian and said, sign it. Yang Dingtian took it and immediately saw the contract Fire Dance had written. The content was very simple. The High Priest Association would first lend the demon core of the Naga royalty to Yang Dingtian. In exchange, after Yang Dingtian finished saving the world, the soul sword had to be sent to the High Priest Association for research. Of course, regardless of whether Yang Dingtian finished saving the world or not, the soul sword had to be sent to the High Priest Association within 30 years. As for the Grand Priest Association's research on the soul swords, there was no fixed time limit. Of course, what was slightly surprising was that Fire Dance's handwriting wasn't that outstanding. At the very least, it was much worse than Jia's. However, his words were full of boldness and dominance. Even though she had tried her best to write seriously, it still leaned towards cursive. She needed to work hard to recognize every word. The first party of the contract was blank. Party B was, of course, Yang Dingtian. Infusing profound qi, he signed Yang Dingtian's name on it. Suddenly, the three red Yang Dingtian imprinted themselves on the soft jade white paper. Inside, the Yang Dingtian's unique Xianxia energy danced. After Yang Dingtian signed the contract, Fire Dance picked it up and read it out loud in front of everyone. His meaning was very clear. Today, he lent out the Naga royalty demon core, and in the future, not only would he return the Naga royalty demon core, but he would also lend the entire soul sword to the Association for Research. Right now, the left side of the contract is blank. We need to vote before we can sign the name of the Grand Priest Association. Fire Dance said, so, whether we lend the Naga royalty demon core or not is up to everyone present. When she said this, Fire Dance stared at everyone with a burning gaze. This time, there were quite a few people who avoided her gaze. However, Fire Dance continued to stare at them and didn't look away. Therefore, these people could only meet Fire Dance's gaze helplessly. In the end, after confirming that more than 80% of the people looked at Fire Dance, she said to the Silent Tribe's chief priest, "You announce the vote." The Silent Tribe's chief priest was a little helpless and said, "All right, we agree to lend the Naga royalty demon core to Yang Dingtian. In exchange, Yang Dingtian must lend the entire soul sword to the Grand Priest Association for Research within 30 years. Please raise your hand." The vote went without any accidents. Everyone who met Fire Dance's gaze agreed to the vote. A total of 33 people raised their hands and agreed to lend the Naga royalty demon core to Yang Dingtian. More than 80% of them agreed. Yes, this result was indeed a little underhanded, but Yang Dingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. After all the votes were over, the Grand Priest Association didn't delay at all. The Silent Tribe's chief priest went to the warehouse and took out the Naga royalty demon core and gave it to Yang Dingtian. At this time, Yang Dingtian held it in his hand and felt a sense of heaviness. Then, he bowed deeply to everyone and said, "Thank you, elders." "Thank you." Fire Dance waved her hand and said, "All right, there's nothing else. Everyone, disperse. Those who are meditating, continue meditating." This was completely the rhythm of throwing away after using it. All the grand priests present got up and returned to their stone rooms. Some of them looked at Yang Dingtian a few times before they left. Obviously, Yang Dingtian's greater space technique and his ability to let the Fox tribe give birth to demigod descendants really filled them with endless curiosity. However, Yang Dingtian also noticed that some of the male priests secretly looked at Fire Dance a few times before they returned to their stone rooms. Of course, they looked very timidly and carefully. The feeling was no different from a junior high school boy on Earth secretly looking at a girl he had a crush on. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian understood that the Grand Priest Association wasn't completely without desires. Sure enough, there were still people who had a crush on Fire Dance, and there was more than one. In fact, the 3 women in the Grand Priest Association were very seductive and beautiful. Especially Neru, who was the #1 beauty in Little Western Paradise. But in this place, her radiance was completely overshadowed by Fire Dance. Fire Dance was the most dazzling person here. Yang Dingtian originally thought that Neru would stay until the end to bid farewell to him, but she smiled at him and returned to her stone room. The fox demon looked at Yang Dingtian for a while, then waved at him and said, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, goodbye." In the end, only Fire Dance and Yang Dingtian were left in the stone room. Fire Dance had no intention of leaving. Yang Dingtian immediately said, "Senior Fire Dance, do you have any other instructions?" The gorgeous Fire Dance lazily sat on the ground, stretched her waist, and leaned against the stone seat, making the curves of her upper body even more unparalleled. "You can say that I have a personal matter," Fire Dance said. Yang Dingtian said, "Please speak." Fire Dance said, "Don't sit so upright. Come over and help me massage my shoulders. I used too much strength in the fight just now, and now I feel a little sore all over." Yang Dingtian immediately stepped forward and massaged her shoulders and arms. Even though Fire Dance's skin was as smooth as snow, soft and bouncy to the touch, Yang Dingtian still focused on massaging her. "You should have noticed Neru. What do you think of her in the High Priest Association?" Fire Dance asked. "She seems a little estranged, a little out of place," Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian immediately recalled Neru's words. She was actually an outsider. After observing her for 2 to 4 hours, Yang Dingtian found that she was indeed an outsider in the High Priest Association. The leader of the silent tribe was still polite and gentle to her, but the other high priests were very cold to her. Fire Dance, on the other hand, was always protecting her. That's right, she is out of place, Fire Dance said. She came to the High Priest Association not for learning, but to atone for her sins. A few hundred years ago, she proposed that she could either enter the association and inherit her husband's legacy or die. You should be able to see that our leader is a very gentle person. Of course, he couldn't bear to see her die, so he proposed a vote. But you should know that these high priests aren't people who have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I don't need to say it, but you can imagine their rejection of outsiders. If they had immediately voted, the consequences would have been very bad. Once Nera was rejected, she would have only one path, death. So, I propose to pause the vote and talk to the high priests one by one. At this point, Yang Dingtian suddenly thought of Fire Dance fighting a group of high priests, beating them until they were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Obviously, the conversation back then was similar. In short, when they voted again, although the situation didn't look good, the decision was passed and Nera stayed. Fire Dance said, but in my heart, I didn't want her to enter the High Priest Association, but I didn't want her to die even more. Yang Dingtian nodded. Fire Dance said, in fact, she's like a prisoner here. She can't meditate or do any research. There's only endless loneliness and pain. In order to express her will, she even cut her hair. Those who truly want to cultivate don't need to do this. Penance and beauty are not in conflict with each other, are they? Yang Dingtian took a glance at Huawu's gorgeous face and immediately nodded his head vigorously. Fire Dance continued, this time, when you came to Mount Buzhou to visit the High Priest Association, no one saw you because everyone was meditating. Only Nera noticed you because she wasn't meditating. She was enduring endless loneliness. Yang Dingtian nodded. Fire Dance said, so, there's no need for her to stay in the High Priest Association. This will only add to her pain, but I can't say it myself. That would make her feel like she's been expelled. So, I'd like to trouble you to persuade her to leave the High Priest Association and live the life she should live. She shouldn't spend her time in the High Priest Association to atone for her sins. Then, Fire Dance said, we're completely willing to cultivate day after day, but each day feels like a year to her. So, both of us feel very uncomfortable. Yang Dingtian said, I understand. Don't worry, I'll tell her. Fire Dance said, I heard a little about your situation just now. I roughly know that you're facing a difficult situation. Neru's cultivation is very powerful, and her prestige in the Little Western Paradise is very high. So, take her with you. She'll be very useful to you, especially as your trump card in the Little Western Paradise. After saying that, Fire Dance got up and stretched her body. She was about to return to her stone room. Yang Dingtian said, Senior Fire Dance, no matter if it succeeds or fails, do you need me to report it to you? No need, Fire Dance said, I just want her to be better. No matter what the result is, you don't need to tell me. Then, Fire Dance waved her hand and said to Yang Dingtian, I hope to see you again. But the next time I wake up from meditation, you might be old. Then, she disappeared into Yang Dingtian's business. Yang Dingtian looked at her back view, and his heart continued to surge. She was really a strange woman. Shrewish, beautiful, decisive, independent, fair, and righteous. Next, Yang Dingtian thought about how to complete Fire Dance's task. Yang Dingtian also felt that Nera staying here wasn't a good thing. Not only was she unable to do any substantial research, but she was also suffering every day. So, she also enjoyed the feeling of suffering, the feeling of self-punishment. However, persuading Nera would be a very, very difficult thing. In fact, the thing that could shake her the most was that Xianxia had been possessed and had become a tool for the evil ways to control Little Western Paradise. After all, she used to be the chairman of Little Western Paradise, and Xianxia used to be her disciple. However, after Yang Dingtian said that Xianxia had been possessed by Wendian, Nera didn't have much of a reaction. She didn't care about it very much. So, it would be very difficult to persuade Nera. He had to find a reason to kill her directly. After thinking for a while, Yang Dingtian walked towards Neru's stone room. Neru's stone room was extremely simple. There wasn't even a sitting stone. The bald and beautiful Neru sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. She didn't enter any meditation. When she saw Yang Dingtian enter, she opened her beautiful eyes and said, "You can leave on your own. There's no need to say goodbye to me." "Yang Dingtian, I'm not here to say goodbye to you. I'm here to take you away from the High Priest Association." When he said this, Neru's delicate body trembled. What a good activity for a pie in the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type dread, and participate immediately. There's a prize for everyone. Follow Dread's official account now. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Nine Sun Sword Saint and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type dread, and tell me secretly. After a long time, Neru asked in a trembling voice, "Did they ask you to chase me away?" "No, High Priest Fire Dance is very concerned about you." Yang Dingtian said, "That's why she asked me to think of a way to make your life better." Neru lowered her head and said, "I'm living very well now." "No." Yang Dingtian said, "You're not meditating at all every day. You can't even enter meditation. You're just punishing yourself. Because your lover's death filled you with guilt, you're allowing yourself to live happily. Only by sinking into pain every day will you not feel guilty." After being exposed by Yang Dingtian, Nalu didn't appear to be very agitated. He took a deep breath and said, "That's right. What you said is correct. Only by cultivating bitterly here will I feel that the sins on my body are lessened." Yang Dingtian said, "Then do you feel that your sins have been lessened?" Neru shook her head and said, "No." Yang Dingtian said, "That's why it's meaningless for you to torture yourself like this. Besides, does your lover's spirit in heaven really want you to be like this? Does he love you?" "Very much," Neru said. Yang Dingtian said, "Since that's the case, of course he wants to see you happy, and not see you sink into pain. If you torture yourself like this, you'll only make him more uneasy in heaven." Neru looked at Yang Dingtian with a gentle gaze and said, "Yang Dingtian, I understand what you're saying. I enjoy loneliness here every day, and every day feels like a year. But you don't know that this is already the happiest state I've ever been in. If I were to return to Little Western Paradise, I'd only be in more pain." As soon as he said this, Yang Dingtian instantly understood that feeling. Neru had completely walked into a dead end, and it had been countless years. It was almost impossible for her to come out. There was no such great external force. After a long while, Yang Dingtian said, "But you still have a daughter outside. She's the closest person to you." Neru said, "I left after she reached a certain age. I know her well. She's much more carefree than me. She doesn't need my care at all. She can take care of herself very well." Yang Dingtian went silent again. Although Neru was Wu Yu's mother, but at this moment, Wu Yu was indeed more mature than Neru. On the contrary, Neru was the fragile one. Neru said, "Yang Dingtian, thank you, but I really can't change anything." Yang Dingtian understood that unless there was a great external force, it was impossible for Neru to come out. Gritting his teeth, Yang Dingtian said, "Ms. Neru, your daughter and I have already had intimate relations. Basically, she already has a child in her stomach. As the child's grandmother, you should go out and help take care of the child." As soon as these words came out, it really became the power of an atomic bomb. Neru was stunned. She opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. After a long time, she said, "Mr. Yang Dingtian, although you are very, very outstanding. But I still have some understanding of my daughter's feelings. She and Xianxia were childhood sweethearts, but it seems that later on, she seems to have fallen in love with the demon King Wendian from Evil Ways." The meaning of the words was very clear. Although Yang Dingtian was very outstanding, he was afraid that it was not enough to make Neru like him. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Indeed, she doesn't even like the demon King Wendian. She is more invested in the male protagonist of the story. She has always been a bystander, but now the demon King Wendian has become very boring, and I just happened to become the male protagonist of the new story. I am the only man who can make her estrus. She doesn't take the relationship between men and women very seriously, so it's not strange at all what happened between us. As soon as Yang Dingtian said this, Nero immediately knew that he was telling the truth. Yang Dingtian's understanding of Wu Yu had already surpassed anyone, including herself. Yang Dingtian said, "So mother-in-law, you should go out and take care of your grandson." Nero covered her mouth and laughed, then asked, "Does Wu Yu already have a child?" Yang Dingtian was stunned, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know yet, but there will be one in the end." For someone like her who is full of curiosity about everything, having a child should be a very tempting experience for her. But taking care of a child is definitely not her hobby, and she can't take care of a child well, so she needs you at this time. As soon as these words came out, Nero's beautiful eyes were suddenly filled with confusion, and even yearning. Yang Dingtian continued to light the fire on the side and said, "When Wu Yu was young, your heart was probably in a mess, and you probably didn't enjoy the joy of her growing up from a baby to an adult. Now that I let you take care of a baby, your mood may be completely different, and you should have incomparable happiness. Moreover, this child is also your lover's grandson, and he probably wants to be close to you very, very much." Nero's beautiful eyes were already a bit blurred, and her breathing was also a bit hurried. Yang Dingtian continued, "I'm sure that if he knew that you were punishing him like this, he would definitely regret his suicide. The reason he committed suicide was not only because of his own depravity, I think it was more because he doubted your feelings for him, and he felt that you were only borrowing his seed, and not because of love." Suddenly, Nero couldn't hold it in anymore, and she began to cry sorrowfully, "I love him, he is the only man I have ever loved in this world. Yang Dingtian, you don't even know how kind he is, how adorable, how sentimental, and how good he is." Yang Dingtian gently hugged her shoulders and patted her back, saying, "I believe that he is definitely the best man in this world, otherwise you wouldn't have fallen in love with him." "That's right, he is the best man in this world, the most adorable man." Nero's sobs were also filled with longing. "Yang Dingtian, they all say that children look like their grandfather, so perhaps our baby will look very much like his grandfather." Nero immediately broke into laughter upon hearing this, and she couldn't help but say, "You don't have to incite the fire all the time, as if you too already have a child." Yang Dingtian immediately blushed with embarrassment. That was indeed the case, even though he and Wu Yu had a very intimate relationship, the two of them didn't even have the slightest inkling of an actual relationship. In order to convince Nero, Yang Dingtian made it sound as if Wu Yu was already pregnant. "Yang Dingtian, Madame Nero, please come with me." Nero wiped the tears from her face before saying, "I'm a holy rank powerful being, can you take me out of here?" Yang Dingtian was stunned upon hearing this. That's right, his space gate couldn't pass through creatures with more energy than him. Therefore, he couldn't bring Nero back to the human world. Nero smiled and said, "All right, Yang Dingtian, you can go back." Yang Dingtian immediately became anxious, saying, You don't want to leave here? You can't pass through my space gate, but as long as you want to, you can leave from other places." Yang Dingtian, "All right, Yang Dingtian, you have already torn a hole in my heart, but I can't leave right now, I need to calm myself down before making a decision, do you understand?" Yang Dingtian thought for a moment, then nodded. If Nero wanted to leave immediately, she wouldn't have said this. It was precisely because Yang Dingtian persuaded her that she wanted to calm down and think for a while before leaving. "Yang Dingtian, Xianxia has now been possessed by the demon King Wendian. If you rashly appear in Little Western Paradise, you might be in danger." Nero shook her head and said, "Don't worry, she probably can't do anything to me. And if I leave here, I won't appear in Little Western Paradise, I will go to the human world. You said to let me take care of the child." Yang Dingtian's face reddened, then he said solemnly, "I will try my best." Then, Yang Dingtian, "But now, the gate to the human world has been completely sealed by me. If our people don't enter the Skull Hall, you can't come out either. And now, the Skull Hall should be guarded by Yongxi Wentian's experts." Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Don't worry, when I leave, I will leave a date on Buzhou Mountain. On that date, Yongxi Wentian and the others won't be in the Skull Hall. You can send people to the Skull Hall to pick me up." "Yes, Madame Nero," Yang Dingtian said. Nero said, "Okay, then you can go do your things, don't waste your time on me." Yang Dingtian got up and said, "Then I will take my leave, Senior Naru." Naru smiled and said, "Don't you need to call me mother-in-law?" Her tone and expression were a bit coquettish and mischievous. It was clear that Yang Dingtian's words had torn a hole in her lonely heart. This time, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to be embarrassed, but he still said solemnly, "I will try my best." Then, Yang Dingtian left Naru's stone room. Yang Dingtian directly used his Xianxia and quickly flew away from Buzhou Mountain, flying towards the direction of the torn space in the north. Looking at the torn space from here, it was completely soft and distorted dim light and shadow. Yang Dingtian opened a space door and easily jumped into the torn space. Then, flying for tens of thousands of miles in the torn space, he arrived at the border of the Dongli grassland and the endless sea. Creating a space door, Yang Dingtian jumped in. Immediately, Yang Dingtian entered the endless sea's water and re-entered the Vitality continent. The moment he entered the endless sea, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned, because in the water in front of him, there were two beautiful snow-white celestial bodies, swimming without any worries, showing their devilish curves and seductive bodies without hesitation. Two of the most beautiful women in the world, one was Queen Poisa, the other was the Mermaid Queen. Seeing Yang Dingtian appear, the two of them cheered and swam their devilish bodies over, facing Yang Dingtian. "You're finally back, we've been waiting for you for a long time." Yang Dingtian immediately asked, "Have you rescued Viper Mo and Viper Z?" Note, Happy May Day, I'm at my hometown in the countryside, begging for a few double monthly tickets. Thank you to the butcher under the scorching sun for your reward, thank you. A good activity where a pie falls from the sky, cool mobile phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, enter Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, follow Dread's WeChat public account immediately. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Nine Sun Sword Saint and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly. Not yet. Queen Poisa said, "But I already know where it is." Yang Dingtian thought for a while and said, "Is it in the Serpentmen Empire's sacred land?" Queen Poisa nodded and said, "That's right. It's there. I'll go take a look at it later. It will definitely make your hair stand on end. You'll also see the source of her and the Serpentmen Empire's power." The Mermaid Queen said, "We've already entered the Serpentmen Empire's sacred land. There's an extremely powerful energy formation there. We can't enter it at all." Yang Dingtian asked, "The two of you are so powerful, but you can't break through the energy formation?" Queen Poisa said, "The energy source of this energy formation is the energy core of the entire Dongli grassland. Therefore, a heaven and earth mystic flame will be born here every 200 years. It's a million spirit demonic flame in your body. From now on, there won't be another million spirit demonic flame. All the energy will be used to maintain this energy formation. You can imagine how powerful it is." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be speechless. Only 1 million spirit demonic flame was born in the entire Dongli grassland. How powerful would the energy core of this energy formation be? It was completely unimaginable. Of course, the million spirit demonic flame in Yang Dingtian's body didn't seem to be very powerful. In fact, in the process of condensing the million spirit demonic flame, more than 99% of the energy was consumed. In the end, only 1,000th or 1/10,000th of the energy used to condense the million spirit demonic flame. When the million spirit demonic flame was swallowed into the body, the amount of energy it could absorb was completely dependent on the mystic veins and cultivation. Therefore, when one was a martial saint, one would also break through several levels. When one was a grandmaster, one would also break through several levels after swallowing the million spirit demonic flame. In short, when Yang Dingtian devoured the million spirit demonic flame, he had only devoured the life form of the million spirit demonic flame. However, not even 1,000th of its energy had entered Yang Dingtian's body. In short, this Ji seemed to be extremely powerful. That was why Queen Xianxia had constructed the entire Holy Land's grand energy array above the million spirit demon fire's chi core. This was because even a saint would not be able to break into this energy array. Only Queen Xianxia knew how to enter this energy array. Of course, all of this meant nothing to Yang Dingtian, the energy array had no distance. Yang Dingtian's spatial door could easily pass through it and directly enter the energy array to rescue Viper Mo and Viper Z. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask, why did Xianxia place Viper Mo and Viper Z in the energy formation? Queen Poisa said, she used it to sit at the top of the energy pyramid and condense the energy of countless lives below for her to devour. This is because there is an extremely evil hell demonic array hidden under the Holy Land. It can directly devour countless lives in exchange for a breakthrough in one's cultivation. Because this array is too evil, it was banned even in the ancient Sea Serpent Empire. Yang Dingtian asked, Poisa, do you know about this array? Queen Poisa shook her head and said, after this array was banned, it became a taboo and was sealed away. I don't know about it. I also find it very strange that Xianxia knows about it. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time before saying, perhaps, this is also the work of the Demon King Wendian. Let's go. With your spatial technique, you can easily pass through the hell demonic array and rescue the other sea serpents. The Mermaid Queen said, we have been waiting impatiently for you for a long time. Although it is fun to swim naked here, we are tired of playing every day. At this moment, Yang Dingtian noticed that they didn't have anything on their bodies. Such a devilish curvy body made people want to commit a crime. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say, you guys, put on your clothes. The Mermaid Queen curled her lips and said, hypocrite. Meanwhile, Queen Venom Shaw's face turned red, but she spoke in a serious tone, Yang Dingtian, you have to remember that I am only Venom Shaw and nothing else. Dugu Shuang'er is no longer related to me. You promised me that a long time ago. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know, I remember. Then, Queen Poisa put on her clothes with a blushing face and asked in a low voice, did you get the Naga Royalty Demon Core? Yang Dingtian nodded. Queen Poisa said, you promised Wu Yu that you would use the recovery jade to record the key scenes. You won't forget, right? Yang Dingtian, don't worry, I won't forget. That's good. Queen Poisa said. Yang Dingtian found that Queen Poisa was really considerate, like a gentle and considerate sister. Then, Yang Dingtian, Poisa, and the Mermaid Queen flew toward the central holy land of the Serpent Empire. A few hours later, Yang Dingtian and the others passed through more than half of the Serpent Empire and arrived in the sky above the Holy Land. This place was still a beautiful and tranquil lake, surrounded by huge and beautiful sculptures. Each sculpture was in the shape of the Queen of the Sea Hearts. For a long time, there was no defense here. Perhaps Xianxia thought that this hell demonic formation was so powerful that no one in this world could break through it. Before diving into the lake, the Mermaid Queen suddenly said, I want to take off my clothes, can I? Yang Dingtian didn't bother about her and immediately jumped into the lake. The Mermaid Queen was very annoyed and wanted to take off her clothes, but Queen Poisa stopped her. Perhaps, there might be other males down there. You shouldn't do it. Then, the two unparalleled beauties jumped into the lake as well. Yang Dingtian and the others continued to dive. After a full 10,000 meters, they finally reached the bottom of the lake. The entire lake was like a huge funnel. At the center of the lake, there was only one hole, which could only allow one person to pass through. However, Yang Dingtian could easily feel that this hole was surging with extremely powerful energy. If he rashly entered, he would be torn to pieces by the energy. This should be the entrance to the Serpent Empire's Holy Land. Of course, this entrance was not an energy formation, but a pure surge of energy. The Mermaid Queen and Queen Poisa swam forward and released powerful energy, directly suppressing this entrance, causing it to no longer have any destructive power. Then, they rolled their eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, hurry up and enter, master. Just now, Yang Dingtian did not allow her to take off her clothes and enter the water, so she still hated him. Yang Dingtian quickly passed through this hole and entered the Holy Land. Immediately after, the Mermaid Queen and the Venomous Queen also quickly drilled in. After entering the Holy Land, Yang Dingtian really sucked in a breath of cold air. This Holy Land was really big. It was an incomparably huge void space that spanned more than a few hundred miles. Moreover, at this moment, Yang Dingtian was completely floating in the air, and there was zero gravity here. An incomparably huge pyramid stood in the void. An even larger energy barrier completely enveloped the entire pyramid. this entire energy barrier surged with a strange and dangerous energy aura. Yang Dingtian and the other two flew closer to the energy barrier and immediately felt the powerful energy emerging from this energy barrier. Be careful, don't touch this energy barrier, it will be very dangerous. Queen Poisa said. After Violets accidentally touched it, she was injured and directly fainted. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was incomparably shocked. The Mermaid Queen was a saint expert, but she fainted when she touched this energy barrier. Then, if a half-saint expert touched this energy barrier, wouldn't they be turned into ashes? Look, Viper Imo is there. Queen Poisa said in a low voice, pointing at a certain place in the energy barrier. This energy barrier was faintly transparent, and Yang Dingtian could clearly see the situation inside. Then, he really felt his hair stand on end, and even a burst of suffocation. The pyramid inside the energy barrier was slightly surging, because it was formed by countless lives, using a special combination, entangling together, and piling up. This was a pyramid that had been built with life. Countless lives, layer by layer, there were actually hundreds of layers in total. On the top layer, there was only one person. On the second layer, there were 3 people. On the third layer, there were 6 people. On the fourth layer, there were 10 people. On the fifth layer, there were 15 people. On the sixth layer, there were 21 people. On the seventh layer, there were 28 people. On the eighth layer, there were 36 people. So on and so forth, there were nearly 500,000 people on the bottom layer. This pyramid was built by tens of millions of lives. No wonder Queen Xianxia's cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. No wonder she immediately cultivated a bunch of Grandmaster experts after cleaning up all of Queen Poisa's trusted aides. This was the most evil method in the entire world. This was the most evil pyramid in the world. No wonder even the dark and evil Sea Serpent Empire would ban this hell's demonic array and this hell's pyramid. In fact, Yang Dingtian could see the principle of this evil pyramid at a glance. This was equivalent to the supercomputers on Earth, which were formed by countless CPUs. The computing power of a single CPU was not strong, but when combined, it would become a super powerful computer that could perform hundreds of millions of calculations per second. Therefore, this hell's demonic array was equivalent to condensing the energy of countless people in a way for one person to devour. Yang Dingtian noticed that everyone in this pyramid was alive, all of them were writhing and wailing in pain. Tens of millions of people were writhing and wailing, forming this incomparably huge pyramid. This might be the most terrifying picture in the world, so Yang Dingtian felt a little suffocated when he saw it. Then, Yang Dingtian saw Viper Mo and Viper Z. They were respectively on the third layer of the pyramid, their snake bodies were terrifyingly entangled together. Their beautiful faces were now thin and twisted in pain. Their eyes were filled with gloominess and despair. At this moment, they were even fantasizing that death was an incomparable gift to them. Yang Dingtian looked at this evil scene and said slowly, Xianxia no longer has the right to live in this world. She must die. At the same time, Queen Xianxia clearly heard Yang Dingtian's words from inside the energy shield. Her delicate body suddenly trembled, and her face turned pale. Devil Queen beside her said, Do you see? Ever since you set up this hell's demonic array and this death pyramid, you and Yang Dingtian no longer have any possibility. He will definitely not allow such an evil woman like you to become his wife. Therefore, you made the right choice. Queen Seaheart's bewildered eyes gradually focused, and they became firm and resolute. Then, she said slowly, That's right, Your Majesty Devil Queen. Actually, I have no way out. Yang Dingtian and I are already in a life and death relationship. I shouldn't have any illusions. Devil Queen said, Only Yang Dingtian can enter this energy shield with his spatial technique. Violets and Queen Poisa can't enter. Therefore, after Yang Dingtian enters, he will step into a fatal trap and become our captive. No one in the world can save him. The Infernal Queen's dead concubine continued, When His Majesty the Infernal King possesses his body, Xianxia, you will become an infernal concubine that stands above countless others. You might even give birth to a true demigod descendant. Queen Xianxia directly knelt down and said, This concubine is willing to serve His Majesty Demon King loyally for generations. Devil Queen turned to Shura Vulture beside her and said, What about you? Our Princess Shura. Suddenly, Vulture's delicate body trembled, as if she had been awakened. What a good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add a public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account immediately. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Nine Sun Sword Saint and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, for the Demon King Wendian, taking over Yang Dingtian's body was his first choice. However, Yang Dingtian already had 2 Saint rank experts by his side. As long as 1 Saint rank expert was by his side, the Temple of Annihilation would be helpless against Yang Dingtian. Therefore, Yangshi Wendian set up the first trap in the Skull Hall, making Yang Dingtian and Wu Shuang walk right into it. However, Yang Dingtian saw through it at the last moment and did not charge in. The Demon King Wendian asked everyone if they could capture Yang Dingtian. Under the influence of supernatural forces, the Sea Heart Queen suggested that if she saw the resurrection of the venomous Sand Queen, she might have a plan to capture Yang Dingtian. Finally, the news of evil ways came. Queen Poisa had been resurrected. Queen Xianxia knew very well that she and Queen Poisa were only related to each other. Since Yang Dingtian had resurrected Queen Poisa, he had completely broken off his relationship with Xianxia. Therefore, she suggested this plan to the Demon King Wendian. After Queen Poisa was resurrected, she would definitely save Viper Mo, Viper Z, and her previous confidants. However, these Serpent Men experts were all inside the pyramid of the Holy Land. The Queen Mermaid and Queen Poisa could not enter the energy barrier. Only Yang Dingtian's spatial technique could enter. However, he was the only one who could enter. Therefore, this was a fatal trap. After the Demon King Wendian heard Yang Dingtian's report, he immediately let Queen Devil Queen pass through the dark matter and enter the energy barrier's Hell Demon formation. He set up a trap and waited for Yang Dingtian to barge in. They had been waiting here for a few days. Today, Yang Dingtian finally came. As expected, he came. Of course, they did not need the Shura Vulture to capture Yang Dingtian this time. However, whether it was the Devil Queen or the Demon King Wendian, they clearly knew that the Vulture's heart was wandering. Therefore, they wanted to completely tear the Vulture and Yang Dingtian apart, cutting off Vulture's escape route. Therefore, they brought the Vulture. Moreover, the Vulture had a special characteristic, which was that she was very dependent on the strong. If she saw with her own eyes that Yang Dingtian was captured without the ability to fight back, he would look completely like a weakling. Then, her feelings for Yang Dingtian in her heart would be infinitely weakened. At this time, the Vulture's heart was completely in a mess. On one hand, she really hoped that Yang Dingtian would be captured. That's right, she had this thought. Because she was really disgusted with the Demon King Wendian. When she thought of the Demon King Wendian resurrecting and becoming his woman, she wanted to vomit. Now, the Demon King Wendian's shadow had left a deep impression on her. Therefore, if the Demon King Wendian possessed Yang Dingtian, she would become Yang Dingtian's woman again. Although she was deceiving herself, this result seemed good. On the other hand, she had always wanted to prove herself to Yang Dingtian and avenge herself. If she could save Yang Dingtian at the critical moment, it would be perfect. She would be able to deal a fatal blow to Yang Dingtian's heart. Yang Dingtian, look, you seem to be very amazing. I saved you at the critical moment. These two aspects satisfied a certain desire in her heart very much. She couldn't even tell which was stronger and which was weaker. Therefore, she had been in pain, struggling left and right. When the Queen Devil Queen asked her, she seemed to have been awakened, and then smiled sweetly at the Devil Queen. The Queen Devil Queen wasn't surprised by Shura Vulture's reaction. She felt that she understood Vulture very well. This was a greedy, selfish, self-centered woman. Perhaps she wanted to help Yang Dingtian at this time, but she definitely didn't have the courage. She definitely wouldn't do anything that would harm her own interests. Sorry, my spatial door can't allow creatures stronger than me to pass through, so I can only enter alone, Yang Dingtian said. Okay, you have to be careful. If there's anything wrong, come out immediately, Queen Poisa said. Then, she turned her delicate body, her back facing Yang Dingtian. Her meaning was very clear. She wouldn't look at the process of Yang Dingtian using the greater spatial technique. The Queen Mermaid was very dissatisfied, but she still turned her body. Of course, this situation was a bit superfluous. Even if she watched it 10,000 times, it was impossible to learn the greater spatial technique. Even if she told someone the principle, they wouldn't be able to use it because it was really too complicated. Whether it was the darkness profound flame or the profound flame, they had to go through complicated modifications before they could create a spatial door. Yang Dingtian began to use the darkness profound flame to carve out a black hole created by the darkness profound flame, isolating a space. Then, he began to strike the profound flame to create a spatial door. Queen Devil Queen, who was inside the energy barrier, held her breath as she watched Yang Dingtian use the greater spatial technique. This was the most mysterious technique in the world, and it was also the technique that the Demon King Wendian yearned for the most. Queen Devil Queen desperately wanted to see clearly, but she couldn't see anything. It even seemed that Yang Dingtian didn't do anything, especially since this energy barrier wasn't that transparent. Queen Devil Queen condensed her voice into Queen Xianxia and Shura Vulture's ears, saying, "Get ready, Yang Dingtian is coming in. Capture him and we'll have the entire primal chaos world." At this moment, Queen Xianxia had already let go of everything. She was incomparably eager for Yang Dingtian to rush in and become her prisoner. This time, she would definitely use harsh and vicious words to greet Yang Dingtian. When he resurrected Poison Sha, he was already an enemy that would not rest until one of them was dead. Vulture's heart was still in a mess. In her mind, she was still fighting left and right. However, when Yang Dingtian used the greater spatial technique, she had no time to hesitate. She was no longer thinking about those two aspects in her mind. There was only one scene, and that was the scene of her and Yang Dingtian's wedding, the scene of her and Yang Dingtian's wedding night. The two of them blended together in the most intimate way, as if they had completely become one person. Suddenly, Shura Vulture's heart palpitated. Then, she instinctively used her celestial spirit master talent. That's right, it was instinctively used. It didn't even go through her will. It was completely the instinct of her body and soul. She wanted to control the free energy particles outside the energy barrier to warn and prevent Yang Dingtian from entering. However, she failed. That was because this powerful energy shield shielded everything. Suddenly, Vulture was burning with anxiety. She thought of the next way, which was to control the lives of the people in the pyramid and make them collectively shout, "Don't come in." However, she failed again. Because the people in the giant pyramid were all living people, not undead. She was completely at her wit's end. Unless she directly shouted, "Don't come in" from inside, but in that case, she would be discovered by the Devil Queen. She would be finished. She would be dead. She was willing to save Yang Dingtian, but she was absolutely unwilling to sacrifice her life for it. At this moment, a beautiful space door was attached to the energy barrier. Suddenly, the Devil Queen inside was about to suffocate. This was the space door. This was the space door that the Demon King Wendian dreamed of. It was the key to ruling the entire chaotic world. Soon, Yang Dingtian would jump in. Soon, Yang Dingtian's body would completely belong to the Demon King Wendian. At this time, Shura Vulture's spiritual brain suddenly released a powerful soul-summoning energy. This spiritual energy directly passed through the space door and immediately controlled the free particles outside the energy barrier. These free particles didn't form any words. Instead, they drilled into Yang Dingtian's ears and hit his brain membrane. "Go, go," the voice of Shura Vulture sounded in the depths of Yang Dingtian's brain. During the whole process, Vulture didn't say anything and didn't release any energy. This was the horror of a celestial spirit master. They directly used their spiritual brain to control everything. The Devil Queen could control any energy, sea of qi, and xian veins of the two people around her, but she couldn't control a person's brain. Speaking of which, a celestial spirit master's attack method was exactly the same as a sword soul. They were all controlled by consciousness. However, in terms of profoundness and mystery, it was even more heaven-defying than controlling a sword soul. The spiritual power directly passed through the space door and then controlled countless particles to hit Yang Dingtian's eardrums, causing vibrations and making sounds. Moreover, it was the voice of Vulture himself. It was a divine skill, a divine skill. After Yang Dingtian heard it, his heart suddenly moved. The fruit he planted in Vulture's heart had indeed begun to sprout. However, his expression didn't change at all. He still pretended to jump through the space door. The moment he was about to jump in, Yang Dingtian suddenly said, "Xianxia, do you think it's the same as the Skull Hall?" Queen Poisa trembled, thinking that if the Devil Queen was lying in ambush inside, the consequences would be fatal. Yes, it must be possible. Queen Poisa said, Yongshi Wentian might have set a trap in the Skull Hall, and the Devil Queen might have set a trap here to capture you. Yes, it must be like this, it must be like this. After Xianxia sees that I've been resurrected, she will definitely be incomparably decisive. She will definitely capture you and win the favor of the Demon King. Go. Then, Queen Poisa held Yang Dingtian's hand and exclaimed loudly. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen didn't say anything and directly retreated like lightning. Suddenly, the space door also completely disappeared. Queen Devil Queen inside saw that Yang Dingtian, who was already in her hands, ran away alive, and was incomparably furious. Queen Xianxia was even more incomparably disappointed, and said coldly, Yang Dingtian, you forced me into this dead end, so don't blame me for being ruthless. Suddenly, Queen Devil Queen jumped to the top of the pyramid, controlled the entire Hell Demon array, and launched an incomparably powerful and fatal attack towards Yang Dingtian and the others. At the same time, the entrance to the Holy Land suddenly closed. Ao! Queen Xianxia suddenly transformed into a huge sea snake. In an instant, the entire huge pyramid, made up of tens of millions of lives, became her body. In an instant, she became incomparably huge. Like a huge prehistoric demon, a monster that spanned hundreds of miles. Yang Dingtian, since you're here, it won't be so easy for you to leave. Within the entire Holy Land, there was an incomparably resolute laughter. A good event where a pie falls from the sky. Cool phones are waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize. Immediately follow Dread's WeChat public account. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind the 9-Sun Sword Saint and listen to more of your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, clap, under Queen Xianxia's control, an earth-shattering sword ray slashed down from the sky above the Holy Land. Each ray was close to the power of a saint level. The Mermaid Queen and Queen Poisa quickly rushed in front of Yang Dingtian and blocked the sword ray for him. Pfft! The sword ray slashed down on the Mermaid Queen's scimitar. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled and her face turned pale. Immediately after, another terrifying sword ray slashed down fiercely. Queen Poisa desperately blocked it. Yang Dingtian was startled as he immediately flew over and blocked this shocking sword light together with venomous Sha. Pfft! Queen Poisa cried out and then spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Dingtian's body flew a few hundred meters away, blood spurting out of his mouth. Queen Xianxia had completely transformed into a snake, coiled on the huge pyramid and swayed her huge body. The pyramid made up of life was also swaying, looking extremely strange and terrifying. 6 arms appeared on Queen Xianxia's snake body. Her face no longer had any human features, as if it had completely turned into the face of a venomous snake. The 6 arms held all kinds of treasured swords and waved them wildly. Suddenly, countless sword rays slashed down from the sky. Each ray was about to smash Poisa and Yang Dingtian into pieces. Xianxia, spare Yang Dingtian's life, don't kill him. Queen Devil Queen shouted in horror. I'm sorry, Devil Queen. I can only do my best, but I can't guarantee anything. Queen Xianxia said, and this is my plane, my territory. Anyone who is here will have to obey my orders. It wasn't easy for Yang Dingtian and the others to break into my territory, so I can't let them leave alive. Otherwise, the one who dies will be mine. At this time, Xianxia's voice had become completely hoarse, like a venomous snake talking. That's right, this holy land was her territory, her plane, and she controlled the pyramid made up of tens of millions of lives. Even a saint-level powerhouse had to lie low here. Clap 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 clap, Yang Dingtian and the other two frantically dodged Queen Xianxia's shocking sword rays and energy attacks. Using his fastest speed, he flashed and flew through the void. Queen Xian controlled her body. High Queen Devil Queens Queen Xian and Queen Xian. Queen Xian's attention and Queen Xian and the others. Queen Xian's Queen Devil Queen was shocked. In the Skirich imperial capital, Queen Xian seemed to be the least outstanding one. Everyone instinctively looked down on her. Who would have thought that she would be so powerful in her own plane? She chased a Saint level and two half-Saint level powerhouses to the point where they couldn't fight back at all. This was Queen Xian's plane. She not only controlled the entire pyramid, but also the power of the entire energy formation. Clap 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 clap, the speed of the three still couldn't compare to the energy attacks that appeared out of nowhere. In just a short moment, Yang Dingtian and the other two had already suffered dozens of attacks. Queen Mermaid Violets took the most damage. Finally, when an incomparably terrifying green ray of light shot down fiercely from above, Queen Mermaid spat out a mouthful of blood and instantly became weak. Once Queen Mermaid fell, Queen Poisa and Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to withstand these shocking attacks. Clap 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 clap, Yang Dingtian hugged the two of them and dodged as fast as he could. But, swoosh, suddenly, an energy wall tens of thousands of meters tall came crashing down and hit the three of them. Queen Mermaid used all her energy to block the shocking attack. Then, she spat out another mouthful of blood. Ha 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 ha. Queen Xian laughed like a monster. Saint-level powerhouses, how enviable. But this is my territory. The energy of tens of millions of people, the energy of the entire Dongli grassland, is all under my control. Even Saint-level powerhouses can only kneel in front of me. Let's see how many times you can block. Clap 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 clap, Queen Xian controlled the entire energy formation. Energy walls came crashing down one after another. Queen Mermaid resisted again and again. In just a short moment, she was hit hundreds of times. Pfff. Queen Mermaid spat out the last mouthful of blue blood and fainted. Before she fainted, Queen Mermaid complained to Yang Dingtian, "You should have killed her long ago. Otherwise, how would we be in this mess today?" Kill Xian? Yang Dingtian never had the chance. But if he had the chance in the future, he definitely wouldn't let it go. Without Queen Mermaid's protection, Queen Poisa and Yang Dingtian instantly became weak. Ha 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 ha. Queen Xian laughed sinisterly. Poisa, my good sister, you actually came back to life. Why did you have to do this? Why did you have to come back to life? After you came back to life, Yang Dingtian and I completely broke off. You left me with no other choice. If I don't kill him today, he will definitely kill me in the future. Yang Dingtian didn't care about what Queen Xian said. He just took the two women and frantically retreated. Swoosh. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword and crazily dug the void dome. He tried to dig a hole and then flash out. The soul sword that was close to the Emperor Grade dug quickly. In the blink of an eye, it dug dozens of meters. Pa, a huge burst of energy shot out from the dome and sent the soul sword flying a few hundred meters away. Suddenly, the soul sword stopped digging. Pa. Another huge energy slammed down. Pfff. Queen Poisa, who was hit, was like a delicate flower that was struck by lightning. She directly vomited blood and fainted. In the end, only Yang Dingtian was left. He hugged Poisa and the mermaid, whose fate was unknown. Queen Xian's viper face sneered and said, "Yang Dingtian, now you know how tolerant I was to you? You shouldn't have resurrected the venomous queen. Only death awaits you if you do that. Of course, if you want me to change my mind, it's very simple. You just have to kill my sister Poisa again." Idiot. Yang Dingtian said coldly, "Ugly monster." As soon as these words came out, Queen Xian's face suddenly distorted. She shouted sternly, "Yang Dingtian, you're courting death." Then, an energy wall was about to smash down. Xian, leave Yang Dingtian alive. Queen Xian said, "His body is still useful to the Demon King." Queen Xian laughed sinisterly and said, "Don't worry, I will leave him alive." However, I can't guarantee that it will be intact. Then, another energy wall of tens of thousands of meters suddenly smashed down on Yang Dingtian. When this energy wall smashed down, there was only one result for Yang Dingtian. He instantly fainted and all his Xian veins were instantly torn apart. Xianxia had already calculated. She was very clear about Yang Dingtian's 9 Yang Xian veins and his endurance. When this attack hit, there would definitely be no escape. Boom, this shocking energy suddenly smashed down on Yang Dingtian's head. However, he was completely safe and sound. Queen Xianxia was astonished. She completely did not understand why. Then, she suddenly released another shocking attack and smashed down on Yang Dingtian. This time, it had already exceeded the 18th level of energy. It was already enough to bring fatal danger to Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian was still safe and sound. Impossible, this is impossible. Queen Xianxia said in shock. Then, she suddenly increased the energy to saint level, a total of 20 levels. According to normal circumstances, if Yang Dingtian was hit by 20 levels of energy, there would only be one result. That was to instantly turn into ashes and shatter into pieces. After the incomparably shocking energy smashed down, Yang Dingtian was still safe and sound. Why? Because the sky above Yang Dingtian had already been completely enveloped by a dark Xian flame vortex. Just now, the three of them had completely given up on dodging. The Mermaid Queen took on the entire Hell's demonic array's attack again and again. However, Yang Dingtian did not move at all. It was because Yang Dingtian wanted to create the dark vortex. This required time. Finally, at the last moment, Yang Dingtian's dark vortex was formed. As for whether the dark vortex could block this shocking attack, Yang Dingtian did not know at all. Because he had never tried before. However, at such a critical moment, Yang Dingtian could only try this method. The spiritual power of the Naga royalty in the Soul Sword did not have the slightest intention of saving them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only try using the dark vortex. In the end, he succeeded. The dark vortex could devour all kinds of energy. This was something that Yang Dingtian knew. Therefore, as long as the dark vortex was created, it would devour all the surrounding energy. However, Yang Dingtian was worried that the energy that the dark vortex could devour would not exceed Yang Dingtian's own cultivation. This was because the space door that he created would not be able to pass through creatures that were stronger than him. Fortunately, what Yang Dingtian was worried about did not happen. Just like the nuclear fusion on Earth, he knew that it could completely solve Earth's energy problem. However, there was no container that could contain nuclear fusion. In the end, the direction that he thought of was to use a rotating magnetic array to envelop nuclear fusion. A mere rotating magnetic force could completely envelop the incomparably powerful nuclear fusion. Then, the dark vortex formed by Yang Dingtian's dark mystical flame, which was the limit of his cultivation, could contain tens, hundreds, or even more energy. Therefore, Yang Dingtian blocked Queen Xianxia's shocking attacks again and again. The powerful black hole easily devoured all the energy. Upon seeing this scene, the infernal queen dead concubine was completely dumbfounded. Yang Dingtian was actually so terrifying. The Queen Devil Queen clearly knew that even she might not be able to block the attack energy that Queen Xianxia controlled from the Hell demonic array. However, Yang Dingtian could easily block it. How shocking was this? Immediately after, the Queen Devil Queen woke up and said, Xianxia, immediately open the energy shield. The Mermaid Queen and Poisa have already fainted. Now there's only Yang Dingtian. I can easily rush up and capture him. Although Queen Xianxia was extremely shocked and unwilling, the Queen Devil Queen was currently the best solution. At this time, the Shura Vulture was also shocked by Yang Dingtian. Although it was worried, it was also filled with infinite hope for him. Queen Xianxia suddenly jumped down from the pyramid. She wanted to open the energy shield and rush up to capture Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, "You want to capture me? Dream on." He suddenly smashed the dark vortex towards the dome of the sacred land. Then, he suddenly reversed the dark vortex. In an instant, all the energy that was devoured was suddenly released. Boom 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 boom, suddenly, there was a burst of earth-shattering explosions. The dome of the entire sacred land was suddenly blasted into a huge hole hundreds of meters deep. Yang Dingtian suddenly flashed into this huge hole. In the blink of an eye, only a thin layer of the dome was left. In an instant, he carried Poisa and the Mermaid Queen and disappeared without a trace. Hi Xian, unless you keep hiding in this hell's demonic array, if you meet me again, it will be your death. Yang Dingtian sneered and said, I still have to thank you very much. You allowed me to invent a near-invincible technique in a desperate situation. How about my black hole attack? Bang! Yang Dingtian carried Poisa and the mermaid and rushed out of the lake. Then, without any delay, he flew towards the emergency continental sea area. This time, Yang Dingtian was unable to rescue Viper Mo and Viper Z. However, Yang Dingtian still had an incomparably huge harvest. The black hole attack should be the most frightening attack in this world. With this, even if he faced a Saint-level expert, Yang Dingtian was not without the power to fight. Next, Yang Dingtian had to hurry up, including really having a child with Wu Yu. This way, Nera would come to his side, and the Council of Light would have another powerful Saint-level expert. Queen Devil Queen saw Yang Dingtian's disappearing figure and muttered to herself, black hole attack, extremely heaven-defying. There's no chance to catch Yang Dingtian, the Demon King will be resurrected immediately. As soon as these words came out, it was as if the surrounding air suddenly darkened. What a good activity for a pie falling from the sky, cool mobile phones waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, follow Dread's official account immediately. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind Nine Sun Sword Saint and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add friends on WeChat, add official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, will you understood that Yang Dingtian had always been a sunny and good boy. Of course, he might have risen to the level of a good man now. But generally speaking, a good man would find it difficult to attract the affection of certain girls. Although Yang Dingtian was an exception in this regard, Wu Yu imagined herself when she was young. If she wanted to have a risky relationship with a boy, she would definitely not look for someone like Yang Dingtian. She would definitely look for a bad boy. Therefore, in order to coax Nera to leave Mount Buzhou, Yang Dingtian actually said that he wanted to have a child with Wu Yu and let her take care of her grandson. This really didn't seem like something Yang Dingtian would do. This kind of Yang Dingtian was really a little bad. Wu Yu looked into Yang Dingtian's eyes and asked, are you doing this to get Nera to help you, or to let her escape from the sea of suffering? Yang Dingtian, both. Wu Yu, what's the proportion of each? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and shook his head, I don't know, because I didn't have this idea in the beginning. But there's another person in the High Priest Association who can be considered an alternative leader. She's someone who cares a lot about your mother and is very good to me. She asked me to persuade Nera to stop her self-torture. So, I thought that if Madame Nera leaves Mount Buzhou, it would be very beneficial for me. Wu Yu nodded, I understand. Then, Wu Yu asked, do you think she will leave? Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, if you really have a child, she will definitely leave. She needs someone to rely on. She didn't take care of you back then, so she must want to make up for it now. Hey, is there anyone who scolds people like that? Wu Yu said, what do you mean she didn't take care of me? What did I do? Yang Dingtian actually wanted to say that Wu Yu was indeed like a child who lacked maternal and paternal love when he was young. Since he said it out loud, Yang Dingtian might as well be audacious to the extreme and said, Sect Master Wu Yu, what do you think of my suggestion? Give birth to a child for you? No. Yang Dingtian, have a child with me. Wu Yu's face flushed red for the first time. Then, he sank into deep thought. Then she said, although I ran out to get vaccinated, I never thought of having a child. Would you believe me? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I believe you because your childhood was not happy. And as a bystander, once you give birth to the child, you can no longer stay out of it. Of course, most importantly, you don't have the confidence to be a good mother. Wu Yu suddenly felt short of breath. Yang Dingtian was right, but she didn't seem to have the confidence to be a good mother. Although her heart was incomparably strong, what happened to her parents when she was young still left a deep shadow in her heart. Then, Wu Yu fell into deep thought again, seriously considering Yang Dingtian's suggestion. Then, she asked again, you also know what the child you and I will have will be like? Yang Dingtian, you'll know when you look at Yang Yi. Wu Yu said again, what kind of people do you want your children to be in the future? You have to know that they are the descendants of demigods. When you die, or when you can't control them, they might very well bring about terrible consequences to this world. Yang Dingtian, of course, in my heart, I hope that my children will have a simple and happy future. But I know that this should be very difficult. So I don't know what kind of people my children will become in the future, but don't forget that I already have 2 such children. Yang Dingtian's words sounded very irresponsible, but in fact, it was very true. Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian for a long time and said, actually, every woman has a strong maternal instinct. At first, I didn't feel it, but after you suddenly unearthed it, it seems that this impulse has become very strong. Especially when you said that Nera would take care of my children. That scene instantly entered my mind, and that feeling of happiness actually made it difficult for me to breathe. So, Yang Dingtian, you agree, right? Wu Yu said, yes, this is a risk for me. I want to give it a try, after the calamity of the world extermination war. I don't want my children to leave this world before they come into this world. Yang Dingtian's face twitched, not because of Wu Yu's words, but because the scene she described was too shocking. Wu Yu said, once I get pregnant and give birth, I will no longer be a bystander. Perhaps my identity will be no different from your cloud sky cities Wumaji or Yaorao. I am very opposed to this. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, that's right, after the calamity of the world extermination war, let's give birth. Did you successfully get the demon core of the Naga royalty? Wu Yu asked. Yang Dingtian nodded, then took out the golden demon core that belonged to Wu Yu for a long time. Actually, Yang Dingtian was very curious about one thing. Most of the Naga appeared in human form, so they should have a sea of qi. How could there be a demon core? Only demonic beasts had demon cores. Thus, Yang Dingtian asked this question. Wu Yu smiled and said, then ask Violets if she has a demon core and a sea of qi. Violets nodded and said, not only do I have a sea of qi, but I also have a demon core. Yang Dingtian was very surprised. There was actually such a situation, Violet said, whether it is the Sea Serpent clan or the Mermaid clan, as long as they can completely transform into human form, they will have a sea of qi and a sea of qi. At the same time, we will have a sea of qi and a demon core. Therefore, at the same cultivation level, we will have double the energy. Of course, when we are seriously injured, we can quickly recover because we have another demon core in addition to the sea of qi. In fact, it is equivalent to having an extra life. Yang Dingtian suddenly looked at Queen Poisa and the Mermaid Queen in surprise. These 2 peerless beauties actually had demon cores. Then, he pointed the Naga royalty demon core at the sunlight. Even under the sunlight, the demon core didn't change much. It was still a golden demon core, but it seemed to contain countless stars. It was as if the entire demon core was a universe. It seemed incomparably bright and mysterious. Yang Dingtian carefully sensed the inside of the demon core. Suddenly, whether it was divine sense or Xianxia energy, there was no reaction at all, as if they had entered the vast sea or the universe of stars. There should be incomparably vigorous energy inside, but there was no communication or sensing with Yang Dingtian. Wu Yu said, what are you going to do next? Are you going to directly inlay the Naga royalty demon core on the soul sword? Yang Dingtian nodded. Wu Yu said, if you do this, you might lose this soul sword. Wu Yu's words weren't alarmist words. Originally, the mental power of the Naga royalty couldn't come out of the demon core. It was equivalent to having a sea of qi and spirit, but it didn't have a body or Xian veins, so it couldn't attack or act on its own. But now, Yang Dingtian had created the most powerful body for it. That's right, a body close to an emperor-grade soul sword surpassed anyone in this world, including any demon beast. And the Xian vein essence that Yang Dingtian had implanted was a few thousand li wide. It could accommodate the energy transmission of the 10,000 li yin-yang mirror. For a living body, this was infinitely large. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's soul sword was an extremely heaven-defying body. Once the mental power of the Naga royalty had such a body, would it be able to become independent and break away from Yang Dingtian? It was something that he didn't know at all. But Yang Dingtian had already prepared himself mentally. He was willing to take the risk. Then, she said to Wu Yu and the others, next, I need to pull out tens of thousands of Xian vein essence from the Millennium L's demon core and implant it into the Naga royalty's demon core. This is an extremely complicated and tedious job. Please protect me. Yang Dingtian remembered the last time he implanted the Xian vein essence into the soul sword. That feeling made him shudder. It was too complicated and too tiring. Wu Yu said, you don't need to transplant it directly. Just let the Naga royalty's demon core devour the Millennium L's demon core. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Devour? How? This demon core is a dead object. Wu Yu said, it's very simple. Burn your million spirit demon fire to the extreme temperature and burn the Naga royalty's demon core. The demon core couldn't be burned by the heaven and earth mystic flame? Of course, it could. Yang Dingtian didn't know how many experiments he had done. Most of the demon cores couldn't even withstand 1/10 of the million spirit demon fire's extreme temperature. Even the Millennium L's demon core could be burned to ashes at 1/10 of the million spirit demon fire's extreme temperature. Yang Dingtian immediately said, your Naga royalty's demon core is so precious. What if it gets burned? Wu Yu smiled disdainfully, don't worry. I've burned it more than 10 times. Yang Dingtian said, but you're an ice elemental. Wu Yu said, I've also been burned by other people's yang attribute heaven and earth mystic flame more than 10 times. Those people's cultivation is not inferior to yours. Yang Dingtian asked, what's the result? Wu Yu said, using your cultivation as an example, it will melt when 1/3 of the extreme temperature is reached. Then, that's it. It will just turn into a liquid state. After that, even a martial saint expert won't be able to do anything to it. Moreover, as long as the temperature drops, it will immediately return to its original state. Yang Dingtian was speechless. This Wu Yu was really wasting God's gift. Such a precious Naga royalty's demon core was burned. Everyone knew that demon cores could be burned. It could be seen that before Wu Yu did this, he was already mentally prepared for the Naga royalty's demon core to be destroyed. Really? Yang Dingtian asked doubtfully. If I'm lying to you, I'll give birth to your child right now. How about that? Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian blushed and said, okay, I'll do it right away. Use the Naga royalty's demon core to devour the Millennium L's demon core and use it as a temporary sea of chi for the soul sword. Then, Yang Dingtian released the million spirit demon fire and continuously injected energy into it to increase the temperature. It began to burn the Naga royalty's demon core. What a good activity for a free lunch. Cool mobile phone waiting for you. Click on the Chinese website's official account, WeChat friend, add official account, type Dread, and participate now. Everyone has a prize. Follow Dread's official account now. P.S. Read the exclusive story behind 9 Sun Sword Saint and listen to your suggestions for the novel. Pay attention to the Chinese website's official account, add a friend on WeChat, add an official account, type Dread, and tell me secretly, Wu Yu was right. Although the Naga royalty's demon core was extremely tough, when the million spirit demon fire's temperature rose to a certain level, it began to melt gradually. Of course, this melting did not damage the Naga royalty's demon core at all. Inside, it was still as bright as a starry sky, filled with endless energy. Yang Dingtian summoned a million spirit demon fire with his other hand and began to burn the tail of the Emperor-grade soul sword. Soon, the tail of the sword, which was made up of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, began to melt, revealing the Millennium L's demon core. This was actually a difference in temperature. At this temperature, the 10,000-year-old bloody black gold would melt, but the Millennium L's demon core would not be destroyed. The melted tail of the sword fell bit by bit. Yang Dingtian wrapped it with his celestial qi to prevent it from leaving the sword body. When the Millennium L's demon core was completely exposed, Yang Dingtian could even see countless celestial qi essences flowing with countless rays of light. Yang Dingtian controlled the melted Naga royalty's demon core and wrapped it around the Millennium L's demon core. At this time, the Naga royalty's demon core had completely turned into liquid. In the blink of an eye, it had completely wrapped around the Millennium L's demon core. Yang Dingtian continued to increase the temperature of the million spirit demon fire and continued to burn. Suddenly, the temperature of the Naga royalty's demon core's liquid temperature rose higher and higher. In the end, it completely turned into golden water, but there was absolutely no damage. This was not very reasonable, because any substance would be burned. The reason why the Naga royalty's demon core was not burned was that it was not just a substance, but a body of energy. However, the Millennium L's demon core was obviously unable to withstand such a high temperature. It instantly exploded and turned into ashes. A lot of the energy in the Millennium L's demon core had been consumed, but there was still a lot left. When the demon core was destroyed, the energy inside would explode. If it was outside, it would be equivalent to a giant missile, or even more terrifying. However, at this moment, the entire Millennium L's demon nucleus was enveloped by the liquid of the Naga royalty demon nucleus. Therefore, what should have been an earth-shattering explosion turned into a storm in a teacup. Yang Dingtian only felt the soul sword tremble slightly, and then the demon core flashed with white light. In an instant, the golden demon core of the Naga clan turned into a transparent white. Of course, the explosion disappeared after a mere instant. The remaining energy of the Millennium L's demonic core was nothing in front of the Naga royalty demonic core. It was easily devoured without a trace. The demonic core of the Millennium L had also disappeared without a trace. Throughout the entire process, the soul swords were not affected in the slightest. Everyone knew that the profound vein essence could not be separated from the energy for too long, not even half a second. However, the replacement of the demon core this time was a seamless connection. Yang Dingtian stopped the heating of the mystic fire. The Naga royalty demon core quickly returned to its original state and started to shrink. Finally, it was restored to its original state. Finally, Yang Dingtian used the melted 10,000 years old bloody black gold to completely envelop the Naga royalty demon core. The entire Emperor-grade soul sword was restored to its original state and did not look any different from before. Then, Yang Dingtian carefully held the treasured sword and started to use his divine sense to communicate with the soul sword. Yang Dingtian easily sensed the sword's soul, Ah Cho. He immediately responded with babbling. He had grown up a little, but that was all. From a newborn baby, he had become a baby of a few months old. He could already try to communicate with Yang Dingtian, but he could not speak at all and could not express himself. However, this was not the result that Yang Dingtian wanted. Yang Dingtian wanted to establish a connection with the Naga royalty's divine sense. Yang Dingtian tried to sense the sword's soul again and again, but every time, only Ah Cho would respond excitedly. The Naga royalty's divine sense still did not sense any trace of it. It was as if the replacement of the Naga royalty demon core did not make any difference to it. Yang Dingtian was not willing to give up. He immediately used his divine sense to control the soul sword and flew. Whoosh, in an instant, that speed had completely shocked Yang Dingtian. It was too fast. It was completely a golden light. Yang Dingtian estimated that it was at least 10 times the speed of sound. Its speed was over 5,000 meters per second. Even with Yang Dingtian's eyes, he could not see it clearly at all. It was completely like a bolt of lightning. Moreover, when flying, Yang Dingtian felt that the soul sword's energy seemed to be endless. Yang Dingtian controlled the soul sword to fly continuously. In just 1 minute, it had already flown a few hundred miles. 2 to 3 minutes later, it had already flown more than 1,000 miles. And the most terrifying thing was that even though it was more than 1,000 miles away, Yang Dingtian could still easily control the soul sword. In other words, Yang Dingtian could now take the head of the soul sword from 1,000 miles away. Yang Dingtian quickly summoned the soul sword back and held it in his hand. He then spoke to Wu Chui, "I have a piece of bad news. Even though I have exchanged the demon core of the Naga royal race, the demon core of the Naga royal race is still not enough. Even though I have changed the Naga royalty's divine sense, the Naga royalty's divine sense still did not have any connection with me. It was as if it completely disdained to pay attention to me." Wu Yu looked at Yang Dingtian. "What is your fastest flying speed?" Yang Dingtian, 5 to 6,000 miles in 2 hours. Wu Yu said, "If I don't care about the consumption of Xianxia, I can fly more than 10,000 miles in 2 hours. Did you see the speed of your soul sword just now?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "If I don't consider the distance, it can fly more than 70,000 miles in 2 hours, maybe even 100,000 miles. When these words came out, everyone was speechless. This flying speed was more than 10 times that of a Saint Realm expert. Wu Yu almost held his breath. Can you imagine how much higher the cultivation of this Naga royalty's demon core is than a Saint Realm expert? Yang Dingtian nodded vigorously. There was no doubt that the owner of this demon core, the Naga royalty's cultivation, was far beyond a Saint Realm expert. Even a single demon core of his was several times more valuable than that of a saint-level expert. Yang Dingtian clearly felt the shock in his heart. Then he said, Since this Naga royalty's demon core is so powerful, why didn't you make it into a soul sword before? Wu Yu glanced at Yang Dingtian. Do you think there are so many emperor-rank soul swords? Do you think anyone can collect Xianvein essence that is more than 1,000 miles long? I can guarantee that, other than your soul sword, any soul sword in the world that contains this Naga royalty's demon core will only have one result, and that is, the entire soul sword will turn into ashes in an instant. Yang Dingtian nodded in agreement. In fact, Yang Dingtian had also sensed that his soul sword, which was close to the emperor grade, was trembling when it was flying at extreme speed. In other words, even an emperor-rank soul sword would not be able to withstand the power of the Naga royalty's demon core. Only an emperor-rank soul sword would be able to contain this Naga royalty's demon core. Wu Yu continued, moreover, there is another reason. Even if someone else has an emperor-rank soul sword, with this Naga royalty's demon core, it is absolutely impossible to control this soul sword. If you don't believe me, let me see your soul sword. Yang Dingtian carefully handed it over. Wu Yu gently grasped it, then injected a bit of Xianxia. Boom! Suddenly, the soul sword shook violently and turned into a stream of light, directly flying out. Wu Yu opened her small mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Are you okay? Yang Dingtian hurried forward and gently stroked her chest. What a tyrannical power. Wu Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and smiled at Yang Dingtian. Now you know how powerful it is. In this world, no one can take away your soul sword. Yang Dingtian looked down. He didn't know when this soul sword was in his hand, but it actually flew back to Yang Dingtian's hand by itself. Wu Yu said, although the Naga royalty's spirit did not respond to you, it tacitly acknowledges that you control this demon core's power. Otherwise, it can easily devour you and shatter your bones. Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. In other words, this soul sword is no longer in my hands. It's just that the Naga royalty's spirit tacitly allows me to have it, right? Wu Yu said, yes. Otherwise, you've seen what happens when a demon core is used as the soul crystal of a soul sword. No one can control this tyrannical soul sword. If it weren't for the Naga royalty's tacit consent, you wouldn't have been able to control this demon core. So, all of this is destined. When the Naga royalty spirit chose to temporarily reside in your brain, it was already destined. Yang Dingtian, but it doesn't seem to want to help me in the Doomsday War, right? Wu Yu said, there's no need for it to do anything. You can win with the soul sword in your hand. Yang Dingtian couldn't believe it. Just with this soul sword? Wu Yu nodded, yes, just with this soul sword. Yang Dingtian, even if it's far beyond the power of a saint, it can't destroy the overwhelming legion of doom. Wu Yu said, if the Naga Shuang can do it, why can't your soul sword? Yang Dingtian, but Shuang is a complete Naga. This is just a demon core. Wu Yu said, Shuang is just a Naga who has just completed her transformation. Compared to the cultivation of this Naga royalty, the difference is like heaven and earth. So, just a demon core's cultivation surpasses Shuang's. What's so strange about that? Then, Wu Yu said, what kind of cultivation do you think a human needs to defeat a dark dragon of the Empire of Darkness? Yang Dingtian, at least master level? Wu Yu shook his head. Infinite master level can really destroy a dark dragon, a dark owl dragon. Yang Dingtian was suddenly speechless, then said, but Shuang can kill hundreds of them in seconds. Even if she's strong, it can't be at this level. Wu Yu said, of course she's that strong. With her invincible body, golden energy, and almost endless sea of chi and demon core energy storage, she can instantly kill hundreds of dark dragons and owl dragons. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated again. The gap between Naga and humans was so big. Wu Yu said, and your soul sword is even stronger than the Naga Shuang. Wu Yu emphasized again, I guarantee it. A good activity like a pie falling from the sky. Cool phone's waiting for you. Click on the Chinese network's public account, WeChat friend, add public account, type Dread, and participate immediately. Everyone has a prize, now immediately follow Dread's WeChat public account. But Wu Yu changed the topic. Yangding Tian, but what? Wu Yu said, first, this soul sword's energy is a one-time use item. How much is used is how much is lost. It is completely unable to recover. Once the demon core's energy is exhausted, it will completely lose all its power. Yangding Tian nodded. With regards to this point, he was completely aware of it. Wu Yu continued, this soul sword's energy is very very powerful. But how much power it can unleash is completely dependent on you. Yangding Tian, please elaborate. Wu Yu said, first of all, other than controlling it to fly or use sword arts, can you control it to use soul skills? Can you make it release sword aura? Yangding Tian shook his head. So-called soul skills are mystical skills used by soul swords. The most typical one, which is also considered very high-end, is 10,000 swords returned to origin. But that requires at least tens of years of cultivation. But right now, Yangding Tian's sword Spirit Acho is just a few months old baby. And Yangding Tian can only use physical attacks when he directly controls the soul sword. Which means he can control it to fly, spin, dance, etc. He can't even release sword aura. Because this is a soul sword and not a human body. Humans can control their own qi and profound veins to unleash mystical skills, but they can't control the sword spirit to unleash mystical skills. So much so that the majority of people can unleash mystical skills, but they don't understand the principles behind it. The so-called mystical skills are like a computer, and the mystical skills are like software. They can open the software and realize the functions. As for the principles behind it, they don't understand at all. And the soul sword is equivalent to a machine with a completely different principle from a computer. Speaking of which, it's also a mobile phone. It's impossible to make a computer control a mobile phone without using any method. After all, computers are x86 architectures, while smartphones are mostly ARM architectures. A computer software can't be directly used on a mobile phone. Of course, the relationship between a human body and a soul sword is even more distant than a computer and a mobile phone. Mobile phones and computers are still electronic products after all. Wu Qiong said, if you want the soul sword to display its true power, you must let it learn a soul skill. Yangding Tian replied, my sword soul, Ah Cho, might be very formidable, but it is now like a baby that is only a few months old. Any soul skill is something that only an adult sword soul can learn. Furthermore, it will take at least 10 years to learn it. To let sword spirit Ah Cho learn, 10,000 swords return to origin, was completely like asking a few months old baby to take the college entrance exam. It was completely a dream. Wu Kong nodded. It's impossible for a sword soul to learn a soul skill. Therefore, I still need you to control the soul sword and use the soul skill. The mermaid Queen Violet said, this is probably impossible, right? Wu Qiong said, that's right, it's impossible. No one in this world can do it. Because the human body and a sword body are completely different. Queen Poisa said, then why did you bring it up? Wu Yu looked at Yangding Tian. Yangding Tian, you want me to give birth to your child, do you want to completely conquer me? Yangding Tian thought for a while, but still nodded. Wu Yu said, then let's use wisdom to speak, let's turn something rotten into something magical. Let a person's divine sense control the soul sword and use soul skills. No one has ever succeeded in this before, and no one even thought about it. If I were to do it, I wouldn't be able to do it in 10 years, or even 100 years. But you know, I'm very, very addicted to this. Use your wisdom to conquer me. Wu Yu's beautiful eyes seemed a little crazy, she was such a person. Yangding Tian tore space to enter Buzhou Mountain, and proved the relationship between the Tor space and Little Western Paradise. This was Yangding Tian's wisdom attack. It directly made Wu Yu give up watching from the sidelines, and choose to stand together with Yangding Tian. If Yangding Tian could solve the problem of using the human body, completely control the soul sword, and achieve myriad swords return to origin, then she would fulfill her promise and become Yangding Tian's woman. Of course, this was secondary. Most importantly, if Yang Dingtian could reach this point, then in the Doomsday War, Yang Dingtian would have a trump card. How to achieve this? It was probably equivalent to running the computer game Call of Duty on a mobile phone. Of course, although this was a mobile phone, it was equivalent to a mobile phone from the future, with super high specifications, at least many times better than Yang Dingtian's computer. In that case, would it be difficult to achieve this? In theory, it wasn't difficult. In fact, many Android phones already had computer games, such as StarCraft and Counter-Strike. As long as a simulator was installed, one could play computer games on the phone. Of course, whether it was fun or not was another matter. Therefore, when Wu Yu mentioned this point, Yang Dingtian had a clear direction in his mind. That's right, the soul sword's soul skill was different from humans' mystical skills. It couldn't be learned directly. But, it could be done by adding a simulator. It was easy to say, but how difficult was it to do? That's right, it was very, 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 very difficult. It was even completely impossible. This was equivalent to asking a student who had just learned programming for less than 2 years to transfer the computer game Call of Duty to a mobile phone. He had to rely on himself to create the simulator. He couldn't download it. Was it possible? It was impossible even if he died. He couldn't do it even after a few years. Therefore, this was an impossible task. It could be said to be turning something rotten into something magical. Wu Yu said. Yang Dingtian, there is actually another way. Yang Dingtian nodded. I know, we need to use this soul sword to find the Nagadugu Shuang. That's right, this was what Wu Yu meant. Inside this soul sword, there was the spiritual power of a Naga royal clan. If the Nagadugu Shuang was nearby, the soul sword might be able to sense it. Therefore, Yang Dingtian might be able to use this soul sword to find Shuang. Wu Yu said, so, you have to make a choice. You can either complete this impossible task yourself, using your consciousness to control the soul sword to complete the soul skill. Of course, this has never been done before, and will never be done in the future. Or, you can take this soul sword and search the world to find the Nagadugu Shuang. The first choice was extremely difficult. The second choice was completely dependent on luck. Yang Dingtian, are there any books related to soul swords and the human body? Wu Yu said, that's too profound. Even the library of the Little Western Paradise Silver Palace doesn't have it, much less the human countries. Maybe the High Priest Association of Mount Buzhou has it. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Don't tell me I have to go to the High Priest Association again? I just left there. That's too embarrassing. However, it's not a problem at all to just borrow some information. In fact, everyone in the High Priest Association was meditating. Only Nera was awake. Of course, if the High Priest Association didn't have these books, Yang Dingtian was sure there was another place that had them, and that was New Naga Scripture Pavilion. However, Queen Lan Chi had already made an exception to let him enter the Scripture Pavilion last time. This time, he couldn't ask her to make an exception just to look up some information. Alright, my male lead. Make your choice. Wu Qiong spoke while looking at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes that were filled with boundless expectations. Yang Dingtian thought for a while. The first choice was a test of his limits. The second choice was completely dependent on luck. I'll make the first choice. Yang Dingtian said, of course, Xianxia still has to go find Shuang. Wu Yu's beautiful face flushed red. She said excitedly, I knew you would make this choice. Only this choice will be filled with endless challenges. Yang Dingtian was silent for a moment. Then he said, I just think that once Shuang regains her human form and wakes up, she will definitely come find me. And if she's not completely awake, it's useless to find her. I can't bring her back. Wu Yu nodded. You're right. And you're pinning your hopes on yourself. I admire that very much. Yang Dingtian said, there's no time to lose. I have to set off immediately. Wu Yu nodded and gently hugged his neck. She looked at him and said, I'll wait for you to create another miracle. If you really succeed, then don't blame me for being emotional. Yang Dingtian, Queen Poisa, and the Mermaid Queen flew to the world of ice and snow at their fastest speed in the direction of the Door of Darkness. After arriving at the Door of Darkness, they first used the soul swords to dig through the thick ice and snow. Below the void was the revolving door of darkness. Yang Dingtian took out the primeval Naga's eye gem. A mysterious light shot out and instantly melted the huge door of darkness. After passing through the door of darkness, they arrived at the Mermaid Empire. "Little Tian, let's say goodbye here," Queen Poisa suddenly said. Yang Dingtian was startled. Then he said, "You want to start looking for Xianxia from here?" Queen Poisa nodded. "Of course. I don't know where to start, but I can't bear to part with you. But now we have to part, so I'll start looking from here." Yang Dingtian looked at Poisa. "Then, will you be safe?" Queen Poisa said, "As long as it's not the Queen Devil Queen, there's no opponent that I'm afraid of. Of course, even if the Queen Devil Queen comes, I'll still be able to escape." Then, Queen Poisa said, "Besides, didn't you give me the demonic spirit mist cloak and demonic spirit black armor? Yaozi, that little girl, must hate me to death." When Yang Dingtian passed by Cloud Sky City, he asked Yaozi to take off the demonic spirit mist cloak and give it to Poisa. She cried on the spot. Poisa gently hugged Yang Dingtian's neck and said softly, "Little Tian, you have to remember that I have nothing to do with Dugu Xianxia. We've said it before." Yang Dingtian said, "I know. Dugu Xianxia is a Naga. And you are still an inexperienced woman." Poisa gently kissed Yang Dingtian and said softly, "Then I'm relieved." Then, she suddenly flashed and disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen entered the Mermaid Empire. They had to use the shortest amount of time to transfer the Mermaid Empire's ancient owl beasts and mermaid warriors to the Human Kingdom's sea region. Time was tight. Yang Dingtian could only stay for 1 or 2 days at most. It was impossible to wait until the transfer was completed. Just as the two entered the Human Kingdom, the Mermaid Queen Violet said casually, "Oh, right, I'm pregnant." Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Pregnant?" Yang Dingtian was really shocked. Moreover, this crazy queen actually said it so casually. Yang Dingtian and her had only been here once, right? Wasn't this too accurate? It was like an arrow hitting the nail on the head. After a long time, Yang Dingtian asked, "When did it happen?" Crazy Queen Violet said, "We only slept together once." "When do you think it happened?" Yang Dingtian asked, "When did you find out that you were pregnant?" Violet said, "I don't know, probably a few days ago." Yang Dingtian asked, "How did you find out? Was it a urine test or a pulse check?" Violet said, "First, I was inexplicably flustered, then my stomach inexplicably twitched, and then I found that there was a new mass of energy in my stomach, and then I knew that I was pregnant." Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. "You knew that you were pregnant, you actually went to fight with Xianxia?" "Don't mention this matter," Violet said, "originally, even 10 of her were no match for me. Who knew that she was so abnormal?" Yang Dingtian said, "You saw how powerful she was in the Hell Demonic Array. How could you still block those powerful attacks? Aren't you afraid of hurting the child in your stomach?" Violet said, "You underestimate me. The child in my stomach is a real Naga. How could it be so easy to have a problem?" Yang Dingtian was really completely speechless. Then, he said, "In short, you'd better be careful." "Yes," Violet said. After a while, she said, "Actually, I really found out after leaving the Holy Land of the Snake Men Empire. In the Hell Demonic Array, when I was injured and fainted, I felt that my recovery speed was much faster. I felt that the energy gushing out of my stomach was especially special, and only then did I find out that I was pregnant." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but reach out and touch her stomach. It was still flat, compact, and smooth. Sigh, if only she was born today and completely transformed tomorrow. Then, we could just let her fight in the Great War of Armageddon. We wouldn't have to look for that Naga Dugu Xianxia, Violet said. Yang Dingtian was even more speechless. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you happy that you are pregnant?" Violet curled her lips and said, "The Naga born is not my child. It has nothing to do with me, this is the law of the Naga Empire." "No. Yang Dingtian, we are not the Naga Empire, the child is born, our child, and it will call you mother." Sigh. I really don't want it. Immediately, Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore and slapped the fleshiest part of her body. This slap made the mermaid queen's beautiful eyes water, and her face flushed red. Then she smiled sweetly and said, "But there is one thing that is very surprising. After being pregnant, I am a complete woman all the time. What's wrong? You are not used to it?" Yang Dingtian asked. The mermaid queen said, "No, I am just curious. At this time, won't I be able to have a good relationship with another man?" Yang Dingtian's eyes twitched. After a long silence, he said, "After the child is born, you can give the child to me, and then you can have a good relationship with another man. I will not care about you. But before the child is born, you can't." The mermaid queen said, "But after the child is born, it might be the same as before, and become incomplete. Only you can make me bloom." Yang Dingtian was silent and ignored her words. Then, the two of them rushed to the capital of the Mermaid Empire at the fastest speed, and they didn't talk anymore. Halfway through, the mermaid queen Violets couldn't help but laugh. She said, "All right, I am just joking with you." Yang Dingtian frowned and didn't bother about her. The mermaid queen said, "I am really just joking with you. Are you angry?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't think there is anything funny about this. Moreover, the root of all this is indeed my weakness, which caused me to have to use extraordinary means to deal with you. So, the cause and effect of this matter is because of my unorthodox ways. That is why I am not righteous and strong." "Oh. You still have so much backbone?" The mermaid queen sneered. "If you have backbone, don't try so hard to get your hands on me for the sake of my marine race army. How can a man use that thing to solve problems?" The mermaid queen's words directly hit Yang Dingtian's spine, but he wasn't very angry. He understood that this crazy woman in front of him was completely unreasonable. She wouldn't be moved by soft or hard methods. He didn't know what she would do. Yang Dingtian was silent and ignored her. In fact, he didn't even know why the pregnancy matter was brought up to quarreling. "What, you are still silent and ignoring me?" Violet sneered. "Have I hit the nail on the head? Are you ashamed and angry?" Yang Dingtian stopped and faced the mermaid queen Violets, looking into her eyes. "What? Do you want to fight?" Violets asked. "No." Yang Dingtian said calmly. "Are you unhappy about being pregnant?" "There is nothing to be unhappy about. After giving birth, it will be over," the mermaid queen said. Yang Dingtian said, "I want to apologize to you." The mermaid queen sneered. "If you can't use hard methods, then use soft methods, right? It's useless." Yang Dingtian said, "I shouldn't have schemed against you on the night of the wedding in the Empire of Darkness." "That's right, I didn't go to your room on purpose. Based on your personality, if I didn't go, you would help me and prove that I was blind." The mermaid queen said, "Do you think I care? It's just 1 or 2 less times." Yang Dingtian said, "From now on, I won't scheme against you. Whatever I want, I'll tell you. If you are crazy, I will wait until you are done and then talk to you, okay?" The mermaid queen's beautiful eyes trembled slightly. She opened her mouth to say something, but in the end, she didn't say anything. "Okay, let's go to the capital now and settle things first." Yang Dingtian said, "Move all the sea tribe troops to the Sea of the Human Countries. Of course, the first wave can only be the ancient owl beasts and the mermaid warriors. Set up defenses all the way from the eastern cloud state to the northwest sea. Humph, to put it bluntly, you want my sea tribe troops to be your cannon fodder." The mermaid queen sneered. Yang Dingtian said, "Put whatever power you have in that position. Yes, your thing is powerful. That's why you put it in your current position, right?" The mermaid queen teased Yang Dingtian again. Yang Dingtian didn't refute her. He only said to her, "Let's go. We have to hurry." Just like that, the two of them inexplicably ignored each other and used their fastest speed to reach Shajing in the Mermaid Empire. At this time, the sea tribe troops inside and outside Shajing had all gathered and were ready to set off. Actually, they had already gathered more than half a month ago. They just needed to give the order. Yang Dingtian said, "Queen, you may need to announce that the Mermaid Empire has found a new home. Then immediately order the first wave of elite sea tribe troops to head to the human countries." Violet said, "I'm tired. I need to rest first." If there's anything, say it tomorrow morning. Yang Dingtian suddenly had a headache. This crazy woman was going crazy again. She didn't care what time it was. It was like a fire was burning her but. Actually, Yang Dingtian knew that because of her pregnancy, her defeat by Queen Xianxia, and other reasons, the mermaid queen was upset. Suddenly, she exploded. Of course, the best way was to go up and kiss and hug her, then settle the grudge with one blow. But in reality, Yang Dingtian knew that this wouldn't work. This kind of situation would only work when their feelings were very deep. The mermaid queen was in a very complicated state of mind. She wasn't completely heartless, but she wasn't very affectionate either. So, there was no point in pushing it to this point. Yang Dingtian said, "Time is very tight. Just the first wave of Sea Tribe troops will take a long time. I have to hurry up and research soul skills. That's the key to defeating the Armageddon army." "Then you can go," the mermaid queen said. "Anyway, our mermaid empire is useless to you now. At most, we'll just be cannon fodder. Don't waste your time with us." Yang Dingtian's head really hurt. He had never met such an unreasonable woman. She was really unreasonable. Xianxia was also unreasonable, but she was obedient after a beating. But for the mermaid queen, spanking her was not bad, but she was pregnant. Also, Yang Dingtian really didn't have such feelings at this time. He took a deep breath and said, "Zi Luo, tell me, what should I do to make you feel better so that you can immediately order the transfer of the Sea Tribe troops?" The mermaid queen said, "I want you to give me the eye of the primeval Naga. Are you willing?" This treasure was the only thing that could melt the dark matter. It was the only thing that could enter and exit the Empire of Darkness and the Mermaid Empire. It was a treasure of heaven and earth. Among Yang Dingtian's many treasures, it was ranked at the top. "Okay." Yang Dingtian didn't say anything and directly handed it to her. The mermaid queen was stunned. Then, she returned it and said, "I'm just joking with you. This is your lifeblood. I won't take it." Yang Dingtian said, "This is not my lifeblood. This is the lifeblood of your mermaid empire. I won't use this thing to threaten you." The mermaid queen held the eye of the primeval Naga and laughed coldly. "Yang Dingtian, are you so childish? Just because someone provoked you, you take out something?" "Yes, I'm childish," Yang Dingtian said coldly. "Okay, you're childish, but I'm not. Take it back." The mermaid queen said, "I'll give the order for the sea folk army to move. You said you want it, so I'll give it to you. If I give it to you, I won't take it back," Yang Dingtian said firmly. The mermaid queen said, "Aren't you afraid that after I take this item, I will fall out with you and even stand together with Demon King Wendian?" Yang Dingtian said, "I've made a decision. I'm willing to accept any consequences." In an instant, the mermaid queen found it hard to back down. Her gaze turned gentle, and her tone became gentle as she said, "Yang Dingtian, I'm sorry. I feel uncomfortable for some reason, and that's why I got angry at you. This thing is yours. It's very important to you. Take it back. I'll use my fastest speed to send the Sea Folk army to the northern defense line of the human kingdom. I won't be angry anymore." Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time. Then he said, "Zi Luo, I won't take it back. Through this matter, I want to tell you that you have to take responsibility for everything you say." The mermaid queen's expression turned ugly. "Are you going to be angry with me until the end? Aren't you afraid that I'll throw it away?" Yang Dingtian's gaze softened. His voice also became gentle. "Even if we're not husband and wife, we're just close comrades. What's the point of taking this thing? Why do you have to make such a clear distinction?" The mermaid queen looked at the eye of the primeval Naga in her hand. She couldn't help but feel bitter. Then she kept it. Next, the mermaid queen Violets began to announce that the Mermaid Empire would directly form an alliance with the human kingdom. They would directly own 100,000 miles of sea and establish a new mermaid empire. Yang Dingtian was originally worried that Violets would go back on her words and cause the Mermaid Empire to be dissatisfied. But in reality, he worried too much. Violets had been the queen for God knows how many years. All the mermaid race were completely blind. Moreover, they didn't have any concept of the human kingdom and evil ways. They didn't care much about who they formed an alliance with or who they were enemies with. They only cared about one thing: whether they could escape from the imprisonment space and whether they could have a new home. Violet said that they could directly own 100,000 miles of sea. Immediately, the entire mermaid empire was in an uproar. Then, under the command of the Mermaid Queen, the first wave of the Seafolk army marched majestically towards the Door of Darkness. Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen led the army to the human kingdom without stopping. At the same time, Dongli, Li Ming, Mu Dan, and the other first-class and second-class evil spirits officially left the Dark Realm. They passed through the Void Fissure Fire, crossed the border of the Abyss, and arrived at the extreme north of the world of ice and snow. Then, the group flew to the Sky Demon City at the fastest speed, to the entrance of the Empire of Darkness. If they had been a few hours later, they would have run into the scene of the Seafolk army marching majestically towards the human kingdom. That's right, in less than a month, Li Ming and the other evil spirits had hunted enough demon spirits in the Second Dark Realm. Now, the Second Dark Realm was absolutely safe for them because they basically didn't encounter any elemental creatures. In the entire Second Dark Realm, almost all the demon spirits that appeared outside were demon spirits, and they were all high-level demon spirits. Any other team, even if they were saint level, would be in fatal danger when faced with high-level demon spirits. They might even be wiped out. But Li Ming's evil spirit team was completely slaughtering these demon spirits. These silly demon spirits were completely stunned when faced with the evil spirit energy. They stood there motionless, allowing themselves to be slaughtered. And most importantly, this evil spirit team didn't need to search for demon spirits all over the world. The aura of evil spirits was a fatal temptation to demon spirits. Especially when more than a dozen first-class and second-class evil spirits gathered together, it was simply a super evil spirit energy amplifier. All the demon spirits within a few hundred miles took the initiative to come to the door. So in a short period of time, this team hunted a terrifying number of demon spirits, almost wiping out all the demon spirits in the Second Dark Realm. Li Ming and the others didn't have to wait for long. After a few hours, the Queen Devil Queen came out of the Empire of Darkness. "Have you hunted enough?" the Queen Devil Queen asked. Li Ming nodded and said, "There's still a lot left. Let's go, immediately forge the Chaos Emperor armor and revive His Majesty the Demon King's body," the Queen Devil Queen said. Li Ming said, Are we giving up just like that? Seizing Yang Dingtian should be the first choice." The Queen Devil Queen said, "There's basically no chance of seizing Yang Dingtian's body. Wu Yu is completely on his side. Moreover, he has created a very heaven-defying technique. Even a saint-rank powerhouse will find it difficult to defeat him in one fell swoop." Li Ming said with a trembling voice, "How is that possible?" The Queen Devil Queen said, "He has created a black hole attack that can directly devour any energy, including the energy of a saint-rank powerhouse." Li Ming was speechless. He couldn't believe it. The Queen Devil Queen said, "We really have to hurry. Otherwise, when he breaks through to the saint rank, our evil ways will be completely helpless against him." Li Ming nodded. Then, the Queen Devil Queen took out her magic wand and melted the dark matter. She led the many evil spirits into the Empire of Darkness, ************ tens of thousands of ancient giant beasts of the Mermaid Empire, carrying millions of mermaid warriors, went to the dark door in the ice and snow at the fastest speed. Although they were swimming in the water, the speed of these ancient giant beasts was still very, very fast. Their swimming speed reached nearly 1,000 miles per hour. Tens of thousands of giant beasts moved together quickly. The entire seabed of the Mermaid Empire trembled violently. In less than a day and night, Yang Dingtian and the Mermaid Queen led tens of thousands of ancient giant beasts and millions of mermaid warriors to the front of the giant dark door. The Mermaid Queen Violets took out the eye of the primeval Naga and melted the rotating giant dark door. The melting became bigger and bigger. Hundreds of meters, thousands of meters, Violets kept injecting mystical chi. Finally, the entire giant dark door was melted to a diameter of tens of thousands of meters. "Forward!" Violets ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, giant beasts, carrying countless mermaid warriors, rushed out of the giant dark door and rushed directly into the world of ice and snow. Then, the ancient giant beasts and mermaid warriors all released powerful fire energy. Boom boom boom, in an instant, the ice and snow in their path all melted into water. The ancient giant beasts dived into the water and then quickly went south. 1, 2, 3, 4 feet, 5. Countless ancient giant beasts leaped out of the dark door one after another, all of them releasing powerful fire energy. Suddenly, the ice and snow in the surrounding tens of thousands of meters and hundreds of miles all melted into water. Wherever the ancient giant beasts passed, the ice and snow all melted. Under the leadership of the mermaid warrior general, they went south, south, south. At the same time, the entire sky above the ice and snow was densely packed with winged cavalry of the Council of Light. Thousands of winged cavalry lined up in a line and guided the migrating sea race army into the sea. *********** For this operation, the Council of Light mobilized countless troops and forces. All the people on the coastal land where the sea race army was stationed in the sea had been evacuated. All the ships in the sea area had also been evacuated. Xianxia personally led the winged cavalry in this operation. In the sky, huge ancient giant beasts rushed out of the ice layer and melted the ice and snow into the sea. Then, dozens, hundreds, thousands of primordial beasts cruised through the ice and snow of the melted sea and quickly headed south. Xianxia had goosebumps all over his body. It was truly a spectacular scene. The Council of Light only had one ancient giant beast, Xiao, and it was already invincible on the sea. Now, there were tens of thousands of ancient giant beasts. This was really the most powerful navy in history. The Council of Light's navy was already very powerful, but in front of this army, it was really like a toy. The thousands of ancient giant beasts were endless. Finally, they formed a 1,000-mile formation and quickly went south. After more than a day and a night, the 10,000 ancient giant beasts completely rushed out of the giant dark door and completely left the Mermaid Empire. When the last ancient giant beast rushed out of the giant dark door, there were already thousands of giant beasts leading millions of Mermaid Empire soldiers into the humans' northern Xianxia Sea area. They melted more than 10,000 miles of ice and snow and entered the northern sea area. The moment they entered the sea area, they saw the sky and the deep sea. Countless mermaid warriors, almost going crazy, let out an incomparably enthusiastic cheer. After the excitement, they began to gather neatly and waited for the mermaid queen to give the garrison order. At the same time, in the Empire of Darkness, the largest dark castle started to turn. Countless energy tentacles in the castle crazily absorbed the energy of several continents and welcomed the refining array. Then, countless demon spirits, shadow demons, were thrown into the refining array one by one. One after another, there were countless of them. In the end, more than 1,000 demon spirits were all thrown into the refining array. Then, the entire refining array exploded with a shocking light, almost illuminating the entire Empire of Darkness. These thousands of demon spirits were just to forge the Chaos Emperor armor. After the Chaos Emperor armor was completed, the Demon King Wentian would be truly resurrected. He could leave the Skirich imperial capital, leave the Throne of Darkness, and leave the Empire of Darkness. At that time, the apocalyptic war would truly begin, and he would truly rule the world. Note, this is a 6,000-word chapter, 2 chapters combined into one. After returning from my hometown today, I went to bed at 3:30 a.m. last night, woke up at 6 a.m., and slept for more than 2 hours. Then, I rushed thousands of miles today and was on the road the whole day. Not long ago, I returned home and started to write, so I updated so late today. Tomorrow, I'll still update 2 chapters, and the update time will return to normal. I'm really tired. This chapter was completely drunk by espresso. Please give me 2 tickets, please. Thank you, everyone. What would a Chaos Emperor armor made from more than 1,000 demon spirits look like? It was completely unimaginable. The dark castles left behind by the Dark Empire, the refining array and the fusion array were really like the 3D printers of the Earth era. As long as there were enough materials and a complete formula, anything could be printed. The Dark Dragon, Dark Owl Dragon, and the terrifying Burrowing Dragon were all formulas left behind by the ancient martial arts civilization. The Chaos Emperor armor was also a formula left behind from the ancient times. However, its level was much higher than the Dark Dragon and Dark Owl Dragon. Among the countless dark castles, there was only one that could forge such an amazing Chaos Emperor armor. Moreover, the energy required to make a Chaos Emperor armor was more than 1,000 times that of a dark dragon that was tens of thousands of meters long. From this, it could be seen how amazing the Chaos Emperor armor was. The huge dark castles were operating crazily. The demon territory, which was closest to it, was being devoured crazily. The entire continent of the demon territory began to collapse, causing violent earthquakes. The intense tremors could be felt even by the evil ways thousands of miles away. Of course, it would take a long time for the refining array to completely refine the energy of more than 1,000 demon spirits. At the same time, on the ground of the human nations, under the amazing organizing power of the Council of Light, countless people in the north were retreating south. The final statistics showed that more than 200 million people were retreating. The people in the territory from 50,000 miles to 100,000 miles, including the sea, would all become a war zone. All the people here were retreating south. The retreating area included the north, the Sunset Mountains of the northwest mainland, the Land of Chaos, and the north-central region. The total land area was more than 40 million square kilometers, which was close to one-third of the total land area of the human nations. For this evacuation, the Council of Light used more than 10 million troops. They used more than 1 million flying and land mounts. They used more than 10,000 different types of ships. This was the largest evacuation in history. Looking down from the sky, one could see that almost every road was filled with people who were moving and evacuating. It was unknown how many bustling cities had been emptied out. In the territory in the south, countless houses were built like raindrops. With the Council of Light's incomparably powerful organizational capabilities and massive amounts of resources, although the entire evacuation process was incomparably complicated, it was also relatively smooth. In this world of ice and snow, more than 10,000 kilometers of ice and snow had been completely melted into a temporary river that was several hundred kilometers wide. Countless ancient behemoths of the Mermaid Empire, along with millions of mermaid warriors, were still moving south in a steady stream. Yang Dingtian watched from the sky until the last ancient giant beast rushed out of the giant dark door and swam towards the sea 10,000 li south. Then, he and the Queen of the Mermaid Empire flew into the sky and headed south together. Soon, the rotating dark door was closed by the dark matter again. Following the departure of the ancient giant beast, the water continued to condense. A day and a night later, the last ancient giant beast rushed into the deep sea. At this time, from the central continent to the northwest continent, tens of thousands of miles of sea were filled with an astonishing number of ancient giant beasts. Fortunately, these ancient beasts were different from Xiao. Their energy requirements did not come directly from food. Instead, it came from the direct exchange with the ocean environment. They were somewhat like plants. Of course, they would also eat fish, prawns, and sea beasts. Therefore, for the time being, these ancient giant beasts had a huge impact on the ecology of the sea. Therefore, in the agreement drawn up by the Council of Light, the number of these ancient giant beasts would be greatly reduced in the future. It would probably be reduced to less than 1/10 of the current number. Next, this group of ancient giant beasts and millions of mermaid warriors would have to defend more than 100,000 li of sea. They and mermaid warriors could be seen at any part of the sea in the war zone. For the time being, they would completely replace the navies of the human countries. At this time, the upper echelons of the Council of Light and the Mermaid Empire were closely arranging the changes in defense. As for Yang Dingtian, he could not wait until the Mermaid Empire finished setting up the defense. Who knew how long that would take? He bid farewell to the Queen of the Mermaid Empire, Violets. "I'll leave this place to you, please," Yang Dingtian said. After the inexplicable madness, the Queen of the Mermaid had become much calmer and more serious. She nodded her head. Then, Yang Dingtian directly tore space and flew in the direction of the spatial tear. At this time, Yang Dingtian's position was the closest to the spatial tear from the end of the infernal domain. When Yang Dingtian passed by the sky above the infernal domain, suddenly, he heard a series of loud noises. The entire infernal domain seemed to have experienced the end of the world. Tens of thousands of li of the infernal domain and countless giant mountains were crazily collapsing. Countless pieces of land were terrifyingly torn apart. the entire infernal domain was undergoing a terrifying upheaval. Originally, there was a layer of blood-red energy fog above the infernal domain, but now it was gradually turning black. There were also countless bolts of lightning that crazily tore the air apart. Yang Dingtian felt that some kind of upheaval was definitely happening in the Empire of Darkness. From the northern end of the infernal domain, Yang Dingtian opened a spatial door and jumped into the spatial tear. Then, he flew tens of thousands of li and arrived at the connection between the spatial tear and the Little Western Paradise. He opened another spatial door and left the spatial tear. Suddenly, the incomparably huge Mount Buzhou appeared in front of him again. Yang Dingtian quickly flew over. After a while, Yang Dingtian had already landed on Mount Buzhou. This time, Yang Dingtian didn't painstakingly climb the mountain. Instead, he directly went to the entrance of the High Priest Association and used his celestial qi to melt a few thousand meters of thick snow. Then, he came in front of the mountain gate. At this time, Yang Dingtian was really embarrassed in his heart. He had just left the High Priest Association a few days ago. Logically speaking, it was normal for him to visit a few decades later. In the end, he came again a few days later. This feeling was really awkward. But fortunately, the entire High Priest Association was meditating at this time. Basically, only Nera was awake. After a while, Yang Dingtian stretched out his hand to knock on the stone door. He used his celestial qi to knock on the door. So even though the sound wasn't loud, it was enough to transmit into the depths of the High Priest Association. Then, he stood outside and waited. After a few minutes, the stone door opened. Inside was a bald Neru. Seeing Yang Dingtian again, Neru's eyes widened. It was as if she was saying, "Why are you here again? Wu Yu, are you already pregnant?" Neru smiled. "You want to take me away? You're too impatient." Yang Dingtian's face turned red. He said, "Madam Neru, I'm here to borrow books." "Oh, that's fine." Neru said, "You're Mr. Nihility's successor. You can borrow any of the books here." Then, Yang Dingtian followed Neru into the High Priest Association. "What kind of books do you want to borrow?" Neru asked. Yang Dingtian, "It's about the difference between sword soul skills and human mystical skills. There's also the difference between a sword soul and a human body, etc." Neru nodded and said, "There is. Although sword soul has declined in Little Western Paradise, it was once passed down." Yang Dingtian was stunned. He asked, "Why did it decline?" Neru said, "Compared to humans, the cost of cultivating sword soul in Little Western Paradise is much higher. Also, the power of sword soul is much lower. Perhaps we are weaker than humans in terms of our soul and brain." Yang Dingtian, "But I feel that the demon fox race is smarter." Neru said, "That's because we take a longer time to develop, and you guys don't use your brain well enough. But don't worry. Because of this, the High Priest Association has done a lot of research on sword soul and left behind many works." Then, Neru said, "What do you want to achieve?" Yang Dingtian, "I want to use my consciousness to control soul swords and complete soul skills." Neru said, "Have you already used the Naga Royalty Demon Core on your soul swords?" Yang Dingtian, "Yes." "How is it?" Neru asked. "Its power is amazing." Yang Dingtian, "But my sword soul is still too young. It can't use soul skills." Neru said, "Yang Dingtian, a few priests in the High Priest Association have studied your direction for a long time." Yang Dingtian was surprised. "Really? What's the result?" Neru shook her head and said, "It's a failure. And she has already given up. She spent about 1,000 years on this topic." Yang Dingtian said happily, "Then she must have walked very far in this area." "Who is this person?" "A demon fox." Neru said, "Actually, she was a demon fox martial artist and a sword soul worshipper. But because of her soul and brain, her sword soul cultivation was very slow. So, she did a lot of research on sword souls. She was able to enter the High Priest Association because of her research on sword souls." "It's actually her?" Yang Dingtian was really surprised. This woman had a fox face and was a woman full of special charm. He didn't expect her to study sword souls. Yang Dingtian continued, then, if I don't understand something, can I communicate with her? Can I awaken her meditation? Nera said, usually not, but if it's you, I think there won't be a problem. Then, Nera led Yang Dingtian deeper and deeper. After several tens of thousands of meters, they arrived in front of an incomparably huge library. The collection of books here was even bigger than the Silver Palace Library. Nera directly led them to a study room and said, here, they are all books on sword souls. Yang Dingtian looked up. There were more than 10,000 books, God knows how long it would take to finish all of them. The Great War of Destruction was about to erupt. Yang Dingtian didn't have that much time to read these books. If it was the energy library, Yang Dingtian could directly enter meditation to read. Yang Dingtian asked, Your Excellency Neru, has Lady Demon Fox finished reading all the books here? Neru nodded, not only has she read these books, she has also memorized them. Yang Dingtian said, then can I awaken her now? I want to ask her directly. Neru said, how much time do you have? I don't know. Yang Dingtian said, maybe in a few days, the Temple of Annihilation will send a declaration of war to the human kingdom. Neru said, then it's definitely too late to ask her in reality. Why don't you directly enter the Demon Fox High Priest's meditation world? Yang Dingtian was stunned, is this okay? Directly entering someone else's meditation world required a very, very intimate relationship. Sleeping together and entering someone else's meditation world was even more intimate than entering someone else's body. Neru said, she has a good impression of you, so you can try. Moreover, the topic of your research is exactly what she wants to break through. Of course, this is still very difficult. Because if you enter her meditation world, it means that her brain is not guarded against you. You can cause fatal damage to her at any time. Basically, no one would agree to others entering their brain world, even if they are as close as husband and wife. Then, Neru brought Yang Dingtian to the outside of a stone room. At this moment, the stone door was tightly shut. Neru hesitated for a moment, but still pushed the door and entered. Inside the stone room, it was a completely different world. Everywhere was snow white. This demon fox high priest indeed had the face of a fox. The entire room was covered with snow white fur. Even the walls and ceiling were covered with snow white soft fur. Entering the room was like entering the clouds. And the entire stone room was decorated with a few luminous pearls, illuminating the stone room. When stepping into this snow-white world, Neru hesitated for a moment, then walked in. Yang Dingtian took a look and immediately retreated, then immediately turned around. Because the demon fox high priest was not wearing anything. She hoped to completely release herself into meditation. In front of her, there was a crystal ball. Neru walked forward gently, pressed her jade hand on the crystal ball, and injected a bit of energy. Immediately, the demon fox high priest trembled and immediately woke up. Seeing that it was actually Neru who woke her up, her face was incomparably furious. Her gaze was cold as she said, "What are you doing?" In her gaze, she did not hide the hostility and coldness towards Neru at all. "If you don't give me a sufficient reason today, I won't let you off," the demon fox said coldly. Yang Dingtian immediately said from outside, "Yang Dingtian greets the demon fox." Hearing Yang Dingtian's voice, the demon fox's voice softened a little, and said, "Oh, it's you. You haven't left yet. Why are you looking for me?" Yang Dingtian was about to say. The demon fox inside said, "Oh, come in and talk." Yang Dingtian hesitated for a moment, then said, "I think it's better for me to talk outside." The demon fox casually picked up a long snow-white fox fur coat, put it on, and then said, "Come in and talk." Yes. Yang Dingtian walked in. In the Empire of Darkness. After dozens of hours. Finally, the loud noise from the dark castle stopped, and the light gradually dimmed. The Chaos Emperor armor was completed. "Take out my contracted body," the demon King Wentian's voice said. "Yes." Queen Devil Queen said, and then carried out the energy jade coffin. The Queen Devil Queen carried the energy jade coffin and flew to the sky above the dark castle's fusion array. At this moment, there was an armor floating in the huge melting array. This was the Chaos Emperor armor that was forged by 1,000 demon spirits through the refining array and the fusion array, overdrawing the energy of the entire demon domain. This was probably the most awe-inspiring armor in history. Its entire body was extremely dark. When it was black to the extreme, it was darkness that swallowed all light. It was completely wrapped from head to toe, without a single hole. Normally, it was completely impossible to wear it. There were two sharp horns on the top of the armor's head. The position of the eyes was still flickering with the light of flames, constantly jumping. On the back of the armor, there was a pair of faintly discernible wings. The back, arms, and legs of the armor were all covered with sharp barbs. Streaks of strange light flowed on the armor. This was really the most terrifying armor in history, and also the most awe-inspiring armor. The Queen Devil Queen threw the jade coffin containing the body directly into the melting array. In an instant, the entire jade coffin was instantly reduced to ashes. A body suddenly drilled into the black shadow of the Chaos Emperor armor. Immediately, the entire Chaos Black armor seemed to have come to life, completely devouring this body inch by inch. The darkness that erupted almost swallowed the entire castle. This body suddenly let out a demon-like roar. Then, inch by inch, it was completely devoured and wrapped by the entire Chaos Emperor armor. A moment later, this Demon King's contracted body and the Chaos Emperor armor were completely fused together. Only in this way could it accommodate the Demon King Wentian's terrifying cultivation and energy and not be reduced to ashes. "Your Majesty, it's your turn," the Queen Devil Queen said. The Demon King Wentian's black shadow sat on the throne of darkness. At this moment, without the protection of the evil spirit, the energy in his body would quickly dissipate when he left the throne of darkness. Ever since he sat on this throne, he had never left the Skirich imperial capital. Although he couldn't breathe, he still took a deep breath. Then, he suddenly turned into a black shadow. Whoosh, his soul and the energy in his body leaped into the grand fusion formation. Only in the fusion array could his energy and soul enter the primal Chaos Emperor armor. Whoosh 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 whoosh, incomparably powerful cultivation energy poured into the contracted body of the Chaos Emperor armor. His entire body let out a heaven-shaking roar. The entire castle of darkness shook violently. The infernal continent above the Empire of Darkness was once again turned upside down. This contracted body was originally unable to withstand the Demon King Wentian's terrifying cultivation. 200 years ago, the Demon King Wentian and Nihility Piao Ling had both reached the half-saint realm. After that, the Demon King Wentian devoured the evil spirit of the primordial evil spirit and instantly broke through to the saint rank. That was not all. On the throne of darkness, it was constantly devouring terrifying energy. Therefore, his cultivation had already reached the peak of the saint level. Of course, after 200 years of devouring on the throne of darkness, he should have broken through to the demigod realm. Unfortunately, he was only a human after all. His energy reserve and profound veins were limited. He would never be able to break through to the demigod realm. That was the realm of the Naga. Therefore, his cultivation had always been fixed at the peak of the saint level. But even so, this contracted body could not withstand such powerful energy at all. It would be turned into ashes in almost an instant. However, the contracted body had already completely fused with the primal Chaos Emperor armor. As for the Devil King Wentian's possession, it was not only the possession of the soul, but also the profound veins and qi. Therefore, the contracted body inside was completely destroyed over and over again. But there was no other way. Its entire body was imprisoned and modified by the primal Chaos Emperor armor. Therefore, it could not be destroyed even if it wanted to. Just like that, amidst the trembling of the entire Darkness Empire, amidst the collapse of the Demon City, the Demon King Wentian's soul, energy reserve, profound veins, and cultivation were all poured into the contracted body. They were all completely covered by the primal Chaos Emperor armor. However, the fusion formation of the Castle of Darkness stopped spinning. The Demon King Wentian slowly descended. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, the Demon King Wentian walked out of the Castle of Darkness step by step. Instantly, everyone knelt down. "Greetings, Your Majesty Demon King. Congratulations on your rebirth, Your Majesty Demon King." The Demon King Wentian slowly stretched out his hand. Of course, it was completely covered by the primal Chaos Emperor armor. Then, he stroked his face and body. Finally, he had a body again. It felt so good to be able to touch it. Devil King Wentian slowly walked in front of Devil Empress dead concubine and extended his hand to caress her incomparably beautiful face. It had been 200 years since the last time he touched her. Ha 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 ha, the Demon King Wentian laughed in a low voice. His voice was like the roar of the earth being torn apart, like the roar of flames burning. His laughter grew louder and louder. In the end, it was like thunder. Boom, then, a pair of burning dark flame wings suddenly appeared on his back. He flapped his wings and flew into the sky, towards the peak of the Skirich imperial capital. He flew higher and higher. In the end, he flew to the peak of the Skirich imperial capital. His body had also become incomparably huge, so that the people below could see him even if they were thousands of miles away. I, the Demon King Wentian, have waited for this moment for many years. From today onwards, I am the ruler of the entire world. From today onwards, the entire world will tremble in my evil claws. I want fear and darkness to completely engulf the entire chaotic world. God of Chaos, today is the beginning of my true challenge to you. Today is the beginning of a new era for the entire world. From today onwards, the entire world will be the world of my evil ways. Ha 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 ha, immediately, everyone in the Skirich imperial capital flew out and knelt in the air. All the Legion of Doom in the Dark Castle knelt. All the Dark Dragons and Dark Wyverns knelt in the air. Long live the Demon King. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the Demon King Wentian instantly arrived in the celestial palace of the Skirich imperial capital after a few flashes. He actually flashed a distance of thousands of miles in an instant. This flash technique even surpassed the saint-level demon spirits. This was because this chaos black armor was forged by more than 1,000 demon spirits. Therefore, in terms of flash technique, it was equivalent to 1,000 demon spirit mist clothes. Of course, its damage resistance was also equivalent to 1,000 demon spirit black armor. Therefore, in the entire world, except for Naga, the Demon King Wentian was not only invincible. In the entire world, no one could hurt him in the slightest, except for Naga. The Demon King Wentian sat on his dark throne. His entire body had once again turned into a 100-meter-tall giant. In the hall a few hundred meters below, thousands of people were kneeling. All the elites of the evil ways were already here. Devil Queen, what's going on with Yang Dingtian's Naga sword soul in the Empire of Darkness? The Demon King Wentian asked. Devil Queen bowed and said, Your Majesty, we once had a Naga royalty demon core in the Netherworld Sea. Yang Dingtian briefly came into contact with it when he was in the Netherworld Sea. Perhaps it has something to do with it. But please rest assured, Your Majesty, Yang Dingtian is completely powerless to use the Naga royalty sword soul. Last time, the Naga royalty sword soul only sensed the sorrowful cries of Naga Dugu Shuang, so it attacked to save him. A few days ago, in the sacred land of the Naga Empire, Yang Dingtian was in danger. Violets and Poisa almost died in the hands of Xianxia. But the Naga royalty sword soul still did not attack, so it can be seen that Yang Dingtian cannot use the Naga royalty sword soul again. Then, Devil Queen said, Moreover, the Naga royalty demon core has been returned to the Little Western Paradise's High Priest Association by Wu Yu a few years ago. If Yang Dingtian and Wu Yu entered the Little Western Paradise to ask for it, they would definitely enter the Skull Hall and fall into Xianxia's hands. But the two of them are still safe and sound, so they must have seen through Xianxia's plan. Currently, Yang Dingtian's hopes are all placed on finding the Naga Dugu Shuang. The Demon King Wentian said, Then, send a declaration of war to the human countries. The Great War of Extinction has begun. As you command. Devil Queen bowed. The Demon King Wentian said slowly, The Great War of Extinction that occurs once every 200 years has begun again. However, it will only be a one-sided massacre, and there won't be another 200 years of reincarnation. This time, I want the human countries to have more than 1 billion deaths. Human countries, Tiando League, Council of Light, begin the countdown to the end of the world. Mount Buzhou, inside the Grand Priest Association. The Demon Fox Grand Priest with the face of a fox was wearing a fox fur coat. After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, she became very excited, because this was exactly the same direction as her research. After calming her rapid breathing, the Demon Fox Grand Priest said, Are you sure you want to use your consciousness to control the soul swords and use the soul skill 10,000 swords return to origin? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, yes, Demon Fox. You have researched the sword soul for more than 1,000 years, so I want to ask for your guidance and help. So, you want to enter my brain and meditate with me? In the endless meditation world, you want to learn what I have learned over 1,000 years? The Demon Fox Grand Priest said. I'm ashamed, but it's like this. Yang Dingtian bowed and said. This request was very rude. Once again, entering someone else's brain was more private and more dangerous than entering someone else's body. The Demon Fox Grand Priest said, you should know that my research direction is exactly the same as yours. Because my bloodline is more similar to a demon fox, my brain is not as strong as a human's. Therefore, it is very difficult for the sword soul to grow. Therefore, I want to use my consciousness to control the sword soul. I have worked hard for more than 1,000 years, but I have failed. Furthermore, no one in history has succeeded. You only have less than half a month's time. Are you sure you want to spend your time on this? Yang Dingtian said, I'm sorry, I have no other choice. The Demon Fox Grand Priest closed her eyes for a long time. After that, she shook her head and said, I'm sorry, Sir Yang Dingtian. Although I'm very, very excited that you have chosen the same research topic as me, I still can't agree. But I still can't agree to let you enter my meditation world to study the sword soul. Yang Dingtian's face darkened. He didn't blame her, but only felt that it was a pity. This was very normal. No one was willing to let others enter the depths of their brain. This meant that they were completely defenseless. Thank you, Demon Fox Grand Priest. I can completely understand. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again. The Demon Fox Grand Priest shook her head and said, Sir Yang Dingtian, the reason why I rejected you is not because you want to enter my brain. It's because I have failed in my research for more than 1,000 years. Therefore, my direction is wrong. If you follow my direction, you will only go further and further, and it will be futile. Therefore, in the precious time before the apocalyptic war, you should try something more promising. Yang Dingtian said, May I ask, Demon Fox, what is the direction of your research? What method do you want to use to allow your consciousness to learn sword soul skills? The Demon Fox Grand Priest said, let's use the 10,000 swords return as an example. My method is to modify the entire 10,000 swords return scrolls code. I wanted to learn from the sword soul to the human consciousness. However, it will be unleashed through the soul sword. Yang Dingtian said, please forgive me for being direct, Demon Fox. Your direction is definitely wrong. The deeper you research, the more you will go in the opposite direction. This is because this 10,000 swords return requires the sword soul to control the treasured sword to unleash it. Other than the sword soul, the soul scroll Sea of Aura and Xian meridians are also the main topic of unleashing it. If you modify it for humans to learn, it will be suitable for humans' Xian meridians and Sea of Aura. Then, it will be no different from normal Xian skills. The soul sword will not be able to unleash it. The Demon Fox Grand Priest said bitterly, you are right. I spent countless years to modify it. I did learn it. However, I unleashed it myself, and not the soul sword. This is a very strong Xian skill. However, on humans, it is only a very normal Xian skill. It is because of this that I lost all hope and gave up on this research. Yang Dingtian said, Demon Fox, I have a direction. Do you want to hear it? The Demon Fox Grand Priest said, please say it. However, please forgive me for being direct. This field is very profound. You have not learned much. Any opinions and directions you have might be ignorant and childish. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, let me give you an example. In our world, there is no need to worry. In our world, there is something called a computer. There is another thing called a cell phone. The software running in the two machines is completely different. The format is also different. Therefore, the software on the cell phone cannot be run on the computer. The software on the computer also cannot be run on the cell phone. It is just like how sword soul skills cannot be unleashed on the human body. However, in our world, although the software on the computer is different, it can be run on the cell phone. As long as we install a simulator, it will be fine. Therefore, what we need to do is to create a simulator. It will allow our consciousness to directly unleash soul skills. However, it will still be unleashed through the soul sword. Immediately, the demon fox was completely stunned. Yang Dingtian's unconstrained idea was like a bolt of lightning. It completely tore apart her hazy sky and illuminated her direction. She instinctively felt that Yang Dingtian's direction was right. Immediately, the blood in her body was about to boil. Then, she said excitedly, "Quick, let's start immediately. Immediately enter my meditation world." The demon fox pulled off the fox fur on her body. She could not wait. Note, today's 2 chapters have more than 8,000 words. Please vote. Thank you. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say weakly, "Do I need to take off my clothes like this when I'm in meditation?" Demon Fox High Priest smiled. "Oh, there's no need. It's just my personal hobby. I'm used to releasing myself all the time and enjoying the feeling of freedom." Yang Dingtian was speechless. "But I'm right beside you. Now, you can leave." Demon Fox High Priest looked at Neru. Her tone wasn't polite at all. Yang Dingtian's face twitched, but he didn't say anything. After all, this was a family matter within the association. As an outsider, it wasn't good for him to interfere. Moreover, Neru probably wouldn't mind this. Yang Dingtian said, "Then, what should we do next?" Yang Dingtian really didn't know what to do. Yang Dingtian had experienced communicating with others in the depths of meditation many times. Of course, every time it was with Shiwu Piaoyan. Shiwu Piaoyan could easily enter the depths of his mind. Moreover, he was a consciousness. Now that there were 2 living people, how could they enter each other's meditation world? Demon Fox High Priest immediately went to look for things. Soon, she gathered a bunch of things and started to build a crystal energy formation. Instantly, countless crystals and special metals floated in the air and formed a ball, wrapping Yang Dingtian and Demon Fox High Priest inside. These crystals were mainly illusion stone, spirit stone, and soul enchanting stone. In addition, it was filled with 5 types of demon cores. Then, the energy formation ball started to spin slowly. Demon Fox High Priest closed her eyes and felt the aura inside. She frowned slightly and said, "You should take off your clothes too. The aura inside is a bit blocked." Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." Then, he took off all of his clothes and presented them to the Demon Fox High Priest, Chi Tan. The energy ball spun faster and faster. Finally, it turned into an airtight light shadow, wrapping Yang Dingtian and Demon Fox High Priest inside. The entire energy ball shone with a blurry and dreamy light. Yang Dingtian instantly felt drowsy. Demon Fox High Priest said, "Put down all your defenses and follow your instincts. Also, even if you want to sleep, you have to keep your eyes open." "Yes," Yang Dingtian replied. Demon Fox Grand Priest said, "Later, the entire energy formation will be completely dark. Only my eyes will release light. You have to stare into my eyes and try your best to let your gaze enter my eyes and then my brain. Do you understand?" Yang Dingtian nodded and said, "Yes." On Earth, there was a saying that the eyes were the windows to the soul. This saying was true. Here, the eyes were the only access point for the energy of the brain. The energy circle spun faster and faster. The energy radiance it released made people feel comfortable to the extreme, making them feel lazy all over. They only wanted to do one thing, and that was sleep. Then, the surrounding light gradually dimmed. The light in the eyes of the Demon Fox Grand Priest became brighter and brighter. Furthermore, the light in her eyes was constantly changing. Yang Dingtian stared at the light in her eyes. Then, his mind was in a daze and he gradually immersed himself in it. Then, Yang Dingtian saw that the light in the eyes of the Demon Fox Grand Priest was actually a world of light and shadow. It was like a kaleidoscope, like a movie. However, the scene in her eyes was too small and he couldn't see it clearly. The surrounding energy spun faster and faster, and the environment inside became darker and darker. Finally, the entire energy formation was completely dark. The only light was the eyes of the Demon Fox High Priest. In her eyes, countless images were still changing, as if a movie was being played. However, it was too far away and he couldn't see it clearly. Yang Dingtian seemed to relax all of his mind, but also seemed to gather all of his mind. Staring at the light and shadow in the eyes of the demon fox high priest, he completely let go of all the distracting thoughts in his heart and threw away all the thoughts in his mind. Indeed, the world of light and shadow in the eyes of the demon fox high priest became clearer and clearer. The scene also became bigger and bigger. It was as if he was watching a movie. The screen quickly got closer. Yang Dingtian saw it clearly. In the scene, there was only a door. Behind the door, there was a beautiful world. The demon fox high priest, who was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, stood behind the door and kept waving at him. Come in, come in." At this moment, Yang Dingtian thought of the demon fox high priest's eyes. This was a pair of eyes that had a very special charm. It was like a real fox's eyes. Looking at it, one would feel that it was captivating. No wonder it could play light and shadow scenes in her eyes. With this distraction, the scene quickly became blurry and scattered, and it went far away. Yang Dingtian hurriedly threw away all distracting thoughts and continued to stare at her eyes. Finally, the scene became clear again. Yang Dingtian felt as if his body was flying towards the door in the scene. He flew closer and closer, closer and closer, closer and closer. Finally, he directly rushed to the front of the scene. It was as if he had directly rushed to the front of the movie screen. Swoosh! Yang Dingtian flew through the door. It was as if his entire person had completely drilled into the movie. Swoosh! A dreamy light. Everything around him disappeared. Even the light and shadow scene in front of him disappeared. Yang Dingtian was already in a world of birds and flowers. This was a soft and beautiful grassland that stretched as far as the eye could see. The sky was blue as if it had been washed, and the floating clouds were as white as snow. In the distance of the grassland, there were sparse and straight trees. Small flowers of unknown names dotted every part of the grassland. Naughty squirrels were jumping on the big trees. Butterflies and bees were competing to be the first to collect honey around a small flower. This was really a beautiful world, like a dream. This world was, of course, the demon fox high priest's meditation world. This beautiful grassland was also the world in her mind, the beautiful world she loved the most. Yang Dingtian had already entered the demon fox high priest's brain domain world and entered her meditation world. He began to walk on the beautiful grassland, looking for the demon fox high priest's figure. After walking for about 10 miles, he went over a mountain that wasn't high. Suddenly, he saw a wooden house in the grassland at the foot of the mountain. Yang Dingtian ran down, came to the front of the wooden house, and opened the door. Inside, the demon fox high priest, who was covered in red, was sitting on the ground covered in fox fur, lazily flipping through a book. Inside the wooden house, there were books and scrolls all over the place. "I heard that you want to learn sword soul skills, is that right?" The demon fox high priest said. "Yes." Yang Dingtian said. The demon fox high priest said, "You want to write a simulator that allows your consciousness to use sword soul skills and use soul swords to display them, right?" Yang Dingtian said, "Yes." The demon fox high priest said, "I can clearly feel that you will definitely succeed in this direction. All you need is time." Yang Dingtian said, "Then, how much time do we need?" The demon fox high priest said, "Choose which soul skill to learn." Yang Dingtian said, 10,000 swords return, then. The demon fox high priest said, "That's good. You have to completely understand the code of the 10,000 swords return scroll. After that, you have to learn how to write the human version of the 10,000 swords return. Only then can you fully understand the difference between the two, and only then can you write the simulator. I don't know how long this process will take. I only know that it took me 1,000 years to write the human version of the 10,000 swords return." 1,000 years? Yang Dingtian didn't dare to believe it. The demon fox high priest said, "Of course, you don't need that long, because I took many detours. However, I don't know how much time you need." Yang Dingtian said, "How many codes does the 10,000 swords return scroll have?" The demon fox high priest said, 89 million codes, 90,000 paragraphs, and 3,000 chapters. Yang Dingtian thought for a while before saying, "It's indeed a very complicated scroll. Do we have enough time now?" The demon fox high priest shook her head and said, right now, it's not enough. Then what do we do? Yang Dingtian asked. The demon fox high priest said, that's why we need to sleep. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Sleep? Yes, sleep. The demon fox high priest said, continue to sleep, until you don't need to sleep anymore. Yang Dingtian understood. Sleeping during meditation meant entering deeper layers of the meditation world. Exploring the limits of the meditation world that the two of them could reach. This was because Yang Dingtian only had less than 10 days left. If he wanted to write this Sword Soul Simulator, he didn't know how many years it would take. Therefore, he had to enter a very deep level of meditation to make 10 days become countless years. After that, the demon fox high priest set up an energy array. The two of them sat cross-legged inside, and the energy array started to spin. Once again, illusory light and shadow appeared in her eyes. Yang Dingtian stared at her eyes again. Once again, a door appeared in her eyes. Yang Dingtian quickly approached and then entered the door again. Whoosh! His entire person once again entered the second layer of the demon fox high priest's meditation world. Just like this, the two of them kept repeating and repeating. Yang Dingtian went through the demon fox high priest's eyes again and again in the meditation world, entering the next layer of her meditation world. Third layer, fourth layer, fifth layer, sixth layer. Finally, one day, Yang Dingtian asked, Your Excellency Demon Fox, how long do we have to sleep? The demon fox high priest said, sleep until we completely forget everything. Finally, he didn't know how many times. Yang Dingtian stared at the demon fox high priest's eyes and once again entered her meditation world that had an unknown number of layers. Whoosh! Suddenly, he was in a void. Not far in front of him was a huge snowy mountain, Buzhou Mountain. Eh? It was actually Buzhou Mountain. This Buzhou Mountain existed in reality. Yang Dingtian flew towards Buzhou Mountain, melted the ice and snow, and arrived at the mountain gate of the High Priest Association. Yang Dingtian is here to visit. Then, the mountain gate opened. Yang Dingtian walked in. Everything was exactly the same as the High Priest Association's cave. He came to the cave hall and then came to the demon fox high priest's room that was covered in fox fur. At this moment, she was sitting on the fox fur naked. Seeing Yang Dingtian come in, she smiled and said, You're here to pull me? Yes, Your Excellency. Yang Dingtian said. Let's go, then let's begin. The demon fox high priest said. Then, she stretched out her jade hand and said, Pull me up. Yang Dingtian stepped forward and pulled her up. Then, the demon fox high priest brought Yang Dingtian to the High Priest Association's library. When they arrived at the library, the demon fox high priest took out a scroll and passed it to Yang Dingtian. This is the Myriad Swords Return Soul Skill Scroll. Take it and read it first. When you've finished reading and understood it, we'll continue with the next step. Yes. Yang Dingtian received the scroll and started reading. At this moment, in the real world, Nera was guarding outside the demon fox high priest's door. Then, she was shocked to see the demon fox high priest pulling Yang Dingtian out. The two of them smiled and walked towards the library. Then, Nera passed a scroll to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian began to immerse his consciousness and read it. Nera's heart trembled. This was the deepest level of the meditation world. The meditation world and the real world completely overlapped. It was exactly the same. The overlap of reality and illusion was only in the span of time. The difference was countless times. This was simply too terrifying. In the meditation world, Yang Dingtian continued to read the Myriad Swords Return scroll. This scroll had tens of millions of codes. Yang Dingtian already had a certain level of understanding towards the divine realm. He could completely read it paragraph by paragraph. But even so, time still passed day after day. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, a full half a year had passed. Yang Dingtian finally finished reading the Myriad Swords Return scroll. Your Excellency Demon Fox, I've finished reading it. Yang Dingtian said, I spent a year and I've finally finished reading it. At this moment, in the real world, Nera saw that Yang Dingtian said to the demon fox high priest, Your Excellency Demon Fox, I've finished reading it. I spent a year and I've finally finished reading it. Nera looked at the hourglass in her palm. It hadn't even been an hour since Yang Dingtian started reading the scroll. How did a year pass? The Demon Fox High Priest said, very good. Then from now on, you will begin to comprehend the method of attack in this scroll and thoroughly comprehend the principle. Then, based on this principle, you will write the human version of the Myriad Swords Return to Origin. Just the process of writing alone took me more than 200 years. I don't know how much time you will need. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel suffocated. Because if he could write the human version of the Myriad Swords Return to Origin, it meant that he had completely grasped the divine realm and could write his own scrolls. Empire of Darkness, Skirich Imperial Capital. At this moment, in the entire celestial palace, only the Demon King Wentian sat on the dark throne alone. The Queen Devil Queen had already gone to issue a challenge. Everyone else had already begun to prepare for the world-ending battle. The Demon King Wentian looked up at the sky and muttered to himself, Yang Dingtian, what are you doing now? But no matter what you are doing, it is already meaningless. Suddenly, his enormous body suddenly shuddered. He said in shock, who are you? Why are you still in this body? Immediately, another voice sounded in his body, me? Of course I am the owner of this body. No, no, no. The Demon King Wentian roared, you should already be dead. Your soul should be dead. No, no, no. Not only is my soul not dead, it is only imprisoned. Your entry has freed me from this imprisonment. Another voice sounded, on the other hand, your soul has been split into many parts and is far inferior to my soul. So who is the owner of this body and who is the real Demon King? We still don't know. Ha 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 ha. No, no, no. The Demon King Wentian said sternly, this is impossible, this is impossible. I have already given you countless years of glory. Don't forget, you were originally just a piece of trash. You signed a contract with me. I made you incomparably powerful, and then you gave this body to me to become my contracted body. How can you break the contract? Another voice smiled and said, Your Majesty Demon King, not only do I have a contract with you, I also have a contract with another person. Who? The Demon King Wentian said in shock. Soul Departing Palace. Another voice said. The Demon King Wentian trembled and said, Soul Departing Palace, Soul Departing Palace? How can he do this? How can he do this? Another voice said, So accept your fate. My soul is stronger than yours, so I can nibble away at your soul bit by bit and take over this body bit by bit. At that time I will be the new Demon King. I will inherit everything you have, ha 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 ha. No, 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 the Demon King Wentian's soul roared with all his might. Note, it is the last day of the double monthly votes. I still don't want to give out a single chapter. But, I am really begging my brothers, please give me a few. The double monthly votes will be over soon. Thank you everyone. Following that, Yang Dingtian entered an incomparably difficult learning process. Originally, in the meditation world, he had spent a full year to read all the 90,000 passages of the Return of the Thousand Swords and read them thoroughly. But this was a soul skill that was suitable for soul swords to use. Although soul swords had a qi and xian veins, and the pure structure of the xian veins was similar to the human body to a certain extent. But after all, soul swords were soul swords, and the human body was the human body. There was a complete difference in essence. Therefore, it was extremely difficult to adapt it into the 10,000 swords returned to origin used by humans. Of course, the Demon Fox High Priest had already completed this task. But she couldn't directly hand over her results to Yang Dingtian, because the purpose of Yang Dingtian's adaptation wasn't to write the human version of 10,000 swords returned to origin, but to completely grasp the difference between the two in preparation for writing the so-called simulator. Following that, Yang Dingtian read it over and over again. The second time, it only took half a year. The third time, it only took 4 months. The fourth time, the fifth time, the sixth time, in any case, up until now, Yang Dingtian didn't even know how many times he had read it. He could even completely recite the code backwards. Moreover, he already completely understood the logical relationships and order within. In fact, Yang Dingtian had already completely mastered another very advanced reading method. Every paragraph unfolded and directly transformed into an arrangement to form a pattern. Then, memorizing this pattern was equivalent to memorizing the entire paragraph, as well as the purpose it achieved, logical relationships, and so on. Of course, there were quite a few of these arrangements, about a few thousand. However, there were only a few hundred conventional arrangements. It was unknown how many times Yang Dingtian had read and memorized these thousands of combinations of patterns, but he had completely memorized them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian only needed a few days to read the entire 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. Now, most of the time, he was studying the logical relationships between the paragraphs. This was incomparably complicated, and it involved the problem of talent and brain power. It was no longer something that could be solved by memory. To the extent that in order to understand the principles behind certain passages, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to directly extract a certain passage, and then use his profound energy to circulate it, to see its effects, as well as those profound veins that were used, the level of profound energy that was used, as well as the reactions between profound energy, and so on. This was because learning the godly realm required one to completely understand the code. It was time to research the principles behind its realization, as well as its relationship with the body's profound veins. When a paragraph is fulfilled, those body parts are touched. Wait, this was probably the most difficult knowledge in the world. At this time, the role of a demon fox high priest was highlighted. This was because there were a lot of theories and a lot of experiments. A demon fox high priest could directly expose Yang Dingtian in the meditation world, and could even accompany him in countless experiments. It was also because of the existence of the demon fox high priest that Yang Dingtian was able to avoid many detours. In this way, Yang Dingtian thoroughly comprehended the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin scroll paragraph by paragraph. Furthermore, he had a clear understanding of the principles behind its implementation. Then, in order to achieve this goal, the level of the human body's profound veins, profound energy level, profound energy reaction, and so on. Every paragraph was experimented with until it achieved the exact same effect as the soul sword. Yang Dingtian used the results of the experiment to deduce and completed the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin scroll, paragraph by paragraph. Just like this, the unit of time was completely calculated in years. Year after year passed. He didn't know how many years had passed. Yang Dingtian felt that his hair and beard had all turned white. In fact, because too much time had passed, Yang Dingtian had somewhat forgotten his mission and had already wholeheartedly devoted himself to this extremely boring and extremely mysterious godly realm. Finally, Yang Dingtian finished writing the last paragraph. Then, he couldn't help but cry with joy. At this moment, Nero could no longer see the movements of Yang Dingtian and the demon fox high priest. The two of them were just sitting there cross-legged. Everything was going on in the depths of the meditation world. It's done, it's finally done. Yang Dingtian picked up the scroll in his hand. This was the human version of the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. It was written by Yang Dingtian through countless experiments, paragraph by paragraph, imitating and verifying it. In his excitement, Yang Dingtian couldn't hold it in and hugged the demon fox high priest's body. And in reality, Nero, who was guarding by the side, also saw Yang Dingtian hugging the demon fox high priest's delicate body in reality. One had to know that Yang Dingtian could make the demon fox clan go into heat. Therefore, the demon fox high priest's breathing suddenly became heavy and the temperature of her beautiful body began to rise. Yang Dingtian felt the temperature of the body in his embrace rising and couldn't help but feel his mind waver. Then, he let go of the demon fox high priest and said, "Take a look, is what I wrote correct?" The demon fox high priest said, "You don't have to show it to me. This is already a complete Xianxia scroll. You just have to learn it and see if you can use the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin." In the meditation world, Yang Dingtian held the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin scroll in his hands and directly inserted his consciousness and Xianxia. Instantly, the entire scroll turned into ashes. There were countless numbers of codes and mysterious characters that emitted light. Then, an incomparably complex energy surged into Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians, qi, and brain. After a while, Yang Dingtian had completely learned the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin scroll. Of course, it should be considered that the computer had finished downloading and installing it. Alright, let's give it a try, Yang Dingtian said. In the meditation world, Yang Dingtian and the demon fox high priest arrived at the peak of Mount Buzhou outside the association's cave. Yang Dingtian began to condense his Xianxia and prepared the 10,000 swords return to origin. Out. 10,000 swords return to origin. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, countless naked Yang Dingtian figures shot out. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. Densely packed, tens of thousands of Yang Dingtian figures crazily attacked every inch of land. Boom 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 boom, countless amounts of snow exploded. Countless Yang Dingtian silhouettes destroyed every place he passed by. In a short moment, the mountain peak in the distance was flattened by tens of meters. Ha 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 ha, the demon fox high priest had been waiting for this moment for many years and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he laughed too much and actually blocked his stomach and rolled on the ground with all his might. Yang Dingtian was also completely speechless. Was this still called 10,000 swords return to origin? This was clearly 10,000 swords return to origin. But thinking about it, it was normal. This was originally the soul skill of the soul swords, and what was released were tens of thousands of soul swords. Adapted into a human Xian skill, of course, what was released were countless human figures. However, this scene was really shocking and also shocking. Ha 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 ha, the demon fox high priest was still holding his stomach and laughing with all his might. He rolled on the snow and couldn't stop at all. Your Excellency demon fox high priest, can you not be so exaggerated? Yang Dingtian was speechless. Okay. The demon fox high priest tried hard to stop rolling and then pressed on his stomach that was already throbbing in pain and said, I can't stand up anymore. Help me up. Yang Dingtian went forward and pulled her up. Did I succeed? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course you succeeded. Didn't you see how shocking the scene was just now? The demon fox high priest said, and then was about to burst into laughter again. Alright, then let's hurry to the next step, Yang Dingtian said. Then, in the meditation world, Yang Dingtian helped the demon fox high priest into the High Priest Association's cave and returned to the big library. At this moment, the demon fox high priest had already stopped laughing and looked seriously at Yang Dingtian. You have already completed everything that I have done. Next, you will have to rely on yourself to write the so-called simulator. As for me, I will at most be researching together with you. In this aspect, I am also a blank. I understand, Your Excellency Demon Fox, Yang Dingtian said. The first two steps were to comprehend the 10,000 Swords Return to Origin scroll and write the human version of 10,000 Swords Return to Origin scroll. Yang Dingtian had already completed both. Next was the most crucial and also the most difficult step. Writing the so-called simulator would allow Yang Dingtian to use his consciousness to control the soul swords and use 10,000 Swords Return to Origin. If the previous changes were to imitate, then Yang Dingtian was about to truly create. This was a great undertaking that no one had ever done before and no one in the future. At this moment, the demon king Wentian in the Empire of Darkness had already gradually calmed down. It's really been hard on you. My contracted body actually shrank itself into an extremely small space in the brain and then pretended to be dead for many years just for this moment. Your scheming is truly astonishing. Wentian laughed coldly. That voice said, yes, but it's worth it, isn't it? You should understand how resolute my will is. How could I only ask for a few decades of pleasure? The demon king Wentian said, but even so, how difficult would it be for you to completely occupy the entire body? That's right, your soul is complete. But how difficult would it be for you to nibble away the entire brain bit by bit and seize control of the entire body? That voice said, that's right. The world of the brain is simply too big. I've already hidden in the most remote place, isolated from the rest of the world. As for you, you have already occupied the majority of the brain and all the crucial parts. I need to counterattack, one place at a time. But I'm not in a hurry. I'll nibble away inch by inch from the very corner of the brain. In any case, you don't dare to face me head-on, right? The demon king's body suddenly twitched, and then he said, let me ask you a question. That voice said, please speak. The demon king Wentian said, what's your attitude towards Yang Tian? That voice said, on this point, our attitudes are completely the same. Our positions are also completely the same. Although we are fighting for the position of demon king, our interests are completely the same. We only have one goal, and that is to rule the entire chaos world and become the ruler of the entire celestial plane. The demon king Wentian said, then, you are also determined to obtain the greater space technique, right? That voice said, yes, that's right. The demon king Wentian said, alright, then how about we sign a contract? That voice said, speak. The demon king Wentian said, I can give you this body, and I can also give you the cultivation of a peak saint. I can even give you a copy of the greater space technique. I can also give you the entire throne of darkness and the Skirich imperial capital. That voice laughed and said, Wentian, your generosity is truly beyond my imagination. The demon king Wentian said, since the master of the soul-leaving palace is so suspicious of me, then I have to respect his will. That voice said, if you give everything to you, then what do you want? The demon king Wentian said slowly, I only want one thing, and that is Yang Dingtian's body. That voice said, but, you have already lost the primordial evil spirit. If you try to possess Yang Dingtian again, your soul might repeat the same mistake and be counterattacked by his soul. The demon king Wentian said coldly, before I possess him, I will completely destroy his soul. I only want his body. But before that, we need to interrogate him about the greater space technique. That voice said, not a bad idea, but unfortunately, Yang Dingtian is definitely not someone who will compromise so easily. If he was willing to compromise and hand over the greater space technique, then he wouldn't have been able to survive until now. The demon king Wentian's voice suddenly became incomparably cold. He said slowly, I will use the billions of lives in the human countries, all of Yang Dingtian's relatives, all of his friends, including the lives of his wife and children, in exchange for the greater space technique. If he is unwilling to hand it over, then all of his relatives will die. That voice suddenly trembled and said, you are crossing the bottom line. The demon king Wentian said, you have already forced me to the extreme. What bottom line can I protect? That voice said, then, have you considered the will of the soul-leaving palace's Princess Ningning? She will frantically tear you into pieces. The demon king Wentian said, act first and report later. At that time I would have already become the new Yang Dingtian. Would she kill me? Moreover, don't forget that Princess Ningning went against the will of Her Majesty the Empress. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been imprisoned. We just need to be in line with Her Majesty the Empress. That voice immediately fell into a short silence. The demon king Wentian said, use the lives of the entire world to force Yang Dingtian to hand over the greater space technique. Then, destroy his soul and I will occupy his body. I will give you the position of the demon king, peak saint level cultivation, and the entire empire of darkness. Do you agree? That soul immediately entered a state of rapid trembling. Empire of darkness, Skirich Emperor's capital. After a long time, the soul's voice said, you should know that there is a huge prerequisite before fulfilling this contract. The demon king Wentian said, that's right, capture the Naga Dugu Shuang. Otherwise, if she falls into Yang Dingtian's hands, everything will be impossible. The soul said, moreover, our empress will definitely not want to see a second real Naga in this world. The demon king Wentian said, then, you and I will go all out to find the Naga Dugu Shuang. And the battle of extermination will be temporarily left to the Devil Queen. The soul sneered and said, your Empire of Darkness and Legion of Doom will fight this battle of extermination. It's just a game. The demon king Wentian said, that's right, it's a game, a complete killing game. In the meditation world. Time passed day by day, year by year. During this countless time, Yang Dingtian was studying the difference between the structure of a soul sword and the structure of a human body. For this, Yang Dingtian used his consciousness to analyze his soul sword that was close to the emperor rank. Of course, it was not very convenient to study his own Xian veins and body. Therefore, Yang Dingtian studied the demon fox high priest Xian veins and body. During these endless years, Yang Dingtian studied every inch of the demon fox high priest's body. He even dissected her living body countless times. Of course, he dissected her in the meditation world and not in reality. However, everything felt exactly the same as reality, including the terror and pain. He even opened her Xian veins and observed their reaction when they used the 10,000 swords return to origin. This was definitely the most difficult and complicated task that Yang Dingtian had ever undertaken in his entire life. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really missed his master, Shiwu Piayan. A simulator like this would be a piece of cake for him, but for him, he would have to start from scratch, finally, after an unknown amount of time. In fact, Yang Dingtian had already forgotten the time. In the meditation world, it could be decades, 100 years, or even longer. Finally, Yang Dingtian had thoroughly researched the two versions of 10,000 swords returned to origin. He had studied every reaction of the soul sword and the human body. Finally, Yang Dingtian began to try to use the martial arts civilization code to write this simulator. The method that Yang Dingtian used was the dumbest method, which was to simulate every segment of the story. It was not like playing PS4 games on a smartphone, which could be done with an Android simulator. To Yang Dingtian, this was truly too difficult. It was simply impossible. Yang Dingtian immediately wrote a simulator that targeted the 10,000 swords returned to origin. It wasn't even a simulator anymore but a converter. Every segment was converted. This way, the work would be very, very long. But at least, it was relatively simple. At this moment, the demon fox high priest had a complete understanding of Yang Dingtian's thoughts. She also began to join in the description work. The two of them divided and wrote the 90,000 segments of 10,000 swords returned to origin, each responsible for half. Of course, this way, the converter scroll written in the end might not be much smaller than the 10,000 swords returned to origin scroll. This method was not wise, but it was the best method at the moment. At this time, Sky Demon City had completely become a dead city. There were no longer any residents here. Whoosh! Queen Devil Queen's figure suddenly rushed into the sky from Sky Demon City. Then, she flapped her huge wings and went all the way south from Sky Demon City. Under the construction of the Council of Light, the originally chaotic land full of blood and evil had become countless towns and villages, a paradise on earth. However, at this time, there was no longer a single citizen in this paradise on earth. Countless castles, countless houses, and countless villages had all been empty. The tens of millions of people here had all been evacuated to the southwest continent. Of course, this chaotic land was definitely not empty. The entire land here had been turned into a huge military base. Countless cannons and countless soldiers were frantically building all kinds of defensive lines. When the Queen Devil Queen saw these defensive lines, she immediately laughed disdainfully. This group of people was really wasting their energy. In front of the Empire of Darkness's Legion of Doom, these defensive lines were not even comparable to a castle built by a child with sand. They could be destroyed with a gentle push. And the Council of Light Corps on the ground, who were frantically training, also saw the Devil Queen's figure flying across the sky. Almost everyone knew this person's identity. The soldiers only raised their heads and tried hard to see the Devil Queen's figure. No one cried out in alarm or fear. After the Devil Queen flew past, they continued to train and build their defensive lines. The Queen Devil Queen flew out of the chaotic land and arrived at the vast sea. Then, she continued to fly towards Zhongjing. At this time, the entire sea was densely packed with the figures of the Mermaid Empire's Seafolk army. Incomparably huge ancient beasts and countless powerful mermaid warriors. The Seafolk army was still setting up defenses in the tens of thousands of miles of sea. Moreover, they were actually the first battlefield's last line of defense. Behind them were countless people of the human countries. In front of them was the battlefield and countless Council of Light Corps. The Queen Devil Queen still curled her lips in disdain. The Mermaid Empire's Seafolk army could be considered powerful. But compared to the Empire of Darkness's Legion of Doom, they were still nothing. A few hours later, the Queen Devil Queen flew into the central continent. Here, she deliberately flew very low so that the people on the ground could see her clearly. The central continent was the most prosperous continent in the human countries. It was the most densely populated place, so they could not move south. The city here was densely packed with people. The Queen Devil Queen finally got what she wanted. When the people below saw her figure, they let out waves of terrifying screams. The Council of Light had conquered the central continent for many years, but until now, they had not been able to gain the loyalty of the majority of the people. Of course, these people did not oppose Yang Dingtian and the Council of Light. They even supported them to a certain extent. However, they had lived a rich life for too long and had thought a lot. So when they thought about problems, they were more based on their own interests. It was impossible for them to fight to the death with the Council of Light. Moreover, because of the large number of people in the north moving south, the interests of the people in the central continent were damaged to a certain extent. So, it aroused the dissatisfaction and resistance of many people in the central continent. The Council of Light used absolute force to suppress them. With the arrival of the war, the people of the central continent were filled with resentment towards the Council of Light. They felt that this war had nothing to do with them. It was completely caused by Yang Dingtian. They were completely implicated by Yang Dingtian. Finally, the Queen Devil Queen flew to the city of Zhongjing. The world's largest city had completely entered a state of war. Almost all the streets were densely packed with the second and third line legions of the Council of Light. All the entertainment and extra businesses had stopped. Everything had made way for the war. All the people had to serve the war. In this regard, the Council of Light did not talk about human rights. Instead, they directly used their authority to force every person to contribute to the upcoming war. So, under this kind of pressure, the city of Zhongjing became a city filled with resentment. The Queen Devil Queen, after circling the city of Zhongjing, arrived at the heart of the city, the Tiando League main hall. The Devil Queen circled the surroundings of the main hall a few times before landing on the square in front of the main hall. She slowly said, "Temple of Annihilation, Nihility Piaoling, requests to see the leader of the Tiando League, Yang Dingtian." Her voice easily resounded throughout the entire city of Zhongjing, causing all the people to tremble. The door of the Tiando League main hall slowly opened. Dongfang Minmi and Zhuo Qingqi stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Your Excellency Devil Queen." At this moment, the two of them had mixed feelings. The woman in front of them should have been the leader of the Tiando League, the savior of the world. But now, she had become the biggest enemy, the person who wanted to destroy the world. The Queen Devil Queen glanced at the two of them and said, "Where is your sect leader Yang Dingtian?" Dongfang Minmi said, "Sect leader has something to do and is not here." "May I ask what is the matter, Devil Queen?" "It's the same if you tell us." The Queen Devil Queen pulled out a jade disc from her sleeve and slowly unfolded it. "I represent the Temple of Annihilation, the evil ways, the Empire of Darkness, and the ruler of the world, His Majesty the Demon King Wendian. I formally declare war on the ruler of the human countries, the ruler of the Council of Light, and the leader of the Tiando League." The Queen Devil Queen's declaration of war was very, very simple, but her voice still resounded throughout the entire Zhongjing. Declaration of war. The evil ways had finally declared war. The world-ending war had arrived. The world-ending war that had been going on for 200 years had finally arrived. The memory that was long gone but incomparably deep had come once again. All of the people in Zhongjing were filled with endless fear and trembling. At the same time, the originally clear sky suddenly darkened. The two suns were covered, and the entire Zhongjing was shrouded in darkness in an instant. "It's finally here, it's finally here." Dongfang Minmi's body trembled slightly, and then he said, "Is the world-ending war finally here?" The Queen Devil Queen smiled and said, "Yes, the world-ending war is here. But this time, there won't be a savior. This Doomsday War was the real Doomsday War. All the people of the human countries, all the towns and villages of the human countries will be turned to ashes in this war. There is no savior, the human countries, your end is here." The Devil Queen's voice easily drilled into the ears of all the people once again. Suddenly, countless people couldn't hold back their fear, and screamed and cried. The Queen Devil Queen asked again, "Where is your sect leader Yang Dingtian? Have him come out to receive the declaration of war." Dongfang Minmi said, "He has something to do, he's not in Zhongjing." "He's gone?" The Queen Devil Queen laughed and said, "That's ridiculous. The world-ending war has begun, and the leader of the human countries, Yang Dingtian, has actually disappeared. Your doomsday plane is too desolate." As soon as these words came out, everyone heard it. Yang Dingtian had disappeared? Yang Dingtian had disappeared? You provoked the world-ending war, and now you're running away. Suddenly, the fear of countless people turned into anger, and they rushed out to smash things and roar. Yang Dingtian ran away, Yang Dingtian ran away. We don't want the world-ending war, we don't want war. The main culprit of this war is Yang Dingtian. Hand over Yang Dingtian, put an end to the war. Countless people rushed out of their homes, roaring, smashing things and rushing toward the Zhongjing main hall. They wanted to let the Queen Devil Queen see their attitude. The second and third line legions that maintained order, as well as the black armored army of the Council of Light, rushed out like a tide. Without any discussion or hesitation, they directly suppressed the situation with violence. Then, countless notices were posted in an instant, announcing that the world-ending war had begun. All acts of betrayal of the human countries would be judged as crimes against humanity, and all of them would be executed. All those who broke the order during the war would be judged as war criminals. There was no need for a trial, they would be executed directly. The Council of Light's legions directly tore off the veil of warmth. They directly rushed into the crowd of troublemakers, pulled out the leader, and beheaded him in front of all the people. The million-strong legions of the Council of Light in Zhongjing used violent and fast methods to suppress the budding rebellion. Dongfang Minmi looked at the Devil Queen and said, "Her Excellency the Devil Queen is not the leader of the Temple of Annihilation. If Wendian comes personally, then Sect Master Yang Dingtian must personally receive him. If the Devil Queen comes, I will receive her. Therefore, you can just leave your doomsday challenge to me." The Devil Queen smiled coldly, and then directly threw the challenge to the ground. Boom! Instantly, the entire Zhongjing Square and the entire Zhongjing main hall shook. The giant pillar above the main hall suddenly cracked and collapsed. The Devil Queen flew into the air and shouted, "His Majesty the Demon King said that Yang Dingtian rejected his goodwill. Therefore, at least 1 billion people in the human countries must die to appease his anger. This destruction, this doomsday, is completely caused by Yang Dingtian, the main culprit. Pitiful followers of Yang Dingtian, welcome your destruction." After saying that, the Devil Queen's dead concubine flew up north and returned to the Dark Empire. And her last words were like adding oil to the fire, igniting the fear and anger of the people of Zhongjing. Countless riots were ignited again. The Council of Light's legions entered an even more bloody and violent suppression. At the same time, in the Zhongjing main hall, thousands of demon eagles flew in all directions. They brought the copied challenge to the Eastern Cloud region, to the Land of Chaos, to the Northwest continent, to Cloud Sky City, to the Northern Middle region, to the Southern Barbarian region, to the Yingzhou region, to the Northwest continent, to the extreme south. They would spread the challenge to every place, every city, and every person in the human countries. The biggest war in the history of this world had begun. The world-ending war had begun. In just 2 days, the letter of challenge of the Doomsday War spread throughout the human countries. In an instant, the world was shocked. Of course, many people were already mentally prepared for this moment because the Chaos Times had started spreading rumors about the Doomsday War a few months ago. There was even a related description about the Legion of Doom. Therefore, many higher-ups and powerful people had a certain understanding of the power of the Legion of Doom. However, when the Doomsday War really arrived, everyone still felt an unprecedented shock. Then, the entire world was in an uproar. First, the riots in Zhongjing and Zhongzhou rose and fell one after another. This was really a very ridiculous thing. The people of Zhongzhou, especially the people of Zhongjing, were already terrified to the extreme before the Legion of Doom arrived. The Council of Light was right next to them and could raise their swords at any time. Instead, they started riots again and again. Of course, this kind of riot was not organized. There was only one goal, which was to drive the Council of Light out of Zhongzhou. They definitely would not become enemies with the evil ways. At first, the slogans were very chaotic, but later, they became very unified. Give me back peace, don't want war. Expel the Council of Light and stay neutral with the Temple of Annihilation. Of course, there were more radical slogans later. For example, Yang Dingtian was the sinner who caused the war, and Yang Dingtian should sacrifice himself to eliminate the war, and so on. In short, their only goal was to drive the Council of Light out of Zhongzhou and take the opportunity to express goodwill to the evil ways. In fact, many vassals who had lost their territories and armies tried to send secret envoys to contact the evil ways again and again, indicating that they were willing to give up Xianxia. Especially after the evil ways attacked and occupied Xianxia, they were willing to serve the Temple of Annihilation and contribute their strength to the evil ways to completely control Xianxia. In short, they were leading the way. On the verge of war, Zhongjing became the most complicated area in the world. Countless monsters crawled out at the same time. Countless riots took place one after another. There were even demonstrations and gatherings every day. Countless people tried to drive the Council of Light away with their own will. It was as if by doing so, they could avoid half of the war. Therefore, it was laughable that before the Legion of Doom arrived, the second and third tier legions of the Council of Light had already started fighting. In the beginning, they only dealt with the rioting civilians. Later, they began to use powerful force to suppress the armed elements with ulterior motives. Countless small-scale battles took place one after another. As for the vassals of the Central Plains, they sent out waves of secret ships in an attempt to escape to the Snakeman Empire. This was because there were many human fugitives in the Naga Empire, and they had become officials in the Naga Empire. However, the entire sea region of the human countries had been completely sealed off. Not to mention a ship, even aboard, could not enter the sea. The situation in Zhongzhou State was so complicated, but it was completely different in the West Continent. In Ironforge City and Xijing, Yang Dingtian's enemies had always existed, but those who were loyal and even worshipped Yang Dingtian were much more numerous. Of course, in the face of the Great War of Armageddon, those who were afraid to fight and those who were willing to fight were evenly split. Therefore, there were basically no large-scale riots in the West Continent. Those who were afraid of war could only hide in deserted places and whisper. In the Southwest Continent, it was completely different. There were shouts of fighting and killing everywhere. Almost everyone on this land had been liberated by the Council of Light. All the cities, villages, fields, and manors here had been allocated by the Council of Light. Therefore, the people on this land were the most fanatical and loyal to the Council of Light. When the letter of challenge was sent, countless people spontaneously arrived at the castles of the Council of Light. They shouted slogans of support and loyalty, and swore to fight evil ways to the end. Even more than shouting slogans, they worked even more frantically to produce all kinds of war materials, and used their own actions to show their support for the Council of Light. Countless young and strong people enthusiastically wanted to join the Council of Light Legion. There were nearly 100 million people in the West Continent who had evacuated to the south. Tens of millions of them were all settled in the Southwest Continent. For this reason, the people of the Southwest Continent did not have any enmity or ostracism towards the refugees. Instead, they generously accepted them, took the initiative to build camps for them, and took the initiative to provide food to these refugees. Here, the Council of Light even directly helped one family after another, directly allowing refugee families to live in the homes of the Southwest Continent's natives. The Southwest Continent was definitely a new continent that belonged to the Council of Light. They were infinitely loyal to Yang Dingtian. The other incomparably fanatical and loyal was the Heavenly Edict Academy. Because of the arrival of war, the Heavenly Edict Academy had to retreat to the Southwest Continent. However, many students of the Heavenly Edict Academy directly expressed their desire to leave the academy and head to the front lines. Of course, without a doubt, these students were forcibly transferred to the Southwest Continent. In this war, the Council of Light had two major backlands. The first was, of course, the Southwest Continent, and the other was the Southern Barbarian Continent. When the continent north of the Sunset Mountain Range had completely fallen, then the people of the West Continent, the entire Central Continent, and the East Continent would have to retreat to the Ying Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, and the Southwest Continent. Then, the entire West Continent and Central Continent would become a battlefield. Of course, if even the Ying Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent, and the Southwest Continent fell, then, the people of the entire human country would basically all be sacrificed. The entire human country would almost completely fall. The highest level of the Council of Light would lead a small number of people to retreat to the extreme south and resist. Of course, if even the extreme south had fallen, then, the human country would be destroyed, signifying the end of the war and the complete defeat of the human country. Of course, if Yang Dingtian's soul sword did not unleash its full power and did not find the Naga Dugu Xuan, then this ending would be very difficult to avoid. As the declaration of war spread everywhere, the Council of Light immediately raised the entire human country to level 1 war readiness. Then, the war order and declaration of war spread throughout the entire human country. Then, the mass evacuation of countless people entered a frenzied pace. At the same time, countless troops were continuously heading north. Countless cannonballs, missiles, and giant crystal crossbows were half of the tidewater transported to the predetermined battlefield. Countless troops, numbering in the millions, were stationed within the prepared war zone defense line at the fastest speed. The entire elite force of the Council of Light was rushing to every position on the battlefield at the fastest speed. Standing on the mountain, Qin Wanchou and Dongfang Minmi looked at the endless stream of troops from the northwest continent entering the Land of Chaos. According to their expectations, the Land of Chaos was very likely to become the first battlefield of the war. At the same time, countless cannons and winged cavalry entered the Land of Chaos. Qin Wanchou suddenly said, "Master Dongfang, we clearly know that using the human army to fight against the Legion of Doom is like throwing an egg at a rock. Why do we still do this?" Dongfang Minmi was silent for a long time before saying, "To express our will to resist. Even if it means death, we will fight to the end." Qin Wanchou instantly fell silent. Dongfang Minmi continued, "Also, until the very end, we will not give up hope. We must thoroughly understand the Legion of Doom through battle. Perhaps they are not invulnerable." Qin Wanchou saw the fully armed elite army rushing east to the battlefield. The leader was his son, Qin Huayu. Instantly, Qin Wanchou's eyes twitched, and his expression became solemn. Empire of Darkness, Skirich Imperial Capital. The Demon King Wendian had handed over the entire Doomsday War to the Devil Queen. However, he had appointed the first commander of the battlefield, Shura Vulture. The reason was simple. Once the Legion of Doom left the Empire of Darkness, they would not be able to circulate their energy, nor could they be reborn in the refining and fusion arrays. They would have to rely on Vulture's talent as a celestial spiritualist to reform and regenerate the shattered Legion of Doom. Also, because of the arrival of the Doomsday War, Wolingzi, who had been imprisoned all this time, finally regained his freedom. He had been imprisoned for almost a month. During this month, it was as if he had been forgotten by everyone. No one asked about him, and no one visited him, including his own daughter, Vulture. Tomorrow, dispatch a world destruction barbarian army from the Dark Castle, a dark dragon from the Dark Castle, and a dark dragon from the Dark Castle. The Demon King Wendian said, "Rest well today. Enjoy the joy of slaughter tomorrow." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed in unison. After everyone left, the Demon King Wendian suddenly said, "My dear demon concubine Shura." "Yes, Your Majesty." Shura Vulture stopped. The Demon King Wendian said, "Do you still remember my promise to you?" Shura Vulture nodded. The Demon King Wendian said, "I will confer the Northern Middle Continent, the Great Middle Continent, the Southern Barbarian Continent to you. You will become a veritable queen." Shura Vulture bowed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The Demon King Wendian said, "Then, will you be loyal to your mission, loyal to me?" Shura Vulture said, "Yes, Your Majesty. I will be loyal to you and to my mission. I will never forget who gave me everything I have." The Demon King Wendian said, "That's good. Tonight is the night before the battle. Stay here and serve me in bed." Vulture's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her entire face turned completely pale. The thing she was most worried about had finally happened. "What, you don't want to?" The Demon King Wendian said coldly. His eyes suddenly jumped like flames, full of doubt and a dangerous aura. Vulture's body suddenly felt as if it had been electrocuted. At the same time, it was filled with coldness from the inside out, and it was freezing to the bone. Of course, Vulture wasn't willing. Before merging with Shura and transforming, she had continuously fallen, and finally fell directly into the abyss of filth. She had lost all her dignity and pride. Now, she had become Shura Vulture, the incomparably powerful Shura Vulture. She treated this as a rebirth, a chance to start anew. Especially at the wedding that night, Yang Dingtian had satisfied all her glory and vanity. She felt that she had regained her pride and dignity, so she really didn't want to lose it again. Sleep with the Demon King Wendian, of course, if Yang Dingtian really became the new Demon King, she wouldn't care. Instead, she would feel honored. In her heart, she even felt that Yang Dingtian really becoming the new Demon King was the perfect situation. And the Demon King in front of her was a terrifying shadow, like a demon and not like a human. Sleeping with him should be completely depraved. Then she had struggled to break free and regain her glory, only to fall back into filth again. However, if she refused, there was no doubt that she would anger the Demon King Wendian. Perhaps, she would lose everything, including her powerful cultivation, and this perfect and seductive body. She could compete with Wu Yu and the Devil Queen in terms of beautiful and sexy body and appearance. Suddenly, Vulture fell into a life and death choice. She would either lose her dignity and fall into filth, or lose her cultivation and perfect body. Vulture felt that the air in the entire hall had frozen. She could even hear her own heartbeat and the Demon King Wendian's impatient voice clearly. At this time, no one could help her. She suddenly remembered that she was very important in this doomsday war. She was absolutely indispensable. Because only she could infinitely resurrect the Legion of Doom. Evil ways couldn't do without her now. They couldn't even use evil spirits to suppress her will and soul, because all of her talent as a celestial spirit master came from her soul and consciousness. More importantly, she vaguely heard the Demon King say that her talent as a celestial spirit master was not only useful in the war, but even more in the future. Therefore, the problem now was that Demon King Wendian couldn't leave him, he couldn't do without him. So, she could refuse him. Moreover, the Demon King Wendian couldn't take back Shura's body and her cultivation. Thinking of this, Vulture suddenly became brave. She gritted her teeth and was about to refuse. However, when he raised his head and saw Demon King Wendian's gigantic figure, as well as his blazing eyes, Spirit Vulture's heart was filled with boundless fear. The courage he had just mustered disappeared once again. She was really afraid of losing everything. At this time, Wolingzi suddenly walked in quickly and knelt down in front of the Demon King Wendian. "Your Majesty, this old slave hasn't seen his daughter Vulture for many days. Tomorrow is the beginning of the war. This old slave wants to talk with his daughter. Your Majesty Demon King, please grant his wish." As soon as these words came out, Vulture was stunned and looked at Wolingzi in disbelief. He was trying to save her from this predicament. Her great-grandfather, the real Cheap Father. When did he become so brave, so unafraid of death? If there was one person in this world who was more greedy, vain, and afraid of death than Vulture, it was undoubtedly her biological father, Wolingzi. All the shortcomings of Vulture's character came from Wolingzi. Last time, even if Yang Dingtian's cultivation wasn't as good as Yang Dingtian's, Wolingzi was still intimidated by him and betrayed Vulture. He watched his daughter being taken away and didn't dare to do anything. The Demon King Wendian was much stronger than Yang Dingtian and much more evil. Wolingzi's action of stopping the Demon King would undoubtedly anger the Demon King. He was simply courting death. When did he become so bold? Facing Wolingzi's attitude, the Demon King Wendian was also very surprised. His flame-like eyes stared at Wolingzi. Wolingzi's body knelt lower and lower. Finally, he was completely lying on the ground. He trembled and said, "Your Majesty Demon King, please grant my wish." After a long silence, the Demon King Wendian suddenly laughed and said, "Good, good, good." Wolingzi, then, he suddenly lowered his head and looked at Wolingzi and said, "You are very good, Wolingzi. Then I will grant your wish of missing your daughter. You may go." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wolingzi cowed out and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Shura Vulture bowed and said. Her voice was filled with the feeling of surviving a disaster. Then, Wolingzi and Vulture flew to their room dozens of miles away. This room just so happened to be the bridal chamber where she and Yang Dingtian had consummated their marriage. It was here that Lingjiu had turned into a real woman. The whole room was very luxurious. Vulture had always liked luxury. The father and daughter looked at each other quietly. For a moment, they did not know what to say. "I am sorry. During the time you were imprisoned, not only did I not visit you, I also did not plead for you," Shura Vulture said. Lingzi shook his head. After a long time, he suddenly said, I have lived for more than 200 years. For the first 20 years, I was arrogant and ignorant. For the next 20 years, I was proud and temperamental. For the next few decades, I was vicious and ruthless. Whether I was ignorant or vicious, in the end, it was a wonderful life. Lingzi took a deep breath and said, however, for the next 100 years, there is only one word to describe it. Decay. When Vulture heard this word, her delicate body suddenly trembled. Lingzi said, I have lived for more than 200 years, but I am more and more afraid of death. Although I am still alive, my heart has long rotted. I should have been in a coffin long ago. My entire body exudes an aura of decay. No wonder Yang Dingtian looks down on me and hates me. Suddenly, Vulture's heart felt stifled. She did not know what to say. Lingzi said, you have no idea how much I am afraid of death. Therefore, when Yang Dingtian threatened me, I surrendered and sold you to him. Vulture said, he will not kill me in the end. Lingzi said, because I betrayed him, my fear of the Demon King has reached an unparalleled level. This fear erupted the moment I saw His Majesty the Demon King. I really wanted to kneel on the ground with my entire soul to express my submission. Hearing this, Vulture's heart felt even more stifled. Lingzi said, until I was imprisoned in the Skirich imperial capital's energy formation high up in the sky. Heaven and earth did not respond. Looking around, it was all darkness. There was no vitality, no life. Do you know what I thought of? Vulture shook its head. Lingzi said, I thought of hell, the hell after death. Here, everything is dark and there is no vitality. What is the difference between this and hell? When I was imprisoned, I thought of it. I have long rotted. I smell the smell of a coffin all over my body. What is the difference between me and death? If this is the smell of death, then what am I afraid of? Why am I so afraid? Immediately, Vulture felt its eyes become a little dry, and it felt like crying. Lingzi said, Yang Dingtian always mocked me for being afraid of death. I asked him in return, are you not afraid of death? He said that he was afraid too. I said, since you are also afraid of death, what right do you have to mock me? He said that he was afraid of death because he had not finished what he wanted to do. There were still many people who needed his protection, many people who needed his salvation. And I, Lingzi, am afraid of death, just afraid of death. Vulture said in a trembling voice, I don't want you to die. I want you to live. Lingzi smiled bitterly, then said to Vulture, girl, protect yourself well. Really protect yourself well. Then, Lingzi turned around and flew out. The next morning, Devil King Wentian sat on the throne of darkness as he looked down at the densely packed crowd of over 2,000 people. Except for a very small number of people, everyone here was a Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, Class 4, and Class 5 evil spirits. These 3,000 people were the middle force of the evil ways, the direct commanders of the Legion of Doom. As for the hierarchy of power, it was incomparably clear. Class 5 evil spirits were the lowest level commanders. On average, each of them commanded 10,000 Legion of Doom. Class 4 evil spirits were the second level commanders. On average, each of them commanded 5 Class 5 evil spirits and 50,000 Legion of Doom. Each Tier 3 Dark Spirit commanded 250,000 Armageddon Legions. Each Grade 2 Dark Spirit commanded 1.3 million Armageddon Legions. In other words, Lung Ao, Wu Daozi, Gudu Wuhuan, Yangjing, Qiu Ruhan, Shimen Ju, and the others were the highest commanders of the Legion of Doom. There were originally 5 Class 1 evil spirits, but Netherworld had perished together with the Class 1 evil spirits, so this branch had completely disappeared. Now, there were only 4 people left with first-class evil spirits. Dongli, Mu Dan, and Li Ming. There was still a mysterious person. This mysterious person was wrapped in snow-white armor from head to toe. Even his face was wearing a silver mask. This was the first time this person had appeared in front of everyone. He commanded the experts of the Demon City's Merchant Palace and was bestowed a Class 2 evil spirit. Each Class 1 evil spirit commanded an army of more than 5 million Legion of Doom. Above the 4 Class 1 evil spirits was the Shura Vulture. She was the first commander of the battlefield and directly commanded the 4 Class 1 evil spirits. But, the vulture knew in its heart that it could not command anyone. These 4 Class 1 evil spirits would only obey the orders of the Devil Queen and the Demon King. Above the Shura vulture was the supreme commander of this doomsday war, the Devil Queen. She was the ruler of the entire war and could command any evil spirit. Moreover, the trump cards of this doomsday war, the Dark Colossal Dragon, Dark Evil Dragon, and Destructive Earth Dragon, were directly commanded by Dongli, Li Ming, and Mu Dan respectively. The Devil Queen bowed and said, "Your Majesty, may I ask where the first battle will end?" "Zhongjing." The Demon King Wentian said, "Occupy Zhongjing, kill 500 million people, then stop the war and negotiate with Yang Dingtian." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Devil Queen bowed and said, "Then, let's go." The Demon King Wentian said, "Half a month, I will only give you half a month. Kill 500 million people, destroy all the Seafolk army, and occupy the entire Zhongjing." "Yes, Your Majesty." The Devil Queen bowed and said, "I am willing to make a military pledge." The Demon King Wentian smiled and said, "There is no need for a military pledge. This mission is completely effortless. This wasn't a war at all. It was merely a killing game. Half a month later, I want to see the Zhongjing Square built with hundreds of millions of heads, surpassing the height of the Zhongjing main hall." "Yes, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed and shouted. "Then, go." The Demon King Wentian ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, thousands of dark spirits flew out of the Skirich imperial capital like meteors and entered their army. At this time, tens of millions of troops were lined up neatly in the dark void. The Devil Queen, who was in the lead, sat on a dazzling golden throne. The entire throne was 100 meters tall and was pulled by 9 dark dragons. The Azura Spirit Vulture sat on an even smaller silver throne and was pulled by 3 darkness bile dragons. Her silver throne was behind the Devil Queen. Behind Shura Vulture, Prince Li Ming, young Master Dongli, Princess Mu Dan, and the Mysterious One were each riding a dark dragon. Behind the 4 of them, there were tens of millions of troops. This included 300 colossal darkness dragons, 1,000 earth destruction dragons, and 3,000 darkness bile dragons. The horn of destruction suddenly sounded in the Skirich imperial capital. "Let's go. Destroy the human countries." The Devil Queen ordered. Tens of millions of troops rushed out like the tide of hell. How many elite troops did the Council of Light send to the front line in the face of a war that was close to destruction and whose outcome was already known? 1/3 of their military strength. Currently, the total number of frontline, second, and third frontline troops in the human countries was more than 80 million. And the frontline elite troops were more than 20 million. A total of 8 million had been deployed to the battlefield half a month ago. Of these 8 million, less than 1 million were in the world of ice and snow. 2 million troops were stationed in the World Society's King City, 2 million troops were stationed in the Northwest Continent's Qin City, the remaining 3 million were all in the Bedlam lands, surrounding Sky Demon City so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Therefore, Sky Demon City, the North's World Society's King City, and the Northwest Qin City were the 3 frontline battlefields. As for Yang Dingtian's hometown, no army was stationed there just because he was the leader of the Tiando League. On the contrary, no matter if it was Cloud Sky City Castle or Great Cloud Sky City, there was almost no army. The entire Great Cloud Sky City became the rear of the frontline battlefield. All the warlocks, doctors, food, cannonballs, crystals, and other war materials were all deployed here. Once wounded soldiers appeared in the war, of course, if there were any wounded soldiers, they would all be transferred here first before retreating south. And the frontline troops in the south would enter Great Cloud Sky City one after another as substitutes on the battlefield. The entire Cloud Sky City was only garrisoned with a supporting army of 500,000. They would support wherever the 3 main battlefields were needed. Of course, if King City, the Northwest Qin City, and the Land of Chaos were all lost, then the frontline battlefield would directly shift to Great Cloud Sky City. And once Great Cloud Sky City fell, it would mean that the frontline battlefield was completely defeated and the entire North would fall. According to the Council of Light's guess, the first battle would erupt in Sky Demon City, because the army would most likely charge into the human countries from Sky Demon City. Therefore, although the Council of Light only sent out 3 million troops to surround Sky Demon City, they mobilized an astronomical number of cannons, Phoenix-level missiles, and giant crystal crossbows, etc. Dongfang Minmi, as the second in command of the Council of Light, personally came to the battlefield of Sky Demon City as the first commander of the battlefield. Qin Wanzhou, as the first commander of the Qin City battlefield. Xue Qingqi and Song Xiao were the commander-in-chief and vice-commander-in-chief of the northern battlefield. Dongfang Minmi stood at the top of Beiping City Wall and looked at Sky Demon City, which was less than 100 miles away. Of course, this Beiping had nothing to do with China's Beiping in the last century. This city had been under construction for nearly 5 years. Ever since the Council of Light took over the fringe, they had been building this city. Beiping City was named by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian wanted to restore peace and tranquility to the land of chaos. Since it was located in the north, he named it Beiping. Yang Dingtian had been wary of the Sky Demon City and the Demon City's merchant palace since a long time ago. Therefore, not only was this city the largest in the fringe, it was also a city used to guard against Sky City. Therefore, this was a gigantic military fortress. There were 3 walls that were dozens of meters tall, each wall was more than 10 meters thick. The number of cannon battlements on the walls was astronomical. The northernmost wall, which was the closest to Sky Demon City, was more than 50 miles away. Every 30 meters, there was a cannon battlements. There were more than 1,000 cannons lined up. The entire city wall, from top to bottom, had a total of 5 layers of cannon battlements. In other words, this mountain-like wall alone had more than 5,000 gigantic cannons. There were also countless gigantic crystal crossbows, which exceeded the number of cannons. Not only that, behind the wall, there were more than 1,000 gigantic Phoenix-grade missiles that contained X crystals. Each missile weighed more than a few tons. This was the terrifying productivity of the Council of Light. It could be said that if they were not facing the apocalyptic army of the Empire of Darkness, but the Legion of Doom in the past, just the military power of Beiping City alone was enough to stop tens of millions of Legion of Doom, but now, they were facing a completely different army. It was an energy army forged by the ancient civilization. However, everyone in the Radiant Parliament's army was still proud of their military strength. On the city wall, Dongfang Minmi looked at Sky Demon City not far away. This was already a dead city. Beside him was the deputy commander of Beiping City's war zone, Qin Huayu. Dongfang Minmi sighed in his heart. Originally, the one standing beside him should have been Dongfang Bingling or Ling Ao. However, his daughter, Dongfang Bingling, had been poisoned by a first-class evil spirit and had become the princess of the evil ways, Mudan. As for Ling Ao, he had abandoned himself and became a lackey of the evil ways. Qin Huayu, you should follow your father to the Qin City battlefield. That is also your home. Dongfang Minmi said, you and him together can be considered as father and son soldiers going into battle. Qin Huayu said, it is even more dangerous here. I also want to be the first to see Wentian's world-destroying army. Dongfang Minmi said, you will see it, and you will see it very soon. Qin Huayu said, Sect Master Dongfang, do you think Sect Master Yang will succeed? Yes. Dongfang Minmi said straightforwardly, when little Tian does something with all his strength, he will succeed. The only question is when he will succeed. We can only hope that before he succeeds, we will not die and the entire north will not fall. That's right, this was what everyone was thinking. No one wanted to use the Council of Light to obtain victory because it was impossible. The only thing they wanted was to hold on until Yang Dingtian arrived. In Dongfang Minmi's heart, how long could the Council of Light last? How long could the millions of soldiers behind Beiping City last? It was completely unknown. Reporting to Sect Master Dongfang, the Netherworld Sea has led an army to reinforce. Shimen Lai walked up to the city wall and said. Dongfang Nimi turned his head to look. He immediately saw a group of several thousand people arrive at the city walls. Leading them was the number 1 elder of the Netherworld Sea, Annihilation. She was a woman with white hair and a youthful face, holding a black staff in her hand. Behind her were all the elders of the Netherworld Sea, close to 20 martial grandmasters, over 100 martial masters, a few hundred revered martial artists, and a few thousand martial ancestors. Among them was Elder Wu Yan, who doted on Yin Yin. It also included Tai Muley, who had cut off Song Zhao's leg and was later heavily injured by Yang Dingtian. In short, all the experts of the Netherworld Sea who were martial ancestor realm and above had turned out in full force. The Council of Light had never seen Elder Annihilation before because she had always stayed in the Netherworld Sea and did not care about any external matters. At this moment, she had led the martial forces of the entire Netherworld Sea to Beiping City, to the front line of the battlefield. Under Dongfang Minmi's invitation, the few thousand experts of the Netherworld Sea all came to the top of the city wall. It was not that Dongfang Minmi was arrogant, but because he had to keep an eye on every movement of the Sky Demon City. After a while, all the experts of the Netherworld Sea came to the top of the city wall. Elder Annihilation bowed slightly and said, "Under the orders of sect leader Wu Qiong, I have led all the martial forces of the Netherworld Sea to Beiping City to participate in the battle and listen to sect leader Dongfang's orders." Dongfang Minmi bowed and said, "Thank you for your deep friendship, sect leader Wu Qiong. Thank you for your solidarity, Elder Annihilation." Basically, the first battle of the apocalypse would erupt on the Beiping City wall. On the city wall, there were already over 1,000 martial ancestors, a few hundred revered martial artists, a few dozen martial grandmasters, and 5 martial grandmasters. In addition, all the experts of the Netherworld Sea had turned out in full force. Therefore, there were already 20 to 30 martial grandmasters, over 100 martial masters, a few hundred revered martial artists, and a few thousand martial ancestors on the city wall. The martial forces here were supposed to be the essence of the human countries. They could not be sacrificed for nothing. However, this could be the first battlefield, or it could be the first battle. Even if it was a terrible sacrifice, they had to fight for the dignity of the human countries. A moment later, 4 figures flew over from afar. They were Bo Lu, Yao Zi, Al Wen, and Al Wu. These 4 people were all level 14 infinite martial grandmasters. The 4 of them came in front of Dongfang Minmi. Bo Lu bowed and said, "Princess Xiaoli ordered me to come to Beiping City and listen to sect leader Dongfang's orders. Princess Xiaoli and sect leader Wu Qiong are guarding the gate of the human countries and are unable to come. Please forgive us." Dongfang Minmi bowed in return and said, "This old man appreciates your kindness." Immediately, there were 4 more top experts close to the half-saint realm on the Beiping City wall. Another hour passed. Suddenly, there was a tremor from behind. A black shadow flew over from the back of Beiping City. Dongfang Minmi turned his head to look. Immediately, he saw a peerlessly beautiful woman leading hundreds of people on devil-fled dragon beasts as fast as lightning. It was the queen of the Mermaid Empire, Violet's. A quarter of an hour later, Violet led all the masters of the merfolk to the top of the city wall. Dongfang Minmi stepped forward and bowed. "Dongfang Minmi greets Her Majesty the Mermaid Queen." Violet said, "Although in the alliance agreement, my defense area is in the sea. But it's obvious that the Doomsday War will not break out on the sea at the beginning, but on land. This place should become the first battlefield. Because the Sea Race Army is commanded by the Mermaid Commander, I only brought 300 mermaid warriors above level 9 to listen to sect leader Dongfang's orders." Dongfang Minmi bowed deeply and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty." This time, the mermaid race experts that Violet's brought could all completely transform into human form. Among them, there were more than 10 half-saint experts, and the remaining 200 were all infinite martial grandmasters. Instantly, there were already an astonishing few hundred infinite martial grandmasters, more than 10 half-saints, and 1 saint expert on the entire Beiping City wall. It could be said that almost all the essence of martial arts was on this city wall. Dongfang Minmi suddenly felt his blood boiling. At least this first battle still had to be fought, using cannons, crystal crossbows, giant missiles, and thousands of martial arts experts to fight against the Doomsday Army. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire world seemed to have a sudden oppressive roar. Then, shocking lightning suddenly struck down from the clear sky. Immediately after, the blue sky for thousands of miles suddenly turned dark. The light of the 2 suns was completely enveloped. Darkness, complete darkness. It was supposed to be noon and the sun was shining. However, the entire world suddenly darkened. It became darker and darker. In the end, it was completely like night. The 1,000 miles around the Sky Demon City had completely turned into a dark night. "It's coming," Dongfang Minmi muttered to himself. Boom, the entire earth suddenly trembled violently. Then, the Sky Demon City not far away was suddenly torn apart. The entire earth was torn open with a huge crack of hundreds of miles. the sky demon city of hundreds of miles, like the end of hell, suddenly collapsed. Countless buildings and beautiful buildings fell into the abyss one after another. The entire sky demon city collapsed into a huge black hole. The once most prosperous city in the world had completely disappeared from this world. Then, countless doomsday army, like a tide, surged out of this huge abyss cave. Boom 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 boom, the earth was trembling and tearing. The horn of death was constantly sounding. The doomsday barbarian army that was more than 5 meters tall was like an ant, like a nightmare, like a devil. They crazily rushed out, endless and innumerable, not only the doomsday barbarian army, but there were also dark dragons as fast as lightning. Whoosh 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 whoosh, like a sharp sword, they suddenly rushed into the sky. Awoo, in the abyss, there was a shocking roar. Every roar could be heard clearly even if they were separated by hundreds of miles. Then, Dongfang Minmi and the others were shocked to see. Dark dragons that were more than tens of thousands of meters long flew out of the abyss, like huge mountains, flying into the sky and covering the entire sky. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, hundreds of incomparably huge dark dragons suddenly rushed into the sky. Accompanying them were thousands of lightning-fast dark dragons. Dongfang Minmi felt suffocated. These tens of thousands of meters long dark dragons already looked invincible. Even if hundreds of thousands of black vultures and thousands of demon vultures rushed up together, there would only be one outcome, and that was total annihilation. Countless doomsday infantry and doomsday cavalry were still rushing to the ground like a tide. Every doomsday barbarian army was as terrifying and disgusting as a nightmare. Because they were real 3 heads and 6 arms. 3 heads, front, back, left and right, 6 arms, each holding a huge weapon. Every doomsday barbarian army was not wearing armor, but had barbs and armor directly on their bodies. Every one of them was extremely strong, and every one of them was invulnerable. As for the doomsday cavalry, they were not humans riding on beasts at all. Instead, they were like centaurs, 3-headed and 6-armed barbarians, with the body and limbs of beasts. They were 6 meters tall, 20 meters long, and weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. When they ran, they were even faster than the human cavalry's ace demon dragon. A full half a day and a night had passed. It was a full 18 hours of darkness. The sky finally brightened up again. The Legion of Doom's invasion into the human countries had finally ended. The darkness in the sky dissipated, and the morning sun shone on the earth again. It was daytime in Beiping City. In front of them, the land that was hundreds of miles wide and thousands of miles long was still dark, because 20 million Legion of Doom were spread out over tens of thousands of square kilometers of land. The golden throne of the Queen Devil Queen floated high in the sky. The entire Sky Demon City spanned hundreds of miles. Yesterday, it had completely collapsed and turned into an abyss of demons. Then, countless Legion of Doom surged out like a tide. After half a day and a night, finally, all the Legion of Doom had surged out of the ground and arrived at the human countries. Then, the collapsed abyss of the entire Sky Demon City was filled up and turned into a flat land. At this moment, everyone in Dongfang Minmi finally saw the true appearance of the Legion of Doom. Then, they were instantly suffocated. Dongfang Minmi had seen big scenes before. The Mermaid Queen was even more so. The masters of the Council of Light and the powerhouses of the Netherworld Sea had all seen big scenes before. However, they had never seen such a huge scene before. The main force was the World Destruction Barbarian Army that had been modified by the Maori barbarians. Each of them had 3 heads and 6 arms and were 5 meters tall. As they advanced, their bodies grew armor and barbs, which were completely impenetrable. There were more than 15 million of these World Destruction Barbarian Army. There were also the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry that had been modified by the Maori barbarians and demonic beasts. Each of them weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. They were like centaurs, with the upper body of a barbarian and the lower body of a demonic beast. When they galloped, they were as fast as lightning. They were 5 meters tall, more than 20 meters long, and weighed more than 10,000 kilograms. There were 5 million of these terrifying cavalry troops. The World Destruction Barbarian Army had more than that. There were also extremely terrifying destructive earth dragons that were tens of thousands of meters long and extremely shocking siege beasts. There were siege beasts that were tens of meters long and their entire bodies were trebuchets. There were also terrifying giants that were taller than the city walls and wall-crashing unicorns that weighed hundreds of thousands of kilograms. In short, this was a complete collection of demons. This was an army that had never been seen before. This was an army that had truly surged out of hell. Fortunately, the thousands of people on the city walls were all martial artists at the martial ancestor realm and above. If an ordinary soldier were to see this scene, they might immediately break down and go crazy. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of cannoneers and crossbowmen inside the city walls. They didn't need to see the monsters outside. They only needed to fire after receiving orders. Anyway, they didn't need to aim at all. How big would the 20 million Legion of Doom be if they were spread out on the ground in front of Beijing City, which was 200 li wide and nearly 1,000 li long, was densely packed and dark. This was truly a place where even birds would find it difficult to cross. It was boundless. The surface area of the 20 million Legion of Doom was several times that of the entire peaceful North City. The originally magnificent and huge city seemed to have become fragile at this moment, as if it was going to be completely submerged by the tide of 20 million world annihilation barbarian soldiers. Of course, this 20 million Legion of Doom was not a trump card at all. The real trump card was the several hundred dark colossal dragons and several thousand dark vile dragons flying in the sky. However, at this moment, they were flying very high and had already turned into a mass of dark clouds, and this terrifying power, the Legion of Doom, which was enough to destroy the entire human kingdom many times over, was only a small part of the Empire of Darkness. Queen Devil Queen said to Shura Vulture beside her, "This is not a war at all. It's a game, understand?" Shura Vulture's heart trembled slightly, then he nodded and said, "Understood." Queen Devil Queen said, "Since it's a game, then play it well. Don't finish it all at once." "Yes." Shura Vulture responded casually, then looked at the city wall 100 li away, looking for Yang Dingtian's figure. "No need to look," Queen Devil Queen said, "Yang Dingtian is not here. He went to look for Nagadugu Shuang. The great Yang Dingtian also knows that this is a war that can't be won, so he has completely pinned his hopes on Naga. It turns out that Yang Dingtian also has a day when he has to rely on others." Hearing that Yang Dingtian was not here, Shura Vulture's heart suddenly relaxed. As long as Yang Dingtian was not here, no matter how many people she killed later, she was not afraid. She did not care about the life and death of the people in the world. Queen Devil Queen said, "You are the first commander of the battlefield, so the order to attack will be issued by you." Shura Vulture said, "We don't need to shout, we just attack directly?" Queen Devil Queen said, "Of course, because our purpose is only to kill people." Shura Vulture raised the command flag, waved it fiercely, and shouted, "Attack." Princely Ming raised the command flag and said, "Yangjing, Shimanju, Qiu Ruhan, Lingyao." The four people stepped out and knelt on one knee. Princely Ming said, "The four of you have a deep hatred for Yang Dingtian. This first battle will be fought by the four of you." "Yes." The four of them rode on the dark dragon and came to the sky above their army. They suddenly ordered, "Attack, flatten Beijing City." Roar, 100-meter-tall rumbling beast roared toward the sky. The horn of attack was filled with blood and cruelty. It resounded for thousands of miles, causing the entire ground to tremble. Then, in the army formation that spanned hundreds of miles, there were 4 huge square formations, dozens of medium-sized square formations, and hundreds of small square formations. A total of 5 million troops rushed toward Beijing City like a tide. Among the 5 million troops, dozens of wall-crashing behemoths, war behemoths, city-climbing behemoths, and war giants also rushed forward crazily. Although the world destruction barbarian army only relied on their 2 legs, they ran as fast as war horses, or even faster. When millions of troops ran at the same time, the entire ground immediately trembled. In Beijing City, the elite army of the Council of Light heard the war cries of the world destruction barbarian army, the horns of the behemoths, and the tremors of millions of troops running. They could clearly feel that the entire city was trembling. The huge water tank in front of them shook the water up by a few inches. The weapons in their hands were also rumbling. Even the most elite army of the human countries could not help but feel fear in their hearts at this time. Their commander was also afraid. However, he rode on a warhorse and shouted, "Don't be afraid. I can tell you that the Legion of Doom is more terrifying than you can imagine. However, in front of you, there are thousands of martial arts experts on the city wall. There are more than 5,000 giant cannons, more than 10,000 giant crystal crossbows, and more than thousands of giant missiles. Not only that, there are thousands of experts from the Netherworld Sea, thousands of experts from the Council of Light, and 300 top experts sent by the ancient Mermaid Empire. Each of them is more powerful than an infinite great grandmaster. With them blocking in front of us, what else do we have to be afraid of? And our great sect leader Yang Dingtian is cultivating a peerless cultivation technique that can instantly kill the Legion of Doom. Let me ask you, from the beginning until now, has sect leader Yang Dingtian ever disappointed us? The officer shouted loudly. No. The thousands of soldiers in the barracks shouted loudly. Then that's it. The officer said, not only that, the only demigod in this world, Naga, is the wife of sect leader Yang Dingtian. He is also on our side. What else do we have to be afraid of? That's right, Naga Shuang had been completely exposed at this time and became a trump card to boost the morale of the Council of Light. The officer said, of course, you and I may die. But so what? The thousands of experts on the city wall have to block in front of us and protect us because of their strength. And we are stronger than countless people, stronger than your parents, wives, and children, so we have to block in front of them. It's that simple, that's all. Yes. The thousands of soldiers shouted. The officer said, well, then sit down and rest. Don't think about anything. When the order comes, charge directly. Death is nothing to be afraid of. Shout after me, die, die, die. Immediately, thousands of soldiers roared loudly. Die, die, die. This loud roar spread throughout the city. Immediately, the millions of soldiers of the Council of Light army began to roar loudly. The orderly roar of tigers even suppressed the millions of running barbarian soldiers. Qin Huayu had completely calmed down. Although the 5 million Legion of Doom was enough to drown the entire city. He used a unique eyepiece to look at the army in front of him. At the same time, hundreds of warlocks on the city wall also used a measuring mirror to look at the charging Doomsday army. 5 square formations, 250,000 Doomsday Barbarian Cavalry, 130 miles away from Beiping City. Running speed, 19 miles per minute. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th units, prepare the Phoenix-level missiles. Immediately, for units, a total of 200 giant missiles slowly rose within the city wall. Then, many warlocks began to input data and adjust the direction. Fire. An order was given. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 200 missiles flew toward the Doomsday Barbarian army like meteors. Each of the giant missiles weighed more than 3 tons. Each missile contained a terrifying amount of X crystals, a shocking amount of demon cores, other crystals, and high explosives. In short, such a missile could easily raise a huge castle to the ground. In terms of power, it had already surpassed an ordinary missile of the same weight on Earth. Hundreds of terrifying missiles whistled and flew toward the Doomsday Barbarian Cavalry at a speed of a few hundred meters per second. More than 200,000 Doomsday Barbarian Cavalry spread out across dozens of miles of land. Their running speed surpassed the Demon Dragon Cavalry of the Human Empire. They were completely fearless and did not care about the giant missiles flying toward them like lightning. Bang 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 bang, hundreds of Phoenix-level missiles, which weighed a few tons, directly smashed into the Doomsday Barbarian Cavalry's formation. In this kind of short-distance attack, the Phoenix-level missile's error was less than 1 kilometer. Of course, even if the accuracy was bad, they could still hit. Because hundreds of thousands of Doomsday Barbarian Cavalry spread out across hundreds of miles, they could easily hit, hundreds of missiles all smashed into the tide-like army formation. Then, boom 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 boom, the whole world seemed to be torn apart. There was an earth-shattering explosion. The light that burst out completely covered the light of the 2 suns. The ground within hundreds of miles was completely engulfed by flames. Even though they were separated by hundreds of miles, the people on the city wall could still feel the shock, and a strong hurricane blew past. Dongfang Minmi suddenly opened his eyes wide. Even the distant infernal queen dead concubine stood up abruptly. Evil ways were not ignorant of the giant missiles of the Human Empire. However, because their Legion of Doom was extremely powerful, they did not take them seriously at all. Furthermore, every single member of the Armageddon Legion was clad in astonishing armor that was completely impenetrable. Therefore, could the giant missiles of the human empire tear apart the Legion of Doom? This had always been a question. Then, this question would be answered soon. Boom 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 boom, the earth-shattering explosions were still ongoing. The entire battlefield was completely shrouded in flames and thick smoke. It was completely impossible to see clearly. Dongfang Minmi immediately released a ghost bird and flew towards the army formation. Then, a vulture palace warlock observed the battlefield through the ghost bird's eyes. Boom boom boom, after the giant missiles exploded, the area within 1,000 meters was instantly engulfed by flames. Then, Dongfang Minmi saw it clearly in a crystal mirror. The Doomsday Barbarian cavalry that was running was instantly torn into pieces, all the Doomsday Barbarian cavalry in the center of the explosion, the terrifying giant beasts that were invulnerable, were instantly smashed into pieces. Dongfang Minmi and the others were instantly overjoyed. The Legion of Doom was not invincible. They could still be torn apart by the artillery of the human empire. The flames of the giant missiles gradually dissipated. Everyone could clearly see that the hundreds of thousands of world destruction barbarian cavalry seemed to have been emptied into countless pieces. 200 giant missiles left more than 100 huge craters on the ground. Every pit was filled with the fragments of the world destruction barbarian cavalry. That's right, fragments. The energized Legion of Doom did not have many characteristics of flesh and blood after being crushed. Even if there was blood, it was blue in color. Visual estimation showed that the 200 giant missiles just now had destroyed 30 to 40,000 world destruction barbarian cavalry. Of course, they were not satisfied with this result. However, it was good that they could kill them. When the infernal Queen Undead Belle saw this outcome, she frowned slightly before a sneer appeared on her lips. Shura Vulture stepped forward and said excitedly, "Devil Queen, do you want me to revive these crushed cavalry?" The Devil Queen shook her head in disdain and said, "We have as many cannon fodder as we want. There's no need to waste your precious consciousness energy." "Yes," Shura Vulture said. The 200,000 barbarian cavalry were still charging crazily after being bombed. The millions of world destruction barbarian cavalry and the terrifying war monsters behind them were still surging forward with a rumbling sound. No matter how many missiles the human countries had, there were only a few thousand in Beijing City. The Council of Light's main war machine was still cannons. Dongfang Minmi's first wave of missile attack was to test whether the giant missiles could destroy the Legion of Doom. The result was already known. Therefore, he would not use the precious missiles to destroy the scattered world destruction barbarian cavalry. The 200,000 barbarian cavalry charged toward the city wall at a speed of 20 miles per minute. In just a few minutes, they had charged into the city wall. Qin Huayu condensed his celestial qi and shouted, "All cannons, ready!" Instantly, the 5-story turrets on the mountain-like city wall, a total of 5,000 cannons, all raised their muzzles. All the cannons were already in the barrels. As long as they hit the crystals, they could be fired. Although the power of a single cannonball wasn't comparable to a Phoenix-grade missile, the current cannons were far superior to the cannons that Cloud Sky City had used to defend against Qin Chi-Chi's army. Whether it was the caliber of the cannons or the power of the shells, they were completely different. These 5,000 cannons all had a caliber of more than 300 millimeters, and each cannonball weighed more than a few hundred kilograms. Furthermore, every single one of the cannonballs was filled with an astonishingly powerful X crystal. In fact, the warlocks had become even more proficient in the use of X crystal. The current Crystal X formula was already the 5th generation. After adding in the soul fragments of a type of energy creature at the edge of the world, the number of X crystals required was greatly reduced, and the power of the new formula was multiplied. Therefore, a cannonball of the same weight in the chaotic world was far more powerful than the cannonballs on Earth. Some warlocks had even pointed out that perhaps in the near future, the artillery shells of the human countries would have to completely abandon explosives. Unless they could surpass the atomic bomb, the technology on Earth brought by Yang Dingtian would be completely behind in terms of artillery fire. The skilled cannoneers used professional tools to easily measure the speed and distance of the world destruction barbarian cavalry. Then, they quickly adjusted the position of the cannon muzzle. The entire process didn't take more than half a minute. "Fire!" Qin Huayu roared. Boom 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 boom, 5,000 giant cannons roared crazily and spat out fire snakes. Suddenly, the 5,000 cannonballs were shot out. The moment all the cannonballs hit, the huge city walls that were dozens of meters tall and dozens of meters thick even started to tremble. At this moment, the cannonballs of the human countries didn't need to be ignited. All of them used crystals. The temperature at the moment of impact could directly ignite the X crystal. There was no need to use melted bloody black gold to ignite them. The 5,000 cannonballs were like a metal rainstorm, crazily smashing into the charging barbarian cavalry. Boom 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 boom, the entire earth trembled once again. The 5,000 cannonballs smashed into the enemy and exploded violently. The area within 100 miles was once again covered by artillery fire. Boom 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 boom, another earth-shattering explosion occurred. However, no one cared about the results of the battle. The remaining world destruction barbarian cavalry were still charging crazily. At this moment, the second cannonball had been quickly loaded within the city walls. The cannons of the Council of Light didn't need to be emptied or loaded with gunpowder. They could directly load the cannonball from the back and fire it directly with the crystals. Therefore, it only took a dozen seconds from the completion of the first cannonball to the second cannonball. Fire, 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 fire. After the 5,000 cannonballs were fired, they didn't stop. The originally incomparably expensive artillery shells were now thrown out crazily as if they were free. It was completely like a violent storm. The skilled cannoneers constantly adjusted the position of the cannon muzzle and aimed at the crazily charging world destruction barbarian cavalry. Boom 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 boom, the entire city wall was crazily spewing fire and roaring crazily. Countless cannonballs were still crazily smashing down like raindrops. Countless world destruction barbarian cavalry continued to charge crazily. Although the power of these cannonballs was not as powerful as the Phoenix-level missiles, the center of the explosion could still shatter the invulnerable world destruction barbarian cavalry into pieces. Therefore, although the 200,000 world destruction barbarian cavalry were still as fast as lightning, there were fewer and fewer of them. The Queen Devil Queen's face darkened slightly. She still had memories of the previous Doomsday battle. Yang Tian is indeed powerful. The Queen Devil Queen said to the people beside her, if our Legion of Doom was still the same as 200 years ago, then, the Legion of Doom with tens of millions wouldn't even be able to take down this city in front of us, let alone sweep the entire world and conquer half of the northwest continent. An army of tens of millions would only be ghosts under these cannons. Hearing the Queen Devil Queen praise Yang Tian, Shura Vulture felt a sense of joy. However, she still concealed it and said, but our Legion of Doom is completely different now, right? The Queen Devil Queen nodded and said, that's right. It's a pity that Yang Tian was born at the wrong time. His originally incomparably powerful legion is completely useless now. Boom 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 boom, the cannons were still roaring crazily, however, the hundreds of thousands of world destruction barbarian cavalry had already rushed to the bottom of the city wall. Only half of the 250,000 world destruction barbarian cavalry was left. Within the city wall, all the cannons temporarily stopped firing. All the cannons entered a short cooldown period and started to adjust their muzzles to aim at the millions of world destruction barbarian cavalry behind them. The hundreds of thousands of world destruction barbarian cavalry under the city wall didn't seem to care that they had died in battle. They started to gather under the city wall. In a short while, the hundreds of thousands of world destruction barbarian cavalry had gathered again. Charge, under the command of the leading half-human barbarian cavalry, the hundreds of thousands of barbarian cavalry charged up the city wall. That's right. The half-human barbarian cavalry, which weighed tens of thousands of kilograms and was over 20 meters tall, crazily charged up the city wall like geckos. Although their speed wasn't as fast as on the ground, it was still extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, they had rushed to the front. In an instant, the entire city wall was densely packed with world destruction barbarian cavalry. The trump card of the human countries, the demon dragon cavalry, could easily climb up the city wall. The three-headed, six-armed, half-human, half-beast world destruction barbarian cavalry in front of them could do the same. Dongfang Minmi looked at the monster cavalry on the city wall and suddenly smiled coldly. Taking a closer look, these barbarian cavalry were even more shocking and terrifying. They must not be allowed to destroy the cannon fort. Kill, Dongfang Minmi ordered. Suddenly, an incomparably beautiful scene appeared. On the city wall, thousands of martial Dao experts suddenly shot out sword rays. In an instant, thousands of energy rays shot out crazily. One martial sage, dozens of half-martial sages, hundreds of infinite great masters, hundreds of great masters, thousands of martial honorables, and thousands of martial ancestors. Using the power of martial Dao to attack the military power. How shocking was this power? Of course, this was already against the rules. According to the laws of the chaotic world, martial Dao power against martial Dao power, and military power against military power. However, the laws also stipulated that the World Destruction War was an exception. Whoosh 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 whoosh, whoosh 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 whoosh. On the dozens of miles of city wall, there was a martial Dao expert less than 10 meters apart. The power of thousands of energy rays completely surpassed the power of thousands of cannonballs. Under the energy rays, the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry instantly shattered and fell down the city wall. Suddenly, the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry that had climbed up the city wall fell down like raindrops. At this time, the vanguard of the millions of World Destruction Army had already entered the city wall. Qin Huayu ordered again and roared, "Prepare the cannons, fire!" Boom 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 boom. In an instant, thousands of cannons fired wildly again. Countless cannonballs were once again like a storm, crazily smashing into the Legion of Doom. The entire huge city wall immediately turned into a deadly line of defense. In the distance, countless World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry were shattered into pieces. On the city wall, countless World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry fell down one after another. The Legion of Doom was dying in shocking numbers every minute. Dongli's expression suddenly became a little ugly. He could not help but say, "Your Majesty Devil Queen, we can use another method. We can't use the most direct and stupid method of attacking the city. We have the Dark Dragon, the Dark Demon Dragon, the Dark Earth Dragon, and the Destructive Earth Dragon." Queen Devil Queen glanced at Dongli and said, "Do you feel sorry for these cannon fodder?" Dongli shook his head and said, "Of course not." Queen Devil Queen said, "That's right. Just treat it as a game. Why are you so serious? Don't you think the big scene in front of you is very exciting? It's not often that you can see such a scene." The scene in front of them was more than just exciting. In the world of Earth, they could not see such a huge battle scene in any movie. Dongli said, Then, are we going to continue like this? When are you going to send out the Dark Dragon and the Dark Dragon?" Queen Devil Queen said, "Why are you in such a hurry? If you don't waste the cannon fodder, how can you exhaust the celestial chi of the experts on the city wall? Don't forget, if it weren't for the fact that all of our commanders have the evil spirit energy, the martial arts experts on the city wall could have rushed over and killed all of our commanders. In terms of martial arts strength, Yangding Tian has surpassed us." Prince Li Ming said disdainfully, "But we have the evil spirit energy, so we can't die." So, their martial arts strength is meaningless. The cannon fire was still going on, and the sword attacks of thousands of martial arts experts were still going on. Under such crazy attacks, none of the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry could reach more than 20 meters above the city wall. After 15 minutes, countless charred corpses and debris were piled up under the city wall. More than 200,000 World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry had been completely annihilated. Dongfang Minmi said loudly, "Martial Arts Corps, 1st Regiment, sit down and rest. 2nd Regiment, get ready." Immediately, the martial arts experts who had just eliminated all the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry retreated a few steps and sat down cross-legged. They used their fastest speed to recover their celestial chi. The 2nd Regiment, more than 1,000 martial arts experts, came to the outermost edge and prepared for the next wave of attacks. At this moment, the cannon fire on the city wall was still roaring crazily and spitting out tongues of fire. The millions of World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry were still charging crazily. The 3-headed and 6-armed World Destruction Infantry was far inferior to the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry in terms of size and energy. So, under the cannon fire, their casualties were even more shocking. Every round of 5,000 cannon fire would cause tens of thousands of casualties. So, the continuous charging reduced the number of casualties. However, there were more than 5 million World Destruction Infantry soldiers charging over. Moreover, there were a shocking number of war beasts in the army that were not afraid of the cannon fire at all. Regardless of whether it was the wall-crashing unicorns, the city-climbing beasts, or the demonic giants. No cannon fire could do any damage to them. Even if the cannonballs hit them directly, they would only shake slightly. After 45 minutes, the 5,000 cannons had fired at least 1,000,000 cannonballs. Only about half of the 5 million world destruction barbarian cavalry soldiers were left. The remaining 2 million were all torn to shreds. However, the 2 million world destruction barbarian cavalry soldiers had already reached the top of the city wall. Then, they crazily rushed up like a tide. At the same time, the terrifying war beasts crazily rammed against the city wall. There were more than 100 demonic giants that were taller than the city wall, and they suddenly started charging crazily. The entire northern defense line of Beiping City had entered a dangerous moment. Dongfang Minmi shouted, "Martial Arts Corps, 2nd Regiment, attack!" Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately, more than 1,000 martial arts experts madly shot out energy beams, madly attacking those terrifying war beasts. At this moment, in the library of the High Priest Association, Neru, who was guarding at the side, realized that Yang Dingtian's beard and hair were growing at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. His beard was already a few inches long. Moreover, white hair and a white beard were growing at a visible speed. Yang Dingtian seemed to have aged 10 years. At this moment, Yang Dingtian had entered the most difficult and painful stage of work. Day after day, there was no end in sight. It was not a big deal if it was just boring, but the most important thing was failure. That's right, failure. A series of failures, one after another. Every section of the conversion code would fail. It was not a possibility of failure, but a certainty of failure. If one was lucky, they would fail 8 to 10 times. If one was unlucky, they would fail hundreds of times. Moreover, once they failed, the most painful thing was to find the source of the failure. It was very likely that it was just a small section of code, dozens or hundreds of codes. It was an extremely painful job. Yang Dingtian had never encountered such a situation before. He really did not know how many times he had wanted to give up. He had gritted his teeth and worked hard to complete it. As for the demon fox high priest, she had a slight advantage over Yang Dingtian in the beginning. However, after countless days and nights of work, her advantage was completely gone. Then, she fell into a state that was even more painful than Yang Dingtian. Of course, compared to Yang Dingtian, she was much better. Because she loved this line of work very much, she did not feel that this job was very boring. However, after a series of failures, she would still cry bitterly. Therefore, from the beginning until now, she had cried countless times. Moreover, she was completely wailing and rolling on the ground. After crying, she went to sleep. After sleeping, she started to work again, looking for errors in the code. Yang Dingtian could not cry, so he forced his beard to grow long and his hair to turn white. Until now, Yang Dingtian and the demon fox high priest had not completed more than 1/3 of the work. This was really like a terrifying bitter cultivation. They had almost exhausted their experience and willpower, and the road ahead was still far away. On the city wall of Beijing, thousands of martial arts experts had also entered a truly bitter battle. Below the city walls, there were more than 2 million world devastation barbarian soldiers, who were like a surging tide, surging forward in an endless stream. The most terrifying thing was still those war beasts. Not only could the cannons not hurt them, but even the grandmasters could not hurt them. Most importantly, their power was extremely shocking. The collision unicorn charged from a few thousand meters away. At its peak, it could reach up to 100 meters per second. After Dongfang Minmi discovered the danger, he immediately sent a dozen or so infinite grandmasters to attack. However, it was too late. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire city wall trembled. This huge city wall, which was dozens of meters high and dozens of meters deep, was built with thousands of kilograms of stone. This collision unicorn was tens of meters long, tens of meters tall, and weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. The horns on his head were harder than steel. This violent collision actually created a hole that was more than 10 meters wide in the city wall. Dozens of soldiers within the city walls were instantly crushed, and the cannons on top of them were also twisted. And this war behemoth, attacked by dozens of limitless great grandmasters, died immediately. His entire body was embedded in the hole. Dongfang Minmi said to the Mermaid Queen, "Your Majesty, I'll have to trouble you to lead the half-step saints to destroy these war behemoths." "Okay." The Mermaid Queen Violet said. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the giant crystal crossbows on the city wall shot crazily at these war behemoths. In a short time, the war behemoths' bodies were filled with giant arrows, but they still charged ferociously. The Mermaid Queen Violets led 10 half-step saints. Each powerhouse claimed a war behemoth and killed it crazily. Swish 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 swish, the energy of these war behemoths was too terrifying. Even a saint-level powerhouse would need at least a dozen attacks to kill one of them. And a half-step saint powerhouse could see that hundreds of swords condensed with profound chi, could kill a war behemoth. Even so, there was still a devil giant that rushed under the city wall. Its incomparably huge body was more than 100 meters tall, 20 to 30 meters wide, and weighed more than 1,000,000 pounds. It also had 3 heads and 6 arms, and was invulnerable. Its huge arm held a mallet that weighed more than 100,000 pounds and smashed it against the city wall. Boom. Suddenly, huge rocks splashed. The entire city wall was smashed open with a gap that was dozens of meters wide. More than a dozen martial venerable experts retreated like lightning, but there were still 3 people who were smashed into meat paste. Violets flew to the top of the devil giant's head and condensed all of her profound chi into the sword in her hand. Swish, profound chi gushed out crazily. Directly, this devil giant was beheaded from head to toe. It was split into 2 halves. Whoosh 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 whoosh, suddenly, there was a loud whistling sound in the sky, dozens of miles away from the city wall. More than 100 war behemoths, like catapults, suddenly threw huge lumps weighing hundreds of kilograms towards the city wall. Each of these trebuchet war behemoths was over 100 meters long. Their whole bodies were like scorpions. Countless sharp claws drilled into the ground dozens of meters, fixing their incomparably huge bodies on the ground. Then, their tails, which were hundreds of meters long, had an incomparably amazing elastic force, and suddenly threw thousands of pounds of objects dozens of miles away. Whoosh 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 whoosh, these huge black spots were directly thrown into the city. Even if the martial arts masters on the city wall saw these black spots, they ignored them. Because the battle on the city wall was even more intense. These world destruction barbarian army must be eliminated from a distance. Once they were allowed to get close, even an ordinary world destruction barbarian general would pose a threat to the martial arts masters. These hundreds of black spots slammed into the houses in the city. In an instant, countless houses collapsed and shattered. What the war behemoths threw over was a kind of metal ball, a metal ball that would constantly roll. The huge metal ball, which weighed thousands of pounds, rolled over and shattered everything. But this was not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was after the rolling stopped. Bang, these metal balls suddenly exploded. The green slurry inside flew out. Suddenly, all the soldiers who were contaminated with the green slurry quickly rotted and corroded. These soldiers let out earth-shattering screams. Even if there was only one drop, it directly penetrated the armor and the body. The corrosive venom splashed out of these hundreds of iron lumps killed thousands of soldiers alive. Tens of thousands of soldiers were injured. Every soldier that was corroded to death was a horrible sight to behold. When Qin Huaiyu saw this scene, he was shocked and immediately ordered, "Artillery, aim at the trebuchet war behemoths 30 miles away, fire." Suddenly, thousands of artillery stopped firing at the world destruction barbarian army, raised their muzzles, and aimed at the war behemoths dozens of miles away. Fire fiercely. Boom 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 boom, countless artillery shells bombarded out crazily. Like a rainstorm, they sprinkled on the position of the war behemoths. There was no need for point-to-point accuracy at all, they directly carpet-bombed. Boom 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 boom, crazy artillery bombardment. In this way, the martial arts masters on the city wall had to deal with the world destruction barbarian army with all their strength, and the pressure suddenly became extremely huge. Dongfang Minmi shouted, "Third group, first group, give up resting and join the battle." Suddenly, thousands of martial arts masters gave up resting. They immediately released energy light with all their strength, frantically killing the world destruction barbarian army that surged up the city wall. Boom 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 boom, countless artillery fire bombarded the trebuchet war behemoths. But, Whoosh 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 whoosh, the second wave of attacks from the trebuchet war behemoths still came as expected. Hundreds of iron lumps filled with venom suddenly smashed into the city. Boom 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 boom, in an instant, there were countless casualties again. Thousands of soldiers were corroded to the point that even their bones could not be seen. The war behemoths of the Legion of Doom were too terrifying. Even such an amazing carpet bombing could not hurt them at all, Dongfeng Minmi said to the Mermaid One in pain. Your Majesty, these war behemoths still need you to go. No problem. The Mermaid Queen Violet said. She led the Semi-Saint Masters and had just finished killing the war behemoths under the city wall. This time, she led a total of 100 masters and flew towards the war behemoths outside. In a moment, these 100 masters arrived at the position of the trebuchet war behemoths. Swish 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 swish, hundreds of masters were crazily slaughtering and cutting. Each of these war behemoths was really like a small mountain, as tall as dozens of floors and as big as a football field. They just stood there motionless and let you cut them. No one knew how long it would take to kill them. Moreover, these war behemoths were completely invulnerable. The shell of each war behemoth was harder than steel, and the thinnest part was nearly a foot thick. This was equivalent to dozens of centimeters of armor. No wonder countless artillery fire had no effect on them. Dozens of centimeters of armor, even the depleted uranium armor-piercing shells on Earth would find it difficult to penetrate. Not to mention, the shells of the chaotic world did not have the armor-piercing function at this time. The Mermaid Queen Violets was completely speechless in the face of such war behemoths. She could only use her heart fire to heat the sword light to the extreme and then cut wildly. However, the effect was very ordinary. The heat resistance of the armor of these war behemoths was astonishing. Therefore, if this continued, hundreds of masters would not be able to kill these war behemoths, and their chi would be completely exhausted. And if it was just a simple sword light attack, even if an infinite great master exhausted his chi, he might not be able to kill one. Because this shell almost blocked all damage for the war behemoths. Unless it was a lightning attack. It directly passed through the shell and hit the inside. If Yang Dingtian was here, a few mysterious fire lightning might be able to end it. But he was not here. Although the Mermaid Queen's cultivation was much higher, she was completely speechless in the face of such war behemoths. Dongfeng Minmi, who was on the city wall in the distance, saw this scene. Qin Huayu suddenly stepped forward and said, Sect Master Dongfeng, those war behemoths are as hard as steel. They might be afraid of cold and heat. Therefore, using unfreezing water to attack may be effective. Dongfeng Minmi nodded and said, Go get it immediately and send it to the battlefield. Yes. Qin Huayu said. Then, Qin Huayu led dozens of infinite great master experts to the city wall and carried hundreds of energy jade barrels. Each of them was filled with hundreds of kilograms of unfreezing water, and the temperature was equivalent to more than -200 degrees Celsius on Earth. Dozens of great master experts carried the unfreezing water to the battlefield. The experts led by the Mermaid Queen were still crazily killing these football field-sized war behemoths. Violets had already killed 3, but her subordinates had not been able to kill even 1. The infinite great master experts placed the unfreezing water jade barrels on the thinnest part of the armor on the back of the war behemoths. Then, they smashed the energy jade barrels. In an instant, the unfreezing water surged out. The surrounding air suddenly became incomparably cold. The area of more than 10 meters on the back of the war behemoths was instantly frozen by the low temperature of -200 degrees Celsius. Do it. An order was given. Hundreds of infinite great master experts crazily bombarded the frozen armor. It was indeed effective. After being frozen by the cold, the armor of more than 10 meters became very brittle, and under the attack, it was instantly shattered. Get in, kill. The Mermaid Queen ordered. Immediately, hundreds of martial arts experts drilled into the holes on the backs of these war behemoths and entered their bodies. Then, they crazily hacked and bombarded inside. Immediately, these war behemoths roared and rolled on the ground desperately. They crazily tore the earth apart. In just a few minutes, they were all killed in their bodies. Whoosh 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 whoosh, hundreds of infinite great masters flew out of these war behemoths. At this time, the battle on the city wall had reached its most intense level. Even many cannons had been turned off. because countless corpses had been piled up dozens of meters high, blocking the muzzles of the cannons. Countless world destruction barbarian army stepped on the corpses and rushed up crazily. The mermaid queen Violets led hundreds of infinite great masters and rushed back quickly. Behind the Legion of Doom, they crazily killed, above and below the city wall, thousands of martial arts experts and thousands of energy rays were released crazily. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the entire city wall was completely enveloped by countless rays of light. Countless world destruction barbarian army were directly smashed into pieces by this terrifying energy light. An hour later, everything on the city wall had completely stopped, because there was no longer a single world destruction barbarian army on the city wall. A total of 5 million world destruction barbarian army, hundreds of thousands of world destruction barbarian cavalry, and thousands of war behemoths were all smashed into pieces and killed. The first wave of the Legion of Doom's attack was over. The city had not been breached. They had saved the city. The human countries had won the first battle. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. The first day of battle was about to end. On the city wall, thousands of experts were all sitting on the city wall, unable to even celebrate their victory, facing the annihilation of more than 5 million Legion of Doom. The Devil Queen smiled disdainfully and said, "Well, that's it for today. Our game is also over. Tomorrow, the Dark Dragon, Dark Evil Dragon, and Destructive Earth Dragon will all attack. Let's start the real killing." As soon as these words came out, Li Ming and Dong Li were shocked and said, "Yes." The Devil Queen looked at the Shura Vulture and said, "Tomorrow is your glorious moment. You will become the ruler of the battlefield." Vulture's delicate body trembled. Dong Li said, "Your Majesty Devil Queen, now that the enemy's martial artists have almost exhausted their celestial chi, why don't we take the opportunity to attack?" Devil Queen said, "Don't you see that the sun is about to set, and the sky is about to turn dark?" Dong Li said, "But our Legion of Doom can fight at night. In the night battle, our army is even stronger." Queen Devil Queen frowned in disgust and said, "But when it's dark, the scene won't be as good as during the day. Is there a problem?" Hearing this reason, Dong Li couldn't help but be stunned, and then said, "But you said before that in order to consume the celestial chi of those martial artists, you made the 5 million Legion of Doom cannon fodder." Now, Devil Queen said, "What? Do you have a problem?" "I don't dare." Dong Li said, "I just feel that it's too wasteful to sacrifice our Legion of Doom like this." Queen Devil Queen smiled disdainfully. This was really the thinking of a poor person. Then, she didn't bother to pay attention to Dong Li, nor did she threaten to use first-class evil spirits to suppress his will again. She smiled and said, "Okay, tonight, let's have a good banquet. Tomorrow, let's completely destroy this city." "Yes, Your Majesty Devil Queen." All the evil spirit commanders and evil spirit generals bowed. Inside Beiping City, after an entire day of fierce fighting, the martial arts legions of the human countries wiped out the 5 million Legion of Doom. As for their own casualties, they should be considered to be minimal. The catapults and war behemoths threw hundreds of highly toxic iron bullets, causing tens of thousands of casualties. Also, the war behemoths attacked the city, causing less than 10 casualties to the martial arts legions. So in a sense, this was a great victory. However, no one celebrated the victory. Because everyone knew that the victory on the first day was just a probing attack by the Legion of Doom. The Legion of Doom that died today were all cannon fodder. The Legion of Doom's trump card army, the Dark Dragon, the Dark Evil Dragon, and the Destructive Earth Dragon, did not move at all. Of course, despite this, Dongfang Minmi still ordered all the troops to share the joy of today's victory. Today's battle at least proved that the Legion of Doom was not completely invincible and invulnerable. Even war behemoths that were hundreds of feet long could be killed. All the barracks in the entire city were filled with the aroma of meat. Meat. All the soldiers were to enjoy a sumptuous meal. Originally, thousands of powerful martial arts masters were too close to meditate to prepare for tomorrow's battle. But in the end, Dongfang Nimi and the Mermaid Queen still decided to hold a banquet. Let all the masters enjoy a delicious dinner. As for regulating their breathing and meditating, there was simply no need for one night. In any case, it was enough to ensure that everyone would be filled with profound energy for tomorrow's battle. The Mermaid Queen Violets, served by the fierce Knife Princess, lazily enjoyed her dinner. Then, a female mermaid said, Your Majesty, the humans, Dongfang Minmi, and the others, request an audience. Please, the mermaid queen Violets said. Then, Dongfang Minmi led Bolu, Yaozi, the elder of the Netherworld Sea, Qin Huayu, and the others into the mermaid queen's temporary residence. Everyone, please take a seat, the mermaid queen said directly without standing up. She always did not care about such customs. Dongfang Minmi sat down and said, Your Majesty, what do you think of tomorrow's battle? The mermaid queen said, First of all, we all know that today's victory was entirely because the Queen Devil Queen was making fun of us. Then tomorrow's battle will depend on the Queen Devil Queen's mood. If she continues to make fun of us, then although tomorrow's battle will be much more difficult, at least the city will not be destroyed, and our soldiers will not all die. But, if the Queen Devil Queen's patience runs out, then the entire Beijing city will be completely destroyed tomorrow. Once these words were said, everyone present fell into silence. Without a doubt, this was the most painful. The cat caught the mouse but did not eat it. Instead, it played with it again and again. Seeing the mouse struggling with all its might would make the cat feel incomparably happy. And when the cat lost interest, it would directly bite the mouse to death and eat it. And the most painful thing was that the mouse had to put on a show and struggle with all its might so that the cat would continue to play with it with interest and curiosity. It was all to stall for time until Yang Dingtian arrived. Qin Huayu finally could not help but ask, Your Majesty, everything we have done, everything we have sacrificed, is to wait for the sect leader's return. But, after the sect leader returns, can we really win this battle of doom? The mermaid queen thought for a moment and nodded, I can guarantee that if Yang Dingtian returns, we will definitely win this war. But, when he will return, I really can't guarantee. The only thing they could do is pray. Because, what Yang Dingtian needs to do is 10 times, 100 times more difficult than what we have to do. Once these words were said, everyone fell into silence. Elder Total Annihilation suddenly said, Your Majesty, there is something I don't understand. The mermaid queen said, Please speak. Elder Total Annihilation said, Sect leader Yang Dingtian's cultivation is far inferior to your Majesty's. Today, I saw that it was not easy for your Majesty to kill the Legion of Doom's war beasts. And I saw that their black dragon was 100 times, 1,000 times bigger than the war beasts. Then, can sect leader Yang Dingtian's return change the situation? The mermaid queen thought for a moment and said, You are right. Today's war beasts have already made it so difficult for us. And it is even more difficult for us to kill the black dragon. It is like a strong man who can smash a huge rock into pieces with one punch. But, if this rock is as big as a huge mountain, then, a strong man would need to smash tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of times to smash this huge rock into pieces. However, there was another type of energy that, at the very least, would be able to easily shatter the boulder into smithereens. Actually, the energy of the two is the same, and the strong man's energy is even more powerful. But, the attribute of the energy is different. Elder Total Annihilation nodded and said, I understand. The mermaid queen said, Everyone, don't worry. In fact, not only did I see this scene, sect leader Wu Yu also saw it clearly. A Naga that has just completed its transformation, a Naga that is only at the saint level. It can easily kill tens of thousands of black dragons and hundreds of thousands of black dragons. It is because of the energy attribute of Naga that is especially terrifying. After a moment of silence, the mermaid queen said, And your sect leader Yang Dingtian is going to find the power of the king of Naga. So, when he returns, it will be the time of victory. As soon as this was said, everyone was immediately excited and full of morale. In everyone's hearts, the strategy became clear again. Use space to exchange for time, use all means to stall for time and wait for Yang Dingtian's return. Dongfang Minmi raised his cup and said, Then, everyone, fight hard tomorrow and wait for the return of the sect leader. All the powerhouses raised their cups and said loudly, Fight to the death and wait for sect leader Yang's return. Even though Beijing City was full of vigilance for the entire night. But after a night, nothing happened. On the Legion of Doom's side, they built a banquet hall directly on the back of the Black Dragon. Then, thousands of dark spirits held an incomparably sumptuous banquet inside. In fact, the Queen Devil Queen even brought His Majesty the Demon King's band, as well as endless delicacies and fine wine. In her joy, the Devil Queen's deceased concubine even danced with Crown Prince Li Ming. The next day, dawn arrived as usual, the sun rose into the sky. In Beijing City, all the troops woke up and began to eat breakfast. After eating, they began to wipe their weapons, they began to transport the cannonballs and crystal arrows. In yesterday's battle, they had used up millions of cannonballs and millions of giant arrows, and these were only less than 1/5 of Beijing City's inventory. Behind them, an astonishing convoy was still sending cannonballs, food, meat, arrows, and crystals. Everyone knew that today's battle would be very, very intense. As for how intense it would be, they still did not know. However, the worst outcome would be complete destruction. Therefore, those participating in today's battle were not just a few thousand martial arts experts, 5,000 cannons, and tens of thousands of crystal crossbows. There were also 300,000 archers who would enter the city walls. These 300,000 archers would operate 100,000 large and medium-sized crystal crossbows to participate in the battle. The sun had just revealed its face. A few thousand martial arts legions had all ascended to the city wall and were ready to fight at any time. 5,000 cannons had all been prepared and could be fired at any time. Today, each of the cannons was prepared with more than 400 shells. In fact, more than a few thousand cannons were prepared to be replaced. Last night, Great Cloud Sky City transported a new batch of war weapons. Phoenix Grade No. 5 missiles, they had just started to be manufactured a month ago. At this moment, the first batch had finally been manufactured. The destructive missiles only had one characteristic, and that was that they were very, very, very big. Each missile weighed more than 40 tons. That was 80,000 caddies. This was a devastating weapon of mass destruction. There were more than 50 kilograms of X crystals in each of the annihilation-level missiles. The warlocks had estimated that the explosion of a destructive missile could kill all the soldiers within a radius of 1,000 meters. In order to transport this batch of destructive missiles, Great Cloud Sky City had used thousands of demonic dragons to travel day and night from the secret base to the front line of Beijing City. Of course, this time, not only were there destructive missiles, but there were also sky-level missiles. The so-called sky-level missiles were all anti-air missiles. They were anti-air missiles. There were about 1,000 of them, each about 2 tons. They were completely experimental weapons. The main purpose was to see if they could rely on missiles to destroy the Dark Dragon. Because monsters like the Dark Dragon were tens of thousands of meters long, there was no need to aim at them. This time, the person who escorted this batch of materials was Song Chunhua. She did not only bring destructive missiles and sky-level missiles. She also brought her demonic fire phoenix. This demonic fire phoenix was only a few years old. However, it had already swallowed all the magma in the northwest continent. That's right, all the magma in the abyss crack had already solidified. It had already swallowed an astronomical amount of fire energy. At this moment, its original body was already close to 100 meters in size. Song Chunhua brought it to the battlefield, hoping that it could severely damage the air force of the Legion of Doom in the air. All the destructive missiles and sky-level missiles had just been transported to the front line. Hundreds of warlocks led tens of thousands of people to add up all the missiles. At this moment, they were ready to enter the battle at any time. On the city wall, Qin Huayu said, "Chunhua, you shouldn't have come. Your mission is to escort strategic materials." Song Chunhua shook her head and said, "I've already transported them here. The committee didn't ask me to go back immediately. Moreover, all the secret factories have already transported all their stocks here. There are no escort missions in the next few days." Qin Huayu looked at the incomparably huge destructive missiles and said, "I really hope that they can work. I really hope that we can rely on the power of our new civilization to destroy these devils." Song Chunhua said, "Whether it works or not, we'll know in a while." "That's right, we'll know soon," because the Queen Devil Queen had already returned to her golden throne. She touched her forehead as if she was still hung over. Then, she lazily ordered, "Attack and destroy the city in front." "Yes." Dongli and the others said excitedly. Yesterday, although it was an act, they were still very unhappy that the human countries had won. Today, they could finally fight openly. Immediately, the war horn beast hundreds of meters away began to roar again. The shocking bugle horn spread for 1,000 miles, then, the tide-like Legion of Doom began a new charge. 500,000 World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry, 5 million World Destruction Barbarian Army. More than 5,000 terrifying war behemoths. Today, the regular strength of the Legion of Doom far exceeded yesterday's. There were several times more war behemoths, and twice as many World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry. However, the terrifying thing was far more than that. Following the Queen Devil Queen's order, the Dark Dragon, which was like a huge mountain and a dark cloud, roared and roared as it flew towards Beiping City. A single dark colossal dragon was almost as big as a city. There were also countless dark vile dragons flying over like lightning. The trump cards of the Legion of Doom, the Dark Dragon and the Dark Vile Dragons, all attacked. It seemed that the Queen Devil Queen didn't have much fun. Seeing this scene, the hearts of Dongfang Minmi and the Mermaid Queen turned cold. Gritting his teeth, Dongfang Minmi said, "Warriors, let's welcome this dark dragon together. Let's see how terrifying the dark vile dragons are." Qin Huayu roared, "Prepare the sky-level missiles, prepare the destruction-level missiles." At the same time, in the direction of northwest Qin City, the emissary rode the Demon Eagle and rushed into Great Cloud Sky City to report to the temporary commander of the Council of Light. The Snakemen Empire, tens of millions of troops, separated by thousands of miles of ocean, suddenly emerged from the cracked ground of northwest Qin City and attacked the northwest Qin City's defense line. The Sea Heart Queen had finally made her move. She had finally joined the war, hitting a man when he was down. The Council of Light was not unguarded against the Naga Empire. But now, there were 2,000 ancient beasts of the Mermaid Empire and hundreds of thousands of Mermaid Empire soldiers in the sea from the Dongli grassland to the northwest continent. The ships of the Naga Empire could not come over. Of course, they could fly over from the sky. But the Naga Empire could send hundreds of thousands of winged cavalry and millions of eagle men. It was impossible to send tens of millions of soldiers by air. Moreover, even if millions of eagle men attacked, the Council of Light was not worried. Because the northwest Qin City had 1,000 Demon Vulture Corps and 100,000 Black Vulture Corps. There was also an astronomical number of small Phoenix-level missiles and small crystal crossbows. It could be said that the Naga Empire would kill as many eagle men as they came. But they did not expect the Naga Empire's army to come out of the cracks in the ground. Without a doubt, this was the work of the Empire of Darkness. First, the Dark Dragons were sent to the bottom of the Naga Empire. Then, the Devil Queen's Eye of the Premier Naga Wand melted the dark matter. Tens of millions of Naga Empire soldiers were sent to the Dark Dragons. Then, the Dark Dragons flew directly to the bottom of the northwest continent. The wand melted the dark matter here. Then, the drilling magic dragons drilled through the hundreds of miles of ground. Suddenly, dozens of huge holes appeared in the northwest continent. Then, tens of millions of Naga Empire soldiers poured out of these huge holes. Of course, things did not turn out to be the worst. At least tens of millions of Naga Empire soldiers did not pour out of Qin City. They landed at the northernmost tip of the northwest continent, a place called North Ming Point. It was the most barren land in the entire northwest continent. There was no life at all. The land of about 1,000 miles was scarred and scarred. Obviously, below this area was the territory of the Empire of Darkness. This North Ming Point was about 3,000 miles away from the northwest Qin City. Of course, the burrowing demonic dragon of the Empire of Darkness might be able to drill thousands of miles into the ground and create an underground tunnel that led directly to the inside of Qin City. Then, tens of millions of Naga Empire soldiers would surge out of Qin City. However, for some reason, the Empire of Darkness did not do so. Instead, they allowed the Naga Empire's army to disembark at North Cry Point. The Snake People Empire's army had landed around last night. The first to discover that the Naga Empire had invaded the northwest continent was a demon vulture warrior who was patrolling normally. Suddenly, it was as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was splitting apart. Then, hundreds of huge holes appeared in the desolate earth below. Immediately after, countless soldiers, like ants, crazily surged out from the ground like a tide. The demon vulture warrior was horrified. Immediately, he took out a crystal signal flare and shot it into the sky. There were 5 red signal flares that exploded in the air with a dazzling light. This was the highest grade war signal flare. He had just fired the signal flare when hundreds of eagle men rushed towards him. Then, the first battle between the northwest Qin city and the Naga Empire took place. This patrolling warrior's cultivation was not high. After killing 3 eagle men, he was killed by dozens of arrows. Although this demon vulture had not cultivated in the illusion of the taboo continent, he was still extremely powerful. A demon vulture fought hundreds of eagle men alone. He tore and killed dozens of eagle men alive. In the end, he was beheaded by an expert of the Naga race. This man and demon vulture died heroically in the sky of the northwest continent. They used their lives to protect the human territory. Even when he was dying, this demon vulture warrior had no regrets because the signal flare had been fired. This signal flare could be seen clearly even from hundreds of miles away. Within hundreds of miles, at least hundreds of patrolling winged cavalry warriors and more than a dozen sentry posts saw the signal flare. Therefore, the signal flare from 3 directions was continuously transmitted. Every 100 miles, there was a signal flare. One direction was transmitted to the northwest Qin city 3,000 miles away. One direction was transmitted to the Great Cloud Sky City 7,000 miles away. The other direction was transmitted to the west capital 8,000 miles away. In less than 15 minutes, the northwest Qin city immediately received the signal flare. At the same time, all the winged cavalry warriors around the North Cry Point did not escape. Instead, they flew towards the North Cry Point. This was because these winged cavalry warriors could not escape after encountering a battle situation. Instead, they had to investigate the enemy and send them back to the base camp. Suddenly, hundreds of winged cavalry warriors flew to the sky above the North Cry Point. Among them, a demon vulture that had cultivated in the illusion of the taboo continent flew directly at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters to observe the situation on the ground. Hundreds of ordinary winged cavalry warriors had just flown to the sky above the North Cry Point when they were immediately besieged by tens of thousands of eagle men. In a short period of time, all of them were sacrificed heroically. Only the demon vulture that had cultivated flew at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters. These eagle men were completely inferior. The experts of the Naga race below directly used their Xian skills to fly up and kill this demon vulture. However, this demon vulture's flying speed was really too fast. Even limitless great masters could not catch up with it. The experts of the Naga Empire did not have the demon spirit fog cloak. After observing for a few minutes, the demon vulture warrior sent out all the signal flares. There were more than a dozen signal flares that recorded the enemy's information in detail. Then, this demon vulture warrior and this demon vulture that had cultivated in the illusion of the taboo continent. They were surrounded and killed by dozens of experts of the Naga race. Another warrior withered in the sky above the northwest continent. He and the demon vulture could have escaped completely. However, in order to record the enemy's information in detail, they had delayed for too long. As a result, they were surrounded and killed. After receiving the first signal flare, the millions of troops of the northwest Qin city, tens of thousands of cannons, tens of thousands of giant crystal crossbows, and thousands of missiles were all ready. Of course, as the expected third battlefield, there were not as many martial arts experts as Beijing City. However, there were still hundreds of experts above the martial ancestor realm. The first commander of the battlefield was Qin Wanchou and the second commander was Duan Ruyan. These martial arts experts all ascended to the top of the northern city wall. At the same time, they immediately sent a demon vulture messenger to the Western Sea region to inform the headquarters of the Naga Empire in the Northwest Sea region. Then, the millions of troops were all ready to go. In less than an hour, the Northwest Qin city received the second signal flare. It was a very detailed signal flare. Enemy attributes, Naga Empire. Enemy numbers, more than 10 million. Enemy air force, about 1 million. Unknown forces, yes, they come from the Empire of Darkness. Few in number but powerful. Where did the enemy come from? They came out of the ground. Qin Wanchou clearly knew that many patrolling winged cavalry warriors had lost their lives for this simple and incomparably precious information. Now, he wanted to know what the unknown forces in the information, the few but powerful forces of the Empire of Darkness, meant. The information of the invasion of the Naga Empire's millions of troops was also transmitted to the headquarters of the theater of operations, the Great Cloud Sky City, from the ground and the sea. Then, dozens of black vultures transmitted the information to Iron Furnace City and Zhongjing City at the fastest speed. The first battlefield, Beijing City, also received the information from the demon vulture messengers at the first moment. Therefore, Beijing City, which was more than 10,000 miles away, was already aware of the Naga Empire's landing in the northwest continent less than 3 hours later. The northern region of the World Society's Dominion Theater of Operations was also further prepared. At the same time, thousands of demon dragon legions and more than 1,000 demon vulture legions transported the newly produced strategic materials to the northwest Qin City Theater of Operations at the fastest speed. Hundreds of martial arts masters in the Great Cloud Sky City, including 3 infinite great masters, 10 great masters, and hundreds of grand masters, all rode demon vultures to the northwest Qin City Theater of Operations. The Council of Light was about to launch the second large-scale battlefield. That was, they had encountered the Legion of Doom of the Empire of Darkness. Otherwise, with the current power of the Council of Light, even if it was a war on the scale of a world war, the Council of Light could launch a war on 3 or 4 fronts. It wouldn't be a problem to open up 4 battlefields at the same time. They only had cannons, giant crystal crossbows, and armies. At present, the 3 major battlefields used up only 1/3 of the power of the Council of Light. In the southwest continent, Zhongjing, and even the southern barbarian continent, the Council of Light still had amazing military power. On the city wall of Beijing, Dongfang Minmi and Qin Huaiyu also fully learned about the invasion of the Naga Empire's tens of millions of troops. "You don't have to worry," Dongfang Minmi comforted him. "As long as the Empire of Darkness doesn't send out their military power, although the tens of millions of troops of the Naga Empire coming out of the ground and directly landing is a little shocking, we don't care about the tens of millions of half-humans." In the army of the Empire of Darkness, the Queen Devil Queen was still sitting lazily on the golden throne. Suddenly, the ground below directly split open to form a hole. Then, her wand directly flew out from below. That's right, her wand was actually modified from her soul sword. She could use her brain to control it from thousands of miles away and fly as fast as lightning. The Naga Empire has landed on the northwest continent. "They're coming out in full force," the Queen Devil Queen said. Dongli's dream goddess was Queen Xianxia. He naturally was very concerned. "Then, will the Empire of Darkness support them?" Queen Devil Queen said, "Your Queen Xianxia doesn't want to live under someone else's roof. She doesn't want to become a part of our Temple of Annihilation. Therefore, we've already done our duty by transporting her troops to the northwest continent. Her alliance with us clearly states that as long as the territory of the human countries is conquered by her troops, it will belong to her. If she wants our Legion of Doom to help her, let her Naga Empire become a part of us, and let her become the Demon King's concubine first." Instantly, Dongli's face twitched. This was because he had been dreaming of the Queen of the Sea Heart. Although he was very concerned about the battle in northwest Qin City, the city under their feet was the most dangerous place. On the ground, millions of world destruction barbarian troops, 10 times the number of war beasts, and twice the number of world destruction barbarian cavalry, were crazily charging over. And the most terrifying thing was in the sky. The dark owl dragons of the Legion of Doom were as fast as lightning as they flew directly toward Beiping City. Although the dark colossal dragons were slower, they could still travel dozens of miles per minute. Hundreds of dark owl dragons and 10 dark colossal dragons surged over like dark clouds. Would this city be able to see tomorrow's sun? It was hard to say if the millions of troops in this city would be able to see tomorrow's sun. Dongfang Minmi said to Qin Huaiyu, "Next, the troops on the ground will have to completely rely on death-level missiles, cannons, and crystal crossbows. Our martial arts army will have to completely deal with the Legion of Doom in the sky." Qin Huaiyu pulled out his sword and nodded. "Understood, Sect Master Dongfang." Looking at the world destruction barbarian cavalry charging over like lightning, there were a total of 500,000 of them. Qin Huaiyu roared, "Death-level missiles, first unit, second unit, third unit, get ready." Each unit was 10 death-level missiles. They weighed 40 to 50 tons and were more than 10 meters tall. Under the pull of the demonic dragon and the calculation and command of the warlocks, these death-level missiles adjusted their direction and then reported to Qin Huaiyu. "Fire," Qin Huaiyu ordered. Boom, 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 boom. Immediately, the crystals inside the 30 death-level missiles collided and ignited. Then, the huge objects that weighed dozens of tons roared and flew into the sky. They turned into an arc and whizzed toward the world-destruction barbarian cavalry. Hundreds of miles away, the Devil Queen was also stunned when she saw such an astonishingly huge missile flying out of Beiping City. Then, a thought suddenly emerged in her mind. If Yangdingtian's crystal civilization was allowed to develop like this, perhaps, in less than a few years, Yangdingtian could really rely on cannons and missiles to completely eliminate the Legion of Doom. At present, these huge missiles could not kill the dark colossal dragons. But what if the power of these huge missiles was increased by 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times? 30 death-level missiles roared and smashed toward the world-destruction barbarian cavalry on the ground from hundreds of meters in the sky. Boom, 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 boom. It was a truly earth-shattering explosion. The terrifying blue flames tore the sky apart. These 40 to 50 tons of death-level missiles were equivalent to how many tons of TNT on Earth? There was no authoritative calculation because Yangdingtian's contribution to missiles and explosives was only to provide a concept and the most primitive formula. It was like opening a Pandora's box. Now, the warlocks of the Council of Light were many times more knowledgeable than him. According to their calculations, the power of the crystal formula and the high explosives in the death-level missiles was at least dozens of times more powerful than at the beginning. Moreover, when the explosives were completely discarded, the power would increase by a lot. Therefore, the power of these death-level missiles should be equivalent to a few hundred tons of TNT. It was equivalent to 1/10 of the atomic bomb of Hiroshima in the Second World War on Earth. The explosion of 30 death-level missiles. The light that burst out in an instant was so bright that people dozens of miles away did not dare to look directly at it. The terrifying shock wave rushed directly to the city wall dozens of miles away. The entire ground was shaking violently. Then, everything within 1,000 meters of the explosion of each death-level missile was instantly smashed into pieces. Even the invulnerable world-destruction barbarian cavalry was torn into pieces in an instant. The entire ground seemed to have been swept across. In an instant, the entire area was emptied. Not only the enemy, but even Dongfang Minmi and the others were completely stunned. The so-called death-level missiles were only made with a new crystal formula, but they were 10 times bigger. But the power was more than 10 times that of the Phoenix-level missiles yesterday. This was the true power of the death-level missiles. Yesterday, 200 Phoenix-level missiles only killed 30 to 40,000 world-destruction barbarian cavalry. And this time, there were only 30 death-level missiles. However, the 500,000 world-destruction barbarian cavalry seemed to have been reduced by half. The death-level missiles and the Phoenix-level missiles were completely different in nature. Dongfang Minmi and Qin Huayu were immediately ecstatic. Song Chunhua was also stunned. She said, the chief designer of the death-level missile crystal formula said that the power might be amazing, but I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Dongfang Minmi said, quickly let the secret factory make 1,000, 10,000. Song Chunhua shook her head and said, we don't have that many X crystals. Dongfang Minmi said, didn't we get countless X crystals? Song Chunhua shook her head and said, it's still not enough. However, the sect leader has already provided a new plan for the Warlock Research Association. Directly let the crystals undergo an internal impact reaction. In this way, the power of the X crystals can be increased by 100 times, but the usage can be reduced by dozens of times. Dongfang Minmi said in disbelief, if this succeeds, then we can directly kill all the Legion of Doom. Song Chunhua shook her head and said, unfortunately, this is completely theoretical. In the Warlock team, they can't solve it at all. Let the internal impact reaction of the crystal without destroying the crystal itself. Because, after reaching a certain level of reaction, the entire crystal will automatically explode. There is no time to enter the deepest level of the internal impact reaction. Dongfang Minmi said, then, how long will it take to complete the internal impact reaction? Song Chunhua said, the Warlock leader said that they have organized 100 warlocks to conduct research. It will take about 50 years to have a certain breakthrough. If they want to make a finished product, perhaps 100 years won't be enough. Dongfang Minmi was immediately disappointed. 100 years, the world destruction war would have been over long ago. Yang Dingtian clicked on the Chaos World's crystal technology tree. Then, as for what would happen next, he couldn't control it. In order to resist the World Destruction Army, Yang Dingtian proposed the concept of the internal impact of the crystal. As a result, the warlock leader regarded it as a treasure and immediately conducted crazy research. If the research was successful, then it would be a crystal nuclear bomb. That's right, a crystal nuclear bomb. Yang Dingtian might have really released an evil demon. In order to destroy the other evil demon, he had no choice but to release another evil demon. There was no time to be ecstatic. Countless dark vile dragons and dark colossal dragons had already flown not far ahead. They were about to launch a destructive attack on Beiping City. Qin Huayu asked, "Is this sky-level missile using a new crystal formula?" Song Chunhua nodded. Qin Huayu was overjoyed and roared, "Sky-level missiles, aim at the dark dragon and fire." Whoosh 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 whoosh. Immediately, the sky-level missiles on the city wall shot towards the dark dragon. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Hundreds of sky-level missiles whizzed toward the dark colossal dragon in the sky with long tails of flame. Currently, the missiles in the human countries had not solved the problem of accuracy. The error was still very large. It was even more so for the so-called anti-air missiles. However, it was impossible for these missiles to hit the dark evil dragon. However, it was a piece of cake for them to hit the dark colossal dragon. The reason for that was because the enormous black dragon was simply too enormous. The dark colossal dragon that was 10,000 meters long did not need to be aimed. Whoosh 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 whoosh, when hundreds of missiles were shot toward the dark colossal dragon. Hundreds of dark evil dragons whizzed to the sky above Fair North City like fighter jets. They really did not look like fighter jets anymore. These dark evil dragons were about 30 meters long. However, their bodies were very slender. They only had 2 wings, which made them look very big. They also had 2 scissor-like tails, sharp blade-like claws, and gradually, sharp spikes on their heads. Their mouths were full of teeth like countless small paths. Moreover, every part of their bodies was as hard as steel and pitch black. If it were not for the fact that they could roar and were agile, one would think that they were made of metal. The distance of less than 200 miles would take the World Destruction Barbarian Army half an hour to run. Even the World Destruction Barbarian Cavalry would need half an hour to run. However, for the Dark Evil Dragons, they arrived in an instant. The Dark Evil Dragons should be the only large-scale species in this world that could fly faster than the demon vultures. Moreover, they were the demon vultures that had cultivated in the illusion of the taboo continent. Every time a Dark Evil Dragon flew across the sky, there would be a loud roar. This was the explosive sound caused by breaking through the speed of sound. Dongfang Minmi estimated that the speed of these dark evil dragons, according to Yang Dingtian's Earth time, was at least 6,000 miles per hour, which was equivalent to 3 times the speed of sound. They could fly 1,000 meters in 1 second. Therefore, a short distance of less than 100 kilometers would only take 1.5 minutes. It was completely meaningless to use missiles to hit them at such a terrifying speed. When these dark evil dragons were a few thousand meters away, Qin Huayu immediately ordered loudly. "All crystal crossbows, fire!" Whoosh 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, more than 100,000 crystal crossbows of all sizes were shooting crazily on the city wall. Every second, at least 100,000 arrows were shot out. In an instant, the entire sky darkened as it was enveloped by countless sharp arrows. This scene was somewhat similar to the war on Earth. When the enemy fighter jets violated the airspace, countless cannons on the ground fired wildly. In an instant, tens of thousands of bullets were fired into the air like a torrential rain. Whether or not they hit the target depended entirely on luck. Every second, hundreds of thousands of arrows were shot out. Each arrow was made of solid metal. Fighting like this for half an hour would consume tens of millions of arrows. But don't worry, the Council of Light's munitions factories numbered in the hundreds and thousands. A standard consumable like arrows that didn't require much skill could be obtained as much as they wanted. Not to mention tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of them. There were more than a few thousand carriages of arrows being transported to the Beiping war zone. Moreover, it was still being delivered in an endless stream. Amidst the torrential rain of arrows. No matter how fast the dark owl dragons flew, it was impossible for them not to be hit. Of course, if they kept flying at a height of tens of thousands of meters, they wouldn't be hit. However, when these dark owl dragons arrived above the city, they all started to dive down. Clap 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 clap, instantly, countless arrows rained down on these dark owl dragons crazily. However, it was useless. The giant arrows shot out by the medium-sized crossbows were 3 feet long. However, they only left a dent on the dark owl dragons' bodies. The small-sized crystal crossbows were already very powerful. They could even kill the devil dragon army of the human countries with one arrow. However, when facing the dark owl dragons, the arrows bounced off their bodies and didn't even leave a mark. Only the giant crystal crossbows could cause damage. Each arrow was a few meters long and had a force of more than 100,000 pounds. Such giant arrows could shoot directly into the dark owl dragons' bodies. Even so, they couldn't kill them directly. Moreover, it was impossible for the giant crystal crossbows to hit these lightning-like dark owl dragons. Therefore, this round of crossbow bolts was like a torrential storm, and the result of millions of crossbow bolts was almost zero. God didn't completely bless the human countries. The effect of the destruction-level missiles just now was extremely shocking. However, these hundreds of thousands of crystal crossbows had almost no results. Then, the massacre of the dark owl dragons began. One by one, the dark owl dragons descended from the sky like devils. Their wings were sharper than the sharpest blade. As they swept across, a row of soldiers' heads were chopped off while they were still alive. Their claws could easily tear fully armed soldiers into pieces. The lightning they spat out could instantly electrocute the soldiers into charcoal. The venom they spat out could instantly corrode the soldiers until only their bones were left. Hundreds of dark owl dragons slaughtered crazily as if there was no one around. Therefore, half of the powerful martial artists on the city wall could only leave the city wall. Whoosh 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 whoosh, more than 1,000 martial artists flew out from the city wall like meteors and chased after the dark owl dragons desperately. However, only the half-saint level powerhouses could barely catch up with their speed. Countless great masters couldn't catch up. They could only follow behind and kill. As for the martial guru level powerhouses, they couldn't do anything to the dark owl dragons. Even if they were hit by the dark owl dragons, they would be seriously injured. For a moment, hundreds of dark owl dragons slaughtered crazily in the city. More than 1,000 martial artists chased after the dark owl dragons desperately. At the same time, the dark colossal dragon flew to a place dozens of miles away from the city. More than 100 sky-level missiles whizzed through the air and hit the dark colossal dragon, which was a humongous creature. Boom 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 boom. An earth-shattering explosion occurred in the entire sky. More than 100 missiles hit the dark colossal dragon's lower abdomen. At the same time, Dongfang Minmi and the other human experts were even praying. They hoped that the missiles of the new crystal recipe could seriously injure the dark colossal dragon. But what was the effect? They didn't dare to have too many fantasies. After all, they had seen war beasts with armor that was a few feet thick. The dark colossal dragon's body was more than a few hundred times bigger than theirs. If the dark colossal dragon's armor was a few meters long, it would be more than a dozen meters long. Then no missile would be able to hurt it at all. Boom 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 boom, more than 100 missiles exploded, and the flames dissipated. The worst result didn't happen. The dark colossal dragon wasn't unscathed. However, a good result didn't appear either. Countless big holes appeared under the dark colossal dragon's body. However, it didn't seem to be fatal. The dark colossal dragon's armor wasn't thick and could be blown through. However, its body was too huge. It was completely comparable to a city. Therefore, even the explosion of more than 100 missiles wasn't enough to kill it. This result was really sad. 100 missiles couldn't kill a dark colossal dragon. That meant that there wasn't much point in shooting out thousands of flying missiles. If the missiles couldn't kill it, it would be completely dependent on martial arts experts. Wanting to destroy a dark colossal dragon that was 10,000 meters long, this was already an impossible matter. The dark colossal dragon's energy level was too high. It was completely equivalent to a city. Even a saint-level expert couldn't turn a city into ruins with a single attack. Therefore, only the energy attribute of Naga could easily turn the dark colossal dragon into ashes. This was the terrifying energy attribute of Naga. The dark colossal dragon was still flying slowly. Hundreds of dark vile dragons were still slaughtering in the city. Even if thousands of martial arts experts attacked, they only killed a few dozen of them. Song Chunhua suddenly said, Master Dongfeng, the attacks of these dark vile dragons are either physical, electric, or highly toxic. My magic fire demonic phoenix is almost completely immune to electric. It's just right to be its nemesis. Why don't you let my magic fire demonic phoenix attack these dark vile dragons? Qin Huayu said, as for the dark colossal dragon, maybe there's a way. Dongfeng Minmi said, say it. Qin Huayu said, let the saint-level and half-saint-level experts fly directly into the dark colossal dragon's body with the destructive missiles. With their cultivation, they can dig a deep hole in the dark colossal dragon's body and then throw the destructive missiles into the dark colossal dragon's body to detonate directly. Dongfeng Minmi said, then what about the detonation? Qin Huayu said, it's very simple. We can delay the detonation. When the half-saint-level experts throw the destructive missiles into the depths of the dark colossal dragon's body, they can directly activate the detonation device. When the time is up, the crystals inside will collide and detonate the destructive missiles. Dongfeng Minmi said, okay, let's do it. Song Chunhua whistled. Suddenly, a beautiful fire phoenix flew out from the castle in the city. It was less than a meter in size. It flew directly to Song Chunhua's shoulder and rubbed intimately. At this time it could already control its flames. It could emit a deadly high temperature and also become harmless. Song Chunhua pointed at these dark vile dragons and said, go and destroy these monsters. The magic fire demonic phoenix nodded. Then, it roared and suddenly flew into the sky. Boom, in an instant, its body suddenly exploded. Less than a meter in size, it became hundreds of meters in size. Then, it whistled toward these dark vile dragons. At the same time, the mermaid queen led thousands of experts and all retreated to the city wall. Dongfeng Minmi told the mermaid queen the plan. Violets immediately led more than a dozen half-saint level experts. Each of them carried 2 destructive missiles and flew toward the dark colossal dragon. Just in case, each of them even brought a bucket of unfreezing water. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen half-saint level experts each found their target and directly landed on the dark colossal dragon's head. This dark colossal dragon was too big. The area of its head was like a square. Of course, because these dark colossal dragons were too big, they could do nothing even if they knew there were people on top of their heads. It was like a dinosaur was incomparably powerful, but if a mosquito landed on its eyelid and sucked its blood, it would be completely helpless. More than a dozen half-saint level experts directly smashed the unfreezing water on the dark colossal dragon's head. Roar, even the dark colossal dragon, which was 10,000 meters long, felt a burst of icy pain. Then, the armor on its head was directly frozen and became extremely brittle. The half-saint level experts used all their strength and slashed down with their swords. Smack, the top of the dark colossal dragon's head, which had been frozen to the extreme, was directly smashed into a large hole with an area of more than 10 meters. The entire outer armor was completely destroyed. The half-saint level experts carried the destruction level missiles and madly drilled into the hole. After passing through the thick armor, it became easy to drill further down. They easily drilled directly into the depths of the dark colossal dragon's head. Then, they placed 2 destruction-level missiles on its head and directly turned on the delayed detonation device. After doing all this, these half-saint level experts flew out of the dark colossal dragon's body like lightning. They used the fastest speed to return to the top of the city wall. The entire air seemed to have solidified. Dongfeng Minmi and other powerful experts did not even care about the millions of troops below. Their eyes were fixed on these dozen or so dark colossal dragons. Their gigantic bodies were still slowly flying over. The countdown should have already begun. Song Chunhua was relatively familiar with these destruction-level missiles and began to count down in her heart. 10. 9. 8. 7. 6. Before Song Chunhua could count to 0, just as she counted to 2. Suddenly, boom, there was an extremely dull but extremely earth-shattering explosion. One of the 10,000-meter-long dark colossal dragon's body suddenly trembled violently. Especially its head, which suddenly shook violently. Then, 2 balls of flames directly spurted out from the top and bottom of its head. 2 destruction-level missiles, which were equivalent to hundreds of tons of TNT, directly blew through the 2,000-meter-thick head of the dark colossal dragon. Of course, such a powerful destruction-level missile still could not blow up the entire head. However, the entire head of the dark colossal dragon was almost blown off. It could no longer support the weight. The huge head suddenly broke off and fell to the ground. And the 10,000-meter-long body of the dark colossal dragon, which had lost control of its head, swayed in the air for a while before slamming to the ground. Dongfang Minmi shouted loudly, "All soldiers, pay attention. Don't let your heart touch the ground. Because there was going to be a terrible earthquake." Boom, 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 explosions continued to occur in the depths of the heads of more than a dozen 10,000-meter-long dark colossal dragons. The most effective explosion actually blew the entire head of the dark colossal dragon into pieces. The heads of more than a dozen dark colossal dragons were completely broken and fell to the ground. The bodies of more than a dozen dark colossal dragons suddenly fell to the ground. And on the ground, it was all the Legion of Doom that was like a tide. With this smash, perhaps, even the Legion of Doom on the ground was going to be wiped out again. No one had expected this outcome. How big was the body of the giant dark dragon? It was more than 10,000 meters long and several thousand meters wide. It was equivalent to a city. No one dared to imagine what would happen if 10 dark colossal dragons fell from the sky. The world destruction barbarian army that was madly charging on the ground suddenly felt that the sky was dark. Then, a giant mountain roared and smashed to the ground. A giant object of tens of thousands of meters fell from a height of 10,000 meters. The roaring sound and the strong wind brought by it were completely shocking. Finally, the first giant dark dragon fell. Boom, there was a loud noise, an earth-shattering noise, then, the whole ground suddenly shattered into countless cracks. The whole ground was smashed into a 100-meter-deep crater. The ground hundreds of miles away trembled violently. In Beiping City, all the light objects on the ground were suddenly shaken into the air. Of course, the most important thing was below, countless world destruction barbarian army were easily smashed into pieces. Whether it was the ordinary 3-headed and 6-armed infantry or the giant war beasts of hundreds of meters, they were all smashed into pieces. Boom, 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 then, more than a dozen giant dark dragons continued to fall. It was as if cities and mountains were crashing down on the ground. Boom, 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 the ground in front of the city was completely shattered. The ground was completely torn apart, and a huge deep crater appeared. In the city, the soldiers could hardly stand and were shaken to the ground. Countless ceramic utensils were shattered. Fortunately, the detonation device had become very complicated due to countless artillery shells. Otherwise, it would have detonated directly under this kind of vibration. However, many giant cannons on the turrets were directly shaken out of position. The cracks in the ground spread directly into the city. The vibration caused by the fall of more than a dozen giant dark dragons was almost no less than a magnitude 7 or 8 earthquake. The millions of world destruction barbarian army on the battlefield were completely wiped out in a very special way. A considerable part of the world destruction barbarian army was directly crushed into pieces. Some of the lucky survivors were knocked unconscious and fell into the cracks one after another. The surviving world destruction barbarian army climbed out of the cracks after a slight sluggishness and continued to madly charge toward the city. However, in the face of countless artillery fire from the city wall, their ending was only destruction. The air battle in the city had also reached its climax. The magical fire demonic phoenix that was a few hundred meters long was almost invincible in front of this group of dark evil dragons. Because it was a ball of flame. It was immune to all of the dark dragon's attacks, but the extremely hot flames it breathed out could easily melt the dark dragon completely. The black dragon flew as fast as lightning. However, the magic fire demonic phoenix's speed was not inferior to the dark owl dragon at all. Therefore, the demonic fire demonic phoenix chased after the hundreds of dark owl dragons and slaughtered them in a frenzy. All of a sudden, the dark dragons were decomposed into piles of charcoal by the horrifying high temperature. Then, they were crushed into pieces and fell to the ground. In a short 15 minutes, only a few hundred dark owl dragons were left. The demonic fire demonic phoenix was carrying out its final massacre. If the demonic fire demonic phoenix was so powerful, did that mean it was invincible? Of course not. The mutual restraint between demonic beasts was very strong. The demonic fire demonic phoenix's parents were much stronger than it, but they were killed by the saint-level ice spirit. The devil fire demon phoenix that was thousands of years old had devoured many Xian flames. Its power was boundless. It could easily destroy an entire city. However, the saint-level ice spirit couldn't destroy an entire city. However, experts of the ice element were born to subdue fire element demonic beasts. The demonic fire demonic phoenix was afraid of experts of the ice element. However, these dark owl dragons could discharge electricity and spit poison, but they couldn't use the ice element. Therefore, they were slaughtered alive. In the distance, the Queen Devil Queen who was sitting on the golden throne was truly stunned for the first time. In her imagination, this should be a one-sided massacre. The cities of the human countries shouldn't have any power to fight back. Yesterday's complete annihilation was just a diversion for the infernal queen's dead concubine. Today, the Queen Devil Queen really wanted to completely annihilate the millions of soldiers in this city. However, the army was annihilated even earlier today. Hundreds of dark owl dragons, dozens of dark dragons, and more than 5 million world destruction barbarian army were all wiped out. Moreover, the entire battlefield was completely torn apart. There were dozens of huge pits that were hundreds of meters deep and countless huge cracks. It was completely impossible for the ground troops to get involved. The people of the evil ways were completely stunned. They couldn't believe what they saw. Suddenly, Dongli roared at the Shura vulture, "You be *tch, you did it on purpose, you did it on purpose. You be *tch, after you slept with Yang Dingtian, your heart was on her side. When the dark dragons were killed by the explosion just now, you should have resurrected them. This way, the Legion of Doom on the ground wouldn't be killed by the explosion. You did it on purpose. I should have torn you into pieces and thrown you to countless beasts to be humiliated." The Shura vulture's eyes turned cold. With a roar, it rushed in front of him like lightning. Its sharp claws tore at Dongli's head. Dongli retreated as fast as lightning. However, at this time, his cultivation was no longer as good as the Shura vulture. His whole head was torn to pieces by the vulture's sharp claws. Even so, the Azura vulture was still not satisfied. In a fit of rage, she used her claws to tear Dongli's body to shreds and dismembered him into 1,000 pieces. The vulture hated, feared, and respected Wu Yuming. But for Dongli, it was completely angry and full of hatred. It was a monstrous hatred. Previously, Dongli didn't provoke her, so she couldn't vent her anger. Now that Dongli took the initiative to provoke her, she immediately took the opportunity to take revenge and tore him into pieces. Suddenly, Dongli's Xian meridians, sea of qi, heart, and brain that were protected by the evil spirit were left. After being torn apart by the vulture, with the help of the evil spirit, Dongli's bones and muscles grew quickly. After a few minutes, he was completely restored. Just now, he was really in pain. The Shura vulture stared at him coldly and said, "If it weren't for the evil spirit's protection, you would have died 100 times. If you provoke me again, I will tear you apart 10 times a day." Dongli's heart was full of anger, but he couldn't do anything to the vulture. He just said to the Queen Devil Queen, "Your Majesty Devil Queen, just now, the vulture didn't resurrect the dark dragon. Should she be punished? Even if this lawsuit reaches His Majesty the Demon King, the vulture will be punished." The Shura vulture said coldly, "On the battlefield, I only obey the orders of Her Majesty the Devil Queen. If she doesn't let me resurrect, I can't do anything." Of course, she was such a person. She was eager to push all the blame on others. The vulture was such a sharp-tongued woman. She was even a woman with a dark heart. When those dark dragons were blown to death, she was thinking about whether to resurrect them. However, the Queen Devil Queen forgot to speak. She also deliberately forgot about this. Of course, this wasn't because she pitied the people in the opposite city. Their life and death had nothing to do with her vulture. She just took the opportunity to please Yang Dingtian. If Yang Dingtian questioned her in the future, she would have a reason. She would say righteously, "You see, I could have resurrected the dark dragon to give you a fatal blow, but I didn't do so." Of course, a bigger reason was that she also wanted to see these dark dragons smash to the ground and smash countless world destruction barbarian army into pieces. It was a pity that such a big scene didn't happen. So, she clearly had the ability to avoid this tragedy, but she didn't. Just to satisfy her desire to watch a big show, she would rather millions of Legion of Doom die. This kind of thinking was absolutely dark. Now, she was finally satisfied to see this scene. Immediately, she felt a little guilty and doubtful. She said to the Queen Devil Queen, "Your Majesty Devil Queen, should I resurrect these dark dragons now?" The Queen Devil Queen looked at her deeply, then shook her head and said, "No need, it's too late. The energy of those dark dragons has completely dissipated." Vulture whispered, "Then what should we do now?" The Queen Devil Queen said coldly, "Today's ceasefire. All dark vile dragons, all dark dragons, all destruction earth dragons, all burrowing demon dragons, all Legion of Doom, attack." Then, the Devil Queen looked at the city that was still standing in the distance and said slowly, "I want that city to have no living person. I want that city to have no people, no grass, no wood left." "Yes." Everyone shouted in unison. The Devil Queen Vulture looked at Vulture deeply and said, "I know that you didn't resurrect those dark dragons today to satisfy the dark thoughts in your heart. I can forgive you this time. But tomorrow, if you don't make a move, I will take back everything you have." Immediately, Vulture's delicate body trembled, and she bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty Devil Queen." Following the Devil Queen's order, today's battle was over. Before noon, the second day's battle was already over. This day's battle still ended with the Legion of Doom being completely annihilated. At this moment, there was a burst of cheers in Beiping City. Today's victory was a true victory. Not a victory indulged by the enemy. The millions of troops in the city fell into a carnival. Then, the information about today's battle was immediately written into a report. It was transmitted to Northwest Qin City, Great Cloud Sky City, and Zhongjing at the fastest speed. As for the results of today's battle, it was directly transmitted to Great Cloud Sky City using a crystal signal flare. In Great Cloud Sky City, it would probably take less than an hour to receive it. At this moment, Northwest Qin City Battle Zone, North Lookout Corner, tens of millions of half-human race troops had finished gathering. Then, like a tide, they marched toward Northwest Qin City. It was because Queen Xianxia wanted to establish her own country that she did not receive any actual support from the Empire of Darkness. But she knew that the entire Northwest Qin City battle zone only had a mere 2 million troops, which was only 1/20th of her own. Moreover, in terms of martial power, because she had the Hell Demonic Array, she had produced a large number of Naga experts. In addition, the original half-human experts were far superior to the Qin City battle zone. Therefore, Queen Xianxia felt that she could take down Northwest Qin City in a few days. Within a month, she could take down the entire Northwest continent. The only thing her Naga Empire feared was the navies of the human countries. Because the tens of millions of troops of her Naga Empire could not swim across the vast sea. Originally, the navies of the human countries were already extremely powerful and could easily destroy the naval forces of the Naga Empire. Not to mention that Yang Dingtian had already obtained the Sea Tribe army of the Mermaid Empire. But now, with the power of the Empire of Darkness, the Naga Empire's army had already landed on the northwest continent. The powerful navies of the human countries were of no use. Therefore, in Queen Xianxia's heart, her opponent was not the Council of Light, but the Legion of Doom of the Empire of Darkness. The two armies were going to compete quickly, because this continent would belong to whoever occupied it first. In Queen Xianxia's heart, it would be best for the Legion of Doom to conquer the northern lands and the chaotic lands. As for the Great Cloud Sky City, Northwest Qin City, West Capital, Ironforge City, and the entire southwest continent, they would all belong to her. That's right, Queen Xianxia's appetite was that big. In her strategy, at least the entire west continent would belong to her. Moreover, she knew clearly that the Council of Light was trading space for time. In fact, the higher-ups of the Council of Light had basically given up on the entire West continent. Otherwise, the huge Northwest Qin City war zone would not only have a mere 2 million troops. Currently, the tens of millions of troops of the Council of Light were almost all in the middle continent. Therefore, the Council of Light's strategy was to fight in the West continent to a certain extent and then start a strategic retreat. They only wanted to protect the middle continent and Zhongjing. As for Queen Sea Heart, what she wanted was the western continent that had been abandoned by the Radiant Parliament. As for the middle continent, she knew that it was not something she could touch. This time, she was hiding behind the Empire of Darkness to take advantage of the situation. If not for the Legion of Doom blocking in front of them, the Naga Empire would not dare to attack the tens of millions of human soldiers. The Naga Empire's army at the North Lookout Corner was still 3,000 miles away from Qin City. Along the way, there were many empty cities and countless castles. Originally, the Naga Empire could first occupy these empty cities and then surround northwest Qin City. However, Queen Xianxia did not have the patience. Her Naga Empire basically did not have much food stored, and the Empire of Darkness's food was completely deducted. These castles and cities abandoned by the Council of Light did not have a single grain of food. Currently, in the entire Qin City war zone, only one place had food, and that was northwest Qin City. Moreover, the food there was piled up like a sea. The richness of the human countries was completely unimaginable. The food piled up in Qin City was enough to feed half of the northwest continent's population for a few years. Therefore, Queen Xianxia gave a strict order: the half-human barbarian cavalry, the Eagle Men, and the Naga Empire's air force were to arrive at northwest Qin City within 3 days. These millions of troops would first surround Qin City from afar. The remaining tens of millions of Naga Empire's army were to arrive at northwest Qin City within 10 days. Within half a month, they had to take down the entire Qin City. Within a month, they had to take down the West Continent and the Great Cloud Sky City. Under Queen Xianxia's order, tens of millions of Naga Empire's army rushed toward Qin City crazily. At this time, northwest Qin City welcomed another powerful army. There were more than 100,000 Black Vulture Army and 2,000 Demon Vulture Army. 30 Death-level missiles. 1,000 Phoenix-level missiles. 100,000 aerial launchers and 500,000 miniature short-range missiles. Among them, there were more than 100,000 Phoenix-level missiles. There were also other materials from the Great Cloud Sky City and the West Continent. Countless. Therefore, Qin City had more than 1 million tons of napalm bombs. More than hundreds of thousands of X-crystal bombs were airdropped. Hundreds of thousands of small and medium-sized crystal crossbows. All kinds of arrows were astronomical figures. Qin Wanzhou finally received accurate information. In the Naga Empire's army, other than the burrowing demonic dragon that appeared at the beginning, there were no other troops from the Empire of Darkness. This was great news. His handsome face twitched, and he said to the higher-ups of the war zone, "I just received news from Beiping City. Today, the Legion of Doom sent out thousands of war beasts, dark dragons, dark evil dragons, and 500,000 world destruction barbarian cavalrymen. 5 million world destruction barbarian soldiers launched a new round of attack on Beiping City." As soon as these words came out, the faces of the higher-ups of the war zone present twitched, and their hearts twitched. The Legion of Doom finally sent out dark evil dragons and dark dragons. Then, it meant that Beiping City was doomed. The fall of Beiping City meant the fall of the entire land of chaos. Then, the Legion of Doom's next target was Great Cloud Sky City, the core of the entire war zone. Qin Wanzhou said, "More than 2 hours ago, the battle in Beiping City ended." As soon as these words came out, everyone's expression darkened. Qin Wanzhou said loudly, "Our Council of Light Legion has won a great victory. All the troops dispatched by the Legion of Doom today were wiped out. At present, more than half of the Legion of Doom that was dispatched have been wiped out." As soon as these words came out, everyone present suddenly showed an expression of complete disbelief. Qin Wanzhou laughed and said, "You didn't hear wrong, the Legion of Doom was wiped out." Before noon, the entire battle had already ended. The specific battle situation will be delivered by the Demon Eagle messenger in a few hours. The Warzone headquarters sent 2 signal flares to confirm that this news is true. The Northern War Zone has won a great victory. Long live, long live. Immediately, the higher-ups of the war zone present finally let out a burst of ecstatic cheers. Qin Wanzhou laughed and said, "Now, those clowns of the Snake Men Empire saw that we only have 2 million troops, so they want to take advantage of us. She's completely dreaming. The Northern War Zone's victory is encouraging us." The War Zone headquarters temporarily sent the commander of the Council of Light Air Force, City Lord Kuei-si. Earthfisher City Lord Kuei-si stood up and greeted everyone. Xianxia said, "Now, the Snakemen Empire's tens of millions of troops are marching towards Qin City. This means that in 10 days, the Snakemen Empire's tens of millions of troops will be completely exposed on the ground. Therefore, the Warzone headquarters has decided on the largest airstrike plan in history. This operation is called Nightmare Operation. City Lord Kuei-si is the commander of Nightmare Operation. Nightmare Operation, the Council of Light will dispatch more than 500,000 troops, with the Demon Eagle Legion and the Black Eagle Legion as the main force of the Air Force. They will launch the largest airstrike in history against the marching Snakemen Empire army. At that time, there will be hundreds of millions of arrows, millions of tons of napalm bombs, millions of artillery shells, and destructive giant bombs falling on the heads of the Snakemen Empire army. The result will definitely be nightmarish. This airstrike will become Queen Xianxia's nightmare. City Lord Xianxia of the Mermaid Empire is here to reinforce us, a messenger reported to Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed to hear that the Mermaid Empire had really sent reinforcements. He knew that the Mermaid Empire could transform into human form for a long time. Almost all the masters on land had been brought to Beiping City by the Mermaid Queen to fight the Legion of Doom. Although there was no lack of masters among the remaining mermaids, there were even half-saints. However, the mermaid genes in their bodies were far greater than human genes, so it was difficult for them to leave the sea. Leaving the sea for a long time on land had a great impact on their cultivation. Therefore, Xianxia hadn't dared to hope that the Naga Empire would send reinforcements. He immediately led all the masters to welcome them. Xianxia was undoubtedly a very beautiful mermaid. However, her face was covered in scales from her neck down. There were even faint golden scales on her beautiful cheeks. Not only that, although she had transformed into legs, she still relied on celestial chi to move. Because of the environment on land, she wasn't in a very pleasant state. She had brought nearly 100 masters with her this time. This was all the masters above the Great Grandmaster level in the Western Sea. Xianxia was one of the 14 commanders in the Mermaid Empire. She was also a half-saint, and her cultivation was very high. However, she couldn't stay on land for a long time, and the entire Western Sea needed a commander to guard it. Therefore, the Mermaid Queen didn't bring her to the Northern War Zone. Xianxia led all the higher-ups in a bow. The Council of Light thanks Marshal Xianxia for her kindness. Xianxia was already a mother of several children, and her children were all generals in their own right. However, it was still impossible to tell her age. She still had a graceful figure. Although her current expression wasn't very good, she still returned the greeting in a very serious manner. Sect leader Yang Dingtian, you have bestowed the human kingdom's 100,000 miles of sea region to our Mermaid Empire as our new home. This is truly a profound friendship. Protecting the human kingdom is also protecting the Mermaid Empire. Xianxia said, then let us fight side by side. Then, everyone entered the war room again to plan this time's nightmare operation. At this time, the 500,000 aerial legions that were preparing to participate in the nightmare operation were all ready. 2 hours later, Earth-splitting cities Kuei-si, as the highest commander of the nightmare operation, rode on the Demon Eagle King Izao. Behind them, there were 2,000 Demon Eagles, 200,000 Black Eagles, and 300,000 other types of winged cavalry. In total, there were more than 500,000 air forces. The 100 masters from the Council of Light and the 100 masters from the Naga Empire all mounted their Demon Eagles to prevent the Naga Empire from attacking with their warriors. The first objective of these 500,000 winged cavalry warriors was to wipe out the Snake People Empire's aerial forces on a large scale. There were more than 1 million Eagle men. Only after completely eliminating their air power would they be able to safely carpet bomb this astronomical number of ground troops. Therefore, the Air Force of 500,000 soldiers carried 100,000 launchers and more than 100,000 medium-sized crystal crossbows. There were also hundreds of thousands of small crystal crossbows. As for the crossbows and arrows, he had brought over 100 million of them. As for the various types of missiles, there were more than a few million of them. And the opponent was only 1 million Eagle men. The Council of Light wanted to use hundreds of arrows and 3 or 4 missiles to wipe out 1 Eagleman on average. This kind of consumption was extremely shocking. It was really like the US military fighting Afghanistan, where they used tens of thousands of bullets to wipe out one Taliban. Qin Wanchou had to stay in Qin City to guard, and Duan Ruyan would participate in the air attack with him. "Brother, I will wait for your triumphant return," Qin Wanchou said to Kuei-si. Kuei-si smiled and said, "Don't worry, the North has won against the Naga Empire, let alone our side. Just wait for our good news." Then, Kuei-si rode on the demon eagle King Izao and flew directly into the air. "Let's go." With Kuei-si's order, the 500,000 air forces, layer upon layer, covered the sky and the sun, and flew towards the north. At this time, there were no citizens in the entire northwest Qin city. Only 2 million troops were stationed here. If there were citizens, it should be Qin Ji and her mother, Xianxia. This woman who had once gone crazy and was sent to a brothel by Qin Wanchou. After Qiu Ruhan completely surrendered to the evil ways, under Yang Dingtian's suggestion, Qin Wanchou finally brought Xianxia home. Of course, after all, such a scandal had happened between Xianxia and Qin Xiaobai, so it didn't matter if he forgave her or not. He just brought her home and raised her as a family member. Qin Wanchou still wouldn't touch her. After all, he was an extremely proud man, and he had many beautiful concubines at home. After Qin Wanchou learned of Qin Ji's existence, he didn't show any attitude. On the contrary, Qin Huaiyu went to see her a few times. And Qin Ji had no intention of acknowledging Qin Wanchou at all. It wasn't until the Doomsday War broke out that Qin Ji suddenly brought her performance team into Qin City. Then, she even brought her mother, Xianxia, out of Qin Wanchou's residence to rehearse the show with them, and then held a charity performance for the elite army of the Council of Light. Qin Wanchou wanted to stop her, but under Duan Ruyan's persuasion, he let her do it. The result was very good. In the show that Qin Ji carefully prepared, the soldiers' fear gradually faded, and their courage to fight gradually rose. At this moment, Qin Ji was in the main hall of Qin City, performing for tens of thousands of soldiers. Then, the sky suddenly darkened. The soldiers sitting cross-legged on the ground looked up and immediately saw countless air forces that covered the sky flying over the main hall of Qin City. Immediately, the soldiers shouted excitedly, "It's our army, our air force." Then, the tens of thousands of soldiers present waved in the air and cheered. On the stage, Qin Ji also stopped her performance and looked up at the sky, at the densely packed air forces. She, who was originally crafty and cold, couldn't help but gradually heat up, and her breathing became rapid. Originally, she didn't have any sense of belonging to Qin City, to this family, or to this world. But now, she deeply felt that this Qin City, this human country, belonged to her. Of course, it also belonged to everyone present. When others sacrificed in order to protect themselves, everyone's heart would surge with that sense of belonging, that kind of love for the world. Hooray, hooray, hooray! The army on the ground desperately waved at the army in the sky and shouted desperately. Suddenly, countless things fell from the sky like raindrops. The soldiers on the ground were shocked at first, and then they caught them and took a look. They found that they were all kinds of exquisite snacks, candies, all kinds of delicious food, and processed snowflake steak. Immediately, the army on the ground was ecstatic and desperately caught the delicious food thrown down by their comrades in the sky. On Earth, the food of the Air Force was the best. It was the same in the chaotic world. There were many exquisite snacks, especially snowflake steak, which were only enjoyed by the Air Force. Therefore, the army on the ground had always been envious of the good food of the Air Force. At this moment, when their comrades in the air were thrown down, the brothers on the ground could also have a feast. Hundreds of thousands of air forces, layer upon layer, spanned hundreds of miles, and flew for a full quarter of an hour before they completely flew over the main hall of Qin City. At this moment, the entire square of the main hall was filled with delicious food. Every soldier's pockets and hands were full. The leading officer suddenly shouted, "All of you sit down, you are not allowed to eat, bring it back to eat with the other brothers. Now, sit down and watch the performance quietly." Immediately, tens of thousands of soldiers immediately stopped all their movements, sat down neatly and continued to watch the performance. In the sky, when the Air Force threw food to their comrades on the ground, the general and commander did not say anything. When they flew over Qin City, Kuaisi said, "After the battle, the person who took the lead to throw the food, voluntarily surrender to me and be confined." "Yes," the officer beside him said. 500,000 Air Force majestically flew towards the north. 3 hours later, they had already flown nearly 2,000 miles. At this moment, they were less than 1,000 miles away from the army of the Snakemen Empire, and less than 400 miles away from the scouts of the Snakemen Empire. "Stop," Kuaisi ordered. Immediately, hundreds of thousands of Air Force stopped in the air. "Form the formation," Kuaisi ordered. Immediately, the 500,000 Air Force, in units of 100, began to form the formation. Hundreds of thousands of Air Force, layer upon layer, formed an incomparably huge circular arc formation in the air, a circular arc formation with a diameter of more than 100 miles. "Missiles into the tubes." After the order was given, hundreds of thousands of launch tubes were all loaded with small missiles. "Crystal crossbows loaded with arrows." Immediately, hundreds of thousands of crystal crossbows were all loaded with sharp arrows. Finally, Kuaisi ordered, "Light array, activate." Immediately, hundreds of warlocks took out thousands of large crystals. In the air, they set up a light array. Swish 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 swish, thousands of large crystals resonated with each other and shot out blue light, connecting the thousands of crystals together. Immediately, the entire huge circular arc formation was covered by the blue light, turning into the same color as the sky. At first glance, it was as if hundreds of thousands of Air Force had disappeared. Demon Eagle Army, attack. Immediately, under the leadership of Duan Ruyan, 100 experts of the Mermaid Empire, and 100 experts of the Council of Light, the 2,000 Demon Eagle Army whistled towards the army of the Snakemen Empire like lightning. Their purpose was to be used as bait to attract the Snakemen Empire's army of 1 million Eagle Men to this hidden circular arc formation, and annihilate them in one fell swoop. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 2,000 Demon Eagles, like fighter jets, flew at supersonic speed of more than 2,000 miles per hour. Soon, they saw tens of millions of densely packed soldiers of the Snakemen Empire. The tens of millions of troops of the Snakemen Empire were divided into the vanguard and the main force. At present, the two were only 100 miles apart. Because they were in the enemy zone, the army of the Snakemen Empire was absolutely cautious. Nearly half of the Eagle Men were sent out as scouts in the air, monitoring all the areas within 100 or 200 miles of the army. Therefore, when the 2,000 demon vultures rushed into the field of vision, they were immediately discovered by the scouts of the Snakemen Empire. This troop of several hundred Eagle Men immediately let out an earth-shattering cry. Then, they immediately turned and fled. Even the Eagle Men of the Dongli grassland knew the power of the demon vultures. At present, the hundreds of Eagle Men were nothing in front of the 2,000 demon vultures. But no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. The 2,000 demon vultures immediately whistled. The speed of the Eagle Men was relatively fast, but compared to the demon vultures, it was nothing. The fleeing Eagle Men scouts were easily caught up. Then, they were easily torn apart by the 2,000 demon vultures. There was no need for the warriors on the demon vultures at all. The demon vultures directly used their claws and wings to kill the hundreds of Eagle Men. Then, the 2,000 demon vultures swaggered directly towards the army of the Snakemen Empire. How could this be? The commander of the Snakemen Empire was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "You only have 2,000 demon vultures, how dare you challenge my tens of millions of troops? My millions of Eagle Men will pile you to death." Immediately, the commander of the Snakemen Empire directly ordered to destroy all the 2,000 demon vultures. Creak. There was a burst of ear-piercing screams. Countless Eagle Men rushed in from all directions and surrounded the 2,000 demon vultures. There were tens of thousands of Eagle Men, and there were more and more. In the end, there were 100,000 Eagle Men nearby who rushed up crazily and surrounded the 2,000 demon vultures. From top to bottom, they were surrounded in a three-dimensional formation. Duan Ruyan shouted, "Change the formation." Suddenly, the 2,000 demon vultures also turned into a sphere that could defend any position. "Kill," the general of the Eagle Men Empire ordered. Swish 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 swish, swish 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 swish, suddenly, 100,000 Eagle Men madly shot out sharp arrows. Of course, the Snakemen Empire couldn't produce small crystal crossbows. What they had was purely strong bows. Every eagleman was a natural-born warrior. Regardless of whether they were male or female, all of them were much stronger than humans. Therefore, the archers of the eagleman tribe all used super-strong bows that weighed more than a few thousand kilograms. Suddenly, the arrows rained down on the 2,000 demon vultures. Although these sharp swords couldn't be compared to small crystal crossbows, they could basically penetrate the outer shell of any winged cavalry warrior. There were also hundreds of eagleman experts who directly attacked with sword radiance from afar. It was no wonder that Queen Xianxia had such strong confidence, because the eaglemen were indeed a very, very powerful air force. However, they were facing the most powerful aerial army in history, second only to the aerial army of the Empire of Darkness, Dark Owl Dragon. Since the last time a large number of experts cultivated in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm, dozens of demon vultures also cultivated at the same time. After that, there was almost 2 years of peace. Queen Xianxia's attitude was ambiguous, and the Council of Light was in charge of the door to the human kingdom. Therefore, the Council of Light successively stopped more than 5 trials in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm. Moreover, each trial only lasted for about 2 to 3 months. However, the focus of this trial was not only on the warriors, but also on the demon vultures. These 5 trials caused the Council of Light to lose 29 demon vultures. Their spiritual brain regions were completely lost. Although they didn't die, they were completely crippled. However, these 5 trials also allowed the Council of Light to harvest hundreds of powerful demon vultures. Therefore, the sword radiance and sharp arrows of the eaglemen were completely like tickles to these demon vultures. Most of the remaining demon vultures didn't go through the trials in the Forbidden Continent's illusion realm. However, the surface of their bodies was covered with a layer of hard armor. Moreover, the key parts of their bodies were all covered with light and thin blood armor specially made by the Council of Light. The so-called light blood armor was made from the most expensive metal, magic light silver, to create a large surface. Then, the surface was plated with a layer of more precious and expensive bloody black gold. The characteristic of magic light silver was that it was light and relatively soft, but it was very tough. This material was originally used to make armor for intermediate and advanced warriors. Now, it was used directly on the demon vultures. After plated with a layer of bloody black gold, the defensive power was extremely shocking. Therefore, although the arrows of the eaglemen were fierce, they couldn't hurt the demon vultures at all. Therefore, the countless arrows that rained down on the demon vultures' bodies were almost the only result was that they were directly reflected. At most, they would leave a white spot. When the 100,000 eaglemen saw that their arrows couldn't hurt these demon vultures, they were shocked and immediately flew into a rage. "Draw your swords and kill this group of beasts." The general of the eaglemen roared loudly, and then suddenly drew his sharp sword. The 100,000 eaglemen all drew their swords and rushed towards the encirclement of the demon vultures. In an instant, the encirclement suddenly shrank. Duan Ruyan sneered cruelly. These 100,000 eaglemen were nothing more than meat delivered to her. At this time, on the huge bodies of the 2,000 demon vultures, large crystal crossbows were already placed. The so-called large crystal crossbow's power and the arrows it shot were the scale of a medium-sized crystal crossbow. However, its body was very large, more than 10 meters long. Because it was a continuous crossbow, it could shoot up to 30 sharp arrows at a time. And the most skilled warrior could complete the action of changing arrows in 10 seconds, and then complete the activation of the crystal within 5 seconds. Therefore, after 15 seconds, it could be done again. The eaglemen flew closer and closer, and finally, they were only a few hundred meters away. "Fire," Duan Ruyan ordered. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the circular formation formed by the 2,000 demon vultures suddenly turned into a terrifying hedgehog. In an instant, countless arrows shot out like a rain of arrows. The scale of the arrow rain shot by the 2,000 demon vultures was no less than that of the 100,000 eaglemen. This was the power of crystal technology. In the face of these arrows, the eaglemen didn't pay much attention to them, because every eagleman was wearing armor on their vital parts, even their faces were covered with a helmet. But, the result made them tremble. The arrow rain shot by the demon vulture army was so terrifying and sharp. It directly pierced through the armor of these eaglemen, and then directly pierced into their bodies and came out of their backs. Suddenly, the encirclement of the 100,000 eagle men seemed to shake violently. Then, countless screams and screams sounded. Then, in the air, countless eagle men fell one after another like raindrops. Duan Ruyan smiled disdainfully. Your Naga Empire is such a poor and remote place. What kind of armor can you have that can be compared with the Council of Light? Don't blame Duan Ruyan's rich mentality. In fact, she was also shocked by the burst of productivity after the Council of Light unified the human countries. For example, her previous Sky Phoenix Pavilion was also one of the 27 sections. In fact, it could be considered rich. For the defense of the Sky Phoenix Pavilion, she had also bought a batch of large crystal crossbows from the Divine Weapons Villa. She gritted her teeth and took out several years of savings, but only bought a few hundred of them. Among them, less than half of the large crystal crossbows were large. Basically, they were all medium-sized. And in order to fight this world-ending war, all the resources were integrated. Previously, they needed to spend a lot of money to buy the crystals, but now they sent tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of people to dig them out. Previously, the Autumn Watersword sect, a satellite sect of the northwest Qin city, produced enough crystals for the entire human countries to use for several years. Therefore, Qin Wanchou had to suppress the excavation and production of crystals on the Autumn Water Island. Now, the crystals excavated from the Autumn Water Island in a month were more than the previous year. Even so, all kinds of crystals could only meet less than 1/10 of the Council of Light's needs. At present, the entire Council of Light had discovered and excavated more than dozens of giant mineral veins. Among them, there were several places that surpassed the Autumn Water Island. Therefore, every demon vulture warrior and every demon vulture was equipped with mithril armor and blood-plated black gold armor. For something like crystal crossbows, it would take more than tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of them to make. If all the crystal crossbows of different sizes were added together, there would be more than 1 million of them. Once the arrow rain of 2,000 demon vultures erupted, it seemed that it would not stop at all. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless sharp arrows smashed out crazily like a storm. Those eagle men desperately wanted to rush up and hack these demon vultures to death with their sharp blades. However, the short distance of a few hundred meters was like a natural moat that could not be crossed. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the rainstorm-like sharp arrows quickly reaped the lives of countless eagle men. Moreover, the encirclement of the eagle men was so dense that there was almost no need to aim. It was just a few minutes, but it was a few minutes like hell. More than half of the 100,000 eagle men were killed directly. The remaining eagle men finally could not bear the fear and scattered in all directions. The entire encirclement collapsed directly. Then, the 2,000 demon vulture army directly turned into a sharp sword formation and began to hunt down these eagle men. Suddenly, the scene in the sky became extremely ugly. 2,000 demon vultures were suppressing tens of thousands of eagle men in pursuit. The commander of the Naga Empire was furious and immediately ordered more eagle men to hunt down these 2,000 demon vultures. Suddenly, countless eagle men, hundreds of thousands of eagle men, rose into the sky together and surrounded the 2,000 demon vultures crazily. At this time, unknowingly, the battle in the sky had reached the top of the Naga Empire's army. Suddenly, the demon vulture army dispersed privately, and then, whoosh 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 whoosh, 50 incomparably huge things fell from the sky. What was this? Of course, it was a destructive bomb. Yes, it was a bomb, not a missile. Each of the bombs weighed about 10 tons, which was only a quarter of the total weight of the missiles. However, the power was almost half. Because they did not need to fly, they did not need to waste a lot of space to leave for the flight crystal formation. Carrying 10 tons of destructive bombs on their bodies and flying at full speed, this could only be done by the demon vultures who had cultivated in the illusion of the taboo continent. Looking at the 50 huge black dots descending from the sky, Yi Zichen looked at the 50 black dots descending from the sky. Queen Xianxia narrowed her eyes slightly, but she did not care very much. She knew that this thing was just a bomb. 50 of them could kill a few people, moreover, it could be easily destroyed. Go and destroy these bombs. Queen Xianxia slowly ordered. Yes. Immediately, dozens of experts flew toward the bombs at lightning speed. These bombs flew down from a few thousand meters in the air and were scattered very widely. Therefore, when the Naga Empire's experts caught up, they were already dozens of meters in the air. The Naga Empire's experts, without thinking, directly used sword light and struck out fiercely. Boom, 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 an earth-shattering explosion. Half of the destructive bombs were hit dozens of meters in the air and then exploded. There were also some that directly smashed into the dense Naga Empire's army formation and then exploded. Then, the entire earth trembled. The light of the sun in the sky was covered. Incomparably shocking light, incomparably shocking loud noise. The power after the bomb exploded was like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Countless Naga Empire's army was instantly turned into ashes. Countless Naga Empire's army was instantly smashed into pieces. With the explosion point as the center, within a radius of about a few hundred meters, all the Naga Empire's army was smashed into pieces. Further out, one by one, broken arms and limbs, or shattered internal organs. Therefore, looking from the sky, dozens of huge holes directly appeared in the incomparably huge Naga Empire's army formation. Those destructive bombs that exploded in the air were even more shocking. This power. The generals of the Naga Empire were suddenly completely stunned. And Queen Xianxia was also completely shocked. She knew that the bombs of the human countries were very powerful. The last time in the southern barbarian continent, millions of troops were destroyed. However, that time, the Council of Light had mobilized millions of troops, hundreds of thousands of air legions, almost 10 to 1. It was normal for the million Naga Empire's army to be destroyed. Queen Seaheart had never felt that there was anything amazing about those bombs. They were all just fancy tricks. But, this might was simply too astonishing. This morning, in the Beiping War Zone, the destructive missiles directly destroyed all the Dark Dragons, indirectly destroying millions of world-exterminating army. This news was known by Cloud Sky City and Northwest Qin City, but Queen Xianxia did not know. After a while, Queen Xianxia came back to her senses and said hoarsely, "Losses, how many losses?" The Naga Empire's general beside her said in a trembling voice, "It's not clear yet. Perhaps hundreds of thousands." Queen Xianxia almost vomited blood. They were still a few thousand miles away from Qin City, but they had already lost hundreds of thousands. How could they continue fighting? No, they had to destroy the thousands of demon vultures in the human countries. Otherwise, if they were to be bombarded every day, there would be no need to fight. The furious Queen Xianxia immediately said, "Destroy this demon vulture army at all costs." The human countries have a total of 3,000 demon vultures. Their black vulture army is not worth mentioning. Yes. The Naga Empire's general said. Under the command of the Naga Empire's general, hundreds of thousands of eagle men flapped their wings and chased after the 2,000 demon vultures. Not only that, the Grand Masters of the Naga Empire also rose into the air and chased after the demon vultures. The demon vulture army seemed to have sensed that something was wrong. They did not linger in the battle and turned to flee. It was as if they had come this time just to drop 50 destructive bombs. Of course, it seemed very reasonable. A long-range air attack had destroyed hundreds of thousands of enemy troops. It was an incomparably magnificent victory. However, it was not so easy to leave after winning. Hundreds of Naga Empire's experts chased after them. Hundreds of thousands of eagle men chased after them. The 2,000 demon vulture army fought and retreated. Soon, all the arrows were used up. Moreover, they were about to be caught up. Then, the warriors on the 2,000 demon vultures destroyed all the crystal crossbows. They threw them away to lighten the load and fled at full speed. Seeing this, the Naga Empire's general was even more overjoyed. He said, "They have run out of arrows and thrown away the crystal crossbows. They are like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Chase after them and tear them into pieces." In this way, after the 2,000 demon vultures had completely angered the Naga Empire, they led hundreds of thousands of eagle men toward the encirclement of the human countries. A fatal trap was waiting for them. The Demon Vulture Legion completely imitated the feigned defeat in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. They completely threw away their armor and fled in embarrassment. The furious Eagle Man army of the Snakeman Empire chased after them frantically. In fact, if the Demon Vulture Legion flew at full speed, the Eagle Man army would not even be able to eat the dust behind them. The Demon Vulture Legion was worried that the Eagle Man army would not be able to catch up, so they deliberately slowed down. In this way, the Demon Vulture Legion led the hundreds of thousands of Eagle Man army further and further away. And the trap set by the human countries thousands of miles away was getting closer and closer. In fact, this plan could not be more vulgar. Just now, hundreds of thousands of air forces of the human countries flew over from Qin City. Although they were thousands of miles away from the Snakemen Empire's army, they were flying at an extremely low altitude. But as long as the scouts were sent far enough, they could discover the military movement of the northwest Qin City. However, this was a world where martial arts were respected. The art of war was not popular. The hundreds of thousands of Eagle Man army chased after them. Suddenly, a spiritual-type Eagle Man expert seemed to feel a dangerous aura. He could not help but ask the commander of the Eagle Man race, "Your Highness, could there be an ambush?" The chief of the Eagle Man race had been conferred the title of prince by Queen Xianxia. Moreover, in addition to the territory of the Eagle Man race in the Dongli grassland, there were more than 2,000 miles in the northwest continent. Therefore, according to what Queen Xianxia said, the land below should be the territory of the prince of the Eagle Man race. Hearing his counselor's reminder, the prince of the Eagle Man race could not help but tremble. He said, "Are you sure?" The counselor said, "I just feel uneasy. I'm not sure." Suddenly, the prince of the Eagle Man race hesitated. He did not know whether to continue the chase or not. However, the entire army of the Eagle Man race was full of murderous intent. It was impossible for them to give up now without any reason. Moreover, if they turned back with the reason that there might be an ambush, Queen Xianxia would not let them go. Thinking of Queen Xianxia, the prince of the Eagle Man race suddenly trembled. He was really afraid from the bottom of his heart. Although he was the prince of the Eagle Man race, he was humble in front of a general of the Snake Men. If Queen Xianxia wanted to kill him, it would be no different from killing an ant. Then, the prince of the Eagle Men said, "Give me a definite answer. Is there an ambush or not?" The military advisor was stunned. How could he guarantee that? This was simply the sixth sense of a spirit attribute expert. This sixth sense had occurred many times. Sometimes it worked, and sometimes it didn't. To a large extent, it was completely due to worry. Then, a small plan surfaced in his mind, "My king, if there is a trap, then the 2,000 Demon Vulture army must be faking their defeat. If we stop, they might turn around and provoke us, luring us to continue chasing them. If there's no ambush and they're really running away, they'll run even faster if we stop." When the Eagleman prince heard this, he felt that it made sense and immediately did as he was told. Then, the prince of the Eagleman tribe ordered all of the Eagleman tribe's troops to stop and regroup. He didn't say that he wasn't going to chase, because he couldn't let it go. If he said that he wasn't going to chase, then everyone's momentum would be gone. Moreover, after regrouping, they could continue to chase, or they could turn around and retreat. After the prince of the Eagleman tribe gave the order, after dozens of miles, the hundreds of thousands of Eagleman tribe's troops stopped and regrouped in the air. At this moment, Kuei-Ching said to Kuei-Si, "Big brother, the Eagleman tribe's troops behind us stopped. Did they find something?" Kuei-Si said, "It's normal to be worried." Kuei-Ching said, "Then what should we do now? Should we turn around and provoke them, and let them continue to chase us?" Kuei-Si said, "No, at this time, we have to escape even faster and dispel their doubts." Then, Kuei-Si ordered loudly, "Everyone, advance at full speed and return to Qin City. Not far ahead, there's our army waiting for us. We'll be safe then." Kuei-Si's voice was very loud. Not only did all of the Demon Vulture army hear it, even the Eagleman tribe's troops behind them heard it. Some of the commanders of the Demon Vulture army were puzzled. Why did Commander Kuei-Si tell them that there was an army ahead? The prince of the Eagleman tribe was a straightforward person. After hearing Kuei-Si's words, he was shocked and said, "There is indeed an army of the human countries ahead. Fortunately, the military counselor reminded us." Then, he wanted to lead the army back despite Queen Xianxia's reproach. At this moment, the military counselor laughed and said, "Your Majesty, don't worry. The leader of the Demon Vulture army is bluffing. When they saw us stop, they ran even faster. They even said that there is an army ahead. They are afraid that we will continue to chase after them. It can be seen that there is no army ahead. If we rush up and catch up with this demon vulture army, it will be a great merit. When the prince of the Eagleman tribe heard it, he felt that it was very reasonable. At this moment, the great formation had just begun to be arranged. He directly shouted loudly, "Chase after them and kill all the livestock of the human countries ahead. Tear them into pieces." Immediately, the hundreds of thousands of Eagleman tribe's main army continued to chase crazily. Even without Kuwasi's reminder, most of the warriors of the demon vulture army pretended to be panicked. Even their flight path was a little unstable. When the Eagleman tribe's army saw this, they were even more relieved. And Duan Ruyan couldn't help but laugh. The half-human tribe was indeed a half-human tribe. They were really simple-minded. They could even fall for such a small trick. The demon vulture army attracted hundreds of thousands of Eagleman tribe's army. They were getting closer and closer, 200 miles. 100 miles. 50 miles. Then, the demon vulture army suddenly flapped their wings and flew high into the sky. Although the Eagleman tribe's army felt strange, they still rushed over directly. Just like that, they crashed into the ambush of the hundreds of thousands of air troops of the human countries. Just like that, they rushed into the circular pocket formation formed by the air troops of 500,000 air troops. After countless Eagleman tribe rushed through the crystal light formation, they immediately saw densely packed rocket launchers, densely packed giant crystal crossbows, and medium-sized crystal crossbows. Densely packed Black Vulture Army, Golden Eagle Army, and all kinds of winged cavalry. What was going on? The Eagleman tribe's army was shocked at first. It was clearly a blue sky just now. So many air troops of the human countries, how did they appear out of thin air? After the shock, the military counselor muttered to himself, "My intuition is indeed correct." He didn't finish his words. Whoosh 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 whoosh, immediately, 100,000 small Phoenix-level missile launchers began to fire. 100,000, it was completely an astronomical number. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 100,000 Phoenix-level missiles, like densely packed meteors, shot out rapidly. At the fastest speed, it was more than 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. At this time, the Eagleman tribe's army was only a few dozen miles away from the ambush of the human country's army. The Phoenix-level missiles could fly over in a dozen seconds. The Eagleman tribe's body was very small, not much different from ordinary humans. Therefore, each of them didn't occupy a large area in the air. Therefore, although the air force of the human countries was only 500,000. However, in terms of size, the air force of the human countries was much larger, as much as 4 or 5 times. Therefore, at first glance, the circular pocket formation of the human countries, which was more than 200 miles long, had completely surrounded the Eagleman tribe's army. 100,000 Phoenix-level missiles were fired. Suddenly, an incomparably gorgeous and spectacular scene appeared. In the space of hundreds of miles, countless rays of light whizzed out. Then, there was a violent explosion. This should be the largest bombing of the human countries. Although the Phoenix-level missiles were much smaller in size than the destructive missiles. However, this was the number of 100,000 missiles. Suddenly, the entire sky seemed to have been completely burned. Hundreds of thousands of Eagleman tribe's army were almost completely engulfed by the flames. The Eagleman tribe's army that had been attacked by the destructive attack even forgot to run away. They just stood in the air in a daze, completely at a loss. They had never experienced such a crazy and terrifying attack. However, this was just the beginning. Next, the 500,000 air forces of the human countries were completely crazy. Like a rainstorm, they fired the Phoenix-level missiles and ordinary missiles regardless of the cost. This was completely using one missile, or even 2 missiles to destroy an enemy. After the missiles, hundreds of thousands of crystal crossbows were fired crazily like a rainstorm. There was no safe corner in the entire space of the pocket formation. What the human countries wanted was a carpet-style bombing of every inch of the enemy. Moreover, they didn't care about aiming at the target at all. It was really dozens of sharp arrows and several missiles that killed an Eagleman tribe. Not only that, once the attack was launched, there was no stop at all, just a crazy attack. because after the Eagleman tribe reacted, they would run away. When they stayed in the encirclement, it was the golden time for the massacre. This wave of frenzied attacks lasted for a full quarter of an hour. More than 1 million short-range missiles were shot out. More than tens of millions of crossbow arrows were shot out. Then this area was completely covered by a rain of Eagleman tribe's corpses. They kept falling, and falling. Moreover, there were not only corpses falling, but also broken limbs and bones. Then, the surviving Eagleman tribe turned around and fled quickly. However, it was impossible for them to run out. The Demon Eagle army that had been fleeing just now became killers, crazily chasing after them. An hour later, the 700,000 to 800,000 Eagleman tribe's army was officially wiped out. The prince of the Eagleman tribe didn't die. He and the military counselor were directly captured by the human countries. A few hours later, Xianxia heard the news that the Eagleman tribe was completely wiped out. Suddenly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. After ambushing the Eagleman army, the hundreds of thousands of human troops did not immediately set off to attack the Naga Empire's army. Instead, they returned to the northwest Qin city. This was because the human air force had used up all the small missiles and arrows in the previous round of crazy attacks. Moreover, Operation Nightmare was a very long process. Destroying the Naga Empire's air force was only the first step, and of course, the most important step. After the hundreds of thousands of air forces returned to the northwest Qin city, they only had a very short celebration. Then, they seized all the time to rest. As long as they recovered some physical strength and energy, they would start Operation Nightmare again. They would continue to bombard the Naga Empire's army. As for Queen Xianxia, she was completely shocked and in disbelief. Just now, the dozens of huge bombs that were dropped had completely changed some of her thinking. Then, the total annihilation of the 800,000 Eagleman army had completely subverted her thinking. Perhaps, the pattern of war had really changed. But first of all, what should the Naga Empire's army do now? Although Queen Xianxia still did not have the concept of air supremacy, she knew clearly that after losing most of the Eagleman army, the entire sky was completely defenseless against the human countries. The human empire's air forces could come whenever they wanted. It would be completely unstoppable. Then, countless bombs would fall like raindrops. So, what would be the consequence? Perhaps, the more than 2,000 miles from here to the northwest Qin city would become the hell that buried the Naga Empire and the graveyard of the half-human race. Then what should they do next? Should they just stop? No, they would become the enemy's target if they stopped. Then, should they disperse the tens of millions of troops? No, that was even more suicidal. Here, there were abandoned castles everywhere. Should they let the army camp in the castles first? Then, they would occupy the northwest continent bit by bit and finally complete the encirclement of the northwest Qin city. In that case, it would be too slow. And the key point was that there was no food in these abandoned castles. The Naga Empire's army had only stayed for less than half a month's food. The only way was to take down the northwest Qin city and get a large amount of food and supplies. Of course, there was one last way. That was to beg the Empire of Darkness, beg the Queen Devil Queen. She wanted to become one of the Demon King Wentian's concubines and become a vassal of the Empire of Darkness. If that happened, the Naga Empire would disappear completely. Was he willing to be like this? No, he was absolutely unwilling to accept this. Therefore, even though the road ahead was incomparably dangerous. However, there was only one path in front of them, and that was to take down the northwest Qin city. Take down the northwest Qin city at all costs. As for the constant bombardment along the way, they could only gamble. Queen Xianxia didn't believe that there were many more bombs as terrifying as the previous one in the human world. Xianxia didn't care about the many half-human race members that would die. These half-human race livestock, it didn't matter how many of them died. Furthermore, Queen Xianxia firmly believed that as long as she could reach Qin city, she would be able to obtain victory. This was because no matter if it was the power of martial arts or other powers, they were completely suppressed. In this way, Queen Xianxia still made the craziest decision even though she had lost the entire Eagleman race army. Advance at full speed and reach the northwest Qin city in the shortest time possible. Then, tens of millions of Naga Empire's army surged toward Qin City even more crazily. Of course, most of the Naga Empire's army didn't know that the Eagleman race army was almost completely wiped out. They thought that the Eagleman race army had taken the lead to attack the northwest Qin City. Only a few high-level officials knew that the Eagleman race was almost completely wiped out. Therefore, they had been on tenterhooks, afraid that a large group of enemies would suddenly fly over from the sky and drop those nightmarish bombs again. However, their fears didn't come true. Until the sky turned dark, the despicable human army didn't appear. They probably wouldn't come when the sky turned dark. After all, things like air raids needed to be carried out during the day, and they needed to be able to see the target. Although it was dark, Queen Xianxia still ordered the army to march. Suddenly, the entire army lit up countless torches, illuminating hundreds of miles. Then, in the dark sky, the 2,000 Demon Vulture army and tens of thousands of Black Vulture army were only a few hundred miles away from the Naga Empire's army. They easily eliminated the Naga Empire's army's aerial scouts and then rushed into the sky above the Naga Empire's army. Whoosh 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 whoosh, countless bombs rained down from the sky. 2,000 Demon Vultures carried a total of 20,000 tons of bombs. 50,000 Black Vultures had brought along more than 200,000 tons of napalm bombs. Countless bombs rained down. Countless napalm bombs poured down toward the area hundreds of miles below. After these despicable Demon Vulture army and Black Vulture army poured all the bombs and napalm bombs, they immediately turned around and left without stopping at all. Then, boom 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 boom, hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs and napalm bombs crazily exploded on the ground hundreds of miles away. It burned crazily. In an instant, the sky within hundreds of miles was completely burned. The originally dark night sky became as bright as day. In the darkness, the smell of burning meat was everywhere, and shrill screams were everywhere. Countless Naga Empire's army fled crazily. Queen Xianxia was horrified and sent all the Naga Empire's generals to control the army. But in the darkness, it was almost impossible to do this. This place had become hell. However, this was only the beginning. The first bombing had only been carried out for less than a quarter of an hour. There was no time to count the casualties, and the flames had not been extinguished. The black shadows in the second round of the sky whistled again. Another 50,000 Black Vultures rained down 200,000 tons of napalm bombs. Boom 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 boom, another earth-shattering explosion. Once again, the entire sky was burned. However, only another quarter of an hour passed. The third wave of bombing stopped crazily. After another quarter of an hour, the fourth wave of bombing came again. Boom 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 boom, the Queen of the Sea Heart would remember this night forever. When the first bombing happened, she thought it was a nightmare. But who knew that this was only the beginning? Next, every quarter of an hour, such earth-shattering bombing would come again. It kept coming, and it kept coming. There was no stop at all. Every time there was a bombing, tens of thousands of aerial legions poured down tens of millions of caddies of napalm bombs. Moreover, they did not aim at the target at all. It was a carpet bombing. At first, Queen Xianxia still desperately wanted to control the army. Later, she completely knew that it was impossible. In the darkness, it was impossible for her to control the army. This night was a nightmare for all the half-humans. Countless flames seemed to be burning the entire world. The terrifying hellfire seemed to not know how to stop. In the end, Queen Xianxia did not even know how many troops she had left. How many troops had she lost? However, her so-called thinking was completely subverted. It turned out that in the face of another mode of war, in front of another military civilization, no matter how many troops there were, it was completely useless. Because you did not even have the chance to rush in front of others. Sometimes, you did not even have the chance to see the enemy. In the end, Queen Xianxia simply gave up completely. She sat in her golden imperial crown, motionless. She only waited for the arrival of dawn. Finally, dawn came. The longest night had passed. For a total of 12 hours, the bombing of the human countries had been carried out every 15 minutes at the beginning. Later, it was carried out every 30 minutes. In the end, it was carried out every hour. However, it did not stop. In one night, Queen Xianxia could not remember how many waves of air raids were launched. However, she remembered that in the later air raids, she could almost no longer hear the screams. Finally, dawn came. Queen Xianxia suddenly flew high into the sky. She wanted to see clearly how many troops she had left. However, even if she flew high into the sky, all she could see was endless smoke and residual flames. The ground that spanned hundreds of miles was all confused by the smoke and burnt smell. She still could not see clearly. At this moment, the sky suddenly started to rain. The rain became heavier and heavier. In the end, all the flames were extinguished. All the smoke was also extinguished. Then, Xianxia saw clearly. What she saw was a scene of hell, countless corpses, as vast as the sea of corpses. On the ground that spanned hundreds of miles, everything was burning. Even the stones and soil were burning. Then, countless twisted corpses turned into charred corpses. There was no way to count clearly. Were there any survivors? Of course, there were. All the masters of the snake people race had survived. Also, the masters of the half-human race had survived. However, in the sea of corpses, these masters were extremely sparse and few. Of course, there were definitely many half-human race troops who had survived. They had escaped. However, they would definitely never come back. Such a war, Queen Xianxia suddenly felt that it was ridiculous. The past was like a dream. Such an incomparably powerful army, such an incomparably powerful empire. They had not even reached the enemy's city and had been completely destroyed. That's right, the Snake People Empire had been destroyed. The powerful Snake People Empire had been completely destroyed. In just one night, the strength of the Northwest Qin City war zone had destroyed the Snake People Empire. She, Queen Xianxia, had even dreamed of using this tens of millions of troops to sweep the entire human countries. Furthermore, most of the fighting half-human race in the Dongli grassland had been destroyed. At this moment, the only ones left were the weak slaves. Queen Xianxia let out a mournful roar. I can't accept this. Then, she fell from the sky and fainted. End of chapter 961. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.